Following the conclusion of the college entrance examination, Long Yun took on a part-time role as a second-hand car dealer. By chance, he inadvertently bound himself to a Supreme data system, granting him access to extraordinary information unattainable by others. Due to the inequity of information, he was able to stay a step ahead, meticulously advancing towards the pinnacle of a billionaire's life. Chapter 1. The Supreme Data System. In the Great Xia Kingdom, in Longjiang City, after the college entrance examination, Long Yun took a graduation photograph with his teachers and classmates, a moment that would never be replicated. Some classmates prepared to embark on travels. Others sought to experience life, while some intended to remain at home indulging in video games. Long Yun's plans were quite pragmatic. He aimed to earn living expenses for his impending university life. As an orphan raised in a welfare home, the end of the college entrance examination marked his coming of age, allowing him to become self-reliant. According to national policy, his university tuition for the next 3 to 4 years would be waived, with his living expenses primarily reliant on his own efforts. The elderly residents of the welfare home spontaneously gathered a sum of 1,000 yuan for Long Yun, presenting it as a reward for the completion of his college entrance examination. This gesture would enable him to explore the world just like his peers. Initially reluctant to accept this 1,000 yuan, Long Yun recognized the hardships faced by the elderly residents and could not refuse their heartfelt generosity. He decided to accept it for the time being, intending to repay them at an appropriate moment. On the day following the examination, Long Yun resolved to venture out in search of part-time work or odd jobs. Even earning a modest sum each day could accumulate to several thousand yuan over 2 or 3 months, sufficient for a year's worth of university living expenses. The nearest location to the welfare home was a bustling second-hand car market, housing hundreds of dealerships and thousands of vehicles for sale. Car washing was a task Long Yun was well acquainted with, as he had previously clandestinely engaged in this part-time work during his holidays. Positioned toward the interior of the second-hand car market was a facility dedicated to car refurbishing and thorough cleaning. Many car dealers promptly sent their vehicles here upon acquisition to ensure they were impeccably clean and visually appealing for resale. The owner of Longting's second-hand car dealership, which also specialized in car refurbishment and sales, bore the surname Long. Long Yun had previously worked part-time for him. "Hello, Uncle Long." Long Yun called out from a distance to Long Tung, the proprietor of the dealership. Being familiar with the establishment, Long Yun affectionately referred to Long Tung as Uncle Long, and due to Long Yun's diligent work ethic, Long Tung held a favorable impression of him. "Long Yun, hello. How did you fare in the exams?" Long Tung replied with a smile. "Uncle Long, do we still need any staff here?" Long Yun cautiously inquired. "We do not." Uncle Long shook his head. "Ah, I thought we had openings and was hoping to find a part-time role." Long Yun scratched his head, feeling somewhat disappointed. Uncle Long chuckled. "Haha, we do not require extra hands for refurbishment and cleaning, but we do need help in sales. Would you care to give it a try?" "Sales? But I have no experience." Long Yun was eager to secure the part-time position, yet apprehensive about his lack of experience. "In truth, not much experience is necessary. Our skilled staff can guide you. You would shadow them for a few days, and when customers arrive to view the cars, you would assist them. You would earn a 2 commission on the car price, with no guaranteed salary, and meals included but not accommodation. What do you think?" "Very well. May I inquire which esteemed master I shall accompany?" Long Yun swiftly calculated in his mind. A vehicle priced at 50,000 yields a commission of 1,000, while 100,000 affords 2,000. The mere thought ignited a sense of exhilaration within him. "Ding, detecting host qualifications. Please hold on." A synthesized voice resonated in Long Yun's ears. "Ding, detection successful. Binding in progress 1. 1060. "Uncle Long, what did you say?" Long Yun questioned, suspecting he had misheard. Uncle Long, looking perplexed, replied, "I said nothing. I was contemplating which master to assign to you." "Ding, binding successful. Esteemed host, I am the Supreme Data System. The main framework has been successfully bound to you. Please select a branch to experience the extraordinary functions of this system. You have 1 complimentary selection opportunity. Branch 1, Talent Recruitment System. Branch 2, Financial System. Branch 3, Automotive Information System. Branch 4, Real Estate System. Automotive Information System. I shall choose this one." Long Yun declared without hesitation. "Ding, you have selected the Automotive Information System. Other systems will become available after accumulating a certain amount of points. The automotive information system is now being injected into your brain. Please wait. Long Yun felt a torrent of information surge into his mind, causing a dizzying sensation. Ding! The Supreme Automotive Information System has been successfully bound. The trial period lasts for 3 days, after which please renew your subscription using points. Goodness, this Supreme system is merely a trial version, with a duration of only 3 days, after which one must utilize so-called points for renewal. He glanced at the multitude of vehicles parked in the showroom, astonished to see that each car had an information panel hovering above its roof. Upon entering this marketplace, he had not noticed these wondrous panels. Long Yun, what is the matter? Due to the overwhelming influx of information from the automotive information system, which was inscribed into Long Yun's brain within mere seconds, he felt lightheaded and nearly faltered, saved only by Long Tong's steadying hand. I'm fine, just a bit overheated. Are you feeling faint? Here, have a bottle of water and take a moment to rest. Long Tong offered him a bottle of mineral water. Long Yun accepted it with gratitude and once more surveyed the vehicles in the showroom. Indeed, each car displayed a luminous screen. The screen revealed the vehicle's brand, model, year, power, suspension, and other essential details. Such foundational information was crucial for a novice like Long Yun, though it may seem trivial to seasoned experts. However, Long Yun's perception extended far beyond mere basic information. He could discern the vehicle's provenance, current market trends, maintenance records, accident history, transaction records, and even the condition grading presented before him. Long Yun. Long Tong called out to him twice, but he remained unresponsive, entranced by the vehicles in the showroom. Uncle Long, what is it? Long Yun finally came to his senses. Are you feeling unwell today? Perhaps you should take a day off and return to work tomorrow. Uncle Long inquired with concern. No, I am perfectly fine, Uncle Long. I can start working right now. Long Yun replied with conviction. Really? Indeed. Long Yun nodded affirmatively. Very well. You shall follow Old Li and learn from him for about a week. How does that sound? Long Tong gestured toward a middle-aged man not far away. Excellent. If I manage to sell a car during this week, will I receive a commission? Long Yun expressed his concern about not earning during his apprenticeship. Of course, there is a 2 commission on the sale price, settled immediately. Long Tong responded with a smile. Splendid. Then I shall go and acknowledge my master. Long Yun pointed toward Old Li. Yes, I will accompany you. I need to speak with him to ensure he mentors you. Old Li is quite sincere, and I believe he will genuinely teach you. Thank you, Uncle Long. Long Yun followed closely behind Long Tong as they approached Old Li. Old Li, come here. Let me introduce you. This is my younger brother, Long Yun, and this is Old Li. Long Tong introduced Long Yun and Old Li to one another. My little brother has just completed his college entrance exams. He is here to experience life and engage in social practice. Please take him under your wing. No problem, Director Long. You can rest assured. Old Li, a stout and honest-looking man, responded with a hearty smile, patting his chest in assurance. Long Yun bowed respectfully to Old Li, saying, Master Li, I appreciate your guidance. No need for such formality. As Long's younger brother, you are also my younger brother. There is no need to be so polite. Very well, I entrust him to you. Please take good care of him. No problem at all, Director Long. Old Li appraised Long Yun with a scrutinizing glance, and then clapped him on the shoulder. Shall we begin now? Old Li inquired. Yes, let us commence. I look forward to your guidance. Old Li pointed to a BMW 3 Series nearby and began his introduction. Chapter 2. Self-Taught Mastery. This is a BMW 3 Series, one of the esteemed BBA luxury brands, registered in 2013. It is a 320 fashion edition, now 8 years old, and can be considered relatively aged. Its metallic paint is a striking crimson, a one-owner vehicle previously owned by a lady, with an odometer reading of 55,000 kilometers. Free from fire damage, waterlogging, or significant accidents. The entire car retains its original paint, and the asking price is a firm one. 58 million yuan. Old Li spoke rapidly, and although Long Yun was encountering information about this vehicle for the first time, he felt no sense of unfamiliarity. He could even recall it effortlessly. After reciting the details of the car in one breath, he recognized that it would surely be overwhelming for a novice like you. Hence, I will provide a detailed analysis item by item. Master Li, that's unnecessary. I'm already well informed. Long Yun interjected without much thought. as he had indeed grasped all the pertinent details regarding the vehicle. Old Li appeared somewhat displeased and admonished sternly, Long Yun, as an apprentice, you should remain humble and open to learning. Feigning knowledge is a grave error. Master Li, allow me to reiterate what you stated. Could you point out any inaccuracies or omissions? Old Li looked at Long Yun with surprise, nodding in agreement. All right, go ahead and tell me. Long Yun blinked to focus on the vehicle's information display. The BMW 320 Li Fashion Edition features a 2-liter turbocharged engine. The turbocharger was replaced in 2018, but it was done with an original part, which is a highlight rather than a drawback. The odometer shows 650 kilometers, but the actual mileage is 800 kilometers. The odometer has been tampered with. The original color was elegant white, a rather stark shade, and the car was wrapped in this crimson covering in 2017. There's no fire damage, no waterlogging, and no significant accidents, although the left fender has been replaced with an original part, which does not constitute a drawback. The owner was a woman who divorced her husband 3 years after purchasing the vehicle and later began a relationship with someone named Wang. They have not yet registered their relationship, and in recent years, it has been Wang who has been driving this car. According to traffic flow data, aside from the original owner, the female passenger in the car was, perhaps I should not disclose that. The engine's condition is average, as Wang has used counterfeit oil for maintenance over the past 2 years, resulting in considerable sludge buildup in the engine, which may produce a bit more noise. In the local market, similar vehicles in comparable condition are priced around 388 million yuan. Our offer may be slightly high, with a transaction probability of 34. I recommend lowering the price to facilitate a quicker return on investment. An honest dealership outside has recently acquired a similar model, and their asking price is 498 million yuan. Given the car's age, components such as the brake discs, brake pads, tires, and spark plugs will require replacement, meaning the new owner will need to invest a sum to get it roadworthy. We could factor these parts into the price and have them replaced at our partnered repair shop, making the deal easier and allowing us to profit from maintenance fees. Long Yun recited the information from memory, while Old Li stood astonished, his jaw nearly dropping. Before Long Yun could finish, Old Li pulled him over to Long Tongue, visibly agitated. Mr. Long, you know I'm a straightforward person. There's no need to jest with me. Your apprentice is nothing short of a car savant. I can hardly teach him anything. Long Tongue looked equally bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. When Old Li recounted Long Yun's earlier performance, Long Tongue too was incredulous. He understood Old Li to be a man of integrity, and there must be some misunderstanding. Mr. Long, Master Li, I merely did my homework prior to arriving. It was just about that vehicle. I truly had no intention of showing off. Long Yun now realized he had inadvertently offended Old Li by demonstrating an understanding of the car that surpassed that of his mentor. He was merely a recent high school graduate. What did he know? It was said that he might have wanted to impress you, to prove he was not a foolish apprentice. Long Tongue was adept at smoothing over tensions. Indeed, Master Li, Long Yun said, sheepishly scratching his head. Is that so, Long Yun? Old Li inquired, his gaze fixed intently on him. I hope to learn more from you in the future, Long Yun replied humbly. Master Li, we have a customer. Long Ting called out as he noticed a patron entering the shop to view cars. All right, Mr. Long, I'll attend to them right away. Old Li responded, tugging Long Yun along. Follow me and don't speak, understood? All right, Long Yun replied, trailing behind. The new arrivals were a young couple. Old Li greeted them with a smile. Hello there. What kind of vehicle are you interested in? The male customer replied. I'm looking for a practice car for my girlfriend. She just got her driver's license. Do you have any small, automatic vehicles with a light steering wheel? Ideally, something affordable. Certainly. We have dozens, if not hundreds, of vehicles here that will meet your needs. Old Li assured them. What price range are you considering? The two young people exchanged glances, and the male softly responded, under 50,000. Oh, I see. Over here, we have a Ford Focus hatchback, 2012 model, 1.6L Automatic Comfort Edition, registered in 2012, with 80,000 kilometers on it. A prime condition, red, perfect for this young lady. How much is it? The young man inquired. 50,000 with a small discount, and if you can pick it up today, we can include a complimentary maintenance service. Long Yun glanced at the Ford Focus, its specifications flooding his mind. One detail stood out. The vehicle's power steering type was mechanical hydraulic assist, and the steering system had been repaired, resulting in a heavier steering wheel, which could prove challenging for a relatively weaker female driver, especially when starting out. In the current market, vehicles of similar condition and age were priced just over 40,000, far below the 50,000 mark, while Mr. Long's acquisition price was set at 33,000 yuan. At this moment, Long Yun knew he had to remain a quiet student, refraining from speaking up. The young couple exchanged glances, and the girl said, "Excuse me, sir. We've seen a few similar cars outside, and their prices are all just over 40,000. Your price seems rather steep." Long Yun immediately recalled that they had previously viewed 3 other Ford Focus models. The first, in average condition, involved in a personal injury accident, repaired at a small shop, currently priced at 42,000 yuan. The second, in excellent condition, a 3-box model, with insurance and inspection about to expire, requiring investment to be roadworthy, priced at 45,000 yuan. The third, in terrible condition, having suffered a major accident, the front half was from a car that had been rear-ended, and the rear half was from another vehicle, essentially a weld of 2 cars, posing significant safety risks, classified as consumer fraud, priced at 38,000 yuan. Oldly responded, "Miss, this model we have is a gem. It features the original paint, and the previous owner took great care of it. She's reluctantly parting with it only because she purchased a new vehicle and lacks parking space." The young lady smiled at her boyfriend and whispered, "Let us go check out that one priced at 38,000. Dear brother and sister, I advise you to consider the vehicles priced at 42,000 or 45,000. Do not choose the one at 38,000, as that vehicle has major issues." Long Yun couldn't hold back, sharing his knowledge. Oldly shot Long Yun a fierce glare, and after seeing off the 2 customers, he once again pulled Long Yun before Long Tongue. "Mr. Long, I cannot manage this apprentice." Oldly huffed, clearly in a fit. "Long Yun, what is the matter with you now?" Long Ting asked, setting down his phone, brow furrowed in concern. "Uncle Long, it is as follows. Just now, 2 customers at our establishment were inspecting a Ford Focus. Due to our quotation being rather elevated, they resolved to return and consider a similarly styled vehicle with a lower price. And then, that vehicle was priced at 38,000 and is a patchwork car, constituting consumer fraud. With good intentions, I advised them to abandon that car. Which dealership is it from?" "Ili Tianqing Car Dealership." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." "Very well. I shall provide you with the funds to procure it." Long Ting thrust a bank card into Long Yun's hand. Chapter 3, Refund and Triple Compensation, Part 1. Long Yun was taken aback. Did he truly intend to purchase a problematic vehicle? "Uncle Long, what does this mean?" "If you are indeed confident, purchase that car without haggling. I will grant you a 10% commission on the profits. What do you think?" Long Yun scratched his head, bewildered by Uncle Long's intentions. Long Tongue glanced around and elucidated. This market is the largest second-hand car trading hub in Longjiang City, with stringent regulations against consumer fraud. Otherwise, they must refund and compensate threefold. Coincidentally, I have a score to settle with that dealership, so this matter is entrusted to you. Though it was indeed a cunning scheme, today Long Yun was proving to be quite inscrutable. If Ili Tianqing Car Dealership dared to deceive consumers with a patchwork car, he would not hesitate to rid the community of such malefactors. With Long Teng's hint, Long Yun quickly comprehended. He harbored a deep disdain for those unscrupulous merchants who deceive consumers. After all, it wasn't his own money being spent, and he could also receive a 10% commission. What joy could there be in that? Long Yun took Uncle Long's bank card and departed, while Long Tongue and Old Li were left in a state of astonishment. Did this lad truly possess such confidence? Due to the impracticality of appearing in person, Long Tongue texted the password. Indeed, that pair of young lovers returned to Ili Tianqing Car Dealership, presently scrutinizing the patchwork Ford Focus. Being novices, they typically only assessed the exterior and price, utterly oblivious to any signs of patchwork. The person attending to them was the owner of Ili Tianqing. While the sales staff were well aware of the vehicle's condition, none daring to sell it. "Boss, is 35,000 acceptable?" the young man inquired. "Ladies and gentlemen, you have seen the condition of this car. It is as good as new. Due to the need for cash flow, we are offering it at a special price. You won't find a similar model at a lower price in this market." The young man persisted. 36,000, a maximum of 36,000. The owner pretended to deliberate, seemingly about to acquiesce. "Boss, I will take this car, 38,000, correct?" Long Yun appeared behind the dealership owner. The owner turned to see a lad of 17 or 18 standing behind him, entirely devoid of any jest. "This young man was here first," he said to the couple. "I viewed this car last week when it arrived. It was only today that my uncle provided me with the funds. If all is in order, let us proceed directly to signing the contract." Long Yun asserted with feigned seriousness. "Oh, you saw it last week?" The owner smiled at the young couple. "Apologies, but this young man was indeed here first. The car belongs to him." "Wait, you were just..." "That is indeed me. The Ford Focus at Long Tang's second-hand car market was too expensive. I simply opted for this one." Long Yun replied nonchalantly. "Dear clients, we have other models available. You can exchange for another, and I assure you the best price." The owner smiled reassuringly at the couple. The young couple, somewhat miffed, remained uncertain whether Long Yun had indeed seen the car first. Very well, what discount can you offer on that one priced at 45,000? The young man asked. The owner gestured. Avan smiled. To express my apologies, I can offer a discount of 2,000. 40,000 flat. Let's sign the agreement now. The girl insisted. In that case, since you both seem genuinely interested, to celebrate our dealership's double joy today, let's settle at 41,888. A lower price is simply not feasible. Long Yun's mind drifted to the white Ford Focus parked nearby, in excellent condition, with a purchase price of 36,000. Thus, 41,888 did not seem excessively outrageous. A salesperson took over from the owner to attend to the couple, while the owner led Long Yun into the office to complete the paperwork. 38,000, including the transfer. Correct? Long Yun inquired. Indeed. The owner affirmed. No fire damage, no water damage, no major accidents, correct? Long Yun pressed. Yes, was the reply. Very well. Let us draft the agreement. Long Yun stated. Young man, this model is a special-priced vehicle. Our standard contracts have run out. How about I draft a new one for you? Long Yun had evidently seen several blank contracts in the front desk's filing cabinet. It was clear the owner was attempting to pull a fast one. That is acceptable. We should clearly state the conditions we discussed. Long Yun replied. Agreed, the owner nodded. Then began to draft the contract. Sir, please come this way to make the payment. A young saleswoman approached with a smile, gesturing for Long Yun to follow her. I haven't even seen the contract yet. Why would I pay? Long Yun retorted without hesitation. The owner wiped his brow. What a hot day it is today. Yes. It's quite warm outside, but your air conditioning here is excellent. I hardly feel the heat. Long Yun replied with a smile. 10 minutes later, the contract was printed in duplicate. Long Yun meticulously reviewed it and noticed that the owner had likely overlooked the quality assurance clause. Boss, please add the clause regarding no fire damage, no water damage, and no major accidents. Long Yun stated earnestly. The owner theatrically slapped his forehead. Oh dear. How could I have missed that clause? A minute later, the revised contract emerged, now explicitly stating the quality assurance. Long Yun called out to the saleswoman who had approached earlier. She came over, holding a POS machine. Please sign. The seller may go first. Long Yun suggested, motioning for the owner to sign first. The owner glanced at Long Yun, wiped his brow again, signed his name, and affixed the dealership seal. Long Yun pointed to the quality assurance section and said, Boss, please stamp here. Brother, is that really necessary? We've been buying cars for over a decade and have never needed more than one stamp. The owner seemed reluctant to stamp the quality assurance clause. Are you perhaps unconfident in the vehicle's quality? Long Yun inquired. Not at all. It's merely a redundant step. Go ahead and stamp it. The owner complied and stamped the quality assurance section. Long Yun readily signed his name and produced his identification, stating, I just turned 18 the day before yesterday. I am now an adult. He swiped the card for payment, and a staff member escorted him to the vehicle management service hall within the market. Half an hour later, the transfer procedures were completed, and he received the temporary license plate. Long Tong, upon receiving a consumption notification on his phone, muttered to himself, this lad truly dares to act. Long Yun drove the car straight back to Long Tang's second-hand car market. Long Tong rushed toward Long Yun's newly purchased Ford Focus, opened the back door, and lifted the floor mat. Good heavens, it truly is a patchwork car. Long Yun handed the vehicle documentation to Long Tong, who accepted the papers and contract, patting Long Yun's shoulder. Well done, my boy. Excellent work. Let us first approach the market management department. If negotiations fail, we shall consult a lawyer. Refund and triple compensation is a certainty. Chapter 4, Refund and Triple Compensation, Part 2. Soon, Long Tong brought Long Yun to the market management office to explain the situation. Upon reviewing the vehicles and contracts, the relevant personnel from the market management office promptly proceeded to Ili Tianqing car dealership, with one of the involved parties, Long Yun, following closely behind. Upon noticing Long Yun accompanied by officials from the market management office, the dealership owner seemed to grasp the situation immediately. Today, we have two matters to address. Firstly, your establishment is suspected of fraud. According to the regulations of the market management office, a fine of 80,000 yuan will be imposed, along with a formal reprimand. Secondly, you are required to refund consumers at 3 times the original purchase price based on the actual transaction amount. May I inquire, Mr. Chiu? Do you have any objections to this course of action? Questioned the staff member from the market management office. Mr. Chiu slumped on the sofa, having severely underestimated the capabilities of the barely 18-year-old young man before him. The vehicle in question had been acquired for a mere few thousand yuan, with the intent of making a substantial profit by selling it to an unsuspecting buyer. Little did he know that this seemingly naive individual was, in fact, an expert. "And no objections," Mr. Chiu muttered, covering his face in despair as he collapsed onto the sofa. "Very well, since there are no objections. The market management office will deduct 80,000 yuan from the 100,000 yuan deposit your dealership has submitted. Additionally, your establishment must immediately pay an additional 300,000 yuan deposit to continue operations. My demands are not excessive. Refund at 3 times the amount, payable immediately. Otherwise, I will lodge a complaint with the Business Administration Department, and you may face further hefty fines. Long Yun declared with a hint of mockery. Mr. Chiu, seething with rage and barely able to contain his fury, refrained from unleashing his anger solely due to the presence of the market management office personnel. Long Yun successfully collected a total of 152,000 yuan, of which 114,000 yuan constituted profit. According to his prior agreement with Long Tong, he was entitled to 10% of that amount, equating to 11,400 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, host, for utilizing the Supreme Automotive Information System to earn your first profit, acquiring 11,400 points. System, what is the purpose of these points? Long Yun inquired softly. Dear host, points can be exchanged for services within the Supreme Data System's other branches. For instance, the financial system requires 1 billion points, while the real estate system necessitates 500 million points. Long Yun could not help but gasp in astonishment. If he aspired to become a financial magnate, he would first need to amass 10 billion in the car dealership realm. The mere thought left him dizzy with excitement. It was indeed a remarkable first day on the job, garnering such substantial rewards while also ridding the community of malpractices. Truly a gratifying endeavor. As Long Yun once again followed behind Old Li, the latter promptly dashed away. Little brother, I can't teach you anything. Please, don't follow me, Old Li pleaded. Haha. Long Yun, who would have thought you were this formidable? I declare you officially initiated. Here is the vehicle acquisition price list from our marketplace. Memorize it. If you can sell with a margin of approximately 15, then seize the opportunity. In truth, Long Yun did not require Long Tong to provide him with the cost price list. He had already mastered the cost of each vehicle in the marketplace. This information was embedded in his mind, courtesy of the Supreme Data System, which gathered data from store surveillance, transactions between merchants and customers, and even whispers among the owner and employees. At that moment, a friend of Old Li's arrived at the dealership driving a Beijing Hyundai 935. The vehicle in question was a 2010 model with a 2.0L automatic two-wheel drive elite version, registered in 2011, and had accumulated 150,000 kilometers. This car had been involved in a minor accident on the highway a fortnight ago, caused by a sudden engine shutdown due to fuel line deterioration, which resulted in a loss of power and steering capability. Fortunately, there were few vehicles on the road at the time, and the driver, an experienced individual, managed to handle the situation adeptly, although the right front fender and door were deformed from the impact. While the accident was minor, the potential danger posed by an unexpected engine shutdown was indeed grave. Old Li's friend had come to the dealership to trade in the vehicle, with an estimated value of just over 40,000 yuan, adding over 60,000 more to purchase a Toyota RAV4 from the store. As an experienced employee, Old Li had the authority to appraise his friend's 935. His appraisal was set at 42,000 yuan, as the accident damage was evident. Yet the underlying issue of the vehicle's sporadic shutdown remained hidden from view, unbeknownst to Old Li. However, the Supreme Data System in Long Yun's mind had collected information from highway surveillance footage, dashcam recordings, phone conversations between the driver and the owner post-accident, and the inspection results from the 4S store. After processing this data, it was determined that the vehicle harbored fuel line issues, posing a substantial safety hazard due to its tendency to stall unexpectedly. After negotiating the price with his friend, Old Li submitted the acquisition order to Long Tong, awaiting his signature for approval to finalize the trade. Observing the entire exchange, Long Yun approached Long Tong. Uncle Long, wait a moment. I think there is something amiss with this vehicle. Old Li bristled at Long Yun's interruption. Despite the young man's apparent talents, he believed his own judgment to be superior. Long Yun, be careful with your words. What seems to be wrong? Old Li retorted. This vehicle is currently valued at 50,000 in the market. We're acquiring it for 42,000, yielding over 10,000 in profit. Long Ting nodded in agreement with Old Li's perspective, but was keen to hear Long Yun's reasoning. This vehicle has been in an accident, Long Yun asserted. Of course, I'm aware. The right front fender and door sustained damage, but the impact was minimal, and the airbag did not deploy. It's a minor incident that has been repaired and should not affect the sale, Old Li replied confidently. Old Li, anyone with basic knowledge can see what you've just mentioned, but there's a serious safety hazard that you've overlooked. This car is prone to stalling unexpectedly, which could lead to a loss of power or, worse, catastrophic accidents. Long Yun cautioned. Long Tong and Old Li exchanged glances, with Old Li scoffing. You can't just make wild claims. Have you ever witnessed it stalling? Long Yun shook his head. No, but I can take it for a spin. If it doesn't T-stall unexpectedly, would you be willing to wager? Long Yun hesitated. I wouldn't dare, as I cannot predict when it might stall. Then you're just talking nonsense, Oldly mocked. Long Tongue, seasoned in the ways of the business world, understood that such latent defects and hidden issues could be disastrous if one fell victim to them. To mitigate risk, he devised a compromise. Oldly, I understand this vehicle belongs to your friend. How about this? You acquire it in your personal name, and we can place it on consignment in our dealership. If you have confidence in your friend and the vehicle, this arrangement should be acceptable, right? Long Tongue, a savvy veteran, sought to profit from the sale while avoiding the risk of acquisition. Oldly scratched his head, somewhat troubled. Mr. Long, I have faith in the car, but I don't have that much money. Let us do this. You can acquire this 935 for 420,000 yuan, and I will allocate a larger portion of the sales profit to you. Once we sell this 935, I will only charge you a consignment fee. How does that sound? All right, that works for me, Mr. Long. Long Yun silently shook his head and walked away. He noticed a young man with a grave expression approaching the dealership, his head adorned with a glowing display indicating he had a legendary vehicle for sale, one which many dealerships would hesitate to accept. Good day, sir. Are you here to view a vehicle? Long Yun greeted the young man with a smile. Hello, I'm not here to buy a car. Do you accept trades? I have a vehicle to sell. Absolutely. We provide a comprehensive service for the purchase, sale, and refurbishment of used cars. Long Yun replied cheerfully. I have a BMW Z8. Oh, a luxury car. Quite rare in this country. Hee, it's an 18-year-old vehicle. Indeed, it has some age, much like myself. However, my car is somewhat special. How so? 18 years ago, my grandfather bestowed upon me a gift, which has now fallen into disrepair. I noticed that your establishment offers repair and refurbishment services. Would you be willing to accept it? Long Yun pondered for 3 seconds before replying, certainly, provided the price is reasonable. Chapter 5, 6666 for a heap of scrap metal. Long Yun led the young man into General Long's office, where Oldly was presently engaged in administrative matters with a friend. General Long. This handsome young man wishes to sell a BMW Z8, an 18-year-old vehicle. Long Tongue inquired, is it an 18 model or registered in 18? Neither. The car is simply 18 years old, Long Yun clarified. 18 years old. That is rather ancient, isn't it? Indeed, it is somewhat aged, and it can no longer run. What business do we have accepting a scrap vehicle? Oldly interjected, overhearing their conversation. In his view, this inexperienced youth, having only recently entered the industry, audaciously sought to acquire a car that would elicit laughter. Having previously witnessed Long Yun's remarkable abilities, Long Tongue refrained from hastily dismissing the proposal, recognizing that there must be a rationale behind his intent to accept the vehicle. The young man retrieved his mobile phone and displayed photos of the car to Long Tongue and Long Yun. In the images, the BMW Z8 languished in the garage of an old villa, covered in rust and moss, resembling nothing more than a pile of scrap metal. When my grandfather gifted me this villa, he neglected to mention that a car was parked in the garage. It was only after I completed my college entrance examination that my lawyer informed me of the classic car's existence. Long Tongue lamented as he gazed at the photographs. What a pity that such a magnificent vehicle has been abandoned in a garage. Excuse me, do you accept vehicles like this? The young man timidly inquired, his tone betraying a history of disappointment. My friend, I would advise you to seek out scrap metal collectors instead, Oldly chimed in. Dear brother, it truly pains me to see such a masterpiece of automotive art being mistreated in this manner. However, we simply cannot accept it, I am afraid. The young man, visibly disheartened, managed to smile as he prepared to leave. Wait, brother, how much do you wish to sell it for? I am interested, Long Yun interjected. Upon hearing that someone was willing to make an offer, the young man promptly returned to his seat. I had originally intended to restore this car. I consulted with the dealership and repair shops, and to truly restore it would cost more than purchasing a new one. I cannot bear to sell it as scrap. I was hoping to sell it for a lucky number, 8,888 yuan. Long Tongue and Oldly both chuckled. Although it was a BMW Z8, it was presently nothing but a heap of scrap metal, making such a price utterly implausible. How about this? I will offer you 6,666 yuan. If you find it acceptable, I will arrange for a tow truck immediately, Long Yun proposed. The young man hesitated for 3 seconds before acquiescing. Long Tongue and Oldly were taken aback. They could hardly fathom Long Yun's reasoning for offering 6,666 yuan for a mere pile of scrap metal. Anticipating their astonishment, Long Yun paid them no mind. Uncle Long, once it is towed, please have your repair shop apply a fresh coat of paint, and your detailing department can clean it up. What cost do you foresee? Long Yun, are you truly intent on acquiring this scrapped classic car? Long Ting asked, his tone serious. Yes, I have reached a verbal agreement with this gentleman, Long Yun replied. What are you hoping to achieve? The owner just mentioned that restoring it to a drivable condition would cost as much as a new car. which is over 2 million yuan. I am aware. Hypothetically speaking, if you were to restore it successfully, it would not pass the traffic regulations and would be unable to be driven on the road. Would you simply purchase it to admire at home? Indeed. That is my intention, Long Yun answered earnestly. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this purchase? Yes, I have made my decision. Very well. Since you have resolved to do so, I shall provide you with the requisite funds of over 10,000 yuan. Once you have the car towed back, it will be serviced at my company, charging only for the cost of repairs. That is all I can offer, Long Tongue sighed softly. Nearby, Old Lee suppressed a chuckle behind his hand. Thank you, Uncle Long. I will arrange for the tow truck immediately. After signing the agreement and settling the purchase price, Long Yun accompanied the tow truck as it transported the rust-covered BMW Z8 to Long Tongue's repair shop. When Long Yun returned to the sales lot, it was already after hours. Long Tongue remained in the office, meticulously polishing his collection of tank models, awaiting Long Yun's return. Once a tank soldier himself, Long Tongue had transitioned from military service to the second-hand car business after an injury. Shortly thereafter, Long Yun arrived to clock out for the day and noticed Long Tongue still at his desk, prompting him to greet him. Uncle Long, you haven't left yet? I was waiting for you. Come, sit, let us converse, Long Tongue invited, brewing a pot of fine tea. Now that it is just the two of us, tell me, why did you decide to acquire that scrap vehicle? Don't tell me you intend to take it for a joyride. Uncle Long, I certainly do not plan to drive it. My intention is to purchase it for exhibition purposes, Long Yun responded. Exhibition? Where do you plan to display it? In a museum? No, as part of a private collection. I would not have guessed that someone so young as yourself has an affinity for collecting antique cars. But then again, who doesn't have a passion? Ever since I joined the military as a tank soldier, I feel uneasy if I go a day without seeing my tank models. You are a distinguished veteran. I cannot compare myself to you. Haha, enough of that. Come, today, I shall treat you to dinner. Uncle Long, is there a special occasion today? Indeed, it is an extraordinary day, one like no other. Long Yun understood that Long Tongue had deeper sentiments behind his words, but chose not to probe further. At a small eatery outside the second-hand car market, Long Tongue and Long Yun ordered 2 dishes and a soup. Long Tongue indulged in alcohol while Long Yun, who abstained, opted for a soft drink. Today I am truly delighted, Long Tongue exclaimed, raising a glass in self-congratulation. Uncle Long, it is evident that you are in high spirits today, Long Yun skillfully inquired. He indeed. 3 years ago, Boss Chiu sold me a severely damaged vehicle through an intermediary while I was away from the shop, and my staff handled the transaction. What happened next? 3 days later, the same group returned to buy that vehicle back, which was subsequently classified as a total loss by a third-party assessment agency, leading to a consumer fraud ruling that mandated I refund 3 times the purchase price. Since then, I have been simmering with resentment, waiting for this day to arrive. Haha. Long Yun now understood why Long Tongue had been so excited upon hearing that Boss Chiu had a patched-up car for sale. A long-awaited vendetta had finally been resolved. Surely this warranted a celebration. Haha. As Long Tongue continued to drink, Long Yun's attention drifted to the television advertisement in the eatery, featuring a widely recognized wedding planning agency, Eternal Love, promoting their services. As one of the top 3 wedding planning institutions in the nation, Eternal Love had recently established a vast filming base in the suburban West District of Longjiang City. This facility boasted a variety of shooting scenes, including one dedicated to luxury automobiles. Previously, the upgraded automotive information system Long Yun had been linked to had indicated that the luxury car square at the Eternal Love filming base required several classic luxury cars as scene elements and focal points. They merely needed to be opulent without regard for other performance aspects. The BMW Z8 he had acquired earlier that day merely required a restoration of its paint and a thorough cleaning. Whether it could be driven on the road was of no consequence. Chapter 6. A Misguided Notion. Early the next morning, the owner of Yili Tianqing car dealership, Boss Chiu, who had faced humiliation the previous day, arranged for a truck to be found, which conveniently broke down right in front of the Longting used car market, effectively blocking its entrance. The driver disembarked and pretended to inspect the vehicle. Upon discovering the cause of the breakdown, Longting was left with no choice but to accept the situation, as an unexplained breakdown is an unwelcome predicament for anyone. Despite the driver's efforts, the vehicle remained immobile, laden with bricks, and no tow truck could manage to move it. This predicament was exasperating. The driver repeatedly offered apologies, and Longting felt equally helpless. When Long Yun arrived at the dealership, an image of the interaction between Boss Chiu and the driver immediately came to his mind. Boss Chiu had given the driver 1,000 yuan to load a truck full of red bricks, which then conveniently stalled right in front of Longting. The massive truck created a formidable barrier, sealing off the entrance to Longting's used car market. Long Yun realized that this was a deliberate act of revenge by Boss Chiu. The truck was in perfect working order, and the driver was merely feigning incompetence, knowing that the vehicle would be repaired and leave after work. The cause of the breakdown was simple. The driver had intentionally severed the power supply line to the fuel pump, and it merely required reconnection. After enduring this farce for a good while, Longting was on the verge of losing his temper, as this was severely impacting the business. Meanwhile, the driver maintained an innocent facade, leaving Longting feeling equally frustrated. Long Yun understood the situation thoroughly and could sympathize with Boss Chio's actions. He was merely seeking an outlet for his grievances. "Uncle Long, how much profit did our store make last month?" Long Yun inquired in front of several witnesses. Typically, this sort of question pertains to the privacy of the business owner and is not disclosed lightly. Long Yun's audacity to raise such a query in front of so many people was not without reason. "Let me think." Long Tongue pondered theatrically before pulling out his phone. "Last month, we sold a total of 20 cars, and the store's profit amounted to 240,000 yuan. This means our daily gross profit is approximately 8,000 yuan. Indeed, based on last month's figures, although it's currently the off-season." The truck driver overheard the conversation between Long Tongue and Long Yun. Long Yun approached the truck driver and smiled. "Master, you heard that our store earns a gross profit of 8,000 yuan daily. Your truck has blocked our entrance, preventing us from conducting business. Of course, it's not your fault, but perhaps you could compensate us with 8,000 yuan for today's loss, and we'll take a day off. What do you think?" "Oh, little brother, I truly didn't mean to do this. I'll have someone come to fix it right away. It'll be up and running soon." The driver protested. Long Tongue understood that Long Yun was advocating for him. "I can get your truck fixed right away. We're not asking for much. Just cover half a day's losses, 4,000 yuan. How does that sound?" Little brother, that's rather steep for a repair." The driver lamented. "Steep? Or would you prefer to compensate us for a full day's loss at 8,000 yuan? It's your choice." The driver contemplated for a moment, sizing up Long Yun, convinced that he was merely boasting. He believed that even a professional couldn't fix the supposed fault he had created, and it would take a considerable amount of time. "What if you can't fix it?" the driver asked, a hint of disdain in his tone. "If I can't fix it, I'll personally cover the loss for Uncle Long here." Long Yun pointed to Long Tongue beside him. Regardless of the outcome, Long Tongue would not incur any losses, allowing Long Yun to facilitate and pressure the two into an agreement. "Fine, if you can fix it, I'll give you 4,000. If you can't, you'll be responsible for your store's losses." "Deal." Long Yun rolled up his sleeves. "Is half an hour sufficient?" The driver, fearing Long Yun's potential skill, deliberately set a time limit. "What? You couldn't fix it after all this time, so why should my brother be able to do it in half an hour?" Long Tongue interjected. "Uncle Long, it's fine. Please hand over the 4,000 yuan first, to prevent any dishonesty." Long Yun insisted. "Absolutely. If you can't fix it in half an hour, the 4,000 will be returned to me, and you'll be responsible for your store's losses." The driver reiterated. The driver scanned the payment of 4,000 yuan to Long Yun. Donning his work attire and gloves, Long Yun confidently declared, "This is a trivial issue. Half an hour is unnecessary. I'll resolve it in 5 minutes." Disconnecting the positive battery terminal, reconnecting the fuel pump line, putting the vehicle in neutral, and successfully starting it took a mere 3 minutes and 8 seconds. "All done. You may drive away. We welcome you back anytime." Long Yun waved cheerfully at the truck driver. Onlookers were astounded. How had this seemingly inexperienced youth accomplished such a feat? The driver was equally bewildered, as the fault he had deliberately created seemed to have been effortlessly unraveled by this young man, akin to the legendary medical sage Hua Ta, having intentionally caused the breakdown. The truck driver could only swallow his pride, as his losses could only be addressed with Boss Chio. With the vehicle now operational, the driver had no grounds to linger any longer. "Ding. Congratulations, esteemed host. You have earned 4,000 yuan for the repair, along with 4,000 points." After the truck departed, Long Tongue gave Long Yun a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother, you're truly incredible. How did you identify the fault?" "Hee. I was just taking a wild guess," Long Yun replied with a smile. Boss Chio, who had intended to vent his frustrations through this incident, called after the truck driver drove away, demanding 5,000 yuan. "The repair cost me 4,000, and my appearance fee is 1,000. Please transfer 5,000 yuan to me, or I'll report you to the market management office." Having recently deposited 300,000 yuan with the market management office and receiving a severe reprimand, Boss Chio was acutely aware that if this matter were investigated, he could face allegations of unfair competition and maliciously undermining a rival, leading to penalties that would be no less severe than those for selling substandard vehicles. Reaping what he sowed, Boss Chio reluctantly transferred the yuan to the truck driver to resolve the matter. The refurbishment of the BMW Z8 would take another 2 days. And given that it was the off-season for car sales, Long Yun wandered through the market, intending to gather information on available vehicles to enhance sales during this competitive period. As he strolled, he found himself in front of the Ili Tianqing car dealership, where the patched-up Ford Focus he had previously purchased was discarded at the back. Upon spotting Long Yun, Boss Chiu rushed out in a furious state, as if he were ready to devour him. Boss Chiu, it's not my first time here. No need to get so worked up. I merely came to inquire if that patched-up Ford Focus is still for sale. Chapter 7. You dare to sell. I dare to buy. At the mention of the patched-up Ford Focus, Boss Chiu erupted with rage. Boss Chiu, are you looking to throw a punch? Long Yun remained unfazed. The market was replete with surveillance cameras. If Boss Chiu dared to resort to violence, not only would the authorities intervene, but his dealership would also suffer consequences. Get out. You are not welcome here. Boss Chiu bellowed. I'll take that Ford Focus for 3,000 yuan. Stipulating in the agreement that it's an accident vehicle with salvage value. Will you sell it? Absolutely not. Not even for 30 million. Boss Chiu shouted indignantly. That's truly unfortunate. You bought it for 8,000 yuan just to let it rot there. What a waste. Long Yun shook his head and turned to leave. Wait. You're actually willing to buy? Indeed, for 3,000 yuan, I'll take it. Make it 5,000. 3,000, not a penny more. Boss Chiu remained silent as Long Yun shook his head and departed. Fine, 3,000 it is. Take it. For Boss Chiu. This patched-up Ford Focus was nothing short of a curse, causing him considerable financial loss, and parting with it was the best outcome. Long Yun paid the money, signed the salvage purchase agreement, and drove the Focus to Longting's repair shop. Boss Chiu discreetly sent someone to follow him. Keep an eye on him for me. If he dares to sell it to another customer, report back to me. I want to let him get away with it. Boss Chiu fumed, veins bulging in his neck, gritting his teeth in anger. After Long Yun drove the Focus into Longting's repair shop, he dialed a number on his phone. Hello. I saw your purchasing request on a certain platform. You're looking for a dismantled engine and transmission, correct? I have what you need. Come take a look. Long Yun sent the location to the other party. According to the data provided by the Elite Automotive Information System, the potential buyer's model had engine and transmission issues. A major repair would not only be costly, but also leave concerns about the vehicle's condition. Purchasing new parts would be prohibitively expensive. Original dismantled parts were the optimal choice, requiring only registration with the vehicle management department. The patched-up vehicle Long Yun bought for 3,000 yuan had not been in an accident. Its engine and transmission were intact. Longting only learned of Long Yun's dealings in dismantled car parts when they received a call from the repair shop. The buyer, accompanied by a professional technician, inspected the vehicle and expressed satisfaction with the engine and transmission, offering 8,000 yuan for both components. Long Yun then contacted a scrap metal dealer to sell the remaining car shell as scrap. Ding. Dear host, congratulations on a profit of 6,000 yuan, earning 6,000 points. This was quite an impressive performance. Even with one vehicle still unsold in the shop, Long Yun had already netted a clean profit of 10,000 yuan. Longting was left astounded. While he was familiar with the tricks of selling dismantled vehicle parts, he had no grasp of the supply and demand information. How had Long Yun accomplished this? Upon hearing from his subordinate that Long Yun had indeed dismantled the patched-up car to sell its parts, Boss Chiu was taken aback. He understood perfectly well that the engine and transmission were in excellent condition. Otherwise, he would not have paid 8,000 yuan for them. After being forced to refund one and compensate 3 times, he had considered dismantling the engine and transmission for sale as parts. But he had no idea who would need them. When he discovered that Long Yun was also the one who repaired the truck for the driver, he gasped in shock. Goodness, this person is not merely human. He is a deity. He is someone to be reckoned with. Did you not investigate Long Yun's background? Boss, we have already looked into it. He is an orphan, raised in the nearby welfare home, and just finished his college entrance examination. He is working part-time at Longting's used car lot. What is Longting compared to this great figure? It is nothing but a joke. Indeed. Longting is a useless entity. One of Boss Chiu's subordinates chimed in. Go, recruit that lad. We will offer double what Longting can provide. Make contact. Boss Chiu, realizing he could not contend with Long Yun, shifted his resentment entirely onto Longting. He was determined to bring Longting down, no matter what. Yes, boss. I will take care of it right away. Long Yun returned to the shop, where it was already the afternoon working hours. The store was devoid of customers. Old Li and another sales associate were dozing off, while Longting polished his cherished model car. Upon noticing Long Yun's return, Longting beckoned him into the office for a chat. Uncle Long, Long Yun greeted. Long Yun, I have a question for you. How did you repair that truck? Uncle Long, to be honest, I happened to see the truck driver tampering with his vehicle on my way to work. Do you know that when you lie, your eyes wander? And your face turns red? Longting fixed his gaze intently on Long Yun. Long Yun felt the heat of his stare. All right, Uncle Long, I confess. It was Boss Joe's arrangement. He instructed the truck driver to deliberately block our store's entrance just to vent his frustrations. It's him again. Damn it. I thought it was too coincidental. Someone was indeed sabotaging us. I'm going to confront him right now. Longting suddenly stood up, ready to confront Boss Chio. Uncle Long, heed my advice. The truck driver has already left. If he refuses to admit it, we have no recourse. You lack evidence to prove Boss Chio's involvement. If he counters with accusations of malicious competition, you'll end up with a mess. Longting had taken a few steps outside but paused, realizing the validity of Long Yun's words. You're right. Damn it. I'll remember this for later. We'll settle it together. Longting wasn't he foolish. He understood that confronting Boss Chio would be futile and could result in accusations of malicious competition. At that moment, Old Li knocked on the door, signaling to be let in. Longting called him inside. Long Yun glanced at Old Li and said to Longting, Uncle Long, I'll step out for a moment. Oh, young brother, no need for that. We are all friends here. It's just a matter of selling a car. That 935 I received yesterday. The one that was stalling unexpectedly, I just sold it. Oh, Old Li, you sold it so quickly. How much did you get? Longting asked, surprised to learn Old Li had sold the car so fast. The vehicle was on consignment at Longting's lot, with ownership belonging to Old Li, who merely used Longting's space for a fee. Boss Long, I didn't ask for much. I sold it for 48,000 yuan. Just a couple of thousand less than the market rate, which made it sell quickly. Old Li spoke with pride, as the vehicle belonged to him. Giving him the pricing power, he could choose to sell it at a loss if he wished. Not bad. Boss Long, as we agreed, this one is on consignment. Old Li reiterated. Longting glanced at Long Yun, recalling that the decision to use a consignment model was influenced by Long Yun's advice. Long Yun maintained a stoic expression, even feeling a twinge of concern. Yes, indeed, it is on consignment. We charge a 500 yuan fee for the space. How does that sound? Longting proposed in a conciliatory tone. That is fine, no problem. Old Li readily agreed. Uncle Long, we must draft a clear agreement, explicitly stating that this vehicle is on consignment and does not belong to our lot. The owner is responsible for the vehicle's condition, with no connection to the sales lot. Long Yun interjected. Haha, Long Yun, I owe you my gratitude. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have made so much money. Old Li beamed, throwing in a jab at Long Yun. Well, congratulations, Master Old Li. However, whether this car brings fortune or misfortune remains to be seen. Best of luck. Long Yun bid farewell to Longting and exited the office. Chapter 8, Maybach Zeppelin. Due to the off-peak season, there were few customers in the showroom. Long Yun accompanied Longting into the detailing center for a leisurely stroll. Longting's detailing center not only catered to second-hand cars needing refurbishment and cleaning, but also occasionally serviced luxury vehicles. It was also an excellent place for acquiring vehicles. As soon as they arrived at the detailing center, the manager rushed over to Longting, breathless. Boss Long, we have a vehicle here for detailing. Xiaoyang, you've been in charge of this detailing center for over a year. When business comes in, just handle it. Why the fuss? No, Boss Long. This vehicle is a bit special. It's a Maybach. What's so special about a Maybach? I checked the nameplate. It's a Maybach Zeppelin, 2009 model. Upon hearing the words of Xiaoyang, the head of the cleaning center, Long Yun's mind was immediately flooded with information concerning the 2009 Maybach 60T62 Zeppelin model. The first detail alone was enough to instill fear. The new car's price reached a staggering 13 million. This was a genuine Maybach, not merely a Mercedes-Benz S-Class variant. Its exterior and interior exuded unparalleled luxury and prestige, powered by a 6.0-liter V12 twin-turbocharged engine, modified by Mercedes-AMG, boasting a maximum output of 600 horsepower and a peak torque of 1,000 Newton-meters. Given the rarity of this vehicle in the domestic market, Long Tung had never encountered one before, and upon hearing its name, he comprehended Xiaoyang's concerns. The car was exorbitantly priced, and he feared any mishap could lead to insurmountable losses. The owner, a foreigner, had brought this vehicle to Great Xia during his development endeavors, and he had even brought a translator along today. Through their discussions, it was revealed that this foreigner was soon returning to his homeland, and after the meticulous cleaning, he intended to sell the Maybach. Due to the rarity of such cars in the country, determining a reference price was quite challenging. The foreigner was currently asking for 2.98 million Great Xia currency. For a niche vehicle over a decade old, a price tag of 3 million was enough to extinguish Long Tung's interest immediately. Standing nearby, Long Yun's advanced data system was diligently gathering relevant statistics. 2 years prior, a similar second-hand car had sold in Wancheng for 4.58 million. Last year, 5 similar models had transacted across various regions, with prices ranging from $3.68 million to $4.18 million. In the first half of this year, another model had sold in Modu for $3.88 million. Analyzing these statistics, it was evident that the owner's asking price of $2.98 million was, in fact, quite reasonable. Uncle Long, I believe we should proceed with the purchase. Long Yun whispered into Long Tang's ear. I fear it won't sell. $3 million is no trivial sum. And all our circulating capital would be invested. Long Tang replied in hushed tones. If you choose not to buy, other competitors might seize the opportunity, Long Yun pointed out, reminding Long Tang that the car had come directly to their center for cleaning and other dealers had not yet had the chance to inspect it, giving them a significant advantage. We can negotiate the financial aspect with the foreigner, Long Yun suggested. Negotiate? Are you suggesting we cut $1 million off the price? No. If the car is in good condition, his asking price is not excessive. We could offer him a portion as a deposit and sell the car while it remains in our shop. Once the buyer's funds are secured, we can pay the remaining balance. Is that feasible? Long Tang was uncertain. It should be. Long Yun reassured him. I do have one concern. Though, when will we find a buyer? Will anyone be interested? This was likely Long Tang's greatest worry, as the car was indeed niche and had a limited audience. We can first assess the vehicle's condition. After conversing with the foreigner, he agreed to let Long Tang examine the car. Although the vehicle was a 2009 model, it had only been registered in 2012 and had a remarkably low mileage of merely over 20,000 kilometers due to infrequent use. As a seasoned dealer in the automotive market, Long Tang meticulously scrutinized every detail of the car, while Long Yun, from a distance, effortlessly accessed its data. The vehicle could be described as in pristine condition, akin to that of a new car, a true find. After a thorough inspection, Long Tang found no anomalies. Brother, this car is practically indistinguishable from a new one, aside from its slightly older age, Long Tang marveled, leaning closer to Long Yun. Indeed, a car worth $13 million is now available for a mere fraction of that price. It's a steal. Long Yun replied softly. Long Tang was increasingly conflicted. He wanted to acquire it, but feared the financial strain. If he hesitated, he risked losing the opportunity. Uncle Long, how much liquid capital do you have? Long Yun inquired. If I scrape together, I could manage $3 million, but I fear the financial commitment may be too prolonged. Long Ting expressed his concerns. Don't fret. Allow me to make the decision for you. With that, Long Yun strode directly towards the foreigner and his translator. Sir, we have decided to purchase your car. Given our current financial constraints, we would like to offer you $1 million upfront, with the remaining $1.98 million to be settled within 10 days. After the translator relayed Long Yun's words, it was evident the foreigner was less than pleased with the installment plan. Without needing to voice his thoughts, Long Yun could read the foreigner's discontent. Sir, consider this. The Long Tang Cleaning Center, the Long Tang Auto Repair Shop behind it, and the Long Tang Used Car Supermarket over there, all belong to us. You needn't worry about the financial aspect. Upon hearing the translator's words, the foreigner stood up to inspect their facilities and remarked, I can accept an installment plan, but I require $2 million upfront, with the remaining $980,000 to be paid within 10 days. Long Yun glanced at Long Tang, who begrudgingly nodded in agreement. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggested. Suddenly, they had acquired a tremendous asset. Long Tang instructed his staff to clear the best spot in the showroom, positioning the Maybach in the most prominent location, surrounded by a protective barrier. With the Maybach displayed prominently, the entire showroom's prestige instantly elevated, rendering the previous so-called luxury vehicles insignificant in comparison. Securing this exceptional Maybach filled Long Yun with joy. The gross profit was bound to be in the millions, and his commission would exceed $20,000. However, Long Tang remained pensive, pacing around the Maybach, torn between admiration and trepidation. Uncle, what troubles you? Long Yun inquired. Long Yun, do you think it is a blessing or a curse to risk everything on this magnificent treasure? Uncle, come now, it's undoubtedly a chance for great profit. Will it sell within a month? Weren't we told 10 days? I understand. 10 days is merely our settlement period with the foreigner. I do have $3 million, but having that sum tied up in this asset, when could I possibly liquidate it? Long Tang continued to wrestle with this dilemma. In my view, it will surely sell within 10 days. Long Yun asserted confidently. Really? Yes, conservatively speaking, within 7 to 10 days. Very well, if it sells within 10 days. I'll grant you a 5 commission. If it sells within a month, 3, and if it exceeds a month, 2. Long Tang discovered that Long Yun was quite remarkable, as he was willing to offer substantial rewards for a swift sale. Thank you, Uncle. I am certain of that 5. Chapter 9. Scrap iron sold for $150,000. After work, Long Yun returned to his dormitory at the Welfare Institute. He focused intently, utilizing his advanced data system to search for potential buyers interested in the Maybach Zeppelin edition. The sources of this information were extensive and well documented. They could stem from buyers posting purchase requests on various platforms or conversations and chat logs with friends, as long as it was not confined to mere imagination. The data system would collect it. Of course, the broad scope of information gathered was subject to stringent filtering and assessment by the system, with economic capability being a paramount criterion. A penniless individual, even if they drunkenly broadcast their desires to the world, would be swiftly filtered out by the system. Conversely, if a wealthy individual casually mentioned interest during a conversation with friends, and that content happened to flow into the aforementioned data collection channels, their information would be captured by the system. In the presence of this advanced data system, so-called information security firewalls were rendered ineffective. The system would not overlook even the slightest clue nor be swayed by false information. The processed data would always hold the utmost reference value. Based on the results filtered by the advanced data system, the first potential buyer is a second-hand car dealer from the bustling metropolis, specializing in mid to high-end models. Earlier this year, they sold an identical model on consignment for 388 million yuan, although the condition of that vehicle pales in comparison to the one at Longting. The second prospect is a construction contractor interested in purchasing a luxury car as a means of offsetting debts. The third is an emerging entrepreneur, whose business is experiencing rapid growth and requires an opulent vehicle to signify his success. The fourth is the owner of a real estate company with assets exceeding 10 billion yuan, yet confined to concrete jungles. In order to transform his business and attract further investment, he seeks to acquire a luxury car to enhance his image. Finally, the fifth buyer is a wealthy heir from the capital, whose purchase of a Maybach is purely for the sake of collecting. The system has identified these 5 individuals as the most promising buyers, all of whom possess the financial means to proceed. Longyun has classified them into tiers. The first priority includes the third and fifth buyers. The second priority encompasses the second and fourth buyers. The fellow second-hand car dealers are relegated to a backup role, only to be considered should the aforementioned 4 fail to close a deal. On the following workday, Longyun arrived early, having obtained the contact details of all 5 potential buyers, ready to reach out to them in sequence. Upon entering the store, he discovered that Longting had not left the premises the previous night, but had instead spent the night there. "Uncle Long, did you sleep here last night?" he inquired. "Indeed. I couldn't find rest at home, so I returned here to keep an eye on this prized possession," Longting replied, scratching a mosquito bite on his arm. "Haha. Uncle Long, you're under too much pressure. I'll call the buyers immediately and aim to sell it within a few days," Longyun declared, pulling out his meticulously organized notebook to use his phone to contact them. "Really? Have you found buyers? Let me see." Longting leaned closer to inspect the notebook in Longyun's hands. "Are you certain they are potential buyers? How did you acquire their information?" "I found it online." Longyun smiled in response. Longting's expression shifted from excitement to indifference as he lazily remarked, "The internet isn't always reliable. Let us give it a shot. Trying is never a mistake." With that, he sauntered into the restroom to freshen up. Longyun was the first to dial the wealthy heir's number, which rang over 10 times without answer. He then called the emerging entrepreneur, and after 5 rings, the call was answered, though the tone was less than cordial. "This is my private number. How did you obtain it? I must inform you that your actions are infringing upon my personal privacy." "What did you say?" "A Maybach Zeppelin. Nearly new?" "Yes, sir. For a successful individual like yourself, this vehicle appears to be tailor-made for you." Longyun proceeded to detail the Maybach's features and provided information about the previous owner. "Where is it? I'll come over immediately." Longyun sent the location details and a photograph of the Maybach, ensuring authenticity by including today's newspaper in the shot. After concluding the call with the entrepreneur, the wealthy heir returned the call. "Who are you? Did you throw me out on the street last night?" "I apologize, I was quite inebriated." "Good day, sir. We are selling second-hand cars, and we have a Maybach you might find intriguing. I'm not buying insurance, cars, or houses. Is this how shameless you salespeople are? This is my private number." "What did you say? A Maybach Zeppelin? Where is it?" The allure of the Maybach was undeniable. Both first-priority potential buyers expressed an immediate desire to come and see the car. Longyun hung up the phone and glanced outside before heading to the office to speak with Longting. "Uncle Long, 2 potential buyers expressed interest in viewing the car. Should we move the other vehicles to ensure they can see our Maybach upon entering?" "Really? They agreed to come? Who are they?" Longting was evidently excited. Based on his past experiences with sales calls, being hung up on was a sign of luck, while typically, he would be met with harsh criticism. One is a wealthy heir from the capital, and the other is a renowned emerging entrepreneur. Longyun replied, "How many calls did you make?" "Just those 2. I called their private numbers, and they usually answer," Longyun said with a smile. "Private numbers? How did you obtain those?" All right, move the cars. Get that pile of junk over to the repair shop, and let us tidy up our store to secure a good price." All the staff sprang into action, cleaning up Longting's second-hand car lot. Having found potential buyers, Long Yun was exempted from work duties and estimated that his BMW Z8's paint job was nearly complete. Thus, he drove to the wedding company, Aesthetic Union. A beautiful young lady greeted him, and upon learning that he wasn't there for wedding photos, she appeared somewhat disappointed. However, when he clarified his purpose, she escorted him to the manager's office. Long Yun wasted no time and directly stated his intentions. In the Advanced Automotive Information System, this company had previously held an internal meeting to discuss the backdrop for luxury car scenes. Several vintage cars were considered, but their prices exceeded the budget of 300,000 yuan for 3 vehicles to be used as scenic elements. The ideal candidates were, of course, those old cars that had been scrapped. They merely needed a fresh coat of paint, as they would not be driven on the road, but rather utilized for photography. Sir, we are very interested in the vehicles you mentioned, but isn't T150,000 yuan a bit steep? You can follow me to take a look. It's not far from here. Long Yun took the purchasing manager of Aesthetic Union to Longting's repair shop, where the paint technician was currently polishing the vehicles, which would soon be delivered after cleaning. The purchasing manager was quite pleased with the cars, but remained fixated on the pricing issue. Ding. The system kindly reminds the host to deeply understand the underlying reasons for the manager's persistent haggling. With the system's prompt, Long Yun immediately grasped the situation. The agreed price was 150,000 yuan, with the actual amount received being 120,000 yuan. Thus, Long Yun made a profit of 110,000 yuan on this transaction. Ding. Congratulations on successfully earning a profit of 110,000 yuan, gaining 110,000 points. Throughout the transaction, Longting was left astonished, unable to comprehend how a pile of scrap metal could fetch 150,000 yuan, and the seller was so agreeable about taking the cars away. My goodness. Chapter 10, designated to find Long Yun. After the BMW Z8 was taken away, a notification sound from the system echoed in Long Yun's ears. Dear host, today marks the 3rd day of your experience with the advanced data system, and the trial period is nearing its conclusion. Please renew your points as per the following standards. Renew for 1 day, 100,000 points. Renew for 3 days, 270,000 points. Renew for 10 days, 800,000 points. Renew for 30 days, 200,000 points. Permanent renewal, 9 billion points. Using the advanced data system for a day requires 100,000 points, and according to the conversion rate of earning 1 point for every yuan earned. If Long Yun opts for daily renewal, he must earn at least 100,000 yuan each day to avoid interruption. Renewing for multiple days in one go offers discounts, with a maximum of 30 days obtainable at once, necessitating a one-time payment of 200,000 points. It is abundantly clear that opting for a one-time renewal of 30 days proves to be the most cost-effective choice. In the event of insufficient points, should the need for the divine level system arise, gathering 100,000 points to extend for a day would represent the worst-case scenario. While potential buyers have yet to arrive, whispers among competitors in the market have already circulated regarding Longting's acquisition of a Maybach Zeppelin. Many have come driven by curiosity. Indeed, there exist vehicles in the market that surpass this Maybach in value. The 2 dealerships at the forefront showcase 2 Lamborghinis, each priced higher than this Maybach. Yet, the rarity of this Maybach attracts a broader audience than that of the Lamborghinis. Longting appears intent on preventing his peers from sharing on social media, wary of those who might harbor ulterior motives, utilizing photographs to deceive clients into paying deposits, a rather primitive form of fraud that, nevertheless, has occurred in the past. Conversely, Long Yun is more inclined to see his competitors widely sharing on social platforms, as his divine data system will glean the most promising buyers from the vast pool of data. Only with multiple buyers vying for the vehicle can a higher price be achieved. Over the past 3 days, Long Yun's remarkable performance has led Longting to lean toward trusting his judgment. There is one question that Longting must pose to Long Yun. My young friend, what price do you deem appropriate for this vehicle? This question, seemingly straightforward, is, in fact, quite intricate. Firstly, Longting insists that the vehicle must be sold promptly, sooner rather than later. He promises Long Yun a commission of 5 within 10 days, 3 within a month, and 2 if it exceeds a month. Naturally, a lower price would facilitate a quicker sale, thereby diminishing Long Yun's commission. Conversely, if the price is set too high, potential buyers may choose to bide their time, leading to a protracted wait and a minimal commission for Long Yun. The price at which this vehicle is sold indeed carries significant implications. Uncle Long, how much profit do you intend to realize? Long Yun retorted, I contemplated this last night. If I can earn 500,000 within 10 days, I would be exceedingly satisfied. Within a month, at least 800,000, and beyond a month. No less than 1 million. As Longting uttered these words, his gaze drifted, suggesting a lack of confidence. This implies that for the vehicle to be sold within 10 days, it must fetch a minimum of 3.48 million, within a month, 3.78 million, and beyond a month, at least 3.98 million. Correspondingly, Longyun's commissions would be 250,000, 240,000, and 20,000, respectively. Clearly, closing the sale within 10 days is the optimal choice, with a price that must exceed 3.48 million. Of course, the sooner, the better. As long as the profit margin is no less than 500,000, selling it today would be ideal. Longting added, the used car industry is indeed a capital-intensive sector. Should Longting's liquidity dry up, he would find himself restless. Very well, I shall endeavor to sell it for you today. Longyun replied with unwavering confidence. Really? If you can sell it today, I shall award you a bonus of 10,000 for a swift sale. And I shall keep my word. Longting grasped Longyun's hand, brimming with excitement as if the car had already been sold. Being a newcomer, Longyun was unaware that such a swift sale bonus existed in the dealership. Since selling the car today would grant him an additional 10,000, there was no reason to postpone it until tomorrow. In the afternoon, a sharply dressed middle-aged man alighted from a vehicle in front of the Longting dealership, accompanied by a strikingly attractive young woman. At that moment, Longyun was engaged in discussions with Longting regarding the sale of the car. Outside, Old Li approached the middle-aged man with a smile, his gaze captivated by the woman beside him, unable to tear himself away. Sir or madam, may I assist you in viewing a vehicle? Old Li inquired. Isn't that precisely why we are here? May I ask where Longyun is? The middle-aged man directly requested. As they conversed, the middle-aged man's attention was already ensnared by the Maybach Zeppelin in the showroom. Sir, Longyun is not present, but I am here to assist you. I am a long-standing employee of this dealership, Old Li stated with a grin. The middle-aged man ignored Old Li, while the stunning woman cast a glance at him, causing Old Li to tremble as if struck by lightning. The client's needs are paramount. Such a simple concept, and yet you fail to comprehend it? Fetch Longyun. The beautiful woman remarked dismissively. Longyun had previously informed this middle-aged man to seek him upon arrival, as he was responsible for all matters concerning the vehicle. Old Li understood that the Maybach was a coveted item. Ultimately, since it belonged to Longting, whoever facilitated the sale would claim the commission. Old Li was reluctant to play the role of errand boy for Longyun and mustered the courage to speak again. Sir, Longyun truly is not here. If you have any inquiries, please feel free to ask me directly. The middle-aged man glanced at Old Li, responding coldly. Very well, then enlighten me about this vehicle. Old Li cleared his throat. This is a 2009 Maybach 60T62 Zeppelin, equipped with a 6.0-liter twin-turbocharged V12 engine, boasting a maximum output of 640 horsepower and a peak torque of 1,000. Enough. I have memorized all of this. Is it necessary for you to repeat it? You claim to be a veteran here, yet you lack such basic insight? The middle-aged man interrupted, clearly unimpressed with Old Li's presentation. Old Li left feeling deflated and retreated to the office to seek Longting. Longting, there is someone looking at the Maybach, Old Li reported. Oh, haven't there always been onlookers? Remember, they may only look. Touching the vehicle is strictly prohibited. Longting reiterated firmly. Seated across from Longting, Longyun pulled out his phone to check the time. Uncle Long, I suspect the guests should be arriving shortly. I will wait for them outside, Longyun suggested. Very well, proceed as we discussed earlier. Longting instructed. Understood, Uncle Long. I shall await your good news, Longyun said, brushing past Old Li as he headed toward the showroom. Chapter 11. Getting a head start. The middle-aged man perusing the vehicle appeared quite familiar, and Longyun's mind immediately conjured up his pertinent information. Shen Huai, age, 35 male, chairman and CEO of a burgeoning group in the capital, a star entrepreneur, with assets amounting to 30 billion, hobbies, luxury cars, high-end watches, renowned calligraphy and paintings, golf. This was indeed the star entrepreneur. While 30 billion may not seem substantial among titans, Shen Huai is a self-made legend, having risen from nothing to prominence in a decade, spearheading a promising new enterprise that has become a rising star. Mr. Shen, when did you arrive? My apologies for not welcoming you properly. Please forgive me, Longyun said. Realizing the individual inspecting the vehicle was Shen Huai, and he offered his profuse apologies. Shen Huai lifted his gaze from the Maybach to Longyun. A young man resembling a student? Yet this voice is unmistakably that of the one who called me, Shen Huai acknowledged. Greetings, Mr. Shen. I am Longyun. Longyun introduced himself. Ah, so you are Manager Long. A pleasure to meet you, Shen Huai replied, extending his hand to shake. After their handshake, Longyun nodded toward the woman beside Shen Huai. Please, both of you, come inside. Let us converse over tea. Longyun invited them to the interior. Individuals like Shen Huai, who possess a penchant for luxury vehicles, have likely already conducted thorough research on the car and do not require an introduction. Beginning with basic parameters, as Oldley did, would be an affront to their intelligence. Once the trio arrived in the reception room, Longting greeted them courteously and personally brewed a fine pot of tea. Wealthy individuals typically do not linger around inspecting vehicles. Engaging in conversation over tea is the most favorable approach. Mr. Shun, there is no need for me to reiterate the specifications of this Maybach Zeppelin. You are undoubtedly more knowledgeable than we are. Allow me to share the particulars of our vehicle. This is a 2009 model, limited to just 100 units worldwide. And the number introduced to Great Xia is exceedingly rare, making it a truly serendipitous find. Our vehicle was brought into the country by a foreign businessman who has been operating in our nation for many years. It has seen little use, retaining its original paint and pristine interior, making it a veritable gem. Longtong conveniently produced the vehicle's registration and certificate, and upon inspection, Shun Huai confirmed, as Long Yun had stated, that the owner is indeed a foreigner, a first-hand vehicle. The car has been maintained exclusively at a Mercedes-Benz dealership, with all service records retrievable via a certain app, showing a genuine mileage of 25,576 kilometers. Shun Huai had thoroughly researched this model prior to his arrival and had even tasked an acquaintance to investigate the current market value online. The least desirable condition for such a vehicle would fetch at least 3 to 4 million, while one in exceptional condition could command an additional 4 to 500,000, indicating a price range around 4-5 million would be acceptable. To Long Teng's surprise, while discussing the sale of the Maybach Zeppelin, neither Long Yun nor Shun mentioned the vehicle itself. Their conversation revolved entirely around societal contributions and public image. After more than 10 minutes, Shun Huai glanced at his luxurious watch, while Long Yun checked the time on his phone. Mr. Long, shall I lift the veil on the bride? Long Tung and Long Yun understood that Shun Huai intended to inspect the Maybach's interior. If the condition proved as described, it was likely that a purchase would ensue. Meanwhile, a certain young master from the capital was presumably arriving shortly. Long Yun, does this mean Mr. Shun is considering a purchase? Long Tung whispered to Long Yun. It is quite evident, Uncle Long. The unveiling of the bride's veil is not a trivial matter. Whoever lifts it claims ownership. It is not about someone being denied the opportunity. Long Tung was momentarily taken aback by Long Yun's profound words. Two staff members removed the barriers, and Shun Huai slowly opened the car door, settling into the back seat to savor the experience before turning to the woman beside him. Xiao Rou, please. Take a seat beside me. Secretary Xiao Rou entered the vehicle from the opposite door, allowing Shun Huai to relish the sensation of being in the Maybach alongside his favorite secretary. Who is this, and why is someone sitting in my car? What is happening here? A voice boomed as the individual entered, exuding an air of arrogance. Long Yun recognized him immediately. He was Gu Xia, one of the 3 wealthy young heirs of the capital, hailing from an astonishingly affluent family that was seldom spoken of. Long Yun's knowledge stemmed from his extraordinary data system, which enabled him to recognize such a discreetly opulent figure. Young Master Gu, welcome. I am Long Yun, he greeted, approaching Gu Xia, who was flanked by 2 imposing bodyguards. Hello, Mr. Long. But how can you allow others to casually enter my car for a mere inspection? Upon hearing the commotion outside, Shun Huai emerged from the vehicle. Isn't this our esteemed celebrity, Mr. Shin? What a pleasure. Gu Xia extended his right hand with an air of familiarity. Shun Huai was momentarily puzzled as to who this person was. However, the formidable presence suggested he was no ordinary individual. Greetings, I am Shun Huai. May I inquire your name? Long Yun stepped in to introduce. This is the esteemed young Master Gu from the capital. Shun Huai, seasoned in the ways of the world, quickly deduced that someone with the name Gu, who was referred to as young master in the capital, likely belonged to a family of remarkable stature. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Young Master Gu, I must apologize for my oversight. Haha, Mr. Shun, you flatter me. What a coincidence. Might young Master Gu also be interested in this Maybach? Indeed. I encountered some traffic and was unfortunately delayed. It seems you have arrived ahead of me. What a pity. Under ordinary circumstances, Shun Huai might have suspected that Long Yun and his associates had orchestrated a ploy to inflate the price, but young Master Gu was not just anyone. Meeting him was a rare feat, let alone soliciting his assistance to drive up the cost. Young Master Gu, to be candid, I have not yet finalized the purchase of this vehicle. I have only just arrived. Mr. Shun, does this imply that you are willing to relinquish the car to me? Gu Xia inquired with a smile. I'm afraid, young Master Gu, this vehicle is a rare find, and I cannot part with it. Oh, what a slight disappointment. I have an extensive collection of luxury cars, and this particular model has eluded me, Gu Xia remarked, shaking his head with a smile. Long Yun seized the opportunity. Young Master Gu, please, do come inside. Gu Xia nodded and followed Long Yun into the office. Long Yun casually handed a note to Long Tong, who unfolded it to reveal the figure for 58 million. Very well, I am quite satisfied with the car. Mr. Long, shall we discuss the price? Shen Huai smiled. Long Tongue gradually revealed the note. Mr. Shen, the price is set at 58 million. Shen Huai exchanged a glance with Secretary Xiao Rou, hesitated for 2 seconds, and nodded. Agreed, let us proceed with the paperwork. Although Long Tongue had been in the car sales industry for over a decade and had witnessed countless scenarios, the moment Shen Huai agreed, he was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. This prized vehicle was sold in a single day, netting a profit of 6 million. The profit from this one car was nearly equivalent to what his dealership earned in an entire year. Chapter 12. Give me 3 days. Gu Xia settled into the office, flanked by his 2 burly bodyguards. Mr. Long, you see, I flew all this way only to return empty-handed. What shall we do about this? Although Gu Xia's expression remained calm, his words left Long Yun momentarily speechless. This young master Gu hailed from an intimidating family in the capital, and should he express dissatisfaction, he could easily disrupt the dealership. Long Yun had reached out to these 2 buyers specifically because he had some familiarity with them. His information drawn from the exceptional data system within his mind. Young Master Gu was not a miser. He had a penchant for collecting world-renowned cars, and he was willing to pay whatever price he deemed necessary. Shen Huai was an ambitious entrepreneur, as long as it benefited his company's growth. He was open to various endeavors. Long Yun had summoned both individuals today, knowing one of them would undoubtedly leave empty-handed. And he hoped fervently that it would be young Master Gu, who, in fact, did not secure the vehicle. I'm terribly sorry, young Master Gu. This car was initially reserved for you, but Mr. Shen arrived first. Mr. Long, you know that is not what I wish to hear. Indeed, how about we exchange WeChat? I will inform you immediately should any vehicles become available. Long Yun produced his phone. Gu Xia, however, remained unmoved. His WeChat was not something just anyone could add, especially not someone involved in business. I apologize, Mr. Long, but I have a habit of not using WeChat for business purposes. I have no need for it in that regard. It serves solely for personal use. Gu Xia replied with a smile. Long Yun had mentally prepared for the rejection. If a queue formed for those wishing to add young Master Gu on WeChat, it could circle the globe several times over, and as a mere salesperson, he hardly stood a chance. Young Master Gu, I believe I have not made myself clear. My intention in adding you on WeChat is not to sell you anything. Rather, I have access to a few rare vehicles that I need to share with you. Gu Xia raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that so? Allow me to mention a few names. I wonder if your collection already includes these vehicles? The Bentley Continental GT Mulliner convertible, for instance. It is a new model. But I am curious whether it resides in your garage. There exists a Rolls-Royce with an astounding 2025 horsepower, crafted with a wooden body, which is not intended for road use, but rather serves as a collector's item. For certain undisclosed reasons, the collector wishes to part with it. Additionally, there is a rather unique model, the Wuling God car, which once outpaced several professional race cars on a renowned stretch of road, thereby becoming a sensation on the internet. The owner is willing to sell it along with its license plate. The information regarding these vehicles comes from a divine data system bound within Long Yun's mind, from which he selectively relayed a few details. As the conversation unfolded, Gu Xia had already retrieved his phone, activating WeChat to scan the QR code. Manager Long, let us connect on WeChat. Gu Xia smiled and said. Long Yun opened the WeChat business card QR code and instructed, Young Master Gu, please save my name. I am Long Yun. We shall communicate via WeChat from now on. All right, Gu Xia, Gu from Ancient and Xia from Summer. Should you have any goods, do not hesitate to call me. My luxury car museum is set to open by the end of the year. After Gu Xia added Long Yun as a friend, the divine data system in Long Yun's mind immediately delved into Gu Xia's information network, subconsciously collecting everything he had posted on WeChat. This extraordinary data system could bypass any firewall and collect vast amounts of information without leaving a trace, processing it through core algorithms and consolidating it in Long Yun's mind. Once the price was agreed upon, Long Tongue, accompanied by Shen Huai's secretary, Xiao Rou, arrived at the office to complete the car transfer formalities. Seizing the opportunity, Long Yun excused himself and stepped outside to find Shen Huai, who was seated in the driver's seat, admiring the craftsmanship of the Maybach. Long Yun gently tapped on the car window. Shen Huai opened the door, and Long Yun whispered, Mr. Shen, from this moment forward, you shall surely soar to great heights. Haha, thank you. Shen Huai smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Mr. Shen, as a discerning entrepreneur, with your company's current development trajectory, would you truly part with this vehicle? Shen Huai did not fully grasp the insinuation, yet he sensed the underlying message and stepped out of the car to inquire further. Leaning closer, Long Yun whispered into Shen Huai's ear, I trust you are aware of young Master Gu's esteemed status. Your industry is under the dominion of his family. Do you not comprehend what you ought to do? Upon reflection, Shun Huai recalled a previous detail. Young Master Gu was a person of significant status, while he himself was merely an emerging entrepreneur. The fact that Gu Xia recognized him instantly was indeed remarkable. Long Yun observed Shun Huai's expression and understood he had processed the information. Young Master Gu mentioned that he intends to establish a luxury car museum by year-end, and he is very keen for this Maybach to be included among the exhibits. Shun Huai smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Thank goodness for your reminder. I nearly overlooked a major opportunity." Satisfied that he had fulfilled his role, Long Yun returned to the office just as Gu Xia and his entourage were exiting. "Young Master Gu, our Longjiang city is blessed with breathtaking landscapes and beautiful people. Are you heading back already?" "Yes, returning empty-handed. I lack the heart to appreciate even the most stunning scenery." Gu Xia feigned disappointment. "Give me 3 days, and I shall surely procure the vehicle you desire." "Is that a promise? How could I dare speak boastfully in your presence?" "All right, starting tomorrow, 3 days' time. If you can bring me the car I like, I shall ensure you are well rewarded." Gu Xia smiled coyly but did not elaborate further. "Young master, enjoy your 3 days of leisure. I guarantee your satisfaction upon your return." Gu Xia lightly patted Long Yun's shoulder before departing with his 2 bodyguards. Long Yun, in a professional manner, saw them off and then returned to the store. Shun Huai intercepted Long Yun, quietly asking, "Did young Master Gu leave just like that?" "No. He will remain in Longjiang for 3 days, awaiting the car I am to acquire for him." "Brother Long, do you mean to say you have young Master Gu's contact information?" "Of course, we are WeChat friends." Long Yun replied nonchalantly. "Wow, I never imagined you had such a connection with young Master Gu from the capital." Shun Huai's eyes brimmed with admiration and envy, unaware that Gu Xia had just recently added Long Yun. "Can we also connect as friends?" Shun Huai tentatively inquired. "I'm afraid, Mr. Shun, that even if I were willing to introduce you, young Master Gu may not accept. I might even get scolded for it. Many wish to connect with him through me, as you can imagine." No, I'm not in a hurry to be introduced. I simply wish to add you as a WeChat friend." "Certainly, Mr. Shun, rest assured. I generally do not disturb clients. All my recommendations are precise." "Of course, I understand." Shun Huai added Long Yun as a WeChat friend, completed the paperwork, and drove off in the Maybach. Chapter 13, 10,000 for a luxury car. After the two departed, Long Teng burst out of the office, scooping up Long Yun and twirling him around. "Haha kid, you truly did it. You sold it. I will transfer your commission immediately." The commission amounted to 5 of the gross profit of 1.6 million yuan, totaling 80,000 yuan, plus an additional 10,000 yuan for a quick sale, aggregating to 90,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully earned a profit of 90,000 yuan, gaining 90,000 points. Long Tongue promptly transferred the 90,000 yuan to Long Yun, causing the other sales personnel to gaze in disbelief. However, they realized they could never have sold the Maybach themselves. With their connections, it would have taken them a year to find a potential buyer. Thus, while they felt both admiration and envy for the money Long Yun earned, they acknowledged that it was well-deserved. Long Tongue pulled Long Yun into the office, his face beaming with joy. "Long Yun, I have decided to promote you to sales manager. Even if you go to university, as long as you can provide us with relevant information, your salary will remain unaffected. What do you think?" Long Tongue considered this a remarkably generous offer, an unprecedented occurrence. Long Yun pondered for a moment before calmly responding. "Uncle Long, I appreciate the opportunity for this part-time role, but I believe it is time for me to bid you farewell." Long Tongue was taken aback, hardly believing his ears, and anxiously urged, "Long Yun, do you feel the commission is insufficient? You could have brought that up. We could negotiate." "No, Uncle Long, it is not about that. As per our prior agreement, I have no objections. I simply have other matters to attend to, so I will not be returning to work tomorrow." As an elder, Long Tongue intended to impart some wisdom about youthful impetuosity, but recalling Long Yun's remarkable performance over the past few days, he found himself at a loss for words. "Very well, if you choose to depart, I shall miss you. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out." "Thank you, Uncle Long. Let us part ways here." Long Yun exited the used car lot, not glancing back as he made his way outside. Long Tongue accompanied him to the door, watching Long Yun's retreating figure with the wistfulness of a stone statue. "Boss, what happened to Long Yun?" Old Li inquired, approaching. "He has gone. He won't be coming back to work tomorrow," Long Tongue lamented, shaking his head in regret. "Let him go. He is too impulsive. Young people are like that. They earn a bit of money and think only of playing," he scoffed. Long Tongue turned to Old Li, fixing him with a serious gaze. "Old Li, you have been with us for several years. Why not bring in some revenue? As long as you can generate income for the store, I can overlook your impulsiveness. If your performance does not improve this month, you may need to seek other opportunities." Old Li thought he was aiding Long Tongue, but found himself speechless at the unexpected rebuke. Long Yun emerged from the second-hand car superstore, a myriad of vehicle information continuously coalescing in his mind, effortlessly mastering the intricate details of every car. As his peers observed a Maybach being driven away, they comprehended that the vehicle had indeed been sold. It had only been acquired yesterday and was already off the lot today. Those privy to the inner workings regarded Long Yun with admiration, wishing they too possessed his remarkable sales prowess. Standing at the entrance of the market, he calculated his earnings over the past few days, a net profit of 221,400 yuan, equating to 221,400 points. This meager accumulation of points would suffice merely to extend the subscription of his extraordinary information system for another day. Fortunately, the system would not expire until midnight, and with over an hour remaining in the workday, he theoretically had time left to earn more. Outside the market, numerous car dealers capitalized on the free parking spaces allocated by city planning to set up shop and acquire vehicles, displaying signs offering exorbitant sums for cars. They awaited prospective sellers to approach them. Although many sellers understood that these dealers would significantly drive down the price, they nevertheless sought consultations. Each vehicle's condition and market dynamics made second-hand cars inherently non-standard, unlike new cars, which have uniform pricing. The discrepancies arising from individual usage habits meant that even identical models could differ greatly in value. Long Yun had come to realize that if he continued to labor under someone else's command, relying solely on commissions, attaining a daily income of 100,000 yuan would remain an elusive dream, rendering him incapable of renewing his subscription to the exceptional data system. Some second-hand cars, while affordable to purchase, were prohibitively expensive to maintain, not due to fuel costs, but rather the exorbitant repair expenses. It was not the luxury brands like Mercedes and Land Rover that posed a threat. Rather, it was the Volkswagen models embellished with letters. Though Volkswagen cars were ubiquitous in the great country of Xia, the model beneath the Phaeton emblem bore resemblance to a Passat, yet its value soared to multiples of that of the latter. A creaking Volkswagen Phaeton glided past Long Yun, coming to a halt in front of a dealer. Instantly, the condition of this vehicle flashed through Long Yun's mind. 2009 Volkswagen Phaeton with a 4.2L V8 engine. 5-seat extended version, originally priced at 1.3 million yuan. Current second-hand market valuation ranges from 150,000 to 200,000 yuan. The noise emanates from the differential. If the differential is irreparably damaged, the vehicle will only be able to travel in a straight line. A throng of dealers quickly gathered around the car, but upon noticing the letters beneath the Volkswagen emblem, many decisively walked away. Only 2 dealers lingered, perhaps out of curiosity. A middle-aged man wearing glasses emerged from the driver's seat, appearing somewhat haggard. Long Yun approached him. "Sir, are you looking to sell this car?" The bespectacled man inquired of the 2 remaining dealers. "What kind of car is this?" One asked. "It's a Volkswagen Phaeton, 2009 model with a 4.2L V8 engine. 5-seat extended version," the man replied. "It's a luxury vehicle. We can't take it. It won't sell." One dealer shook his head and walked away. Now, only one dealer, and Long Yun remained by the car. "Sir, I noticed something seems off with this vehicle. It made a creaking sound as you drove it over." "What's wrong?" the dealer asked. The bespectacled man nodded resignedly. "Yes, the service center has diagnosed it. They said the differential is broken and needs replacing, which requires ordering the part. Expected wait time is a month at 250,000 yuan. What? A differential replacement costs 250,000 yuan. No way, we can't take it." The remaining dealer waved his hand and departed. The bespectacled man turned to Long Yun. "Brother, will you buy it? How much do you want for it?" Long Yun inquired. "To be honest, I bought it as a second-hand car for 80,000 yuan. I'm hoping to sell it for 50,000 yuan now." "You expect to sell it for 50,000 when a differential replacement costs 250,000? Do you think I'm a fool?" Long Yun replied teasingly. "Brother, you've miscalculated. You'd be better off giving it away for free and paying an additional 200,000 yuan. One dealer jested, sighing. The bespectacled man shook his head. "I've brought home an ancestral burden. How about this? I'll offer you 10,000. I'll handle the transfer myself. Can you sell it?" The bespectacled man chuckled incredulously. "Brother, this is a Volkswagen Phaeton." "Yes, I know, but the parts can only be ordered from Bentley. Just the differential alone costs over 200,000. Given the condition, I doubt anyone would offer a higher price than mine," Long Yun asserted. "Increase your offer. I really bought it for 80,000 just 2 months ago. I can show you the agreement and transfer records." "No need for that. Perhaps you should inquire elsewhere." Long Yun waved his hand and turned to leave. After Long Yun had taken a few steps, the bespectacled man called out to him. "I'll sell it to you. Just give me the money, and you can take it right now." I can't handle this ancestral burden any longer. Long Yun proceeded to scan his payment of 10,000 yuan to the man, receiving the vehicle registration and title before slowly driving the car towards the vehicle management service station within the market. Chapter 14. Brokerage fee of 300,000. After completing the transfer, Long Yun drove the car directly to Longting's repair shop, lifting it for inspection. The service center's diagnostic concluded that it was indeed a differential issue. Long Yun's extraordinary data system confirmed that the noise originated from the differential, which required replacement, as there was no possibility of repair for such a component. Moreover, this particular model's differential was unique. Having been parked for years, spare parts were no longer available, and any replacement would need to be sourced from Bentley, which would entail a lengthy wait and a hefty price tag, as Bentley produces these components. Long Yun was acutely aware of the scarcity of parts for this vehicle, yet he had no intention of ordering from Bentley. Doing so would guarantee a loss on his investment. Aside from procuring new parts, the most reliable option was to acquire dismantled components from similar models. In the southern region of the great country of Xia, there exists the world's largest market for dismantled parts, and Long Yun had already mentally mapped out potential suppliers. Two shops had the needed parts, one priced at 3,000 yuan and the other at 3,600 yuan. The latter had received numerous complaints, and its online store had faced several grievances, indicating it might be a second-hand dealer. Long Yun promptly placed an order with the shop offering the part for 3,000 yuan, opting for express air freight, with delivery expected the following day to Longjiang City. Unbeknownst to Longting, Long Yun had just acquired such a significant vehicle. Little brother, I understand your discerning eye, but this car is indeed one that can be driven but not easily repaired. Even sourcing dismantled parts can be quite the hassle, as you must seek them out. Given the limited market presence of this model, Longting could not help but reiterate his concerns. No worries, Uncle Long. I have already ordered the parts, and they will arrive tomorrow afternoon. I'll need the skilled technicians at the repair shop to assist with the installation. Please charge the standard labor fee, Long Yun reassured him. Little brother, what kind of relationship do we have? Why would I charge you for changing a part? Once the parts arrive, we'll simply replace them. But can the parts you ordered be used? Of course. This differential comes from a seized vehicle in a Southeast Asian country. Records indicate that a Volkswagen Phaeton was held there for 5 years before being disposed of by government authorities earlier this year. The owner of the dismantled parts acquired it, and due to paperwork issues, it was sold off as parts. Thus, the differential I purchased is essentially brand new. Longting was momentarily taken aback, astonished at Long Yun's seemingly fabricated tale, delivered with such conviction. How could a mere high school graduate possess such extensive knowledge and craft a story so plausibly? Noticing Longting's skeptical gaze, Long Yun smiled and remarked, "What's wrong, Uncle Long? You don't believe me? Trust? How could one not trust?" Longting chuckled. "Little brother, do you intend to keep this vehicle for yourself after you repair it, or will you sell it?" As they walked, Longting inquired. "Of course. I plan to sell it. How could I possibly afford to drive such a vintage car? If any crucial component were to malfunction, I would find myself risking my entire fortune." Long Yun replied candidly. "Indeed, that is a valid point. Selling this car is no easy feat. What I mean is, you must have your methods. If it were to sit in our shop, it might not sell even within a year." "Oh, you needn't worry about that, Uncle Long. I shall sell it tomorrow afternoon. I have already found a buyer. Conveniently, tomorrow is the weekend, and I invited him to observe the process of replacing the parts." "What? You have already found a buyer for a car you just acquired?" Long Tongue gazed at Long Yun incredulously. "Of course. If I hadn't found a buyer, I wouldn't have dared to take on this vehicle." Long Tongue found Long Yun increasingly perplexing. This lad was indeed quite remarkable. It remained to be seen whether he could sell the car the following day. Upon returning to the orphanage, Long Yun mentally searched for potential clients in Longjiang City interested in purchasing a Volkswagen Phaeton. He had not yet secured a buyer prior, but finding one was not particularly challenging. It merely required some time to process the data. Potential buyer 1. The retired principal of Longjiang Third High School has long held a desire to purchase a Volkswagen Phaeton, a dream unfulfilled due to various constraints during his active years. Now retired, he hopes to acquire a reasonably priced second-hand Phaeton to fulfill this lifelong aspiration. Potential buyer 2. The mayor of a small town in the outskirts of Longjiang City, a retired official, has been enamored with the Volkswagen Phaeton for many years. Potential buyer 3. The proprietor of a local grocery store, once a renowned entrepreneur, found his business collapse for various reasons and lost everything, including his beloved Volkswagen Phaeton, which was sold to settle debts. Reacquiring a Phaeton has since become his cherished wish. The system outlined over a dozen potential buyers located in Longjiang City, the majority of whom were motivated by sentimental value to seek a Volkswagen Phaeton, indicating that the vehicle must be sold to someone who appreciates its emotional significance. After careful consideration, Long Yun chose to contact the retired principal and the small shop owner, explaining the vehicle's condition and inviting them to observe the part replacement process the next day. The rationale for inviting clients to witness the process was twofold. It would allow them to evaluate the condition of the newly acquired parts, which were in pristine condition, and it would confirm that the vehicle had indeed undergone repairs, alleviating any concerns regarding maintenance costs for prospective buyers. As Long Yun was about to retire for the night, a WeChat call came through from a newly added friend, Mr. Shun. Shun Huai mentioned that after much contemplation, he decided to transfer his Maybach to Gu Xiao and hoped Long Yun could facilitate the transaction. Long Yun had already devised a plan during the day when he hinted to Shun Huai, promptly presenting two options. Option 1. Sell the car to Long Yun, who would then sell it to Gu Xiao, inevitably creating a price difference. Option 2. Long Yun would act as an intermediary, transferring Shun Huai's vehicle to Gu Xiao, uninterested in the transaction terms, and charge a brokerage fee of 300,000. Shun Huai's intention to transfer the car to Gu Xiao was driven not by monetary gain, but by other considerations, leading him to select the second option. Although he inwardly criticized Long Yun for his exorbitant brokerage fee, he dared not offend him. While Shun Huai was willing to make this sacrifice, it was uncertain whether Gu Xiao would accept it. Families of such stature, although independent, are often wary of public opinion and do not wish to provide fodder for gossip. Thus, Long Yun's perfect solution emerged. Shun Huai would gift the Maybach Zeppelin to Gu Xiao's prestigious car museum, with all proceeds from the vehicle being donated to charitable organizations. Gu Xia graciously accepted this form of donation, and Shun Huai established a relationship with Gu Xia. While Long Yun not only performed a noble deed, but also earned a brokerage fee of 300,000. Chapter 15. The time bomb explodes. The small shop owner and the retired principal arrived early the next morning at Long Tung's auto repair shop, surprising Long Yun with their eagerness. The advanced data system had expired the previous night, and upon entering the second-hand car market today, vehicle information was no longer displayed. Although Long Yun retained a vague recollection of some unique vehicles, without the support of the advanced data system, he felt as if he were navigating in darkness. Inside the repair shop, the Phaeton was on the lift, and the differential had already been disassembled by the technicians the night before, currently being examined. They were unable to discern any significant issues, merely observing the internal structure. The component was essentially scrap metal at this point. Upon inspection, they discovered that the differential had suffered damage due to leaking gear oil, resulting in dry grinding and wear, with several gears having been worn down flat, leaving a heap of metal shavings inside. The damage was attributed to the previous owner's negligence, as they failed to perform regular checks and maintenance. The two potential buyers also observed the disassembly of the differential and engaged in discussions with the technicians about vehicle maintenance tips. Upon learning that Long Yun was at the repair shop, Long Tung hurried over, seemingly faced with a challenging issue. Long Yun noticed Long Tang's anxious demeanor and inquired, "Uncle Long, what seems to be the problem?" "Oh dear, you guessed it. That Hyundai 935 has been in an accident, and the owner has blocked the shop's entrance with the car." Long Yun had anticipated that vehicle to be a ticking time bomb, but had not expected it to explode so soon. Judging by Long Tang's expression, it seemed the incident was quite serious. The car suddenly stalled during operation, lost steering capability, and crashed into a wall. Long Tung lamented. Long Yun replied nonchalantly, "Does this have anything to do with you? Wasn't that vehicle on consignment? You aren't responsible for its quality." "Indeed. I had specified in the sales agreement that the vehicle was on consignment, and our shop bears no responsibility for its condition. However, Oldley has gone missing, and the new owner cannot locate him, leaving the car blocking our entrance." "Well then, let us take a look." Long Yun followed Long Tung to the sales area, where the Hyundai 935, previously sold by Old Lee, was indeed parked at the entrance, its front end mangled, the hood lifted. The new owner was seated atop the car, shouting accusations that Long Tang's second-hand car lot sold vehicles with major accidents. Long Yun had not intended to renew the advanced data system today, as the day's arrangements did not require it. In the morning, he planned to facilitate the handover of the Maybach between Shun Huai and Gu Xia, collecting the 300,000 brokerage fee. In the afternoon, he aimed to sell the Volkswagen Phaeton at the repair shop, with the buyer already waiting for the parts to arrive for installation. Long Yun's current points totaled only 220,000. Renewing for a day required 100,000 points. Renewing for 3 days totaled 270,000 points, and renewing for 10 days required 800,000 points. He had intended to gather enough points after earning profit today to renew for 10 days in one go. At this moment, with Long Tung in trouble, he felt compelled to offer his assistance. Long Yun instructed the staff to make multiple copies of the sales agreement for this vehicle, distributing one to each onlooker, ensuring everyone understood the true nature of the sale. As Long Tung faced the commotion, Chiu, the owner of Etian Auto, rushed over, eager to witness the spectacle. Officials from the market management also arrived. After receiving copies of the agreement, many spectators dispersed. As it was clear that the vehicle was on consignment and that Longtung's second-hand car lot bore no responsibility for its condition in the event of an accident, they could not be held accountable. However, there exists a rather vexing predicament. Old Lee, an employee of Longtung's second-hand car market, has mysteriously vanished, and the new owner has not expressed any desire to pursue grievances against the market, merely opting to leave the vehicle parked in anticipation of Old Lee's return. Boss Chio has been inciting a ruckus, attempting to tarnish the reputation of Longtung's second-hand car market. The buyer's demands are to return the vehicle and receive triple compensation. Yet they seem to have misidentified the culprit. Long Yun, employing his mental prowess, renewed the subscription for a day of the Supreme data system, expending 100,000 points in the process. He opened the door of the 935, entered the driver's seat, and ignited the engine. As the vehicle commenced its self-check, all indicator lights were expected to illuminate. However, the engine warning light remained unlit, indicating that it had been tampered with. Utilizing a decoder to retrieve the fault codes, it became evident that there was indeed an issue with the fuel system. Having pinpointed the root of the problem, the resolution appeared straightforward. Long Yun publicly announced on behalf of Longtung that all components of the fuel system would be replaced, including the spark plugs, fuel injectors, fuel pump, and gasoline filter, alongside the replacement and repair of the damaged covering parts from the incident. Long Yun emphasized that Longtung's second-hand car market, as a reputable and trustworthy establishment, was merely fulfilling the obligations of the absent employee, Old Lee, and all expenses would subsequently be claimed from him. After reviewing the agreement, everyone understood that the grievance should be directed at Old Lee, the true owner of the vehicle, who had explicitly acknowledged his responsibility for its condition in the agreement. Although Longtung was somewhat displeased with this resolution, it was indeed the most viable option, and the new owner was agreeable to it. The vehicle was relocated to Longtung's repair shop, while Longtung's second-hand car market continued its regular operations. Uncle Long, hasn't Old Lee's salary for this month yet to be dispersed? Didn't he also deposit a sum of 2,000 yuan? We could use his funds to repair the vehicle, and you would also earn a tidy repair fee. Why not seize the opportunity? Longtung was taken aback. Old Lee's salary, along with commissions, totaled over 8,000 yuan, plus the 2,000 yuan deposit, culminating in more than 10,000 yuan. This amount would be more than sufficient to replace the fuel system and repair the damaged parts. How did Long Yun come to know this? Longtung felt a shiver run down his spine. Long Yun, once the vehicle is repaired, what if the owner no longer wants it? Longtung inquired. In truth, this question could be rephrased. After replacing the fuel system, would the vehicle still exhibit symptoms of stalling without reason? Long Yun was well aware of Longtung's underlying intent. After the replacement, the probability of stalling without cause is 32. Long Yun replied. As for the origin of this statistic, he was uncertain. It was merely what the system indicated, and he recited it verbatim. Any vintage vehicle, no matter how renowned for its durability, may inevitably encounter certain malfunctions. This is an unavoidable issue, as the aging of components is irreversible and inevitable. Although the immediate conflict between the new owner and Longtung's second-hand car market was temporarily resolved, even a complete replacement of the fuel system could not erase the psychological shadow cast upon the new owner, who wished to sell the vehicle back to Longtung at its original price. Longtung would certainly not accept the vehicle, and Long Yun also expressed his disinterest. As this debacle was a mess created by Old Lee, and he had no intention of cleaning it up. Long Yun, you are truly remarkable. Thank goodness I heeded your advice that day. Otherwise, we would have been in quite a predicament. Longtung wiped his brow, seemingly still shaken. Uncle Long, at that time, I was your employee, naturally obligated to serve you. Long Yun chuckled, implying that he was no longer under Longtung's employ and that such troublesome matters should not be directed at him henceforth. At 10 o'clock in the morning, with the appointed time approaching for his meeting with Gu Xia and Shen Huai, Long Yun hailed a taxi to the Shanshui Hotel in Longjiang City. Chapter 16, A Dual Advantage. In accordance with the agreement made last night with Gu Xia and Shen Huai, today at the Shanshui Tianyuan Hotel in Longjiang City, the delivery of the Maybach was to take place. Unlike ordinary hotels, the Shanshui Hotel is a unique establishment, resembling a grand estate nestled within picturesque landscapes. Each guest room is essentially a standalone structure, akin to individual villas, characterized by architectural styles and decorative themes that reflect the local flavor of Longjiang. This hotel is not within the financial reach of the average individual, with entry akin to that of a tourist attraction, complete with stringent security checks and ticketing protocols, preventing unauthorized personnel from gaining access. Shen Huai personally drove the Maybach, accompanied by his secretary, Xiao Rou, who piloted a Porsche 911, as they entered the hotel grounds. waiting at the entrance. Upon disembarking from the taxi, Long Yun immediately spotted the familiar Maybach. Shenhuai's secretary, Xiao Rou, had reserved a conference room within the Shanshui Tianyuan Hotel, allowing the three individuals to enter the premises. When Long Yun observed the license plate of the red Porsche 911, a wealth of information about the vehicle flooded his mind. The standard version of the Porsche 911 belonged to Xiao Rou, while the actual financier was Shenhuai. Over the past 2 years, it had primarily been Shenhuai and Xiao Rou who occupied this vehicle, as evidenced by the extensive data from traffic monitoring systems. Despite Shenhuai being a married man, the relationship with his wife had deteriorated over the past 2 years, existing in a state of mutual estrangement. Initially, a prominent domestic media outlet had interviewed the Shun couple, who had risen from humble beginnings to build a successful company, ultimately achieving a public listing. They were regarded as a model couple, an inspiration for countless young couples embarking on entrepreneurial ventures. Shenhuai, naturally, did not wish to shatter this pristine image. Even though he had effectively divorced, he refrained from formalizing the separation, maintaining their marital status despite 2 years of separation. His new romantic interest was Xiao Rou, who served as his CEO assistant and, in reality, his lover. Long Yun, uninterested in the convoluted web of relationships, was solely focused on maximizing his profits. His purpose for visiting the Shanshui Tianyuan Hotel was to facilitate an introduction between Shenhuai and Gu Xia, finalize a donation agreement, and collect the 300,000 yuan facilitation fee from Shenhuai, all while planning to return to Longting Auto Repair Shop to sell the Volkswagen Phaeton later in the afternoon. Gu Xia, an avid car enthusiast, had been waiting at the hotel long before, devoid of any airs associated with a wealthy heir, with Long Yun acting as the intermediary. The donation agreement between Gu Xia and Shenhuai progressed smoothly. As per the arrangement, Shenhuai would donate the Maybach Zeppelin to Gu Xia's car museum, with all proceeds from the vehicle being allocated to a charity fund. Long Yun had already received his brokerage fee on the way to the meeting. This was a condition for recommending Shenhuai to Gu Xia. Long Yun had not anticipated that adding someone on WeChat could yield such substantial profits. It was evident that one should not add contacts frivolously. Having made the effort to establish a connection, it was imperative to extract its value, or rather, to manifest it. While inspecting the cars, Gu Xia took note of Shenhuai's secretary and the Porsche 911, offering polite compliments. He then lamented, "I have always wanted to acquire a Porsche 911 GT2S, yet I have been unable to locate a source." The GT2S that Gu Xia referred to was certainly not an ordinary Porsche 911. It was the pinnacle of performance among the 911 models. With a global production limited to a few hundred units, typically held in the collections of connoisseurs. Meanwhile, Long Yun rapidly searched for information regarding the Porsche 911 GT2S in his mind. Skipping over the vehicle specifications, he sought to identify potential sources worldwide. A major metropolitan port city had suitable vehicle resources, with 2 luxury cars belonging to the owner being seized, 1 Porsche 911 GT2S and 1 LaFerrari Aperta. Due to certain circumstances, the original owner of these 2 luxury vehicles has passed away, resulting in their confiscation by the local court. An amount equivalent to 28 million daxiao coins must be paid to unseal and retrieve the cars. The Porsche 911 GT2S was originally priced at over 6 million daxiao coins, while the Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta was valued at over 20 million daxiao coins. These 2 vehicles have languished in a garage for over 3 years, and currently, no one dares to touch them. Even potential buyers with insider information are apprehensive about the condition of the cars. After Shenhuai and Xiao Rou departed, Long Yun disclosed the whereabouts of the Porsche 911 GT2S and also informed Gu Xia about the confiscated Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta. It is evident that Long Yun lacks the capability to undertake this business transaction, even if he were confident in selling these 2 cars. The prospect of paying 28 million daxiao coins in one go is far beyond his imagination. Although Gu Xia ardently desires to acquire these vehicles, the uncertainty surrounding their condition renders the pursuit futile. If they are merely heaps of scrap metal, then the endeavor holds no value, especially considering that 28 million daxiao coins is no trifling sum. Long Yun conducted a solitary search for the global market price of the limited edition Porsche 911 GT2S, which approximates to around 8 million daxiao coins, implying that the second-hand price exceeds that of a new model. The pricing for the Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta is even more outrageous. In a recent auction, a similar model fetched an astounding 68 million daxiao coins, despite its initial price being merely over 20 million daxiao coins. These 2 vehicles epitomize the legendary notion of being able to enjoy the company of beautiful women for a decade, ultimately profiting from a car. Such cars are generally unattainable for the average individual, and those who can afford them are indifferent to the cost, as the purchase is driven purely by sentiment. Hence, the price is inconsequential. since Gu Xia has no intention of purchasing the 2 confiscated luxury vehicles in a certain coastal city. Long Yun had no choice but to take his leave. As he was about to depart, Gu Xia patted Long Yun on the shoulder, produced 200,000 in cash, and smiled as he said, "You know how much I desire this, Maybach. I appreciate your facilitation in this matter. Consider this your commission." There is no reason to refuse money. After all, Long Yun was indifferent to the transaction between Shun Huai and Gu Xia. His sole concern was to accept the 300,000 intermediary fee from Shun Huai and the 200,000 gratuity from Gu Xia. Ding! Congratulations on successfully earning 500,000 in intermediary fees, receiving 500,000 points. The system notification chimed in Long Yun's ear. Had it not been for Old Li's troublesome matter, his points could have covered a 10-day extension in a single transaction. Long Yun expressed his gratitude, picked up the bag containing 200,000 in cash, and began to leave. "Wait, let my driver take you," Gu Xia remarked, glancing at the student like Long Yun, who was carrying such a large sum of cash, feeling somewhat uneasy. "Thank you, Gu Xiao." Given the remote location of this picturesque hotel, it would be quite inconvenient to hail a taxi. Having your driver escort me would indeed be most appreciated. No need for thanks. This is merely the beginning. Future commissions will undoubtedly rise, as long as you can procure the models I desire. Long Yun nodded with a smile, his mind brimming with the vast information of prestigious cars stored in his divine data system. He feared that Gu Xia, with his immense wealth, might not have sufficient funds. "By the way, Gu Xiao, I have already made contact with the Wuling Shinshe owner. He is willing to sell it with its license plate, along with videos of drifting and overtaking." "Oh, really? What price does the owner demand?" Gu Xia inquired. Long Yun raised his right hand, extending all 5 fingers. "A firm price of 180,000. In response to Long Yun's outstretched fingers, Gu Xia tentatively suggested 50,000. Long Yun blinked, surprised by Gu Xia's extravagance, and pretended to be somewhat troubled. "I can negotiate further with the owner. If it truly is that internet-famous Wuling Shinshe, I would be willing to offer that sum." Gu Xia indicated with 3 fingers. 30,000. "All right, I will have a thorough discussion with the owner. As you know, the value of popular items cannot be assessed by conventional standards." Long Yun nodded with a smile at Gu Xia and departed the hotel. He intended to contact the Wuling Shinshe owner immediately. However, since the driver was Gu Xia's, he stifled his excitement. Upon arriving at Longting Auto Repair, the parts had just arrived, and the chief mechanic was installing them, having been specifically instructed by Longting to personally oversee the installation of the differential for Long Yun. Once Gu Xia's driver had departed, Long Yun promptly contacted the Wuling Shinshe owner. The asking price was 20,000. "Your vehicle has already covered 300,000 kilometers. And you still want 20,000? Typical car dealers wouldn't even accept 2,000, would they?" Although the Wuling Shinshe is indeed remarkable, its new price hovers around 20,000 to 30,000. After 300,000 kilometers, it would typically be deemed scrap metal. Car dealers would avoid it unless it was kept for the purpose of maintaining the license plate. "Boss, this is a celebrity vehicle. It has garnered over 1 billion views online and even reached audiences abroad." The owner clearly did not regard his car as an ordinary old vehicle. "That's merely stating the obvious. If I weren't interested in acquiring a celebrity vehicle, there are countless similar vans on the streets, each priced at 2,000 to 3,000. The van owner understood the market dynamics. Those 2,000 to 3,000 vehicles are still capable of serving their new owners, while his 30,000-kilometer relic remained utterly unwanted. "Come on, give me a better deal." The other party seemed to be wavering in response to Long Yun's offer. "Bring the car to the second-hand car market in Longjiang City this afternoon, and I'll offer you a nice round figure of 10,000. It's an absolute bargain. So consider it." Having said that, Long Yun abruptly hung up the phone, leaving the owner to contemplate. Anyone with a modicum of sense would choose to bring the vehicle over. A couple of hours later, the differential was installed, and the specialized gear oil had been added. The Volkswagen Phaeton had fully revived. 2 potential buyers had been waiting since morning, as if the vehicle were already theirs. After the maintenance was complete, Long Yun drove around a couple of times, the strange noises eliminated, and the feeling of luxury returned. The individuals collecting cars outside the market had witnessed Long Yun acquiring this vehicle just yesterday, 10,000 for a Volkswagen Phaeton. This news spread rapidly through the market. The Phaeton, being a niche second-hand luxury car, naturally attracted a limited audience, generally those motivated by sentiment. Moreover, this particular vehicle was evidently problematic, akin to bringing an ancestral relic back to life. Many in a southern dismantling parts market were aware of this. The Phaeton is already a rarity, and finding suitable dismantling parts is no easy feat. Many laughed at Long Yun, branding him a fool for investing in a car that could be bought but not repaired. Something no one would want even for free. However, today seemed to serve as a slap in the face as he casually drove the Phaeton around various storefronts. The previously jarring sounds conspicuously absent, exuding the essence of a luxury vehicle once more. Longting felt a deep admiration. Were he in the same position, he might not dare to accept 10,000 for this luxury vehicle, even if motivated by the allure of a bargain. And it would be improbable to find parts so quickly. Even if he did locate the necessary components and restored the vehicle, it would at least need to be housed in the shop for some time. How could Long Yun, possessing such foresight, know where to find parts before even securing the vehicle? How could buyers already be eagerly awaiting the car before it was even repaired? How was this accomplished? Today, Long Yun leisurely circled the market in the Volkswagen Phaeton, delivering face slaps to all those who had doubted him, ensuring none were left unaddressed. The two potential buyers sat inside the car, experiencing the luxury of the Phaeton firsthand. After its restoration, the vehicle was fully revitalized. Once seated within, the tranquility was astonishing. After thoroughly confronting each vendor in the market, Long Yun parked his vehicle outside the Vehicle Administration Service Hall. He opened a particular mobile application and searched online for similar cars, providing two prospective buyers with a general overview of the market conditions. Each prospective buyer possessed their own mental price range, which was relatively low upon first sight of the disassembled vehicle, lacking in visual appeal. However, once the parts arrived, Long Yun made a point to showcase them to both buyers, even enlisting a master mechanic from the repair shop to enlighten them. Upon confirming that the parts were original factory components, their valuation would inevitably rise. Once the parts were replaced, experiencing the grandeur of the Phaeton from within the car would surely elevate their perceived worth further. The first to inquire about the price was the small shop owner. Long Yun had already determined a price based on market trends, stating a firm price of 180,000 yuan. This price was neither exorbitant nor meager within the market. Given that Long Yun's cost was merely around 13,000 to 14,000 yuan, any sale would yield substantial profit, and he wished to keep the price fair. Young man, this price seems a bit steep. I've seen the same model online selling for only 110,000 yuan, the small shop owner remarked, clearly having done his research before arriving. What you're referring to is the base model. Our variant is a mid to high configuration with a different engine. There's simply no comparison. Long Yun was well aware of the market's dynamics, having received comprehensive data from his advanced analytics system. Moreover, the components I used are original and nearly new, worth over 200,000 yuan alone. Haha, young man, you're being a tad exaggerated. If that's the case, wouldn't you be losing money selling this car? The old principal chuckled. Of course, I didn't acquire the parts for over 200,000 yuan. I have my own sources. Setting the price at 180,000 yuan is quite reasonable. And I'm not open to negotiation. Long Yun eschewed any auction tactics, opting for a straightforward price and a package deal of parts with the car. The old principal, being a straightforward man, had already familiarized himself with the vehicle and its components over the course of the day, finding 180,000 yuan acceptable within his own price range. Although the small shop owner had a sufficient budget, being a businessman, he felt there was room for negotiation. Thus, rather than drawing lots, the car was awarded to the old principal, and the transfer procedures were promptly initiated. The small shop owner had not anticipated that his hesitation would lead to a missed opportunity. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully profited 1.66 million yuan, earning 1.66 million points. Not too shabby. Picking up a luxury car on the street and making a profit of over 100,000 yuan would be enough to boast about for a lifetime for an average car dealer. Long Yun, however, remained unfazed, awaiting the arrival of the Wuling Shinshe, which promised to be truly astonishing. Chapter 18. Selling a junk car for 300,000 yuan. This Volkswagen Phaeton, acquired just yesterday afternoon, rapidly spread the word that its purchase price was merely 10,000 yuan. No one expected it to be repaired so quickly and sold shortly thereafter, reportedly for 180,000 yuan. The dealers in the market were left agape. The profit margin was staggering. Yet, reflecting on the situation, such a tremendous bargain had been presented before them, which they had shunned, leaving them only with envy and resentment. Long Yun paid little mind to the other dealers as he awaited the arrival of the Wuling Shinshe at the Vehicle Administration Service Center. After an hour or so, a Wuling van drove into the center. Although the second-hand car market boasted a variety of vehicles, such a dilapidated van was a rarity. Most dealers would not bother acquiring such low-tier cars. However, the dealers were utterly astonished to see none other than the recently prominent Long Yun picking up the van. Long Yun had prepared the sales agreement in advance. This transaction did not require a transfer, as the most valuable aspect of this Wuling Shenche, having traveled 300,000 kilometers, was its license plate. This Fin had once outpaced several supercars and drifted around corners, showcasing remarkable skill. Without that license plate, the Wuling Shenche was merely a heap of scrap metal. Without hesitation, Long Yun transferred 10,000 yuan to the owner. After signing the agreement and receiving the payment, the owner left happily. Selling a near-scrap van for 10,000 yuan was more than satisfactory for him. The other dealers were left even more bewildered. What was going on? Acquiring a van that looked as though it could fall apart at any moment, old and battered beyond belief. Compared to the Volkswagen Phaeton, this van piqued the dealer's interest even more. Long Tong, having heard the news, rushed over and found that Long Yun had indeed purchased an old, worn-out van. Long Yun, what on earth do you need this junk for? Long Tong inquired, perplexed. Oh, Uncle Long, the shop isn't busy right now. Could you do me a favor? Long Yun smiled. I can help you with anything, but I can't consign this car. It's too shabby and would tarnish our shop's image. Long Tong replied hesitantly. Oh, Uncle Long, you misunderstood. I'm not consigning this car. I'm taking it directly to the Shanshui Tiantian Hotel, which is a bit far. Could you drive a car to follow me there? We can return together afterward. Long Ting understood that Long Yun intended to use him as a driver, but he didn't mind. Long Yun had made him quite a bit of money, and he had promised to help whenever needed. After agreeing, Long Yun drove the Wuling Shenche ahead, while Long Tong followed in a sedan from the shop, and they set off for the Shanshui Tiantian Hotel. Long Yun lacked the driving prowess of the original owner, and Long Tong arrived at the hotel entrance first. When Long Yun parked the van at the hotel's front, the security guard immediately approached to shoo him away. What are you doing? This is a 6-star hotel. Quickly move your car. The guard was quite brusque. They typically responded this way to vehicles that could damage the hotel's image. The Shanshui Tiantian Hotel was one of the city's icons, frequented by dignitaries and elites. Long Yun, having arrived, would not be deterred by a few words from the guard. He pulled out a room key card. This card had been reserved by Shan Huai's secretary earlier that morning, and Long Yun had requested it, realizing it might come in handy, as it wouldn't expire until the following morning. This is a VIP card. It belongs to a high-end conference room, typically reserved for significant business meetings, the guard remarked. Surprised. Where did you get this card? Are you speaking sensibly? Where else could I have found it? On the ground, perhaps. Long Yun retorted without reservation. Generally, only high-profile business owners would reserve such upscale conference rooms, and it was astonishing to see a young man possessing such a VIP card. However, the van was undeniably too shabby, tarnishing the hotel's reputation. Seeing the guard still hesitating, Long Yun impatiently asked, "What's the matter? Is there a problem?" Sir. Please be careful not to scratch any other vehicles," the guard managed, forcing a smile, clearly concerned about the van's appearance. "You think my car is ugly, huh? Fine. Refund me the room fee, and I'll leave right now." The guard immediately waved his hands, somewhat awkwardly saying, "Please, just don't damage any other vehicles." With that, Long Yun and Long Tong entered the hotel. Gu Xia was already waiting in the conference room, currently watching footage of the Wuling Shenche drifting. Long Tong could hardly fathom that Gu Xiao was still in Longjiang City. And the individual that Long Yun mentioned was interested in purchasing the dilapidated van was none other than the affluent Gu Xiao, whose family's wealth could rival that of nations. This was utterly surreal. On his way, Long Tong had speculated on who might be inclined to buy such a worn-out vehicle. Drawing from his extensive experience in the industry, he had considered all conceivable candidates, including the possibility that the hotel owner might require such a van for transporting goods. He never imagined that the buyer would turn out to be Gu Xiao. How on earth did Long Yun manage to pitch this sale? Convincing a wealthy young aristocrat to purchase a decrepit van? It must have been a more daunting task than asking him for a loan of $1 million. Long Tong had encountered Gu Xiao before, and after exchanging pleasantries, Long Yun remarked, "We are all family here, no need for concealment. This is the vehicle sale agreement. Please take a look. The seller is Party A, and you are Party B. Just sign here, and this internet-famous van will be yours." Gu Xiao took the agreement to examine it. Indeed, the seller was the individual listed on the registration certificate who had consented to transfer ownership to Party B, and the original documents were all in order. Long Yun had already devised a plan. The agreement did not specify a transaction price, made clear that ownership would not be transferred, and ensured that Party B's presence was not required. With a flourish, Gu Xiao signed his name. "Congratulations, Gu Xiao. You are now the proud owner of a viral Wuling van." Long Yun grinned and shook Gu Xiao's hand. "So, is the price the same figure we discussed earlier?" Gu Xiao inquired. "Indeed, Gu Xiao, you merely need to provide me with 300,000, and all the videos can be found online. I will subsequently furnish you with an unedited version of the footage." Long Yun was confident in his ability to deliver the unedited video because it was stored on the server of a certain dashcam company. For a sophisticated data system, breaching a server to extract a video file was exceedingly simple. All right, I didn't prepare that much cash today. Here is my check for 300,000. Gu Xiao handed a check to Long Yun, who accepted it without even glancing at it, slipping it directly into his pocket. Long Tongue was astounded by the scene. He had hesitated several times on the way back to bring up this matter, but found it difficult to voice his thoughts. Uncle Long, do you seem to have something to say? Heh, Long Yun, that's your business secret. I probably shouldn't pry. What business secret? Weren't you present? It's no secret to you. I sold that old van for 300,000. What? The seasoned driver, after 30 years of experience, slammed on the brakes, nearly causing the vehicle behind to collide with them. 300,000. Truly 300,000. For a rundown van worth no more than 3,000. You sold it for 300,000. Indeed, Uncle Long, that was a viral Wuling van. Gu Xiao will earn even more from it. Long Tong could scarcely believe his ears. Having been in the industry for so many years, he had seen all sorts of transactions. But selling a decrepit van for 300,000 was beyond comprehension. He had never witnessed anything like it. Uncle Long, please stop at the entrance of the Xinzhou Bank. I need to withdraw some cash urgently. Chapter 19. Treating oneself after making a profit. Once they exited the vehicle, driven by concern for Long Yun, Long Ting followed him into the bank. Rather than mere concern, it was more accurate to say that he still couldn't believe the 300,000 check was real. How could a battered van possibly sell for 300,000? He even doubted the authenticity of the check. However, it was Gu Xiao. So how could he issue a bad check? He simply felt that something was amiss. This was all too surreal. As for Long Tong, who trailed closely beside him, Long Yun was unfazed. He understood Long Tong's skepticism. Long Yun casually informed the bank teller that Long Tong was his uncle. The bank staff glanced at Long Yun, a youthful student, and concluded that it was entirely reasonable for a parent to accompany him. Thus, they did not mind Long Teng's presence. Long Teng only believed that the van indeed sold for 300,000 after seeing the figure on the check. And there was no doubt that Gu Xiao had not issued a bad check. That check truly converted to 300,000. Beep. Dear host, congratulations. You have earned a net profit of 290,000, accumulating 290,000 points. The system notification chimed in Long Yun's ear. Long Teng realized that Long Yun had made some money in recent days, though he was unaware of the exact amount. For a recent high school graduate, such a sum could be deemed substantial. Out of concern, Long Teng inquired, Long Yun, you mentioned needing money urgently. What for? To purchase more vehicles. I still need quite a few. Long Yun replied. What kind of vehicles? A Porsche 911 GT2S and a Ferrari. Long Yun responded. Long Teng nearly stumbled from shock. Despite his years in the industry, he had never dealt with cars of such caliber, mainly due to a lack of courage. Long Yun, those cars must be exceedingly expensive. The Porsche 911 GT2S costs at least 3 to 4 million, doesn't it? And the Ferrari is even pricier. Yes, indeed, the total for both is 28 million. Just as they reached the car, Long Teng almost fell over, barely managing to steady himself against the car door. 28 million. Are you out of your mind? 28 million for 2 second-hand cars? Long Teng's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Long Yun. It is indeed pricey, but there is profit to be made. Long Teng pondered whether someone else was willing to pay an even higher price for those 2 second-hand vehicles. He climbed into the car after opening the door. Long Yun took the passenger's seat and smiled, saying, It's not a purchase. It's an auction, and money alone cannot secure them. That can't be possible. Long Teng exclaimed. A similar Ferrari recently sold at auction in North America for over $10 million, which translates to over 70 million in Daxia currency. Just selling that Ferrari would cover the cost. As Long Teng inserted the key to start the ignition, he was so astonished that he nearly dropped the key. Long Yun, you must be referring to an outlier. There can't be many comparable cases. Indeed, it is an outlier, as that Ferrari is one of only 10 limited editions globally. Over the years, only one has changed hands. All other buyers have kept it as a collectible. Long Teng certainly understood the principle of rarity being valuable. This was no mere second-hand vehicle. It was an artwork collection. Is there room for negotiation on that 28 million? Long Teng inquired. Long Yun shook his head in resignation. The car is seized by the government of a certain port. No bargaining is accepted. Long Teng chuckled awkwardly. The price is too steep. It's out of our reach. However, there is a vehicle I am interested in acquiring. Could you accompany me to take a look and help me assess it? Given that the day's tasks were already accomplished, Long Yun gladly agreed. The car Long Teng wished to inspect was a 12-year-old Mercedes S600, the former vehicle of a corporate president, having clocked 130,000 kilometers over 12 years. The company driver was there to assist Long Teng and Long Yun, as numerous car dealers had already shown interest in the vehicle, with offers ranging from $350,000 to $380,000. After inspecting the car, all the information flooded into Long Yun's mind. "Brother, do you think we can secure this vehicle?" Long Ting asked. "Uncle Long, how much are you willing to offer?" Long Yun inquired. The company personnel stated at least $380,000. Many have already viewed it, and the highest bidder wins. Long Yun requested the company driver to start the engine and listened intently to its sound. Owning such an old luxury car comes with high maintenance costs. And it is not merely a matter of affordability. Given its age, many components might require replacement. However, it remained a luxury vehicle, as it had been driven solely by the company president, accumulating only a little over 10,000 kilometers annually. Aside from the driver's seat, the other seats were in nearly pristine condition, and the car had been exceptionally well maintained, with an excellent overall condition. "Uncle Long, the maintenance costs for this vehicle are likely too high, which may hinder its resale. My point is that knowledgeable buyers might avoid it. Without concealing the truth from you, my dear brother, I initially had no intention of selling this vehicle upon acquiring it. My desire was to retain it for personal use. As the proprietor of a repair shop, I am not daunted by the costs of maintenance." "Oh, you consider yourself the ultimate owner of this car, do you? That renders it an even less suitable choice for you." "Why so?" "This vehicle is equipped with a 55T twin-turbocharged V12 engine. Thus, discussions of fuel economy are futile. It is essentially a fuel-consuming machine. However, given the hefty price tag of this automobile, I presume you are not particularly concerned about such matters. Furthermore, the ignition coils in this model are prone to failure. Unlike V6 and V8 engines, the ignition coils of this V12 are integrated. Replacing one necessitates replacing all 6 on that side, typically requiring the replacement of all 12 together, which can cost nearly $30,000. Additionally, the suspension system is quite costly. It employs hydraulic suspension rather than air suspension, representing an early iteration of the magic carpet design, which offers exceptional comfort. However, its oil pump is notoriously unreliable, with repair costs quoted by dealerships reaching upwards of $40,000. If you were to procure it, you might expect to pay at least over $20,000. In essence, should you acquire this vehicle, it would be wise to sell it after a year or upon reaching 150,000 kilometers. Maintaining it would be excessively expensive. Long Tongue felt somewhat disoriented. He was not only the owner of a second-hand car dealership, but also the proprietor of a repair shop. Although he was not a master mechanic, he possessed considerable knowledge. Yet, when it came to the study of this Mercedes S600, his understanding seemed to rest on a superficial level, while this young man before him appeared far more versed. "What a clever lad! Your words are indeed pleasing to the ear," Long Tongue exclaimed, patting Long Yun on the shoulder with excitement. "Uncle Long, I assure you, I have only spoken the harsh truths, precisely what I needed to hear. I have grown weary of empty flattery. I shall acquire this car." In truth, Long Tongue did indeed purchase the Mercedes S600, and that very evening, the two drove it to the car detailing center. During dinner that night, Long Tongue, brimming with pride, asked, "Long Yun, do you know why I decided to acquire that S600? Long Yun shook his head. "Because I stand to profit. That Maybach earned me a clean one. 5 million, and it is high time I treat myself. Of course, I owe much of this to you. Without your encouragement, I would never have had the resolve to make this purchase, nor would I have sold it so swiftly. Uncle Long, it is merely my duty. By the way, the foreigner has yet to receive the remaining payment. Shall we settle it tomorrow? Would you accompany me?" "Certainly. I will select 2 suits in the morning and join you in the afternoon." Since he had made a profit, it was only fitting to indulge himself. Long Yun needed to prepare 2 upscale outfits for an upcoming class reunion. Chapter 20. Steeply Discounted Attire. Upon returning to the Welfare Institute, Long Yun calculated the earnings he had amassed over the past few days. A total of 127,000 yuan, over 1 million. This figure was something he could scarcely have imagined just after completing his college entrance examination. With the assistance of the extraordinary data system, Long Yun had become a millionaire within 3 days. It seemed that a man endowed with a golden touch was destined to reach the pinnacle of success. Accumulating 1,020,000 points, he promptly utilized 800,000 points to extend his access to the extraordinary data system for an additional 10 days. The coveted Rolls-Royce 2025 HP, with its wooden body, belonged to a foreign collector who, due to personal financial constraints, was compelled to sell it. Such an antique luxury vehicle possessed no practical utility. It could only be regarded as a collectible, with a price tag reflective of fine art, an astonishing $300,000. To be frank, a dilapidated vehicle that could not be driven and served merely as an exhibition piece was hardly worth such a sum, and Long Yun felt no inclination toward it. However, Gu Xia was fond of it. For him, Amassing a collection of eye-catching luxury cars to inaugurate his car museum by year-end was of utmost importance. Money was no object. Converting $300,000 into Daxia currency amounted to nearly $2.5 million. With just over $1 million in his account, Long Yun could not afford this vehicle, meaning he was destined to serve only as an intermediary in this transaction. Long Yun promptly relayed the sourcing information to Gu Xia, who immediately instructed personnel at the headquarters in the capital to establish contact. The feedback confirmed Long Yun's assertions. Logically, the professional car hunters assigned by Gu Xia should have possessed greater expertise than this young upstart. Yet it was Long Yun who first grasped this information. His insights stemmed from the extraordinary data system, which provided details about the collector's financial situation and overheard snippets from a phone conversation with his wife about selling the Rolls-Royce 2025 HP. The collector had not even publicly listed the vehicle for sale yet. Gu Xia's team swiftly flew to America and successfully acquired the car just 1 hour after the collector had posted the sale notice. To Long Yun, this antique luxury vehicle held no value from a practical standpoint, but to collectors, it was highly coveted. Had Gu Xia's team not arrived promptly, even with ample funds, they might have missed the opportunity to purchase the car. Gu Xia understood this well. The following morning, he contacted Long Yun, and in accordance with their prior agreement, transferred the promised $300,000 as a sourcing fee in an instant. The sensation of being awakened by the notification of a successful transaction was utterly delightful. Ding! Congratulations. Esteemed host, you have earned 300,000 yuan. Points have increased by 300,000. According to Long Yun's plan, today was dedicated to purchasing 2 suits, followed by accompanying Long Tung to the foreigner's company in the afternoon. The attire he sought was intended for dignified occasions, and thus, he could no longer settle for bargain bin finds. The Longjiang clothing market, the largest in Longjiang City, earned its designation due to its immense foot traffic, with price ranges from mere coins to several thousand. For more upscale garments, one would have to venture to the CBD. Previously, Long Yun had only purchased the cheapest street vendor wares, taking advantage of any store closure sales. Today marked his inaugural foray into a proper clothing store, where the sign read, "Contract expired, steep discounts, last half hour." Long Yun understood that the owner would not genuinely leap from the building, nor was it feasible to sell only during the last half hour. Among numerous stores, this one was clearly in dire straits, reflecting the owner's earnest desire to sell. The proprietor assumed Long Yun would opt for casual wear, as students typically favored such attire, yet Long Yun chose formal wear. "Young man, our formal suits are at a 30% discount, the shopkeeper stated. Does your sign not indicate 10 to 20 off, with a willingness to sell at any price? That applies to women's and fashion items. Men's suits are timeless, we can still sell them next year." Long Yun inquired, "How long have these garments been unsold?" The shopkeeper nearly choked. "Young man, what are you saying? These are all new arrivals for this year." "Oh, is that so? I prefer not to dilly-dally. Will you sell them at 30 off? If so, I will choose 2. Otherwise, I shall look elsewhere." The shopkeeper, visibly distressed, replied, 30 off? How could that be possible? If you are truly interested, I can offer 32 off. It's the lowest price, a lost leader. I believe you are spinning tales. If we cannot reach an agreement, I shall take my leave. Long Yun turned to depart. "Young man, at least try them on first. These clothing vendors are quite shrewd. They entice you to try on the garments and shower you with compliments, hoping that once you perceive yourself as attractive, you might impulsively purchase, even at a higher price." Long Yun was not one to fall for such traps. He insisted on negotiating the price before proceeding. His decision to counter with a 30 offer stemmed from insights provided by the extraordinary data system, unrelated to the clothing itself. Not long ago, a truck laden with high-end men's apparel spontaneously combusted on the highway, incinerating its entire cargo. The insurance company compensated based on the garment's tag prices at a mere 20 of their value. This implies that the cost price for this batch of men's clothing could only be around 20 of the tag prices, making a negotiation at 30 a reasonable proposition for Long Yun. "I shall attempt to negotiate at 30, Long Yun declared. The shopkeeper shook his head, and Long Yun turned away from the store's entrance. Just as he was about to step outside, the shopkeeper caught up with him, grasping his hand and feigning a conciliatory tone. "Do give it a try. The price is negotiable. After all, I have to consider transportation costs if I take them elsewhere. Selling one set means losing another." It was evident that the shopkeeper was indeed contemplating a swift exit. Otherwise, he would not have uttered such words. Long Yun returned inside, selecting 2 of the most expensive suits to try on. With his handsome features and natural physique, he looked impeccable in anything he donned. "I will take these 2. Long Yun motioned for the shopkeeper to package them. "Young man, you have an excellent eye. You've chosen the finest pieces, but I cannot sell these 2 at 30. The shopkeeper lamented. "Wasn't it agreed upon to sell at 30? Why has that changed? Long Yun inquired, his displeasure evident. The shopkeeper hesitated. These few sets have a high-cost price. Selling them at 30 would incur substantial losses. Very well, I shall peruse the neighboring store, Long Yun replied. Abandoning the garments and making a genuine exit into an adjacent shop that was also holding a clearance sale. The shopkeeper dashed into the neighboring store and yanked Long Yun back. The wife of the neighboring shopkeeper emerged, hurling insults. You scoundrel. Luring customers to my store. The shopkeeper wore a bemused expression. Brother, do reconsider. We are truly on the verge of financial ruin. We agreed upon 30, and I shall not pay a penny more. All right, take them, take them. I will sell at a loss. Long Yun found himself bemused by the shamelessness of these merchants, who, after declaring a final half-hour sale, lingered for days. Their hastily put-together posters faded with time. Chapter 21. Let them fight over the trash. Longting had not anticipated that Long Yun would specifically don formal attire to accompany him in meeting a foreign businessman. We must not bring disgrace to our nation, Long Yun explained. Upon arriving at the foreigner's company, they were greeted by an interpreter. The foreigner appeared agitated, answering phone calls while scolding others in his office. What is troubling him? He seems quite irate. Long Yun casually inquired of the interpreter. The interpreter whispered, there has been a situation in Africa. The head office dispatched him to coordinate. And he is reluctant to go. Is such anger warranted? Long Yun mused aloud. You wouldn't understand. The location they are sending him to is Somalia, where he could have been enjoying his vacation back home. Upon mentioning Somalia, both Long Yun and Longting understood the implications: war and piracy. There has been a rebellion in the eastern region of Somalia, and our company's 2 cargo ships have been seized by pirates, the interpreter elaborated. Longting was just realizing that this foreigner was a representative of a major American shipping company stationed in Longjiang City, the capital of the Great Summer Nation. With the mention of the Somali rebellion, Long Yun's advanced data system immediately began to retrieve relevant information. One of the ships was carrying 50 Bentley Continental GT Mulliner convertibles, now held captive by pirates. Even if the pirates eventually released the ship, the delivery of these vehicles would be delayed by at least 3 months. There was an 85% probability that the pirates would abscond with the vehicles, as they too coveted such luxury cars. Furthermore, the shipping company had no intentions of negotiating with the pirates. Military forces from a certain country were preparing to eradicate them. This meant that the display vehicle of the Bentley Continental GT Mulliner convertible in the Great Summer Nation was likely to become a rare addition, with no new models arriving for at least 6 months. Unfortunately, the order placed by Guxiao for the Bentley Continental GT Mulliner convertible was also aboard that ill-fated ship. Currently, the sample vehicle had not yet been sold, as it was still required for exhibition at a car show taking place in a southern city. Thus, securing that Bentley Continental GT Mulliner convertible after the car show was crucial, ensuring it would not be absent from Guxiao's luxury car museum. Set to open at the end of the year. In that southern city, the showcase sample was the top-tier model, featuring a 6.0-liter twin-turbocharged W12 engine, boasting an impressive 635 horsepower and a peak torque of 900 Nm. It could accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 3.8 seconds, with a maximum speed of 333 km/h, paired with an 8-speed dual-clutch transmission. The official retail price exceeded 3 million yuan. Long Yun excused himself briefly to make a phone call to Guxiao, who was preparing to leave Longjiang. Guxiao, have you ordered a Bentley Continental GT Mulliner convertible? Long Yun inquired over the phone. Yes, how did you know? Guxiao hesitated, returning the question. I took a guess. Apologies, Long Yun, but I had already ordered that Bentley Continental GT Mulliner convertible, so I won't be paying you for any information, Guxiao replied smugly on the other end. Understood. However, I believe you might still owe me a fee for the information. 400,000 yuan, as per our prior agreement, should not be less. Oh, is that so? Justify it to me. My reasoning is quite straightforward. Swiftly secure the display vehicle currently showcased in the south, or else you might find yourself without a Bentley Continental GT Mulliner convertible when your luxury car museum opens. Why would I be unable to obtain it? What purpose does a display vehicle serve? Guxiao, let me put it this way. If I had ample funds, I would seize that display vehicle without a moment's hesitation. I am not in a hurry, as my luxury car museum will not open until the end of the year. If you do not act now, when your luxury car museum opens, you may find yourself with nothing to exhibit. Speak plainly. If your reasoning is compelling enough, I will promptly transfer the 400,000 yuan information fee to you. Guxiao was indeed a straightforward person. The vehicle you ordered has been seized by Somali pirates, and based on the current situation, the probability of the pirates releasing the cargo ship is nearly 0. When did this happen? How come I am unaware? I haven't seen any news reports. Guxiao expressed his astonishment. This incident just occurred this morning. How do you know? Guxiao questioned, skepticism in his voice. Of course, This information comes at a price of 400,000 yuan. All right, I will arrange for the display vehicle to be secured. I do not mind having another identical model. I will pay you your information fee after the news is published. Does that work for you? Absolutely. You may wait until the Bentley dealership informs you that they cannot deliver on time to settle the information fee. Deal. After ending the call, Guxia immediately instructed someone to secure the display vehicle. As for whether Long Yun's claims were accurate, he had no certainty, yet he found the young man intriguing. Once outside the foreigner-esque company, Longting eagerly shared good news with Long Yun. Quema New Energy Company is processing their first batch of vehicles, Quema number 1, all brand new. Originally priced at 198 million yuan, now wholesale at a 50 discount. In fact, Long Yun's advanced data system had received this information the previous night. During a meeting, Quema Automotive Company had decided to clear their warehouse of Quema number 1 vehicles to recoup funds for producing their newly launched model, Quema number 8. The Quema No. 8 not only boasts upgraded features, but its exterior design stands in stark contrast to that of Quema number 1. The only similarity between the two vehicles is the emblem. Moreover, a significant announcement has surfaced. Quema number 8 will lavishly hire the renowned domestic artist Stephen Chow as its spokesperson. This bold endorsement, coupled with a wholesale price cut of 50%, has left many car dealers unable to contain their excitement, as this presents a golden opportunity for profit. However, Long Yun's reaction is surprisingly composed. Uncle Long, why are you interested in that inferior vehicle? Long Yun coldly retorts. Long Tung's fervor is doused by Long Yun's words. Over the past few days, Long Tung has come to realize that Long Yun possesses an uncanny insight. His assertions are often correct. With the endorsement, there will be 100 nationwide meet and greet events, including one in Longjiang City. And with the new vehicle offered at half price, such an opportunity cannot be overlooked. Many business owners in the market have already placed their orders. Let them snatch it up. What use do we have for subpar merchandise that won't sell? Long Yun scoffs. Brother, what do you mean by that? The Quema number 1 has significant battery issues. First of all, the range is severely lacking. Secondly, of the 10,000 units sold last year, 153 caught fire. With such a high rate of spontaneous combustion, would you dare to purchase one? Thirdly, the brake system has safety hazards. Just check the automotive complaint rankings to see how many traffic accidents were caused by brake failures in this vehicle. Long Tung breaks into a cold sweat at each point. Yet, they have secured the endorsement from a big star like Stephen Chow. Surely, it should elevate their profile. However, it is Stephen Chow endorsing Quema number 8, not Quema number 1. The visual disparity between the two models is monumental, and their configurations are worlds apart. Chow's fans will only consider purchasing Quema number 8, leaving Quema number 1 in neglect. Long Tung feels a chill wash over him. Instinctively clutching his bank card in his pocket, grateful he is yet to make a purchase. Otherwise, he would have been filled with regret. Chapter 22. Contrarian Action. As anticipated, early the next morning, several car transporters lined the streets outside the Longjiang second-hand car market. Almost every dealer in the market had ordered Quema number 1 electric vehicles, except for Long Tung's second-hand lot. Long Tung trusts Long Yun's judgment, and when others inquire about his lack of orders, he merely smiles and cites financial constraints. On the following morning, news broke of Somali pirates hijacking a cargo ship, causing quite a stir for Guxia. He understood that it would take a long time before the 4S dealership explicitly informed him that the new cars could not be delivered. Even if the vehicles were confirmed as undeliverable, the dealership would typically delay the announcement, as the deposits paid by clients represent a substantial sum that can be utilized for cash flow. Long Yun rises to wash up, intending to consult the Immigration Bureau regarding his travel plans, when a transfer from Guxia arrives. 400,000 yuan. Ding. Dear host, congratulations on earning 400,000 yuan and gaining 400,000 points. Long Yun simply replies with 2 words, thank you. Guxia's call comes through. Upon answering, Guxia's cheerful laughter fills the line. Thank goodness I listened to you and secured the display vehicle. Otherwise, it would have been absent from my luxury car museum. Brother, you are truly remarkable. Thank you for the praise, Guxia. I am currently preparing to undertake something even more extraordinary and audacious. What is it? I plan to go to Somalia. Have you lost your mind? What on earth would you do there? It's a den of bandits. Of course, I'm going there to strike gold. Brother, your life is precious. I advise you not to act impulsively. Wealth is but a transient possession. The temptation is simply too great. There are several luxury cars waiting for me to acquire. According to the Divine Data Systems analysis, in a few days, the U.S. military will execute the Somali pirate leader. At that point, the pirates under his command will scatter and chaos will ensue, while the enemies of these pirates, supported by the U.S. military, will seize the opportunity to plunder their rivals' resources. The slain pirate leader was an automobile enthusiast who had stolen numerous luxury cars. And Long Yun could procure these vehicles at a fraction of their value. Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and Bugattis could be available for a mere $20,000 each. How could one pass up such an opportunity? Long Yun visits the Immigration Bureau to process his passport and visa, which will take 5 working days, a considerable wait. Yet he remains hopeful not to miss out on fortune. He hurries back to the orphanage and passes by the bustling second-hand car market, where numerous transporters deliver Quema No. 1 vehicles. Each dealer claims their share, flooding the market with thousands of Quema No. 1 units. Coincidentally, a few days later, a car enthusiast gathering featuring Stephen Chow will take place at the Citizen Sports Hall across from the second-hand car market. Many dealers have recognized this marketing opportunity, prompting them to purchase Quema No. 1 in bulk, as the star's presence guarantees an unparalleled promotional chance. While others are acquiring vehicles, Long Tung's lot remains inactive. Old Lee, who had been approached yesterday, is now confessing his errors to Long Tung. He has reached an agreement with the buyer to compensate them with 8,000 yuan and is responsible for repairing the vehicle. The car is being serviced at Long Tung's repair shop, and though Old Lee received an internal rate, Long Tung still makes a small profit while resolving the awkward situation of the customer blockade. In retrospect, Long Yun's solution appears to be the most prudent. Old Lee harbors resentment towards Long Yun. Upon seeing the other dealers acquiring Quema No. 1 while Long Tung's second-hand car market remains stagnant, he casually inquires, "General Long, why haven't we procured any Quema No. 1? Long Tung nods and softly replies, "Indeed, Quema No. 1 is not suitable for us. General Long, this batch of Quema No. 1 is brand new, having been manufactured less than 6 months ago and offered at half price. How can we let such a lucrative opportunity slip by?" Old Lee assumes Long Tung is unaware of this information and steps forward earnestly to elaborate. The price may indeed be low, but the quality is questionable, and the market acceptance is lacking. Long Tung shakes his head. Stephen Chow has confirmed his endorsement of the Quema brand, and in just a few days, he will hold a car enthusiast meeting at the Citizen Sports Hall across the street. This advertising opportunity is knocking at our door. We cannot afford to miss it. I checked the automotive complaint rankings, and Quema No. 1 indeed has numerous issues, including serious hazards and critical components like the brakes. I've looked into it as well. The manufacturer is still operational, and any issues are their responsibility, not ours as dealers. Wrong. You only know part of the story. The sales contract for this batch of Quema No. 1 explicitly states that this vehicle's warranty does not fall under the manufacturer's jurisdiction, but rather the dealer's responsibility, and the dealer is obligated to inform consumers of this. At that moment, Long Yun arrives at the shop just as Old Lee is beseeching Long Tung. "Long Yun, you're here. Come and sit." Long Tung gestures for Long Yun to take a seat. Old Lee, upon seeing Long Yun enter, stands to the side with a sullen expression, remaining silent. After Long Yun sits, he glances at Old Lee and quips, "Old Lee, we thought you had gone missing. Have you come to your senses?" Old Lee glares at Long Yun, but swallows his retort. "Long Yun, why not return to work? I can increase your commission," Long Tung offers with a smile. "Thank you, Uncle Long, but I shall not return. Today, as I passed by, I noticed everyone acquiring Quema No. 1, and I felt uneasy about our shop. Since you have decided against it, I can finally rest easy." "Huh, so it was you who came up with that foolish idea, huh?" "I fear that because of your suggestion, General Long might miss a golden opportunity," Old Lee muttered sarcastically to himself. "Huh, Old Lee, it's quite normal for you to think that. It shows you're not foolish beyond redemption. However, whether this batch of Fast Horse No. 1 will ultimately yield profits remains uncertain. Let us ride the donkey and watch the performance unfold," Long Yun replied. "Very well, we shall see." Old Lee huffed as he stormed out. After his departure, Long Yun turned to Long Tung and said, "Uncle Long, I understand your hesitation, but fortunately, you did not order this batch of Fast Horse No. 1. The opportunity to make money is right before your eyes. Why not seize it?" Long Tung, perplexed, pondered why he had refrained from making a move in the first place, believing in Long Yun's remarkable intuition. "But didn't you say there were issues with this batch of vehicles?" he questioned. "Indeed, there are problems with this batch. What I meant to suggest is that you should represent Fast Horse No. 8. Fast Horse No. 8? The profit margins are too slim. Earning just a few thousand per vehicle lacks appeal. No, Uncle Long, this is precisely your chance to soar. Currently, the Fast Horse manufacturer is short on funds and has low requirements for agents. As long as you can provide cash for inventory, they will accommodate you. In a few days, Chao Xingxi will be at our doorstep promoting this model, which is bound to become a bestseller. Is that so? But what about the quality of Fast Horse No. 8? Fast Horse No. 8 is produced on an entirely new platform, with all new material suppliers. Even the battery manufacturer is among the top-tier domestic suppliers, making Fast Horse No. 8 a worthy investment. So you mean I should do the opposite? Precisely. Chapter 23. To capture one must first let go. Long Tongue understood that Long Yun was indeed extraordinary, yet he felt uncertain about this course of action. Fast Horse No. 8 was an upgraded version of Fast Horse No. 1, and the two models were worlds apart. But the profit for Fast Horse No. 8 is quite low. Selling a single vehicle earns only a few thousand, which is hardly enticing. Seeing Long Tongue still hesitating, Long Yun elaborated, Uncle Long, there must be at least 100 businesses in our second-hand car market, right? There are 108 in total. 100 of them are solely engaged in second-hand car transactions. Long Tongue asserted, believing he had a better grasp of the market than Long Yun. However, Long Yun's understanding reached far beyond that. Of those 100 businesses, 99 have ordered Fast Horse No. 1. The entire second-hand car market has procured 109 units of Fast Horse No. 1, all purchased at half-price wholesale, with warranties and after-sales service entirely managed by the dealers. The crux of the matter, the warranties and after-sales service are the dealer's responsibility. The Fast Horse New Energy Company is determined to offload this batch of Fast Horse No. 1, primarily to recoup funds, and secondly, to orchestrate a larger strategy. Such tactics had long been deciphered by Long Yun's exceptional data system. Despite the apparent losses from the disposal of Fast Horse No. 1, the parts for Fast Horse No. 8 are entirely compatible with Fast Horse No. 1. When these discounted Fast Horse No. 1 vehicles require parts, they will inevitably seek out Fast Horse No. 8 components at elevated prices. The manufacturer will recover losses through these parts sales. This is why Long Yun urged Long Tongue to represent Fast Horse No. 8. By doing so, he would secure the rights to distribute Fast Horse No. 8's parts. Eventually, the over 3,000 Fast Horse No. 1 vehicles in the market will turn to Long Tongue for their parts needs. With this market, you already have hundreds of clients. Are you still worried about not profiting? Long Yun asked with a smile. Long Tongue blinked, straining to grasp Long Yun's words, yet he still seemed perplexed. Let me put it this way. Uncle Long, all components of Fast Horse No. 8 can be used in Fast Horse No. 1. Suddenly enlightened, Long Tongue understood Long Yun's meaning and excitedly grasped his hand. Little brother, your words have truly opened my mind. Let's do it. Immediately, let us represent Fast Horse No. 8. Long Yun realized that if Long Tongue managed Fast Horse No. 8 well, he would surpass numerous competitors in the market, potentially becoming a nationwide chain of electric vehicle dealerships. With a likelihood of 67. While one can plan, the outcome lies in the hands of fate. Long Yun had done all he could. He bid farewell to Long Tongue and made it clear that he would be quite busy in the future, implying that he should not be sought out again. As he exited the largest second-hand car market in Longjiang City, numerous merchants were joyfully purchasing Fast Horse No. 1. Tragically, the excitement of these individuals now would soon transform into despair, as this batch of Fast Horse No. 1 suffered from issues with the battery, motor, and braking system. The dealer's nightmare was just beginning. This afternoon, Long Yun needed to rush to the capital, invited by Gu Xia to attend an auction. Gu Xia had already transferred the first-class ticket fare to him, yet Long Yun opted for economy class, having grown accustomed to frugality as an orphan. Choosing economy saved him 3/4 of the cost. At the international airport in the capital, Gu Xia personally drove a Porsche 918 Spider to greet Long Yun. The vehicle was indeed eye-catching, with a staggering price tag of 15 million Daxia coins. Are you not curious as to why I summoned you here? Gu Xia asked with a smile. Young Master Gu must have important matters to discuss. Since they are significant, there is no need for me to inquire further. You will share it in due time, Long Yun replied. I'm just afraid you might impulsively run off to Somalia. I brought you to the capital for a few days of leisure to ensure your safety. Gu Xia joked lightly. Thank you for your concern, young Master Gu. I plan to depart for Somalia immediately after obtaining my passport and visa in 5 days. Why are you so stubborn? Pirates run rampant in Somalia. Going there could cost you your life. Gu Xia said seriously. True, but had it not been for the conflict, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to pick up vehicles, hence I must go. Now, what was the reason for bringing me here? Gu Xia shook his head with a smile, no longer trying to dissuade him. Accompany me to a place. There's an auction, and I need you to keep an eye on things. Upon mentioning the auction, Long Yun's exceptional data system identified 2 events. One auction, located in the eastern district of the capital, featured a Lamborghini Veneno convertible, also known as the Lamborghini Poison, with only 9 units produced globally and only 2 in Daxia, selling for 2 to 300 million Daxia coins. The other auction, situated in the western district of the capital, was for a 2002 Ferrari F2002 race car, driven by the legendary Michael Schumacher to secure his 5th world championship in 2002, a vehicle adorned with the aura of celebrity. Young Master Gu, are you headed east or west? Long Yun inquired. Gu Xia was taken aback. Such high-level auctions were typically held privately, with no need for advertising, as only a select few could afford and were willing to buy. How did this young man know? To be honest, there are only 2 Lamborghini Poisons in Daxia. Apart from the one being auctioned today, the other is in my possession. Oh, it seems young Master Gu intends to secure the race car today. Gu Xia was once again astonished. How did this young man know everything? My garage lacks a race car from the king of racing. Since this vehicle is up for auction in Daxiao today, I must acquire it. Since you are determined to obtain it, why did you summon me? Rest assured, I will compensate you for your efforts. How does 200,000 a day sound? Though Long Yun was not motivated by money, he saw no reason to refuse the offer. Upon arriving at the auction venue, Long Yun took a brief nap. When he awoke, it seemed the auction had already concluded. My apologies, young Master Gu. Long Yun said contritely. Gu Xia chuckled in response. No worries, there was a break during the auction. Apologies. My intention was to convey how effortlessly I acquired this sum of 200,000 from you, which leaves me somewhat embarrassed. Gu Xia found himself momentarily speechless. This auction was indeed far more intense than he had anticipated. He had continuously raised his bid, only to be met with persistent competition from buyer number 3, while buyer number 5 also caused disruption. To justify accepting your 200,000, I shall share 2 pieces of information with you, Dragon Yun whispered into Gu Xiao's ear. Buyer number 5 genuinely desires to secure this vehicle, yet their budget is nearly exhausted. As for buyer number 3, the one who has been bidding against you, they are merely a stooge. Raise your bid to 34 million and let them have the car. That vehicle is essential for me, Gu Xiao whispered in response. That individual is merely a pawn. What purpose would they have for the car? After winning the bid, wouldn't they simply sell it to you? Regarding buyer number 5, they can only offer up to 20 million. Ultimately, you could purchase it from buyer number 3 for just over 20 million. What if they refuse to sell? Only you and buyer number 5 are interested in that vehicle. If they do not sell to you, they will sell to buyer number 5, who has a limited budget, ensuring that the car will eventually belong to you. Gu Xia remained skeptical, yet the current price was undeniably exorbitant, and he sensed something amiss with buyer number 3. Gu Xiao's associate raised the bid to 34 million, but after a moment's hesitation, buyer number 3 increased it by 1 million. Gu Xia promptly declared his withdrawal. Chapter 24. The fool is themselves. At the moment the gavel struck, buyer number 3 was left dumbfounded. So, it turns out that this extraordinarily wealthy young master has ceased to raise the bid? Congratulations. You have successfully acquired the race car of the king of cars. We shall take our leave now. With Dragon Yun's guidance, Gu Xia understood the ulterior motives behind buyer number 3's actions and approached to offer his congratulations. As this was also a strategy suggested by Dragon Yun to encourage buyer number 3 to sell the car to Gu Xia. Gu Xiao, as fellow car enthusiasts, why not collaborate and explore this together? Buyer number 3, indeed feeling guilty, hastily extended an invitation for Gu Xia to inspect the race car. In this world, while there are many affluent individuals, few possess wealth on the scale of Gu Xia's, though it is his own money. Transferring over 30 million from one pocket to another is no trivial matter. The crucial point is that when that 30 million is processed, the auction house will take their commission and applicable taxes. Thus, the 35 million that leaves the left pocket will clearly return to the right pocket as something less than 35 million. According to Gu Xia's original strategy, he merely needed to keep raising the bid, yet he was unprepared for such underhanded tactics aimed at inflating the final price. Within Dragon Yun's extraordinary data system, all information pertaining to the vehicle was thoroughly transparent, unless such details remained solely within someone's mind, yet to be acted upon, or unless the planning occurred in a secluded chamber free from modern communication tools, it would be impossible to conceal. Buyer number 3 was from a domestic agency, acting on behalf of the owner of the race car for the auction. The owner had set a price of $3 million, equivalent to 19 million Daxia currency, with the surplus belonging to the agency. This is why the auction house orchestrated such a scheme, seeking to reap higher profits. Dragon Yun had already discerned the low asking price of the owner. Although they had signed a confidentiality agreement, their conversation was intercepted by Dragon Yun's superior data system. Dragon Yun had calculated that, including the buyer's asking price, 21 million Daxia currency was the break-even point for the auction agency. Now, however, the auction agency found itself in a bind, unable to recover its costs, let alone profit. Accompanying Gu Xia to the auction agency, the company's president personally welcomed them. Fully aware of Gu Xia's stature and refraining from jest, candidly expressing a desire to transfer the car to Gu Xia at the original price. The original price, that is, 35 million. With Dragon Yun present, how could they expect Gu Xiao to part with such a sum? The auction agency, in a bid for self-preservation, sought to involve buyer number 5, hoping to create competition with Gu Xia. However, Dragon Yun had already comprehensively understood buyer number 5's background. This buyer was not an avid collector but belonged to a mysterious production group, the specifics of which remained unknown to Dragon Yun. The depth of cross-domain data mining in the extraordinary data system is limited, as this information strays far from the automotive sector. It is often disregarded by the system unless a clear index emerges to prompt further exploration. A certain enigmatic production group sought to acquire the King of Cars race car as a prop for their production. It must be said, this group is quite extravagant. For a mere production, couldn't they simply procure a high-quality replica? Was it truly necessary to spend $2 to $3 million on this race car for props? Buyer number 5 was unable to disclose further details to the auction agency, explicitly stating that their maximum bid was $20 million, while Guxia intended to offer $21 million. How astonishing! At the auction, Guxia had previously bid $34 million. After all this effort, it appeared that the true fools were the auction agency themselves. The $21 million price was a suggestion from Dragon Yun. Not only was he aware that buyer number 5 could bid no more than $20 million, but he also knew that the auction agency had borrowed $20 million to finance this endeavor. The borrowed funds accrued daily interest, which was no small amount. Each passing day, the interest on several tens of millions was substantial, which is why Dragon Yun recommended that Gu Xiao bid $21 million. For the auction agency, this deal was already a loss. With each day that passed, the losses would mount by several thousand, and among the national circle, only Gu Xia and buyer number 5 expressed interest in the race car. The prospect of a third potential buyer emerging was utterly implausible, even if one did appear. When would that be? Initially, the auction agency sought to orchestrate a scenario where both parties would vie for the prize, only to be caught off guard by Gu Xia, who firmly held his ground at $21 million. The auction agency's president was left in a state of bemusement, as the loss had become inevitable. To sell at $21 million would utterly compromise their dignity, a consequence of their own making. To refrain from selling, however, with no higher bids forthcoming and mounting daily interest, in the blink of an eye, they would find themselves burdened by tens of thousands in debt. Sell, sell, sell. For the sake of money. What is the loss of face? Guxia successfully acquired the King of Cars race car for $21 million. Before Guxia finalized the purchase, Dragon Yun approached the representative of buyer number 5, proposing that they could be compensated to create a replica of the race car, with the condition of $100,000 and no bidding increase. Buyer number 5 readily agreed, allowing their original budget of $20 million to be reduced to under $300,000. Guxia had initially believed that buyer number 5 would raise their bid in a bidding frenzy. Although their budget was limited to $20 million, exceeding it by a few hundred thousand is not uncommon, as many productions often run over budget. To his surprise, buyer number 5 did not raise their bid. And with $21 million, Guxia successfully acquired the King of Cars race car. When Dragon Yun brought buyer number 5 to Guxia and explained everything, Guxia finally understood the situation. The $100,000 offered by buyer number 5 served as a reward for Dragon Yun. Today's yield reached $120,000, setting a new record, and Dragon Yun's points increased by $120,000 as well. After acquiring the racing car, Guxia was exceedingly pleased. Long Yun had saved him at least $15 million, while money was not a significant concern for him. Spending excessively was both unnecessary and a slight to one's intelligence, was it not? Following discussions with buyer number 5, Long Yun's extraordinary data system unveiled new avenues for exploration. The production team associated with buyer number 5 was no ordinary group. They were affiliated with the Fast 9 crew, who aimed to expand into the Asian market by filming in various locations across Asia. The auction racing car was destined to be deliberately wrecked in a scene set in the Grand Xia Kingdom, astonishingly fetching a bid of $20 million for just a few frames. Long Yun was left in awe. Through the profound capabilities of his exceptional data system, Long Yun realized that the Fast 9 crew had their sights set on more than just this singular luxury vehicle. As one door closed, fate opened several others, all brimming with lucrative potential. Chapter 25, Extras for Fast 9, Part 1. Long Yun considered himself a film enthusiast, having watched all installments from Fast 1 to Fast 8. The first 3 films were viewed via bootleg copies, but he scrimped and saved to purchase tickets for the subsequent entries. To his surprise, a local attraction in Longjiang City was also a filming site for Fast 9. The extraordinary data system required no additional specifics from Long Yun. A mere index was sufficient for it to autonomously mine all data, including what humanity deemed classified information. Fast 9, the 9th installment of a globally renowned film series, boasts a colossal fanbase. Regardless of the film's quality, tickets had already been reserved in anticipation. Spectacular scenes and grand productions were essential, irrespective of the plot. At the very least, audiences needed to feel their ticket purchases were justified, even if the storyline fell flat, as long as the production was extravagant enough. Moviegoers would not feel their money was wasted. Speed and Passion is a series intimately tied to automobiles, featuring an array of rare luxury cars. The allure of these vehicles lies not only in their brand, but also in their scarcity. To appease the Grand Xia audience, One of the 3 scenes filmed in the Grand Xia Kingdom would showcase a customized McLaren 720S. This non-production version of the McLaren 720S had only 9 units manufactured globally, all destined for the Grand Xia Kingdom. Its livery included an image of a twisting dragon, the totem of the Grand Xia. The 9 McLaren 720S vehicles would be delivered to the Grand Xia Kingdom in batches, with 1 exhibition model already on site. This model would not only participate in 2 auto expos in the Grand Xia Kingdom, but would also be transported to the Fast 9 filming location post-exhibition. According to the Fast 9 script, a driver from the Grand Xia Kingdom would compete against the McLaren 720S in a red flag S9. The outcome of the race was inconsequential. The screenwriters intended to downplay the result, emphasizing the thrilling process instead. This would mark the first time a domestically produced supercar from the Grand Xia Kingdom would compete on screen alongside world-renowned supercars. Ahem, opinions may vary. Yet one might interpret this segment as a form of product placement. Nonetheless, the Grand Xia audience would be delighted, and foreign viewers would find it novel to witness the debut of a Grand Xia domestic supercar. Proudly, the red flag supercar was finally set to make its appearance, competing against illustrious global counterparts. Not only did the screenwriters know the plot, but Long Yun's extraordinary data system had also unearthed the storyline and could even predict its trajectory. As a citizen of the Grand Xia Kingdom, while relishing the exhilarating competition, Long Yun remained curious about the outcome of the red flag S9 versus the McLaren 720S race. Let it not be said that the citizens of the Grand Xia Kingdom were stubborn. Most film enthusiasts were equally eager to learn the final result of the race. However, the screenwriters, aiming to avoid offending either McLaren or red flag, sought to minimize the significance of the outcome, even contemplating a scenario where both luxury vehicles would be destroyed. The idea of 2 supercars meeting their end together, though seemingly wasteful and a significant loss, might actually be the most favorable resolution, sparing both automotive companies and their fans from disappointment. McLaren enthusiasts could argue that if not for the collision with the red flag S9, victory would have been theirs by right. Meanwhile, numerous Grand Xia fans could assert that had the 2 cars not mutually perished, the ultimate triumph would have undoubtedly belonged to the red flag S9. Through buyer number 5, Long Yun established contact with the production team, expressing his intention to purchase the 2 supercars that would soon be rendered into scrap metal. He paid a deposit of 10,000 meters, agreeing to accept them regardless of their condition post-collision. The consequences of the 2 supercars colliding were predictable, particularly given that their bodies were primarily composed of carbon fiber, leading to a shattering outcome. With someone willing to acquire the 2 heaps of wreckage, the production team had no reason to refuse. Disposing of the 2 totaled vehicles would incur considerable costs. As Dante once noted, there is no such thing as trash in this world, only treasure misplaced. Long Yun had already envisioned the perfect location for the 2 mangled supercars, the esteemed car museum of Guxia. Come one, come all, to witness the Grand Xia Kingdom's first supercar, the red flag S9, having reduced the McLaren 720S to mere rubble. This is the true worth of those 2 piles of scrap. According to the agreement reached with the production team, Long Yun would acquire the 2 heaps of scrap at a price ranging from 20,000 to 50,000 meters, contingent upon the extent of damage inflicted on the vehicles. Imagine, amidst a collection of luxury cars, 2 utterly ruined wrecks on display. Would that not capture attention? Especially among car enthusiasts with a deep-seated affection for domestic products. That afternoon, Long Yun boarded a flight back to Longjiang City. The Fast 9 crew was actively recruiting extras in Longjiang City, offering 100 meters per person for participation in several scenes, guaranteeing safety, with each person earning 100 meters per day. Guxia had hoped to keep Long Yun around for a few more days, considering it was his first visit to the capital and many entertaining locales awaited exploration. Guxia wished to extend his hospitality. Unexpectedly, Long Yun seemed more eager to chase after the 100-meter daily wage as an extra. Truly, Long Yun was an enigma. Guxia personally drove the Porsche 918 to deliver Long Yun to the international airport of the capital. Upon returning to Longjiang City that evening, Long Yun promptly queued at the registration point for extras with the Fast 9 crew the following morning. The requirements for extras were not stringent. Any healthy male or female aged between 18 and 60 was welcome. The limit was set at 20,000 participants, filled on a first-come, first-served basis. The recruitment announcement was issued at 8 a.m. that morning, with official recruitment commencing at 9 a.m. Long Yun was already aware of the Fast 9 crew's recruitment plans and had deliberately returned from the capital the previous afternoon. The leadership of the Fast 9 crew had only just arrived in Longjiang City the day before, with several high-profile actors flying in the night prior. The filming locations for Fast 9 in Longjiang City had been prepared for over a month and were set to be dismantled after filming a few scenes the next day. Last night, Long Yun had broadcasted a message in his class group, reminding his classmates of the opportunity to earn some extra cash today. For energetic students, the chance to witness celebrities and supercars on the Fast 9 set was a rare experience, especially with the allure of earning 100 meters. When Long Yun shared this news, the Fast 9 crew had not yet made their announcement. Many were aware of the crew's planned shoot in Longjiang City, but the exact timing was uncertain. Long Yun, we understand your desire to earn extra money, but be careful not to get scammed. I haven't heard anything about Fast 9 starting filming here tomorrow. Class monitor Dong Yong expressed his concern. Are you going mad thinking about money? Sports committee member Lu Feng chimed in bluntly, having a poor relationship with Long Yun ever since he had failed to pass the ball to him during a class football match, opting instead to score a goal himself. If Lu Feng's words were directed at someone else, they might not take offense. However, for Long Yun, who hails from an orphan background and lives a rather frugal existence, those words seem laced with sarcasm and derision. Lu Feng, how could you express yourself in such a manner? Classmate Long Yun is merely offering his good intentions, and any interested students can certainly give it a try tomorrow. The class flower and study committee member, Chu Yen, cannot abide Lu Hu's arrogant demeanor. Oh, Chu Yen, you've jumped in rather quickly. Could it be that you've developed a fondness for that impoverished lad? Lu Hu, coming from a wealthy family, has been antagonistic towards Long Yun ever since their conflict arose. We're all going tomorrow. I'm going to check it out. I will too. In no time, 2/3 of the class expressed their eagerness to witness the filming of Fast 9. They were motivated by a desire to support Long Yun, as well as to partake in the excitement. After all, staying at home was rather dull. 1/3 of the classmates are not in the city, and a few are Lu Hu's followers, making it inconvenient for them to openly declare their intentions. Chapter 26, Fast 9 Extras, Part 2. The filming location was a closed racetrack, which had been rented by the Fast 9 production team as their shooting venue. Upon Long Yun's arrival at the filming site, the staff were astonished. The announcement had not yet been made, yet this young man had already arrived. Fearful of missing out, Long Yun had risen early, and to his surprise, he was the very first to register as an extra. The production team had only recently issued the announcement due to the immense popularity of Fast 9. Had they done so earlier, it would have likely attracted thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of fans who would camp out overnight at the racetrack entrance, inevitably causing considerable management challenges. This sudden announcement caught the fans off guard, and those from out of town recognized their lack of hope and refrained from coming. Even fans who had made arrangements the night before understood the limited slots available and chose not to alter their plans, thus avoiding a large gathering of people. Most of Long Yun's classmates also woke early, arriving at the Fast 9 filming site with a mix of skepticism and anticipation. To their astonishment, the Fast 9 team was indeed recruiting extras, and the announcement had only been made a mere 10 minutes prior. All the students successfully secured their positions as extras without having to queue. Upon witnessing the long lines of fans waiting to register, the classmates admired Long Yun's foresight. Although Lu Hu was initially doubtful of the information provided by Long Yun, deep down, he held a disdain for him. After all the classmates arrived, he too brought along his 2 lackeys. Indeed, the Fast 9 crew was seeking extras, and a queue of several hundred meters had already formed, prompting Lu Hu to hastily join the line. Once inside the filming area, the classmates shared images of the scenery in the class group chat, causing Lu Hu to feel both anxious and frustrated. He feared that if he didn't get a turn soon, the slots would fill up, cursing his lackey, Lu Chong, for insisting that Long Yun's words were untrustworthy, nearly jeopardizing their opportunity. Despite his skepticism towards Long Yun, he felt compelled to investigate the chance to be an extra in Fast 9, to witness the racing firsthand, and to encounter international superstars from a distance. Even if there was only a 1 chance, he would come to see for himself, and if all else failed, he could return to the group chat and lambast Long Yun mercilessly. Soon, the 20,000 slots for extras were filled, leaving late-arriving fans to lament their missed opportunity. Lu Hu and his 2 lackeys barely managed to squeeze into the last available spots. The extras at this closed racetrack had one simple task: to act as enthusiastic spectators. The Jianglong City racetrack features a single circuit that stretches 42 kilometers, with 10 left turns for right turns and a straightaway measuring 100 meters. It is a classic stop-and-go track. The 2 oddly shaped hairpin turns are a nightmare for many drivers, yet a showcase for the skilled. Located in the southern region, Jianglong City experiences frequent rain, and the allure of this track only intensifies in the minds of racers. The more thrilling the experience, the more exhilarating it becomes. The starting grandstand was to accommodate the most extras, but it was also the least exciting spot. Long Yun had already contacted the personnel in charge of assignments and led his classmates to the most challenging hairpin turn, which is the essence of this racetrack. Many students were entering a racetrack for the first time, as minors are typically prohibited from such venues. Long Yun, too, was a novice in this realm, and there was a camera position at the hairpin turn, indicating that relevant footage would be captured with the right angle. The extras might even find themselves featured in an international blockbuster. Long Yun brought his classmates here not for the sake of recognition, but because he was curious about how the two cars he had reserved would fare in a collision. From the initial skepticism expressed in the group chat to the current admiration, the classmates' attitudes towards Long Yun had undergone a subtle transformation. Chu Yen, the class flower and study committee member, leaned closer to Long Yun, admitting that the roar of the racing cars made her fearful. As a young man, Long Yun understood the importance of cherishing the delicate. When the racing cars zipped past, he tightly held Chu Yen's slender hand. Class leader Dong Yong and sports committee member Lu Feng glared at Long Yun with intensity. The entire class was aware that Dong Yong harbored feelings for Chu Yen and had confessed to her after their senior year, only to be met with rejection. Lu Feng, relying on his affluent background, had assumed he could easily win over Chu Yen, only to be similarly spurned. Humiliated, Lu Feng sought to reclaim some semblance of dignity. In comparison to Dong Yong and Lu Feng, Long Yun not only stood taller and more handsome, but his maturity was also more pronounced. As an orphan, Long Yun took on part-time jobs every weekend and holiday, not in pursuit of a lavish lifestyle, but rather to sustain himself. His living expenses were covered by a welfare institution, and although modest, they sufficed for his needs at school. The income from his part-time jobs was not kept for himself. Instead, he anonymously donated it back to his welfare home. Naturally, only Long Yun was aware of these matters, and Chu Yen's feelings for him grew as she stumbled upon him working part-time, demonstrating his self-sufficiency. According to Long Yun, professional race car drivers would complete several laps before two vehicles would collide at their location, with two major stars from Fast 9 also expected to be present. Indeed, after filming the circling scenes, a customized McLaren 720S and a Hongqi S9 were brought forth. The classmates were awestruck at the sight of the magnificent cars. Indeed, they were multi-million-dollar supercars. Even the chance to glimpse them up close was worth the admission fee of 100 yuan, and today, the production team was even offering 100 yuan. Long Yun had only seen stunning photos of these two vehicles online, yet witnessing them in person left him utterly astonished. They were simply breathtaking. Although the cars had zoomed past them multiple times before, their incredible speed had rendered them indistinguishable. Such a rare opportunity for static appreciation was indeed a stroke of luck. According to Long Yun, these two stunning supercars were destined to be reduced to mere wreckage. It was an utter waste. The production team sought a shocking effect, aiming for box office returns multiple times greater than the value of these two cars. Long Yun, will those two cars really collide? Chu Yen inquired beside him. Yes, indeed. It will happen shortly, and they will be utterly smashed. Long Yun replied. Heh, keep dreaming. You're neither the director nor the screenwriter. How could you possibly know it will crash? Lu Feng scoffed at Long Yun, frequently inching closer to Chu Yen, only to be met with several fierce glares from her. Don't tell me you, an extra, actually have lines. Dong Yong, the class leader, also approached, leaning toward Chu Yen. Xiu Yin discovered that these two bothersome boys kept inching closer to her, so she decisively positioned herself in front of Long Yun. Long Yun, displaying remarkable sensitivity, gently embraced her. The director inadvertently caught sight of Long Yun and Xiu Yin, mistaking them for a couple, and an assistant hurried over to inquire. Can you both scream? You know, the kind of terrified shriek one emits after a collision. Both Long Yun and Xiu Yin nodded in agreement. The assistant led them into the venue, allowing them to rehearse. Xiu Yin, startled, curled up in Long Yun's embrace, while he held her tightly, and the two began to scream in sheer terror. Very good. The American director gave a thumbs up to Long Yun and Xiu Yin. Chapter 27, The Sale of Scrap Metal. The director had Long Yun and Xiu Yin rehearse several times, capturing multiple takes. While the onlookers admired the luxury cars, they repeatedly reveled in the affectionate screams of Long Yun and Xiu Yin. Lu Feng and Dong Yong felt both exasperated and helpless. This was hardly an appreciation of racing cars, but rather a display of Long Yun and Xiu Yin's affectionate antics. It was no wonder they harbored resentment, while the other classmates erupted in cheers and applause. After completing the screaming scenes, Long Yun and Xiu Yin were granted the rare opportunity to take photographs with two prominent actors, an opportunity that others could only dream of. Not only did they get to pose with the stars, but they also had the privilege of the Fast 9 crew's exclusive photographer. Upon returning to their classmates, Long Yun and Xiu Yin were met with envious gazes, the intensity of which was palpable. Lu Feng and Dong Yong stood by, like two drenched mutts, feeling nothing but envy and resentment towards Long Yun and Xiu Yin. The scene of the luxury cars colliding was soon set up, and the $2 million vehicles indeed crashed before everyone's eyes, leaving the classmates utterly astounded. Just as Long Yun had said, two cars, which could only be described as masterpieces, were reduced to mere rubble. Following the collision, the filming at this location concluded, and the crew prepared to depart. Before they left, the extras were instructed to exit the racetrack in an orderly fashion, while Long Yun was granted special permission to remain. Long Yun. Everyone has already agreed to gather at the Moon Bay barbecue area next to the racetrack. You must come. It will be a split bill, Su Yin urged him. Long Yun nodded in agreement, saying, all right, I know the place. I need to take care of some matters first. I'll find you later. As the staff ushered the classmates away, Long Yun approached the crew leader and secured the 2 wrecked luxury cars for 30,000 meters. He had already arranged for 2 forklifts and a tow truck to wait outside the racetrack, and once the extras dispersed, the process of transporting the heaps of scrap metal commenced. Next, of course, was to find a buyer for the 2 piles of scrap. Long Yun didn't underestimate Gu Xiao's acumen. He knew Gu Xiao had discerning taste. However, Long Yun's silver tongue was equally formidable. Once the call connected, Long Yun began to outline the filming situation of Fast 9 in Longjiang City. Long Yun, thank you for sharing so much, but I'm not particularly interested in behind-the-scenes footage. I'll surely attend the premiere of this blockbuster, Gu Xiao replied. Actually, I didn't call to discuss the behind-the-scenes footage. I believe you might be interested in what I have to offer. Oh, what are you trying to sell me this time? Go on, my standards are quite high, Gu Xiao replied. 2 luxury cars, a Hongqi S9 and a McLaren 720S Special Edition. Oh, I thought you had something more impressive. I already have both cars in my garage. You've miscalculated. I'm offering them to you at a bargain, just 1 million for each. 1 million each? That is indeed quite cheap. But I already own too many supercars to handle. Even at that price, I have no need, though I could pass them on to my friends. No. These 2 cars are meant only for you. They would be of no use to anyone else. Haha, really? What is the story behind this? In the behind-the-scenes footage I mentioned earlier, 2 supercars were wrecked, a Hongqi S9 and a McLaren 720S Special Edition. And then I purchased the 2 wrecked cars at a high price, formally offering them to you now. Haha, after all that, you're selling me 2 piles of scrap. Why would I spend money on that? These are not ordinary heaps of scrap. First, they are the only 2 supercars destroyed during the filming of Fast 9 in our country. Second, the domestic supercar champion, Hongqi S9, turned the McLaren into scrap. Doesn't your luxury car museum have a section for domestic cars? These 2 are precisely what you need. Let me think about it, Gu Xiao replied, almost swayed by Long Yun's pitch. But he felt he couldn't concede so easily. He needed to buy some time, knowing that apart from himself, no one would want those heaps of scrap. Since Gu Xiao did not immediately decide to purchase the scrap, Long Yun had to resort to his backup plan. He dialed the private number of Mayor Long, as if anyone naive enough to believe the mayor's hotline would actually reach him. Mayor Long answered promptly. From the sound on the other end, it was evident he was in a relatively quiet place, allowing Long Yun to speak his mind freely. Hello, Mayor Long. This is Long Yun. Long Yun introduced himself. With so many people in the country with the surname Long, and quite a few named Long Yun, Mayor Long quickly searched his mind for this particular Long Yun, naturally leaning towards high-ranking officials or celebrities. After a few seconds of searching, he realized he couldn't recall anyone by that name. May I ask which Long Yun you are? Mayor Long inquired politely, cautious not to offend a person of potential importance. I'm just an ordinary Long Yun. You are busy, and so am I. But I have a business proposition that may interest you. Mayor Long's heart raced at this, fearing someone had caught wind of a scandal to extort him. Please, go ahead, he replied, feeling quite anxious. I have 2 supercars that you might find appealing, 150,000 each. I think you might be mistaken. I don't buy supercars. Which company are you from? How did this sales call reach me? Mayor Long, please don't be upset. There is absolutely no mistake. Let me mention someone you surely know, Gu Xiao. Mayor Long knew of Gu Xiao, the young master of a formidable family. But there were thousands of people named Gu Xiao in the country. Which Gu Xiao are you referring to? The one from the capital, of course. Who else could it be? Oh, you mean Gu Xiao? What does this have to do with your pitch for supercars? It has everything to do with it. His luxury car museum is set to open by the end of this year, and I need not elaborate further. Ah, I see. I will definitely be present at the opening ceremony. As for the supercars you mentioned, I don't think they would suit me, and I certainly cannot afford them. Long Yun thought to himself, keep pretending. Very well, Mayor Long, my apologies for the disturbance. Goodbye. Long Yun hung up the phone and exited the racetrack, heading towards the Moon Bay barbecue venue. He just needed a bit of patience to await a certain phone call. Chapter 28. 3 million worth of scrap metal. After hanging up the phone, Mayor Long's mood remained unsettled for an extended period. This personal number of his was known only to a select few. Not even his family was aware of it. It was his business line. Globally, only 5 individuals were privy to this number, 3 of his subordinates and 2 superiors. Furthermore, the number was not registered under his name. How did this fellow, Long Yun, come to possess it? He had directly addressed him as Mayor Long, with such familiarity, as though they were well acquainted. Moreover, he immediately began to pitch high-performance sports cars, priced at $1.5 million each, and somehow linked them to the esteemed Gu Shao of the capital. What sort of scheme was afoot? The more Mayor Long pondered, the more uneasy he became, plagued by the sensation of being surveilled by unseen eyes. After several minutes of contemplation, he resolved to send his trusted subordinate to meet this Long Yun character. Long Tao, the mayor's cousin, was a reliable individual in whom Mayor Long had complete confidence. Once instructed, Long Tao promptly reached out to Long Yun. Upon receiving a call from an unfamiliar local number, Long Yun's sophisticated data system instantly identified the caller as Long Tao, the mayor's cousin and a pivotal figure in the mayor's endeavors to monetize his power. Having grasped the situation, Long Yun knew precisely how to engage with this individual. "Hello, you must be Long Tao. I am Long Yun. The cars are over at the racetrack. Do come take a look," Long Yun stated. Long Tao was taken aback, even before introducing himself. The other party not only knew his name, but also the purpose of his visit. A chill ran down Long Tao's spine as beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. "All right, I'm on my way and will contact you upon arrival." Initially intending to play coy, he felt compelled to abandon any pretense when directly addressed, nodding like a pecking chick. In the meantime, Long Yun made his way to the Moon Bay Barbecue City adjacent to the racetrack. The venue was bustling with patrons, many of whom were recent high school graduates celebrating the end of their exams. He located his classmates, and the barbecue party was already in full swing. Chu Yin was quietly tending to the grill. As it was a self-service barbecue, those wary of the smoke had retreated to a distance, including some of the girls. Lu Feng was simply biding his time in a cooler spot, waiting for his classmates to finish grilling. Class monitor Dong Yong seized the opportunity to get closer to Chu Yin, assisting her with the skewers, though she kept her distance from him. The wind was peculiarly shifting, causing the smoke to blow directly toward Dong Yong. Upon Long Yun's arrival, Chu Yin set out a chair beside her. "Long Yun, come join me for the barbecue." "Sure. I have some experience," Long Yun replied as he settled next to her. "Oh, really? When did that happen?" Dong Yong scoffed dismissively, mocking him. "Apologies, but I'm not boasting. Over the last winter vacation, I worked part-time at Li Laoxi's barbecue shop, learning from the master." In Longjiang City, Li Laoxi's barbecue chain was quite renowned. Even part-timers there were expected to possess a certain level of skill, lest they drive away customers. Long Yun's proficiency became evident as he expertly handled the grilling equipment, adjusted the heat, brushed oil, and sprinkled seasonings. His classmates, who bore no grudges against him, were generous with their praise, while only Dong Yong and Lu Feng, envious yet unable to compete, begrudgingly acknowledged that they could not match Long Yun's talent in grilling. Suddenly, Long Yun's phone rang. "Hello, I've arrived at the racetrack. May I ask where you are?" "Oh, you're here? Please wait a moment. I'll be right out." Long Yun replied nonchalantly. "My apologies, everyone, but I have something to attend to. I'll be back shortly." He set down the grilling tools and headed outside. "Long Yun, wait for me. I'll accompany you," Chu Yin called, following him. The two exited the barbecue venue and approached the racetrack entrance, where a black Mercedes S400 was parked on the vacant lot. Upon seeing the license plate, Long Yun's advanced data system quickly retrieved information about the vehicle. Owner, Long Tao. Age, 3 years. Recently visited locations, Longjiang City and the capital. Long Yun called the tow truck driver, who soon arrived with 2 heaps of mangled sports cars, parking them in front of Long Yun. Chu Yan's keen eyes immediately recognized the wreckage on the tow truck. "Long Yun, are those the 2 supercars from before?" she asked in astonishment. Long Yun nodded. "Indeed, I just acquired them and am preparing to sell them." "Oh, I didn't realize you also dabbled in scrap collection. Selling these to a recycling company should yield quite a sum, I assume?" Chu Yin complimented him knowingly, aware of Long Yun's self-sufficient nature. "Yes, indeed. A few million, no less," Long Yun replied nonchalantly. Due to the noise from the tow truck's engine, Chu Yin misheard his words and assumed he was merely selling scrap metal. Long Yun dialed Long Tao's number, informing him of his location. When Long Tao stepped out of the Mercedes, he was taken aback by the youthful appearance of Long Yun, who spoke with an unexpected composure, akin to a seasoned veteran. Long Tao had only been informed by his cousin that a certain Long Yun was offering 2 sports cars for $1.5 million each, with a clear implication that Gu Shao from the capital was interested in them. Understanding the adage that one should not judge a book by its cover, Long Tao felt increasingly uncertain as Long Yun seemed unassuming. Thus, he cautiously inquired, "Brother, where are the cars you mentioned?" "Right here." Long Yun gestured towards the heaps of scrap on the tow truck. Long Tao couldn't help but smile incredulously. "You can't be serious. Are these the 2 cars you're referring to?" His disbelief was palpable. "Indeed. One is a McLaren 720S Custom Edition from the Great Xia, of which only 9 exist globally. The other is the domestically produced, newly minted supercar, the Hongqi S9. Long Yun explained. pointing out the remnants of the car logos still visible on the wreckage. Wait, you can't be suggesting that these once were sports cars? Long Tao was utterly perplexed. These are multi-million-dollar supercars. Surely you can't expect to sell them for $1.5 million each in this condition? Long Yun retorted. If they hadn't met such a fate, would I be offering them at this price? This reasoning seemed somewhat valid, as the combined value of the two supercars approached 30 million. Thus, asking 3 million for the wrecks did not appear unreasonable. However, what I meant to clarify is why Gu Xiao would want these two vehicles. Long Tao asked politely, maintaining his composure. He was courteous because he had never encountered anyone daring enough to extort him in Longjiang City. He had always been the one to intimidate others. The audacity of this young man to demand 3 million for mere heaps of scrap piqued his interest. Chapter 29. The scrap metal is actually sold. Long Yun shook his head, a hint of impatience creeping into his tone. Why would you send someone like you to negotiate with me? Long Tao broke into a cold sweat at the implications of Long Yun's words. This individual was undoubtedly formidable. And though he felt lost, he knew he had to manage this situation on behalf of his cousin. He forced a smile and replied, I would greatly appreciate your guidance on this matter. Very well, let me be forthright. The esteemed car museum of the illustrious Gu shall be inaugurated in the latter half of this year, and at that time, these two heaps of scrap metal will serve as exhibits. Long Tao was taken aback by Long Yun's unvarnished honesty, directly labeling these two heaps as mere scrap, while he had been cautious enough to refer to them as vehicles. With such candidness from Long Yun, Long Tao, not being foolish, quickly grasped the purpose of these heaps of scrap. His cousin had long harbored ambitions to align himself with the formidable Gu. Oh, I am but a simpleton. I appreciate your guidance, dear brother. Let us proceed with the price you suggested. How shall I remit the payment? I shall send an account number to your phone shortly. You may take the vehicles away first, and the towing fee will be deducted from the payment. My classmates are awaiting me. Farewell. Long Yun, not indulging in further pleasantries with Long Tao, turned on his heel and sent a text containing his account details. Long Tao was unclear about Gu's intentions for these two heaps of scrap, yet he understood that establishing a connection with Gu would undoubtedly be beneficial for his cousin's career. The monetary value of the scrap was of little consequence. Xiu Yan accompanied Long Yun back to the barbecue venue, having overheard parts of the prior conversation between him and the successful individual. Due to the distance and the noise from the tow truck's engine, she failed to catch everything. Long Yun, who would have thought that collecting scrap could be so lucrative? Driving a Mercedes, indeed, Xiu Yan exclaimed, gazing at Long Tao's luxurious vehicle. Indeed, it is worth over 2 million. Xiu Yan, recognizing the Mercedes emblem, marveled at its value, astonished that such a vehicle could be worth in excess of 2 million. Long Yun, may I pose a question? She ventured cautiously. Feel free to inquire. I shall speak candidly. Long Yun replied jovially. How much did you earn from selling those heaps of scrap? Was it at least 1,000? Xiu Yan probed again, testing the waters. To a recent high school graduate, earning 1,000 would indeed be considered a substantial sum. Of course, it was 3 million. Long Yun responded, just as he uttered the figure. His phone chimed with a notification, a text message confirming the deposit of 3 million yuan, with Long Tao neglecting to deduct the towing fee. Congratulations, esteemed host. You have profited too. 8 million yuan, earning 8 million points. Merely 300. Who would have thought that two expensive sports cars, when totaled, could only fetch 300? Yet, it's still quite decent. 300 can purchase many things, can it not? Xiu Yan seemed to be reassuring Long Yun. Since Xiu Yan had not clearly heard, Long Yun found no reason to repeat himself, lest she suspect him of boasting. Upon seeing the 8 million deposited, Long Yun smiled gently and returned to the barbecue venue with Xiu Yan. Back at the grill, Long Yun resumed his role as the barbecue master. Unlike the time he had left, many classmates had gathered around. His barbecued offerings were simply delectable, best enjoyed fresh. The class monitor, Dong Yong, produced barbecued items that were either undercooked or burnt. Even those that appeared edible were as hard as iron, with vegetables carrying a strong, acrid smokiness. Long Yun was being quite excessive. Not only had he taken away the class beauty, but he had also firmly captured the appetites of his classmates. Dong Yong and Lu Feng were utterly outclassed. During Long Yun's endeavors of selling scrap and grilling, Gu's associates were not idle. They first contacted the Hongqi manufacturer. They learned that the Fast 9 film crew had acquired the wrecked Hongqi S9 for 10 million yuan, while its original price was 19.99 million. The reason for the 50 discount was the S9's minute-long appearance in Fast 9, presenting a prime opportunity for Hongqi to gain international exposure. The film crew initially paid 5 million, with the remaining 5 million contingent upon the film's release. This arrangement was a prior agreement between Hongqi and Fast 9. But those who sought information were Gu's associates, who were not met with any reluctance and were fully briefed. Gu Xia understood the film crew's intentions. They awaited the box office performance of Fast 9. If it were to become a global sensation, the remaining 5 million might never be paid. If the performance were average, they would still owe it. Hongqi sought to promote its first supercar through Fast 9, while the film crew aimed to leverage the patriotic sentiments of the people of Daxia, allowing the S9 to shine and thus rake in box office revenue. This was undoubtedly a win-win scenario. Gu understood the significance of the Hongqi S9 for car enthusiasts in Daxia, and so he dialed Long Yun's number. The call connected, and Long Yun was still busy at the grill, with many classmates eagerly awaiting their barbecue, with his hands covered in grease. Long Yun asked Xu Yin to answer the call and put it on speaker. Greetings, Gu. Long Yun, your salesmanship leaves much to be desired. Have you given up after a single setback? Where is your professional integrity? Gu Xia chuckled. Dear Gu, you are a busy man. I dare not pester you repeatedly. Should you choose to block me, I would suffer a great loss, for I have many vehicles still to sell you. Very well. I will take those 2 heaps of scrap, arrange for a tow truck to collect them, ensuring they are sealed for preservation. I shall cover the expenses. My sincerest apologies. Gu, but I have sold those 2 heaps of scrap. What? Sold them? You jest. Is there anyone else in this world who would purchase those heaps of scrap? Indeed. There is. However, they will eventually end up in your possession. The price they offered was too good to refuse. Come now. Do you truly believe anyone could offer more than 2 million? Well, a mysterious buyer just acquired them for 3 million. You must be trying to inflate the price. Long Yun, I would never dare to engage in such tactics with you. The sale is genuine. Otherwise, I would have no choice but to sell them to you. Let me put it this way. I have just contacted the Hongqi company, and I will be establishing a section for domestic luxury cars, which will include other supercars from domestic manufacturers. I preemptively congratulate you on your car museum's anticipated popularity and bustling crowds. Thank you, not a business. I will add 200,000 to the price of each vehicle, arrange for their shipment. Gu, why do you doubt me? I truly sold them. To whom? Long Yun nearly divulged the information but restrained himself, considering the presence of so many people. He was aware that Gu Xia and Mayor Long would inevitably cross paths. My apologies, Gu, but I am unable to disclose the buyer's information. Enough of this. Regardless of whether you sold them, they must come to me. By the way, there is another matter. I wonder if you can handle it? Please tell me, and I shall do my utmost. Negotiate with the Fast 9 crew to secure a minute-long racing montage in the name of the Daxia Luxury Car Museum. The advanced data system within Long Yun's mind immediately began to sift through relevant information. Chapter 30. Skipping out? According to the findings of the advanced data system within Long Yun's mind, the Fast 9 crew acquired the wrecked Hongqi S9 for 10 million, significantly below market value. The crew had initially paid 5 million, with another 5 million pending. Clearly, Gu aimed not only to obtain the 2 heaps of scrap, but also to acquire the exhilarating minute-long montage featuring the Hongqi S9 from Fast 9. It was imperative to repeatedly showcase this montage beside the heaps of scrap. Otherwise, how would the audience understand the origin of these heaps? Securing that montage now was the most advantageous, as the opening of the museum would precede the film's release. If the film were to become a blockbuster, the price for that montage would surely soar. Conversely, if it performed poorly, the price would likely not drop below the current rate. Thus, the timing for acquiring that montage was indeed optimal. Moreover, Gu Xiao and Hongqi Company sought merely to showcase the exhilarating racing scenes between the S9 and the McLaren 720S. The box office performance of Fast 9 was not their concern. Upon absorbing this information, Long Yun immediately conceived a strategy. Gu Xiao, what sum do you intend to secure for that clip? Gu Xiao's suggestion to secure undoubtedly implied obtaining permission from the other party. What do you deem a suitable amount? Gu Xiao retorted. I believe 3 million is appropriate. Long Yun responded. Might 3 million be excessive? Gu Xiao inquired. What is your psychological price point? Long Yun continued. I think anything under 1 million is more fitting. We are not seeking a buyout, merely special authorization, he clarified. Very well, I shall negotiate with the other party. Long Yun, be straightforward. How much commission do you require? Gu Xiao asked. Oh, come now. How could I possibly take a commission for such a trivial matter? Once the deal is finalized, a modest activity fund will suffice, Long Yun replied. As the call concluded, Long Yun realized that all his classmates had been rendered speechless. Each one astonished, their jaws agape, while the food on the grill had burned to a crisp. Barbecue! Barbecue! Long Yun shouted several times. Only then did his classmates snap out of their stupor, almost none attending to the charred food, all gazing incredulously at Long Yun. Lu Feng was the first to react. Chuckling awkwardly, Long Yun, your boasting is remarkable. I'll give you a 99, deducting 1 point solely to keep your pride in check. Lu Feng mockingly gave Long Yun a thumbs up. Prompted by Lu Feng, class monitor Dong Yong also regained his composure, chiming in, Long Yun, we nearly believed you. The other classmates remained skeptical. Indeed, the majority did not believe him, yet they refrained from openly ridiculing him like Lu Feng and Dong Yong. In their minds, Long Yun was not the vain type, but casually mentioning amounts in the millions over the phone seemed rather outrageous. Although Chu Yin firmly supported Long Yun, she harbored her own doubts about the multi-million figures he had mentioned to Gu Xiao on the phone. You may choose to believe or not. I have no obligation to prove anything to you, Long Yun retorted to Lu Feng and Dong Yong, who were mocking him. He set down the barbecue equipment, took 2 paper towels, and wiped his greasy hands. Chu Yan's beautiful eyes were fixed on Long Yun, filled with curiosity, as she handed her phone to him. Accepting the device, Long Yun noticed her gaze and smiled, asking, "Do you believe me?" Without hesitation, Chu Yan nodded, replying, "I do." Complete nonsense. They say women in love have an IQ of 0. Who would have thought our class flower and study committee member, even before dating, has plummeted below 0? Lu Feng scoffed. What are you talking about? Chu Yan exclaimed, grabbing a charred skewer of vegetables and hurling it at Lu Feng. Long Yun stood up and dialed a contact within the Fast 9 production team. He succinctly expressed his desire to promote Fast 9 and procure a promotional clip. The filming of Fast 9 in the Great Xia Nation was initially intended to appeal to its film enthusiasts. For instance, Fast 8 garnered a quarter of its box office from the Great Xia Nation. As Fast 9 commenced production there, numerous domestic media outlets clamored to report on it. And the Fast 9 team would readily provide promotional materials. Why would anyone refuse free publicity? Upon meeting, the other party soon realized that Long Yun was not seeking media promotion, but rather intended to publicize within a luxury car museum, hoping to obtain commercial authorization, which meant profiting from the promotional clip without needing to share earnings with the Fast 9 team. Long Yun's proposal was as follows. Fast 9 would provide footage of the Hongqi S9 and McLaren racing, with this footage becoming the exclusive property of the capital city Great Xia Luxury Car Museum, and in exchange, the Fast 9 team would require a fee of 5 million. Compared to the tens of billions generated by Fast 8 in the Great Xia Nation, the 5 million promotional fee was indeed modest. However, the Fast 9 team was unlikely to acquiesce. They insisted that the Great Xia Luxury Car Museum purchase the relevant racing footage for 5 million. This led to a stalemate, with both parties at an impasse over the substantial difference of 1 million. The production team was aware that Long Yun had previously acquired 2 piles of scrap metal and needed this footage to support his venture, maintaining a firm price of at least 3 million. Long Yun disregarded their stance, persistently extolling the virtues of the Great Xia Luxury Car Museum, emphasizing that it was set to open in the latter half of the year, while Fast 9 would not premiere until the end of the following year. Once the Fast 9 team grasped the significance of the Great Xia Luxury Car Museum, they negotiated and ultimately agreed to grant the relevant footage to the museum for free, stipulating that the Fast 9 branding must be included in the clip. While it appeared that the Great Xia Luxury Car Museum had gained an advantage, they were essentially providing free advertising. The exhibition of 2 piles of scrap metal would last as long as the free promotion. Both parties sought to fulfill their needs, anticipating a mutually beneficial outcome. Long Yun, perpetually entering and exiting during the class gathering, had adopted the demeanor of a busy individual, prompting Lu Feng and Dong Yong to begin whispering disparaging remarks about him. Chu Yan too felt that Long Yun had changed. He was no longer the diligent classmate she once knew, often speaking of peculiar matters, frequently coming and going as if he were exceedingly occupied. After meeting with the production team and reaching a preliminary agreement, Long Yun returned to the barbecue venue, where his classmates were preparing to leave as the afternoon wore on. "Oh, Long Yun, your timing is impeccable. We thought you had slipped away to avoid paying the bill." Lu Feng mocked as he saw Long Yun return, his face full of derision. Long Yun had been absent for quite some time, and Lu Feng had begun to circulate rumors among classmates that he had fled to dodge the bill, claiming that even if he returned, he would wait until after the accounts were settled. Chu Yan believed Long Yun was not that sort of person, and many classmates also doubted the portrayal of him as described by the two. Splitting the bill, it amounts to only 50 yuan per person. Is it really worth it for Long Yun to run off? Even if he were truly trying to evade payment, Chu Yan stated she would willingly cover his share. "My apologies, everyone. I was indeed a bit preoccupied today. I've already settled the bill, so consider this my treat. We can split the bill next time," Long Yun said as he hurried to the counter upon returning to the barbecue venue to settle the day's expenses. His classmates were aware that Long Yun did not enjoy jesting, and such humor seemed rather inappropriate. Lu Feng and Dong Yong nearly choked on their own words as Lu Feng rushed to the counter to confirm, only to be informed by the staff that someone had already paid the bill. Chapter 31. What are you pretending to be, a tycoon? Lu Feng and Dong Yong were indignant. What was Long Yun trying to prove by acting like a wealthy mogul? "Oh, Long Yun, quite the tycoon, aren't you? With business deals worth millions and treating your classmates." Lu Feng returned from the counter, mocking Long Yun as he walked. Indeed, Long Yun is now a tycoon, treating everyone to a grand feast today. Dong Yong added with a sarcastic tone. Haha, a lavish meal costing 1,500 yuan, our tycoon. Lu Feng exclaimed, playfully draping his arm over Dong Yong's shoulder as they both laughed heartily. Classmates watched the two with a mix of embarrassment. Was it really necessary to mock Long Yun for kindly settling the bill? Enough, you two. I said I'd de-treat everyone. But I did not say I'd de-treat you both. For the sake of convenience, I've already covered your portions too, so please return the money, 50 yuan each. In front of their classmates, the two had no choice but to comply and hand over their share. While the amount was not substantial, the humiliation was profound. Out of the dozens of classmates, they alone were denied a free meal. After graduation, it was clear that gatherings would become rare. Due to Fast 9, many classmates had come today, accounting for 2/3 of the attendance. Of the 45 students in the class, exactly 30 were present today. The timing could not be more perfect. The students unanimously agreed to hold the graduation banquet tonight. As they were all students, the majority relied on funds provided by their parents, adhering to the customary practice of splitting the bill equally. After retrieving the car, Long Tao promptly informed Mayor Long, who hurried over to inspect the vehicle. Upon witnessing the two supercars, now resembling scrap metal, Mayor Long was utterly bewildered, initially believing that his subordinates had caused the damage. However, after hearing Long Tao's explanation, his confusion deepened. Someone was attempting to sell him two wrecked supercars, each valued at an astonishing 1.5 million. While the money itself was minor, the insult embedded within such a proposition was profound. Was Mayor Long truly perceived as a fool with deep pockets? Upon unraveling the backstory of these two totaled vehicles, Mayor Long was taken aback. They were, in fact, supercars destroyed on the set of the Fast Furious 9 production. And the esteemed Gu Xiao from the capital had intentions of acquiring these heaps of scrap? Gu Xiao was a well-known figure in both governmental and business circles, yet he was unfamiliar with Mayor Long. This created an awkward predicament. Spending a fortune on two piles of scrap metal with no knowledge of where to present them as offerings. Long Tao had assumed his cousin had prior dealings with Gu Xiao. Where's the person who was supposed to sell us the cars? Mayor Long demanded angrily. He left. We only met once at the racetrack, Long Tao answered nervously. Quick, make a call. We need to get in touch immediately, Mayor Long urged. If they truly failed to reach the seller of those two heaps of scrap, they would be rendered utterly worthless. All right, I will make the call right now. Long Tao replied, fumbling for his phone. Wait, your demeanor is crucial. Remember to maintain the right attitude. Mayor Long cautioned him. The mayor found it increasingly difficult to decipher Long Yun's character, treading carefully as if on thin ice. Although they suspected Long Yun might be a fraud, they felt compelled to show utmost respect to avoid any potential fallout. When the call connected, the noise on Long Yun's end was quite raucous. He too felt helpless. If he kept stepping out to take calls, his classmates would accuse him of showing off, so he had to answer in the private room. Long Tao wasted no time in requesting a meeting with Long Yun to discuss matters concerning the supercars. Long Yun, having just resolved the editing issues for the video, was also eager to connect with them. How could those two heaps of scrap be overlooked? He promptly sent the restaurant's location. Upon receiving the address, Mayor Long and Long Tao hastily made their way. They arrived at Chongxiang Ju Hot Pot Restaurant, a venue known for its moderate pricing. Long Yun had reserved a large private room on the second floor, furnished with 4 round tables. He chose a seat by the window, which offered a relatively quieter atmosphere and a direct view of the restaurant's entrance, allowing him to spot Long Tao and the others as they arrived. As soon as Long Yun settled in, Chu Yen leaned over, accompanied by a female classmate. Lu Feng and Dong Yong also squeezed into the table, displacing the two students who had been seated there. Chu Yen took a seat next to Long Yun, with another girl on her other side. No matter how much Lu Feng insisted, the girl refused to leave. Long Yun then reached out to Gu Xia, requesting the shipping address to arrange for the two supercars to be transported the next day. Gu Xia, having initially secured the rights for Fast Furious 9 through Long Yun, was thrilled at the prospect of acquiring those two wrecks. Long Yun, how much do you intend to sell the two supercars to me? Gu Xia inquired, skeptical that Long Yun had indeed sold them. Gu Xiao, I truly have sold them. Why do you doubt me? Long Yun replied, exasperated. Fine, let us discuss it differently. How much will you allocate for the event expenses? Gu Xiao, I haven't done much, merely said a few words. Just honor our previous agreement, he added. 50,000. Yes. That is quite substantial. Thank you, Gu Xiao. As Long Yun was on the phone again, this time with Gu Xiao, the entire class fell silent in unison. Lu Feng and Dong Yong perked up their ears to listen. The event budget is 50,000, and the two supercars total 240,000, which amounts to 290,000 altogether. Gu Xia remained unconvinced that Long Yun had sold the two heaps of scrap. No, Gu Xiao, the latter does not count. We only need to consider the former. What do you mean by former and latter? Long Yun was equally frustrated, reluctant to mention money lest his classmates accuse him of boasting. Just give me 50. I don't need the 240 as I have sold the goods to someone else. He intentionally omitted the units from his figures. Upon hearing this, the classmates resumed their previous activities, some chatting while others checked their phones. Lu Feng and Dong Yong couldn't help but chuckle. Long Yun's facade had finally crumbled. After hanging up, Long Yun received a notification of a deposit, 50,000. Ding. Congratulations, esteemed host. You have profited 50,000, earning 500,000 points. Seeing Long Yun conclude the call, Lu Feng recognized the moment had arrived. Long Yun, you busy individual, what significant deal were you discussing? Care to share a bit with us? He asked with a forced smile. All eyes turned to Long Yun. For a high school senior just stepping out into the world, the fact that he was engaged in business endeavored to garner admiration. It's commercial confidentiality. I'm afraid I cannot disclose details, Long Yun responded nonchalantly. Oh, please. What a grand business. Just a few dozen bucks. Lu Feng and Dong Yong burst into laughter. However, the rest of the classmates remained undeterred by their antics. For them, earning even a few dozen bucks was a significant achievement. What is your mindset? Long Yun is involved in the recycling business. Although he earns only a few dozen bucks per transaction, what about you? Have you earned anything beyond begging your families for money? Chu Yin interjected, defending Long Yun with a sharp retort directed at Lu Feng and Dong Yong. Her words rendered them speechless. At this level, none of the classmates could rival Long Yun, as their funds were obtained through familial support, while Long Yun's were self-earned. A palpable silence enveloped the room. Chu Yan's comment, seemingly in defense of Long Yun, inadvertently struck a chord with her own self-worth. Classmates, this is all my fault. I will refrain from making calls. Let us focus on our camaraderie today without discussing business. Long Yun stood up to diffuse the tension. Just as he finished speaking, Long Tao's call came through again. All eyes in the room turned to Long Yun, their gazes ablaze with curiosity. Chapter 32. Is it really for you? Long Yun was at a loss for words. Long Tao had a knack for timing. Calling just as he finished speaking. Was this a deliberate attempt to embarrass him? Ignoring it, Long Yun rejected Long Tao's call in front of his classmates. Long Tao was bewildered, pondering if Long Yun might truly be a fraud, given that he ignored the call. However, the location information confirmed they were indeed at Chongxiang Ju Hot Pot Restaurant. Long Tao drove the Mercedes into the small courtyard in front of the restaurant. Long Yun immediately recognized the vehicle. Chu Yin had seen it that morning as well. Long Tao exited the car, glancing around before dialing Long Yun's number once more. When Long Yun did not answer, he shouted out the window, "Boss Long, over here." Upon turning, Long Tao spotted Long Yun, and his face broke into a wide grin. Mayor Long also emerged from the car, and the two made their way to the second-floor private room. Long Tao had assumed Long Yun had chosen a secluded restaurant for their discussion, only to find it filled with students. The students were unfamiliar with Long Tao, but they all recognized Mayor Long, the local official and public figure. The sudden arrival of Mayor Long left the students astounded. They never anticipated encountering him here. "Hello, Mayor." They greeted in unison, rising to acknowledge him. Mayor Long returned their salutations with a warm smile. Only Lu Feng dared to address him as Uncle Long. Mayor Long noticed Lu Feng and cheerfully remarked, "What a coincidence, Lu Feng. You're here too?" As Long Tao and Mayor Long approached Long Yun, the students instinctively made way. Upon seeing Long Yun, who bore the appearance of a student, Mayor Long felt a chill run down his spine, his heart igniting with an unnameable fury, which he restrained in front of all those present. Judging a book by its cover can be misleading. Nonetheless, Mayor Long sat beside Long Yun and whispered, "I am the mayor of Longjiang City." "Hello, Mayor Long. I am Long Yun. The delivery address has been sent by Gu Xiao. Should I forward it to you or to Long Tao?" Mayor Long's gaze became fixated on the delivery address displayed on Long Yun's phone. The address was in the capital, a location inaccessible to ordinary vehicles, and the recipient was indeed the preparatory office for the Great Xia National Car Museum. Sweat beaded on Mayor Long's forehead. He was relieved he hadn't underestimated Long Yun, for offending someone of such stature could jeopardize his career. After receiving the address, Mayor Long leaned closer to Long Yun and inquired, "Brother Long, how should the invitation be composed? I would appreciate your guidance." Long Yun wished to avoid involvement in their transactional intricacies. He simply aspired to be a shrewd merchant, earning what he could without engaging in risky endeavors. "Mayor Long, I am afraid I cannot assist you in this regard, but I can suggest one thing: the glory of domestic goods." Mayor Long's eyes darted around as he quickly grasped the implication, repeating, "The glory of domestic goods, the glory of domestic goods." Once the necessary discussions were concluded, Long Yun did not linger. As Mayor Long and Long Tao prepared to depart, the mayor instructed, "Let us settle the bill." Following his cousin's directive, Long Tao settled the bill for Long Yun and the others. Long Yun received a message on his phone from Long Tao. The bill has been settled. I look forward to your continued support. Long Yun smiled faintly, thinking, it seems our group of classmates is destined for a free meal today. As soon as Mayor Long left, Lu Feng began to boast about how his family had a close relationship with the mayor, claiming he was a significant ally for them. Long Yun scoffed at such empty bravado. Even if Mayor Long were indeed their benefactor, such claims should not be made publicly. Several classmates gathered around Lu Feng, listening to his exaggerated tales, yet anyone with even a modicum of sense understood that Mayor Long had come specifically to see Long Yun. Throughout the encounter, Long Yun remained seated, as though it were Mayor Long who was seeking his assistance. The astute Chu Yin noticed the dynamics and leaned close to Long Yun, whispering, Long Yun, who exactly are you? After 3 years of being classmates, do you still not know who I am? Long Yun replied, I sense there is more to you than meets the eye. I am, and will always be, the simple and diligent Long Yun. You think too much. At that moment, the restaurant owner and waitstaff entered, bringing the dishes. It was time to serve the meal. According to prior arrangements with the owner, the total expenditure was to be kept around 1,500 yuan, or approximately 50 yuan per person. However, the dishes that arrived were clearly extravagant, lobster and abalone, far beyond what one would expect from such a modest establishment. Excuse me, have you made a mistake? We agreed on a total of around 1,500 yuan. We cannot afford more than that, Long Yun inquired, noticing the discrepancy. Indeed, these were all sent by that Mr. Long who just arrived in a Mercedes. He insisted that the students must eat well and enjoy themselves. Which Mr. Long? Long Yun pressed. The one who just drove in with the Mercedes. He took care of the bill for today. Realization dawned upon Long Yun. It was undoubtedly Long Tao's doing. What an impressive move. Lu Feng, unable to contain himself, boasted loudly, referring to the mayor as Uncle Long, as if he were the one hosting the meal. Some classmates could no longer tolerate Lu Feng's antics and retorted, Lu Feng, why do you sound increasingly ridiculous? Mayor Long came here looking for Long Yun. Exactly. You really can exaggerate. Many classmates began to murmur in agreement, disapproving of Lu Feng's behavior. Gong Quan, do you know Mayor Long? Did he greet you? Lu Feng challenged. I do not know him, nor did he greet me. But I am not the one boasting. Unlike you, whose exaggerations are becoming tiresome. Lu Feng, you keep saying your family has connections with Mayor Long, yet it seems he did not greet you when he left. He appeared to be bidding farewell to Long Yun. Indeed, Long Yun has not moved from his seat. While Mayor Long and his driver approached him directly, exchanged a few words, and then departed without Long Yun even seeing them off. As Lu Feng's classmate pointed this out, it seemed to dawn on everyone. Long Yun had remained in his seat by the window since he arrived. Mayor Long had approached him, engaged in conversation, and exited without any acknowledgement towards Lu Feng. As Mayor Long was leaving, Lu Feng shouted, Goodbye, Uncle Long. Unfortunately, the mayor had not once looked in his direction. Oh dear, it seems this has been exposed. There is no hiding it now. During the meal, no one paid attention to Lu Feng, instead raising their glasses to toast with Long Yun. Even Dong Yong, the class monitor who had always sided with Lu Feng, seemed to have defected. Long Yun checked the time on his phone and noticed a severe weather alert. Chapter 33, Luxury Car Futures. The warning indicated that Southeast Asia was enduring the wrath of a super typhoon, projected to impact our country within 2 to 3 days. Such advisory alerts typically hold little significance, and most would regard them as mere news. However, Long Yun's sophisticated data system automatically analyzed the potential repercussions of inclement weather on the automobile industry. A luxury car transport vessel was navigating through the eye of the typhoon, attempting to avoid disaster, but the weather had shifted suddenly, and it had yet to reach the nearest port when the violent storm struck. The data collected by the system stemmed from communications between the ship and the command center, as well as imagery captured by a foreign spy satellite. The vessel had lost control and was now adrift with the storm, likely to run aground on a beach in Southeast Asia. That beach, unsuitable for docking due to numerous reefs, presented an 89% probability of the vessel running aground and an 88% chance of sinking afterward. This conclusion was drawn from the advanced data system's analysis of various data points. Meanwhile, the ship continued to drift at sea. Besides a large shipment of imported luxury cars, it was also carrying 5 heavyweight supercars. These were the McLaren 720S Great Xia National Edition, globally limited to just 9 units, of which 4 had been delivered previously. The remaining 5 were on board this ship. All signs indicated that those 5 McLaren 720S Great Xia National Editions were destined for the ocean's depths, meaning the 3 currently in Great Xia would become truly rare. The rarity of an item amplifies its value, and this news is bound to drive collectors into a frenzy. In the imperial capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, there exists an unofficial organization dedicated to the trading of luxury automobiles. This association is typically formed spontaneously by automobile enthusiasts and collectors, with Gu Xia being one of its members. The organization operates on a membership basis, where those eligible to join are either affluent or distinguished individuals, possessing a profound understanding of luxury cars. Among its various activities, one in particular piques Long Yun's interest: luxury car futures, akin to futures in the financial market, where the traded items are not physical vehicles. For instance, if a certain luxury car is currently valued at 10 million yuan in the market, and one anticipates an increase in its collectible value, they can purchase a bullish futures contract using leverage. Upon the contract's expiration, should the market price indeed rise, say to 11 million yuan, a profit is realized. Conversely, one may also speculate on price declines, employing a similar strategy. Such trading is fundamentally a gamble, with the advantage that actual ownership of the vehicle is not required. Thus, one can profit from trading the futures of a car without possessing it. The McLaren 720S, a custom version for the Great Xia Kingdom, has an official price tag of 15.88 million yuan, while its actual transaction price hovers around 18 million yuan, making this limited edition inaccessible to mere wealth alone. In the luxury car futures market, its valuation has already surpassed 20 million yuan, based on a limited supply of only 9 units. As the adage goes, rarity enhances value. Presently, 5 units are likely to sink beneath the waves, suggesting that the 20 million yuan valuation is destined to rise further. Lacking membership, Long Yun must rely on Gu Xiao's assistance. He aims to capitalize on the profit derived from asymmetric information, and time is of the essence. As his classmates continue their discussions, Long Yun rises to bid them farewell. Chu Yin follows him out of the small shop, having consumed a bit of beer herself. Long Yun, concerned for her well-being, decides to accompany her back to the city. As he enters the car, he promptly dials Gu Xiao's number. "Hello, Gu Xiao. I require your assistance. I will be flying to the imperial capital shortly." Long Yun's direct request catches Gu Xiao off guard. "Sure. When will you arrive? I can come pick you up." "No need for that. My destination is near the international airport. Let us meet at the airport's Grand Hotel tomorrow." "Are you sure I don't need to pick you up?" "Absolutely not." "All right then. See you at the hotel tomorrow. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask." "Thank you, Gu Xiao." After hanging up, Long Yun immediately opens his flight booking app. "Are you heading to the imperial capital?" Chu Yan, who had been feigning sleep, inquires. "Yes, I need to take care of some matters there tomorrow, so I must leave tonight." "I want to go too." Chu Yan, gathering her courage, gazes into Long Yun's eyes, anxious for his approval. "My parents have said that as I have graduated from high school, I can venture out, provided I ensure my safety." She explains. "I feel safe with you." Before Long Yun can respond, Chu Yan continues, "Can you take me along?" Her eyes sparkle with hope. "Sure, no problem. Just provide me with your ID number." Long Yun responds with a smile. "What for?" "Silly, to book the flight." Chu Yan, who had momentarily lost her composure, suddenly remembers the need to provide her ID number and relays it to Long Yun. "How much is the ticket?" Chu Yan asks. "Not too expensive. It's just over 800 yuan for this time slot. I'll cover it for you." "Oh, that is not right. I'll transfer the money to you. My family gave me 5,000 yuan for travel expenses." Chu Yan takes out her phone to transfer the ticket cost to Long Yun. Let me pay for you this time. We can settle it later," Long Yun suggests, wary of her thinking he is showing off wealth. At 9:30 p.m., their flight lands at the Imperial Capital International Airport, and it is already 11:30 p.m. Chu Yan awakens from her slumber to find they have arrived at the airport. Feeling apprehensive in this unfamiliar environment, she clings tightly to Long Yun. Anticipating the late arrival, Long Yun had already booked 2 hotel rooms online. The Grand Hotel, located not far from the airport, exudes opulence. Chu Yan is taken aback that Long Yun had prearranged accommodations with 2 standard rooms. The following day, Long Yun knocks on Chu Yan's hotel door. Gu Xiao's car awaits outside. Given the influx of visitors that day, Long Yun had specifically advised Gu Xiao against bringing the Porsche 918, which accommodates only 2 passengers. Instead, Gu Xiao arrives in a Bentley Continental GT, accompanied by his girlfriend, the internationally renowned model, Ko Shui. Chu Yan, having tidied herself, steps out of the hotel, only to be greeted by 2 model-esque young individuals. What does model-esque mean? Ko Shui is an internationally acclaimed model and is also Chu Yan's idol. Long Yun recognizes Ko Shui but is indifferent to celebrity culture, showing no interest in stars of any kind. Chu Yan, overwhelmed with excitement, can hardly move, covering her face as she feels tears of joy welling up. She never imagined she would share a ride with her idol today, especially with the added thrill of her idol's boyfriend driving a luxury car. Noticing Chu Yan's admiration for Ko Shui, Long Yun arranges for them to sit in the back seat while he occupies the front passenger seat. Long Yun, what is your purpose at that location? Gu Xiao inquires during the journey. "Oh, I almost forgot to mention. I'd like to borrow your membership card to trade luxury car futures." Chapter 34, The sinking of the cargo ship. Trading luxury car futures requires two conditions. First, membership status. Second, a minimum deposit of 1 million yuan. You want to trade luxury car futures? That's a gamble where you could lose everything in an instant. Gu Xiao warns with concern. I am aware, Long Yun replies. Perhaps we should forego trading luxury car futures. This is your first trip to the imperial capital with your classmates. How about you and Shuer let me show you around instead? Gu Xiao attempts to dissuade Long Yun from risking his investment. Thank you, Gu Xiao, but I am determined to trade this futures. All right then, which car do you plan to trade? Gu Xiao queries. The McLaren 720S, custom version for the Great Xia Kingdom. That car recently peaked at 21 million, but fell back to 19 million yesterday. The premium is already quite high. Why trade it? Because there are only 4 units in the entire Great Xia Kingdom, including yours, which is essentially scrap. Only 3 can still be driven. Brother, you are mistaken. The custom version for the Great Xia Kingdom comprises 9 units. The one wrecked in the Speed 9 incident has already been accounted for in the futures price. Isn't it a bit late to trade now? No. 5 units are at sea and are about to sink, which means there will only be 3 operational McLaren 720S custom versions left in the world. What do you think? Can I trade? Sinking at sea? That seems improbable. How could such a large cargo ship sink? Because of an enormous typhoon. Do you have confidence in this? About 70 to 80%. I cannot guarantee 100%, as they have not yet sunk. Gu Xiao realizes that Long Yun possesses a certain uncanny insight. It appears that his foray into trading luxury car futures is not entirely without merit, and he refrains from further discouragement. Upon reaching their destination, Gu Xiao lends his membership card to Long Yun. The current futures price for the McLaren 720S custom version is 19 million yuan per contract, with a maximum leverage of 10 times, meaning one can secure a bullish contract with an investment of 9 million yuan. Currently, there are 7 custom McLaren 720S vehicles available for delivery in the Great Xia Kingdom, excluding the one in the personal collection of Gu Xia. Long Yun's current savings amount to over 5 million, allowing him to purchase a maximum of 2 units. By employing a tenfold leverage, the expenditure would amount to 8 million. Should someone later acquire the contracts at a higher price, for instance, at 20 million per unit, Long Yun's gross profit would be 1 million for each contract. Conversely, if prices were to plummet, losses would be deducted from his 8 million margin. Utilizing such leverage, if the price were to decline by 10 at settlement, Long Yun would be left with nothing, a situation known as a margin call, with his liquidation threshold at 1 million. Luxury car futures are settled weekly, with the 6th day marking the settlement from tomorrow. Without hesitation, Long Yun decisively invested 8 million in 2 futures contracts for the custom McLaren 720S, specifically designating 2 contracts for immediate delivery. As he finalized his purchase, Gu Xia felt a pang of anxiety on Long Yun's behalf, yet he appeared unfazed. According to local regulations, at least a day must pass before delivery can occur, meaning Long Yun would have to wait until tomorrow to sell his contracts. Given his bold investment, he was not in a rush to sell. He intended to wait for the explosive news to arrive first. This game is often perceived as a man's domain, and women typically show little interest. Chu Yan, for instance, along with her idol Ko Shui, felt no inclination toward the luxury car futures. It was only through Ko Shui that Chu Yan learned of Long Yun's staggering expenditure of 8 million. 8 million. For a student fresh out of high school, and an orphan at that. What does that signify? Chu Yan couldn't help but gasp. Long Yun was truly remarkable. Just yesterday, those ignorant classmates had accused him of pretending to be affluent, but he was indeed wealthy. To alleviate Long Yun's psychological burden, Gu Xiao decided to divert his attention by taking him and Chu Yan on a tour of the capital. To Gu Xiao's astonishment, throughout the day, he never once saw Long Yun pull out his phone. Instead, he occasionally checked the news for Long Yun. For Long Yun, to stay informed about disastrous weather developments, there was no need for a phone. His mind was equipped with a superior data system that provided timely and accurate information. Nonetheless, the real news capable of causing fluctuations in McLaren futures prices would originate from major platforms, as that was the channel through which the general populace received information. To extend his hospitality, Gu Xiao invited Long Yun and Chu Yan to the Gu family estate. Indeed, it was a place not everyone could enter. A family that commanded respect, and both Long Yun and Chu Yan walked with trepidation. Within the confines of the grand estate, Gu Xiao and Chu Yan were assigned to 2 luxurious rooms. That night, news regarding a super typhoon in Southeast Asia made headlines across all major media outlets. Various online platforms began to list the extensive damages caused by the super typhoon, including a report about a missing cargo ship. The following morning, while Long Yun was still in slumber, Gu Xiao hurriedly knocked on his door. Long Yun, there's news. That cargo ship has indeed gone missing. Oh, is that so? Has the news spread so swiftly? Long Yun replied calmly, as if he were in complete control of the situation. You're incredible. How did you foresee this? Just a guess. With such a massive ship and such a powerful typhoon, it would be miraculous if it didn't go missing. Gu Xiao paused, realizing Long Yun's statement seemed contradictory. A modern cargo vessel of such size must surely be equipped with a satellite positioning system. How could it simply vanish? In journalism, the term missing is interesting. It implies there is still hope of locating it, suggesting it may not have sunk yet. What Long Yun was truly waiting for was confirmation of the ship's sinking. Surprisingly, Gu Xiao noted that Long Yun did not exhibit the excitement he had anticipated. Instead, he remained remarkably composed. Gu Xiao, this place is quite comfortable. Would you mind if I stayed a few more nights? What a thing to say. Stay as long as you wish. To spend a night in such a grand estate is a boast worthy of the thousands of high-ranking officials in the Great Xia Kingdom. Even a year in a 10-star hotel would pale in comparison to a single night here. Long Yun also felt that this was indeed a land of auspicious energy, making him reluctant to depart. However, he could not linger for too long. He awaited news on the futures and still had to travel to Somalia. My friend, I thought you had forgotten about that. Why do you keep bringing up Somalia? I'm just waiting for my visa and passport. Otherwise, I would have gone already. All right then, today Ko Shui and I will take you to explore the ancient imperial city. Forget about Somalia for now. Long Yun smiled gently, following Chu Yin as they headed toward the ancient imperial city with Gu Xiao and Ko Shui. While touring the ancient imperial city, Long Yun resolutely refrained from checking his phone, while Gu Xiao checked it several times on his behalf. The ancient imperial city was indeed vast. The four of them took until the afternoon to explore it thoroughly. Just as Gu Xiao was about to arrange dinner, Long Yun's superior data system suddenly detected news. The cargo ship had sunk and was currently being located by the Coast Guard of a Southeast Asian nation. Chapter 35, Trapped. With winds exceeding level 10, rescue efforts were exceptionally challenging, and only a small number of crew members were saved, abandoning ship to save their lives. Those aboard the grand vessel, laden with luxury cars, could only watch helplessly as it descended into the depths of the sea. Local media in the Southeast Asian country were the first to report on the rescue of the crew members. Long Yun's data system swiftly processed the latest information, tracing the rescued crew's professional backgrounds to confirm that the sunken ship was indeed the one transporting 5 custom McLaren 720S vehicles. To Long Yun's surprise, the price of the McLaren 720S Custom Edition had not only failed to rise, but had instead dropped by 500,000, now standing at 18 million. Major domestic and international news outlets reported on the disaster rather vaguely, primarily focusing on the economic losses suffered by the local nation. As the disaster did not directly concern them, the media in the Great Xia Kingdom expressed only verbal sympathy and concern, without delving deeper into the impacts of the typhoon. Long Yun's data system accurately captured the current status of the cargo ship, but this information was largely overlooked by the mainstream media domestically. This presented a rather awkward situation, as the entire automotive industry in the country showed little interest in the fate of the cargo ship. Related trading companies had received some information, but it was limited to potential delays in delivery times, with no mention of the ship's sinking. Generally, trading companies and four-wheel drive dealerships would not inform clients explicitly until they had reliable news. Even when they did, their tendency was to delay acknowledgement as long as possible. On the third day, the domestic atmosphere remained calm. According to Gu Xiao, no one in their circle had mentioned the typhoon or the cargo ship. The price of the McLaren 720S Custom Edition fell again by 500,000, now reaching 18 million, which was nearly equivalent to the vehicle's retail price. Given Long Yun's tenfold leverage, the losses would be deducted from his 3.8 million margin. Theoretically, by the settlement date, a decline of 10 would deplete his margin entirely. Long Yun remained unperturbed, merely puzzled, as he had faith that his superior data system would not fail him. Gu Xiao grew increasingly restless. Although it was not his own money at stake, he knew that Long Yun was likely a novice in trading such futures. He advised Long Yun to cut his losses promptly to avoid a blow to his confidence. That afternoon, the price lingered at 18 million. While the sensationalism surrounding the super typhoon in the country rapidly waned, with the news cycle dominated by the scandalous affairs of 2 celebrities. By the 4th day, the price had dipped to 17 million before rebounding to 17.5 million that afternoon. Long Yun finally realized that, despite having access to more information than others, an undeniable advantage, translating that advantage into profit required certain conditions. On this day, a call came in from the Immigration Bureau, notifying him that his visa and passport were ready. According to Long Yun's prior plans, he should have been heading to Somalia at that moment to acquire several luxury cars from a notorious pirate leader at a bargain price. However, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes. His funds were currently tied up in luxury car futures, leaving him unable to extricate himself. Having stayed at Gu Xiao's residence for 4 or 5 days, Chu Yan felt it was time to leave. Long Yun had not anticipated that this situation would drag on for so long. Yet Gu Xiao was pleased, for the futures had ensnared Long Yun, preventing him from impulsively rushing off to Somalia. Chu Yan also learned from Ko Shui that Long Yun's capital was locked in luxury car futures. On the 5th day at noon, Long Yun was napping in Gu Xiao's yard when Chu Yan approached him with a bowl of cool tea. Long Yun, Shui asked me to bring you this tea to cool you down, she said softly, knowing he was not truly asleep. I'm not overheated. Why would I drink cool tea? Long Yun replied dismissively. Still pretending? I see someone is in denial. Gu Xiao told us that your luxury car futures are locked up. She teased. It's just normal fluctuations. It will definitely rebound. Long Yun asserted confidently. I trust your judgment, but we had our fun in the capital. Shouldn't we return now? Chu Yan reminded him, and Long Yun suddenly realized he had spent 4 nights at Gu Xiao's. It seemed that the luxury car futures were not going to rise anytime soon. He was astonished at how slow the information could be in this age of rapid communication. That afternoon, Long Yun and Chu Yan bid farewell to Gu Xiao and Ko Shui as they returned to Longjiang City, with Gu Xiao unable to keep them any longer. With only a little over $1 million in funds, Long Yun knew he could not afford to go to Somalia and would have to remain in Longjiang. On the flight, Chu Yan had a question she wanted to ask, but felt shy to voice it. Long Yun noticed her hesitation. Are you wondering how I made so much money? He guessed. Chu Yan nodded in surprise, feeling as though he had read her mind. I earned it through part-time work, Long Yun stated nonchalantly. Come on. I know you've been doing part-time jobs, and while I do believe you made a few hundred or thousand, million seems far-fetched. Technically, it was during the days after the college entrance exams that I made that money, Long Yun clarified. That's even more absurd. It's only been 10 days since the exams, and you've made millions in that short time? You must be joking. Do you not believe me? Not a chance. Chu Yan pouted, looking somewhat annoyed. Believe what you will, she said, turning to gaze out the window at the bright moon. Long Yun glanced outside and sighed softly. I intended to share my heart with the bright moon, yet the moon only illuminates the ditches. What does that mean? Chu Yan shot him a confused look. Just the literal meaning. Fine, I'll believe you. Can you tell me how you made that money? By committing heinous acts like murder, arson, robbery, and extortion? Those are out of the question. I only engage in car-related business, and I can assure you it's profitable. Chu Yan's mouth formed an exaggerated O before she burst into laughter. Do you know a lot about cars? She inquired. I wouldn't say I know a lot, but there's nothing I don't understand. That's a more accurate description, he replied with confidence. You're not modest at all. My strength doesn't permit me to be overly humble. Our family is planning to buy a car. Could you give us some advice? Are you looking for a new or used car? Long Yun probed further. According to my dad's friend, it's about a transport vehicle that was accidentally damaged during shipping, which the dealership is selling at a discount. Chu Yan seemed uncertain about the details. Oh, a damaged transport vehicle, right? Yes. According to my dad's friend, it's just like a new car, but it can be had for over 50,000 less. Why do you speak so awkwardly? Just refer to him as uncle. Chu Yan hesitated, fidgeting. What's wrong? My dad's friend is someone my mom and I aren't fond of. He deceived my dad once. A fraud? Why does your dad still trust him? They were college classmates and shared a bond. He deceived my dad out of desperation and has since admitted his mistakes, so my dad forgave him. Long Yun understood the underlying issue. It seemed this time they would be deceived again. One cannot change a dog's nature. Being merciful to one's enemies is merely cruel to oneself. I may not be able to assist you with this, Long Yun said gently. Why not? Because your father is already prepared to be deceived a second time. Even a deity couldn't help him. Chu Yan frowned at Long Yun's remarks about her father, sulking in silence. As the plane landed in Longjiang City, just as Long Yun was about to bid farewell to Chu Yan, he unexpectedly collided with a middle-aged couple. Chapter 36, Saving Money to Buy a Grave. Long Yun did not expect that Chu Yan's trip to the capital would leave her mother in such a state of anxiety. Chu Yan's father was a cultured middle-aged man, wearing black-rimmed glasses and slightly plump, exuding an air of intellect. Chu Yan's mother was tall, with fair skin and striking features. She must have been a beauty in her youth, resembling her daughter. Having both parents is a blessing. Upon returning to Longjiang City, Chu Yan appeared triumphant, though Long Yun was unsure what the cause for celebration was. Hello, uncle. Hello, auntie. Long Yun greeted Chu Yan's parents warmly. Chu Yan's parents had heard much about Long Yun from their daughter, and upon seeing him in person, they were quite taken with him, appreciating his good looks and manners. As they parted ways, Chu Yan's father reminded Long Yun to make time to accompany him to look at cars the following day. Long Yun understood he could not decline, as he had boasted in front of Chu Yan. The next morning, Long Yun arrived punctually at the entrance of an automotive dealership. After a while, Chu Yan's family arrived by taxi. It seemed that buying a car was a significant event for them, as the entire family came along, nearly including Chu Yin's grandparents. They were greeted by a sharply dressed middle-aged man, sporting a military-style haircut, a scruffy beard, and a hawk-like nose, with deep, piercing eyes, a shrewd businessman. Chu Yin referred to him as Uncle Gu, while Long Yun politely addressed him as Manager Gu. Long Yun's mind quickly accessed information about this individual. He was the sales manager of the dealership, which housed 3 such managers. This man was known for his charm, ruthlessness, and singular focus on profit, with little regard for familial ties. The dealership was located in the newly developed automotive district of Longjiang City, making it one of the larger comprehensive stores. Newcomers often struggle to distinguish between comprehensive stores and 4S dealerships, and some even believe comprehensive stores are superior, as they offer a variety of brands at prices often lower than those at 4S dealerships. In truth, the inventory of the comprehensive store is sourced from 4S dealerships. In pursuit of sales, 4S shops secure rebates from manufacturers and sell vehicles to comprehensive stores. Owing to their lower operational costs, comprehensive stores can afford to sell at minimal profit margins. The current establishment is positioned as a mid to high-end luxury car dealer, with prices exceeding 300,000 yuan, exclusively selling luxury vehicles. According to Zhu Yan, her family belongs to the working class. Her father is a secondary school teacher, and her mother is a nurse, resulting in a modest family income. Today, Manager Gu intends to offer them an imported Mercedes-Benz C200 with a new car guide price of 350,000 yuan. Manager Gu revealed that this vehicle was damaged during transport, with several exterior components deformed. It underwent metalwork repairs at the 4S dealership and is now being sold at a discounted price of 298,000 yuan. A brand new car with a price reduction of 50,000 yuan. Indeed, it sounds quite enticing. What captivates Zhu Yan's father the most is that among the batch of damaged vehicles, this one boasts the most substantial discount, while others in similar condition are only reduced by 10,000 to 20,000 yuan. According to Manager Gu, he had fortuitously secured this vehicle for Zhu Yan's father, stating that it would have otherwise been snatched up by someone else. Unsurprisingly, the damaged imported Mercedes-Benz C200 is not displayed in the showroom, but is instead parked in a vacant area behind the store's warehouse, covered with a car cover. Every detail suggests that this car has been deliberately reserved for Zhu Yan's father by Manager Gu. Under Manager Gu's guidance, the family proceeded to the back of the warehouse, where they finally laid eyes on the actual vehicle. As the car had yet to be registered, Long Yun's advanced data system could only detect its configuration parameters, information readily available online. Zhu Yan's father had evidently done his homework, being well acquainted with the specifications of this model, so Long Yun refrained from unnecessary elaboration. What Long Yun sought was the unique vehicle identification number. Spotting it near the windshield, he activated his data system, which immediately began to scan the vehicle's history. A month prior, this car had been involved in a significant traffic accident while being transported from a coastal city to a Mercedes 4S dealership in Longjiang. The incident resulted in a collision involving 3 trucks and 2 sedans, resulting in 1 fatality and 5 injuries. The transport vehicle carrying this Mercedes was rear-ended by a large truck, causing severe deformation of the entire cargo rack, leading to the driver of the rear vehicle's tragic demise. At that moment, the transport vehicle was carrying 22 Mercedes cars, and this imported C200 was positioned at the end of the rack. Consequently, it suffered severe deformation from the compression. After being towed back to Longjiang, the well-informed Manager Gu acquired this heavily damaged Mercedes C200 for 90,000 yuan. Following the purchase, he sent the car to a friend's repair shop for restoration, and it had just been completed a few days prior. The front and rear crash beams had been cut and welded, 3 doors had been replaced, all with aftermarket parts, and a pair of headlights had also been swapped out, using non-original components. Such vehicles, with their crash beams having been cut and re-welded, harbor significant safety hazards. They are fundamentally categorized as accident vehicles. Although this car appears to be parked in the comprehensive store's warehouse, it essentially belongs to Manager Gu and has no connection to the store itself, meaning that any after-sales service would have to be sought from him, rather than the comprehensive store or the Mercedes 4S dealership. As Long Yun processed this information, Manager Gu had already arranged for Zhu Yan's family to experience the vehicle. What could an untrained eye discern? Manager Gu's intention to isolate this car from others was to prevent any comparative analysis, as the comprehensive store also had several other imported Mercedes C200s. If Zhu Yan's family were to gain insight by comparing this vehicle to the brand new C200s on display, the ruse might be exposed. "Dad, why is there such a strong smell of paint in this car?" Zhu Yan remarked, her keen sense of smell alerting her. "Yes, dear. I also noticed the odor is rather pronounced," her mother chimed in. Manager Gu quickly interjected, It's typical for new cars to have a slight odor. Just place some activated charcoal inside once you buy it, and the smell will dissipate in a few days. The international luxury brand Mercedes-Benz, renowned for its craftsmanship, seemed surprisingly crude in this instance, with a distinct paint smell permeating the interior. Long Yun approached the front of the car and jested, "Manager Gu, this is a damaged vehicle that has undergone metalwork and repair. Naturally, it requires a fresh coat of paint, so a lingering paint smell is entirely normal." Hearing Long Yun's words, Xu Yan's father sensed an underlying message. Intent on respecting Long Yun, who had been specially invited to assist in evaluating the car, he discreetly pulled him aside and asked, "Long Yun, what do you think of this vehicle?" "Not bad at all. It's an imported Mercedes C200, and currently, they are quite scarce in the market. One would have to wait at least 3 months for an order," Long Yun replied nonchalantly. "Are you implying that we can secure this car?" Xu Yan's father inquired. "Certainly. With a discount of 50,000 yuan, the savings could conveniently cover a burial plot." Long Yun's shocking statement left Xu Yan's father somewhat displeased, as he did not appreciate such levity. "Long Yun, are you suggesting we shouldn't purchase this vehicle? This is not merely a standard damaged vehicle. It is classified as a major accident vehicle. It was rear-ended on the highway, and the rear truck severely compressed it, leading to significant deformation. Emergency responders had to cut off the rear section of this car to extricate the driver of the rear vehicle," Long Yun explained, his description almost as if he had witnessed the scene firsthand. Although Long Yun had not been present at the accident scene, the accident photos provided by the Traffic Management Department had been captured by his advanced data system, vividly replaying the harrowing scene in his mind while omitting any graphic details. "Is it truly that severe?" Xu Yan's father questioned, incredulous. "Let me put it this way. Every component of an imported Mercedes carries a label, including the tailgate, hood, and doors, all marked with their respective vehicle identification numbers. You may wish to check for yourself," Long Yun asserted confidently. Xu Yan's father, recognizing the gravity of Long Yun's assertions, opened the rear hatch, only to find that the tailgate bore no vehicle identification number, nor any label whatsoever. "Gu Feng, has this tailgate been replaced?" he inquired. "Old Su, the tailgate was deformed, and for aesthetic reasons, I spent a considerable sum to replace it with a new one. Clearly, a new part is superior to a repaired one," Manager Gu explained, attempting to deflect suspicion. His reasoning seemed as if he were the one at a loss. "But didn't you state this was just a minor accident? Merely a slight deformation that underwent metalwork?" Long Yun interjected. Indeed, this was merely to ensure Old Su's peace of mind. A new part is undoubtedly better," Manager Gu retorted with a semblance of grievance, as if he were the one wronged. "Is that so? As I understand it, genuine Mercedes parts are always labeled and date-stamped. Yet, how is it that this tailgate lacks even a label?" Long Yun pursued. "It must have been an oversight by the mechanic." Manager Gu offered a weak excuse with a smile. "However, such labels are designed to be fragile. Even if damaged, they are not easily removed. I wonder how that mechanic managed to remove the labels so meticulously?" Long Yun pressed on, realizing that Long Yun was not a novice and would not be easily deceived. Manager Gu grew wary, understanding that the more he spoke, the more inconsistencies he revealed. "Come now, Old Su, a new part is obviously better than a repaired one. Surely. I wouldn't deceive you. Is that so? The new aftermarket parts cost several thousand, while genuine Mercedes parts amount to tens of thousands. Which is better or worse? That depends on your perspective." Long Yun glanced at Uncle Chu. "Uncle Chu, weren't the 2 doors on the right also replaced?" Implicit in Long Yun's words was a suggestion for Uncle Chu to inspect those doors. Uncle Chu opened both doors, yet as a layman, he could not discern any difference. Both doors were indeed aftermarket parts. The door shells lacked reinforcements, posing a significant safety hazard. The glass was not original either, leading to poor sealing, once the speed exceeded 80. The wind howled ominously. "Young man, don't speak so recklessly. These 2 doors are brand new, genuine Mercedes parts. Whether they are genuine or not, you know better than we do. Since we've broached the subject, let me highlight the car's most critical flaw." Manager Gu leaned closer to Long Yun, patting his shoulder, signaling him discreetly, "Brother, ease up." He then slyly gestured as if to suggest a bribe. Long Yun chuckled and shook his head, surprised that Uncle Chu still considered this man a friend. "Manager Gu, do you look down on someone?" he scoffed, impatiently shaking off Manager Gu's hand. "This car has had both front and rear bumpers replaced, and they were cut and swapped out. The rear bumper was substituted with a mere piece of sheet metal. Is this a car worth buying? Shouldn't T1 prepare a grave in advance for such a vehicle?" Long Yun's words left the Chu family stunned. Although they were unfamiliar with bumper replacements, they grasped the implication of preparing a grave. "Kid, what nonsense are you spouting? You must take responsibility for your words." Manager Gu, incensed, pointed an accusatory finger at Long Yun. "Manager Gu, why are you getting so worked up? If what I'm saying is untrue, why the nervousness?" Could you kindly show us the rear bumper? Long Yun said calmly. Manager Gu patted Uncle Chu's shoulder, and the two bent down to inspect the rear of the car. Uncle Chu, while you're at it, check whether the joints on both sides are welded and if the workmanship is shoddy. Also, assess the thickness of that steel plate. Later, we can visit the nearby Mercedes 4S store to compare. Long Yun remained still, fully in control of the situation. Hearing Long Yun's remarks, Manager Gu felt uneasy. Even if Uncle Chu was oblivious, he could still make a simple comparison. After inspecting, Uncle Chu's expression turned grim, and the mother and daughter stepped away from the car. Gu Feng, speak honestly. Are you trying to swindle me? Uncle Chu demanded angrily. Not at all. This car could be cheaper. I'll ask the boss. Perhaps we can knock off 1 or 2,000. Manager Gu attempted to deflect, clearly intending to take advantage of Uncle Chu. Manager Gu, are you suggesting that my old classmate should spend an additional 1 or 2,000 for a fancier grave? Long Yun teased. Initially, Uncle Chu was almost deceived by Manager Gu, as a discount of 1 or 2,000 was indeed tempting. However, upon Long Yun's third mention of a grave, the entire Chu family immediately became alert. Although the Chu family were novices, Long Yun's prodding made them comprehend the situation. Manager Gu was now in disarray. Throughout the encounter, Long Yun had barely approached the car, yet it felt as if he had witnessed every detail of the vehicle's history, displaying an intimate knowledge of the car. Gu Feng was taken aback, pondering, what is this person's background? Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. Gu Feng, you've gone too far. My husband trusts you so much, yet you keep deceiving us. What does this mean? Mrs. Chu could no longer contain her indignation, glaring fiercely at Manager Gu. Yes. If my father drives this car and something happens, what will our entire family do? Chu Yan added, her voice tinged with grievance. Gu Feng, you have gone too far. For the sake of our past as classmates, I chose to trust you once more, but I never expected you would behave in such a manner. Uncle Chu was equally furious. Let us go. This person is beyond saving. Uncle Chu beckoned for everyone to withdraw. Wait, Manager Gu, as a professional in the automotive industry, you are bound to adhere to relevant laws and regulations and uphold professional ethics. Your actions warrant a fine of 100,000 from the appropriate authorities and a lifetime ban from the industry. Should severe consequences ensue, criminal liability will be pursued. The Chu family was deeply disappointed in Gu Feng. They had intended to leave, but it seemed Long Yun had no intention of letting Gu Feng off the hook. Don't go too far, kid. Did you buy this car? Have I harmed your interests? Don't pretend to be so knowledgeable. Do you want me to teach you a lesson? Gu Feng, in a fit of rage, seemed ready to resort to violence, but the tall Uncle Chu quickly stepped in front of Long Yun. Manager Gu, I apologize, but I have already recorded everything. I will submit it to the relevant authorities shortly. A scoundrel like you deserves to be expelled from this industry forever. Gu Feng was baffled. He had no animosity with Long Yun in the past, so why was he being subjected to such treatment? Kid, don't push your luck. If you keep this up, I swear I'll make you pay. Gu Feng roared. You really are foolish. I just told you I was recording, and you still dare to threaten me? Long Yun replied with a calm demeanor. Gu Feng, now realizing his blunder, suddenly collapsed to his knees before Long Yun. Little brother, I beg you, spare me. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old wife and child. Spare it. Your mother passed away 2 years ago at the age of 65, and you divorced your wife last year. Your daughter's custody belongs to your ex-wife, and you haven't even registered with your current girlfriend, have you? Gu Feng was dumbfounded. Who is this person? How does he know everything? This is astonishing. Chapter 38. The Internet Celebrity Secondhand Car Dealer, Part 1. From initial anger to fear, then from fear to terror, Gu Feng was in a state of despair. Utterly overwhelmed by how this young man knew so much about his personal life, Gu Feng completely capitulated, slumping against the car. Long Yun, unrelenting, called the relevant authorities, and Gu Feng was now facing a serious investigation. The Chu family had not anticipated that matters would escalate in such a manner. They did not purchase the car, but they did send Gu Feng to the authorities. Thanks to Long Yun's warning, they narrowly avoided buying that coffin on wheels. Not only was the Chu family astonished, but so was Long Yun, as his supernatural data system rewarded him unexpectedly. Beep, esteemed host, for assisting others using this system. You have received a reward of 10 evolution points. Beep, esteemed host, for punishing wrongdoers using this system. You have received a reward of 10 evolution points. System, what is the purpose of these evolution points? Long Yun inquired mentally. Esteemed host, evolution points can enhance your strength or intelligence. Your current strength is 30 points, which means you can lift 30 kilograms with one hand. Indeed, this strength value is rather unimpressive. Your intelligence is 125, categorizing you as a highly intelligent individual. You may use evolution points to augment either your intelligence or strength, currently possessing 20 points to allocate as you wish. Long Yun had not anticipated that his strength and intelligence could be enhanced in such a manner. Given his current intelligence level, while not the highest, it was certainly commendable. If his intelligence could continue to rise, would he not eventually surpass Einstein? Is there a limit to intelligence and strength? Esteemed host, strength does have a limit, but intelligence does not. The limit on strength is imposed by your physical condition, which cannot exceed your bodily limits. There is no cap on intelligence. Theoretically, your intelligence could reach 99,999,999, just 1 point shy of the system's maximum of 100 million. This is utterly ridiculous. The highest human IQ caps at 300, yet what manner of being possesses an IQ of 100 million? Just moments ago, the desperate Gu Feng attempted to strike me, prompting Long Yun to recognize the necessity of elevating his own strength. Engaging in argument was futile, and physically confronting him was equally unwise. He truly is a godlike entity. Without hesitation, he allocated all 20 evolution points to his strength, now enabling him to lift a weight of 50 kilograms with a single hand. It seems imperative to accrue more evolution points. When the time comes to venture to Somalia, such tangible strength will be indispensable. The Chu family felt disheartened, primarily due to their failed car purchase, and also because Gu Feng's obstinacy remained unchanged, which was indeed disheartening. Since they had journeyed to the automobile city, the Chu family certainly did not intend to return home empty-handed. Long Yun's earlier display not only left Gu Feng at a disadvantage, but also earned the admiration of Teacher Chu. Long Yun, I observe that you hardly scrutinized that car. How do you know so much? Teacher Chu inquired, astonished. I have long grown accustomed to the petty tricks of these unscrupulous merchants. I could easily surmise their intentions. Long Yun replied nonchalantly. Last night, Xiao Yin mentioned your prowess. Did you truly earn several 100,000 in just over 10 days after the college entrance examination? Long Yun recalled stating millions to Chu Yin the previous night. How had this figure been reduced to hundreds of thousands? Could it be that Chu Yin deemed the millions too implausible and arbitrarily downgraded the quantity? Since Chu Yin had opted to enhance credibility by downgrading the figure, Long Yun decided to further diminish it in front of such a simple-minded middle-aged man, knowing he was easily swayed. I merely made a few fortunate gains, nothing significant. Long Yun replied with a casual air. Wow, you're quite impressive. Earning several thousand in just over 10 days. Remarkable. Indeed, this simpleton believed him. Long Yun felt a pang of concern for his intelligence. Behind the numerous 4S dealerships lay a vast second-hand car market, the second largest in Longjiang City and newly developed. Now we arrive at a crossroads. May I inquire, Uncle Chu, do you intend to purchase a new car or a used one? Long Yun paused at the entrance of the second-hand car market to pose the question. If you wish to buy a new car, we should redirect. If a used one, we shall proceed directly inside. Teacher Chu leaned closer to Long Yun and whispered, I am keen on acquiring a BBA, but alas, my budget falls short. Understanding immediately, Long Yun realized why Teacher Chu nearly fell for Gu Feng's tricks. What is your budget? Long Yun asked. One that can be finalized at 30. With that budget, for Mercedes-Benz, one could typically afford only the A-Class or B-Class. For BMW, merely the 1 Series or 2 Series. For Audi, the A3 or Q3. What are your thoughts on this? I have compared these options and found none satisfactory. Otherwise, I wouldn't be contemplating a damaged vehicle, Teacher Chu replied. Good damaged vehicles are rare. Those with minimal damage usually have only slight discounts, while those with significant discounts often come with considerable issues. Given your requirements, I recommend considering a used car. I can accept a used car, but they say the second-hand market is fraught with peril, and I fear it. Long Yun found it amusing. It appeared some had tarnished the reputation of second-hand vehicles, instilling fear in potential buyers. Since second-hand cars are non-standard commodities, each car has a unique condition and corresponding price based on the original owner's usage. With me around, there's nothing to worry about. Very well, let us venture inside. Long Yun guided the Chu family into the market, deliberately bypassing several dealerships before entering a modestly unassuming one. The dealership was owned by a couple whom Long Yun recognized through the superior data system. They operated a second-hand car business alongside live streaming, showcasing their vehicle acquisitions and sales, boasting over 200,000 followers, and thriving in their enterprise. Truly internet celebrities. This innovative model of live streaming car sales rendered the previously opaque second-hand market considerably more transparent, enhancing trust between buyers and sellers. The superior data system had meticulously compiled 2 years' worth of their live streams, from their first vehicle acquisition to yesterday's latest video. Over this period, the couple had encountered only 2 disputes. The first arose from a trusted acquaintance selling a car without thorough inspection, ultimately leading to a financial loss to resolve the matter. The second instance involved being outmaneuvered by a competitor, resulting in another financial setback. Wherever there are people, there exists a marketplace. One cannot navigate such waters without encountering peril. This couple, due to their thriving business, had attracted envy from competitors, leaving them vulnerable to calculated schemes. The Chu family, not being well-versed in this trade, remained oblivious to the internet host, Brother Jiang, in the second-hand car realm. "Hello, Brother Jiang. We are your fans and came here after watching your videos online." Long Yun echoed what he had seen others say in the videos, instantly fostering a sense of camaraderie as if reuniting with an old friend. Brother Jiang was a slightly portly middle-aged man, his face glowing, perhaps made more vibrant for the camera. Indeed, an assistant was recording video nearby. "Greetings. How may I assist you today?" Brother Jiang cordially approached Long Yun and Teacher Chu for a handshake. "May I ask if you are comfortable appearing on camera? Would you prefer to be blurred out?" he inquired. If a guest explicitly requests not to be filmed, their image must be obscured before the video is uploaded online. "I am too handsome to require blurring," Long Yun chuckled. "Ha ha ha, then it shall not be blurred." Teacher Chu replied. "What vehicles are you interested in today? Wasn't it just a couple of days ago you acquired a young lady's Mercedes-Benz C200? Is it still available?" Long Yun asked. "Indeed, it is still here, just over there." Brother Jiang pointed to a nearby white Mercedes sedan. Teacher Chu's eyes lit up, leading his family directly toward the Mercedes. "I am merely accompanying them to observe the process," Long Yun explained to Brother Jiang. "To be honest, that is a superb vehicle. I had not planned to sell it yet." Long Yun was taken aback by the seller's reluctance to part with the car. "Brother Jiang, are you perhaps intending to keep this vehicle for your own use?" Long Yun inquired. Brother Jiang, with an endearing smile, leaned closer and confided, "For the sake of the show, this car is truly excellent, and I wish to feature it in a few more episodes." Long Yun understood the ploys of these hosts. They merely sought to attract more clients and record additional episodes. The videos, once published online, would be viewed by platform users, who would rate them based on metrics such as click-through rates, views, and completion rates, subsequently determining revenue shares for the hosts. According to these hosts, some low-end vehicles yield a mere 2,000 yuan in profit. However, if the video is sufficiently engaging, it can easily reach 100,000 views, with such a viewership potentially generating far more than the initial 2,000 yuan. Not only do these videos provide income for the hosts, but they also cultivate a fan base, which represents potential car buyers. In Brother Jiang's videos, it is common to see distant customers traveling great lengths to purchase vehicles. Out of trust for the host, some fans place deposits without ever seeing the actual car, fearing it might be snatched away by other eager buyers. Some fans even go so far as to transfer funds directly to Brother Jiang to arrange for the vehicle's delivery. In a striking transformation, the once seemingly irreconcilable relationship between second-hand car dealers and customers has evolved into one of mutual trust and camaraderie in the digital age, marking a notable advancement of our times. Individuals like Gu Feng, who exploit the naivety of customers and deceive for personal gain, will inevitably find their avenues for survival increasingly constricted. Jiang Gu, Haven T, you already updated twice? Today we must seal the deal. Absolutely. As long as the price is right, the sale is a certainty. After all, what car dealer would refuse to sell? Jiang Ji's amiable nature and witty humor have garnered him a considerable fan base. "Have you seen my video on acquiring vehicles?" he inquired. Long Yun, having not watched it, was nonetheless swiftly informed by the advanced data system, which had already compiled the crucial details in his mind. "Indeed, I have," he replied. "A young lady from the metropolis sold her car after 3 visits. It was on the 3rd that she finally let it go. A true fan, indeed." Jiang Gu chuckled, gently patting Long Yun on the shoulder. This vehicle in question is an imported Mercedes-Benz C200 station wagon, with an official guide price of 360,000 yuan. The car has additional features and was purchased for over 420,000 yuan, having only been driven for slightly over 10,000 kilometers, a near-new car with its protective film still intact. Long Yun was already well aware of these particulars. "Jiang Gu, what price do you intend to offer?" he inquired. "A firm price of 3,488,000 yuan. That is the actual price." Jiang Gu raised an eyebrow in response. 3,488,000 yuan. Isn't that akin to the price of a new car? As you would know from my video, I acquired this vehicle for 3,288,000 yuan. I intend to make a profit of 20,000 yuan. Thus, the price is non-negotiable. Long Yun smiled and queried, "Little brother, let us discuss the vehicle itself. It's a near-new car, all original paint, a beauty owned by one individual. Its condition is impeccable. The previous owner sold it due to a lack of parking space. Having multiple vehicles, I heard she sold it to facilitate cash flow. They own 2 cars, a Mercedes-Benz C200 station wagon and a Porsche Macan S. For a family of 6, it hardly seems excessive," Long Yun interjected, drawing from the advanced data system. The previous owner operated a clothing business in the metropolis, and due to this year's downturn in the industry, was compelled to part with the Mercedes-Benz C200, retaining only the Porsche Macan S. The family of 6 found one vehicle insufficient for their needs. Jianggu, lacking the comprehensive understanding afforded by the data system, remained skeptical, playfully patting Long Yun's shoulder. Little brother, for such a model, ordering one now would mean waiting at least 3 months for delivery. I am aware of that, came Long Yun's response. And that's under normal logistical circumstances. Considering the recent maritime incident in Southeast Asia, where a cargo ship sank, the wait could easily extend by another 3 months. Jianggu shook his head as if envisioning his own vehicle on that ill-fated ship. Finally, someone mentioned the sunken cargo ship in Southeast Asia, suggesting that the news had indeed spread across the internet. Oh, is that so? I wasn't aware of such an incident. Where did you come across that news? Jianggu? Long Yun feigned surprise. On Che Tu Tiao, today's headline. Hundreds of luxury cars submerged. Rumor has it 5 McLarens were among them. Oh, really? Good news. I mean, the impoverished never fret over such matters. Haha, brother, you speak the truth. After much discussion, it appeared they had mistakenly targeted the wrong buyer. It was the Chu family who were the actual purchasers. Jianggu approached the Chu family while Long Yun dialed Gu Xiao's number. Just as I was about to call you, the price has risen to 25 million. Gu Xiao's voice on the other end was filled with excitement. At last, the dawn is breaking. Is 25 million a bit on the low side? I have already earmarked 2 McLarens for delivery. This is merely the beginning. I anticipate further increases. I'll have someone stationed here to provide you with updates every 5 minutes. Thank you, Gu Xiao. No need for such formality. Just let me know when you're ready to sell. I'll hold on to the funds for you until you decide against going to Somalia. Ah, is that so? Long Yun was somewhat taken aback by Gu Xiao's insistence on withholding his own funds. The mention of Somalia sent shivers down his spine. Clearly, Gu Xiao harbored biases against it. The average annual salary for a common Somali man is approximately 28,000 yuan. Yet, by turning to piracy and surviving a year, one could earn at least 100,000 yuan. What does that signify? 1 year of piracy equates to 500 years of farming. Why wouldn't one choose the life of a pirate? A Ferrari priced at 20,000 yuan can easily be sold domestically for a starting price of 30 million. And when it comes to limited edition supercars, the figures could soar into the billions. What difference does it make from merely picking up money? The adage holds true. Fortune favors the bold. Somalia is a necessity. One must await the opportune moment. The Chu family expressed satisfaction with the vehicle, finding it significantly superior to the previous coffin-like car they had viewed. However, the price of 488,000 yuan was indeed challenging to accept, in their perception. A second-hand vehicle ought to be a bargain. No matter how Jianggu explained, Mr. Chu seemed unable to grasp the rationale. Long Yun, the car is quite good, but the quoted price is exorbitant. Mr. Chu approached Long Yun. Not just good, this car is exceptional. Long Yun softly countered. But a new car is only 360,000. The second-hand price is merely a 10,000 discount. I might as well purchase a new one. This car, with a total cost of 420,000, comes with numerous upgrades. Has only 10,000 kilometers on it, and is just past its break-in period. This is its prime condition. The price is quite reasonable, especially since it is available for immediate pickup, with Jianggu handling the transfer. Mr. Chu's family lingered in indecision. Their impression was that second-hand cars should be inexpensive, and they struggled to accept such a high price. Just then, 2 new arrivals entered the shop. Long Yun's data system detected they were also interested in this car. Jianggu, I'll take that car. Let us head upstairs to complete the paperwork. Long Yun called out to Jianggu, who was about to greet the new customers. Chapter 40. When it's time to act, one must act. The astute Jianggu immediately grasped Long Yun's intention, prompting him to instruct an assistant to welcome the new arrivals, before turning to Long Yun and saying, "We've reached an agreement. Shall we head upstairs to sign the contract?" "Indeed, let us go," Long Yun replied, leading the way. The Chu family was taken aback. How could Long Yun decide on their behalf when they hadn't yet made up their minds? Following Jianggu upstairs, the Chu family hesitated for a moment before trailing behind. Long Yun took a seat directly across from Jiangji's desk. From the looks of it, it appeared that Long Yun, rather than the Chu family, was poised to sign the contract. Jianggu tore off a standard contract, glanced between Long Yun and Mr. Chu, and raised his hand, unsure to whom he should present the contract. Long Yun swiftly extended his hand to receive it. "Oh, little brother. So you are the one buying it?" Jianggu suddenly realized, somewhat astonished. "Yes, I happen to be in need of a vehicle for transportation," Long Yun replied nonchalantly. "As for the price, I want to be able to offer you a discount, but I can provide 2 complimentary maintenance services at the 4S dealership," Jianggu stated. "Let us make it 5. As a significant business owner, such minor maintenance shouldn't be a concern for you. Jiang Ge laughed heartily and nodded. All right, 5 it is. I'll make a note of that in the contract, and you can simply take the car to the Mercedes 4S dealership for servicing. The young man before Jiang Ge, appearing to be a student, could actually spend over 300,000 at once to purchase a car. Jiang Ge found it hard to believe. In other words, even if he were to buy it, he would likely need parental accompaniment, right? He cast a glance at the Chu family nearby. Long Yun, sensing Jiang Ji's apprehension, reiterated his relationship with the family of 3. The little fairy is my classmate, and her parents are my classmates' guardians. I am merely accompanying them to view the car today. Jiang Ge was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected this young man to come without his parents. I am an orphan, just turned 18. Here is my ID. And this is my bank card. Please proceed with the payment. Long Yun confidently presented his identification and bank card to Jiang Ge. Initially startled, Jiang Ge was astonished to learn that this lad was indeed an orphan. He instinctively glanced at Long Yun's ID, confirming that he had indeed reached the age of majority, fully capable of civil conduct. Yet, Jiang Ge remained skeptical, unable to completely trust the situation. Was this some sort of joke? An orphan? Just 18. Swiping a card for over 300,000 to buy a Mercedes? It all seemed utterly fantastical. Jiang Ge swiped the card. Long Yun reminded him, noticing his dazed expression. Jiang Ge finally snapped back to reality and swiftly processed the payment. Long Yun entered his PIN, and the transaction receipt printed out without a hitch. All done with the balance in his bank card, not a credit card. The Chu family watched in amazement as Long Yun effortlessly purchased a car worth over 300,000, as if it were a mere toy. Chu Yin was left dumbfounded. Could it be that Long Yun's boast of earning millions was true? Although she had seen him buy luxury car futures worth millions, she suspected he might have borrowed that money from Gu Xiao, thinking he had inflated his accomplishments, perhaps only earning a few 100,000 to boast about to his parents. Chu Laoshi had just heard Long Yun claim to have made tens of thousands, and had thought he was merely bragging. Given his status as an orphan, she couldn't bear to burst his bubble, offering him verbal praise instead. Could it be that this lad truly earned hundreds of thousands? Chu Ma exchanged a glance with Chu Laoshi, both in shock, initially planning to support Long Yun in college, only to realize they were the ones in need. The Vehicle Management Service Center was located within the market, and Jiang Ji's staff handled the transfer for Long Yun. As lunchtime approached, Jiang Ji's assistant brought in 4 lunch boxes, the establishment often providing meals for guests. The Chu family felt somewhat awkward, but Long Yun was unreserved, inviting the 3 of them to join in the meal. Long Yun, today was meant for you to accompany us to look at cars, yet unexpectedly, you ended up buying one yourself, Chu Laoshi remarked awkwardly. No worries, Chu Laoshi. I genuinely believe that car is worth the price, so I decided to seize the opportunity. Had I not acted, those 2 who just entered the store would have surely taken it. What? Buying a second-hand car is a matter of competition? Chu Laoshi exclaimed in surprise. Well, it's not entirely like that. It depends on whether you recognize the car's value, and if you are willing to let the dealership profit by 20,000. I just calculated. That model would cost nearly 400,000 if bought new. If it's in good condition, that price doesn't seem too steep. No, Chu Laoshi. You can't get it for 400,000 for a new car. You're looking at theoretical data. Without optional features, the 4S shop simply won't sell it to you. Different 4S shops operate differently. Otherwise, the original owner wouldn't have spent an additional 20 to 30,000 on options. Ah, there's such a twist? Chu Laoshi was taken aback, having thought his research would impress Long Yun, only to be swiftly corrected. Indeed, the world is full of hidden rules. Just because some 4S shops operate this way doesn't mean all do. Listening to Long Yun, he realized that the car was indeed worth 34,888. And it even included 5 free maintenance services at the 4S shop. Long Yun continued eating while checking the quotes sent by Gu Xiao. Currently, the price had climbed to 35 million. It was on the verge of doubling. This limited edition luxury car was not merely a collectible, in a sense. It was also a financial product. The lower the price, the less interest it garnered, while the higher the price, the more sought after it became. Luxury car futures operated similarly to ordinary futures. Explosive news would inevitably influence prices, though the extent and duration of that influence were limited, necessitating a sale before reaching the peak price. 5 custom McLaren 720S models had sunk to the depths of the sea, successfully elevating the valuation of the remaining 3 available cars, as Gu Xiao's model would never be traded, leaving only 2 that could actually be transacted in the market. Due to the need to monitor the market, Long Yun had Chu Laoshi drive his newly purchased Mercedes on the way back. Chu Laoshi regretted his choices deeply. Why couldn't this car be his? It was precisely the Mercedes he had always desired. Long Yun focused on the quote information from Gu Xiao, which now stood at 55 million. With both available units under Long Yun's control, the other 5 were destined to remain unsellable, and no one had the means to facilitate a resale. Those wishing to speculate could only continue raising their offers, attempting to acquire the contracts from Long Yun. After dropping the Chu family off at their home, Long Yun drove back to the orphanage alone. He could easily access current quotes for the McLaren through his advanced data system, but executing commands required his mobile phone. One day, when the advanced financial data system was activated, it should be able to integrate automatic trading functions. But first, he needed to earn $1 billion. Long Yun couldn't drive this car back to the orphanage. Otherwise, he would attract unwanted attention. After observing Jiang Ji's second-hand car business model, Long Yun began to formulate his own plans. With the capabilities of the advanced data system in his mind, he realized he might be more suited to engage in live-streaming car sales, walk the path of others, leaving them at a dead end. Who says I can't utilize my advanced data system? Unbeknownst to him, Long Yun arrived at the heart of Longjiang City, with the CBD to his left and the city government to his right. Long Yun sent a command to the advanced data system to search for available storefronts nearby. Directly across from the city government, a 300 square meter store was urgently for sale, boasting a ceiling height of 5.8 meters, priced at $330,000 per square meter, meaning acquiring this space would require nearly $10 million. To establish a renowned luxury car gallery, this location must be secured. Chapter 41. Acquisition of the store. Without hesitation, Long Yun drove into the underground parking lot and contacted the shop owner. Upon connection, Long Yun merely expressed his interest in viewing the shop, and the other party monotonously recited, all paperwork complete, clear property rights, urgently in need of funds, selling at a bargain, no negotiations, serious inquiries only. It seemed this seller had been overwhelmed by incessant inquiries, becoming somewhat neurotic. Long Yun activated the advanced data system to search for nearby shops to gauge the local market. He discovered that the system had grown somewhat lethargic. It only activated upon command and had a limited search scope, appearing to be slacking off, perhaps due to the content exceeding the automotive information realm. Within the realm of automotive data, the system would autonomously gather information at remarkable speed, producing reports that were timely, in-depth, accurate, and efficient. According to the Advanced Data Systems report, similar shops in the vicinity were generally priced around $350,000 per square meter, confirming the owner's claims of urgency to sell at a reduced price. Today marks the settlement day for luxury car futures, and Long Yun glanced once more at the prices, which had escalated to an astonishing $68 million per vehicle. Realizing the opportune moment had arrived, he decided to secure his profits and promptly contacted Gu Xiao to sell off his 2 contracts. Each contract yielded a gross profit of 49 million yuan, totaling an impressive 98 million yuan. Expressing his intention to purchase a shop and momentarily forego his trip to Somalia, Long Yun received the funds from Gu Xiao. With Gu Xiao's endorsement and guarantee, Long Yun officially became a member, joining the esteemed ranks of the luxury car club. Ding! Dear host, congratulations. You have earned a profit of 98 million yuan from this transaction, rewarded with 98 million points. Ding! You have achieved your first cross-domain profit, rewarded with 100 evolution points. Long Yun understood the significance of evolution points, which could enhance his strength or intelligence on a one-to-one basis. 1 evolution point could increase intelligence by 1 point or strength by 1 kilogram. Previously, he had allocated his 20 evolution points entirely to augment his strength, and now he had an additional 100 points to distribute. If he were to invest all of them into intelligence, what would that yield? Generally, individuals with an IQ above 100 are deemed exceptional. Einstein, with an IQ of 165, is considered a genius among geniuses. Most people fall within the 80 to 100 IQ range. The divine data system had assessed Long Yun's IQ at 125, categorizing him among the intellectually gifted. Should he allocate all 100 evolution points to intelligence, his IQ would soar to an astonishing 225. This would mean surpassing even Einstein. While he could comprehend the idea of having an intelligence level comparable to Einstein's, the notion of exceeding him was not entirely unfathomable. Yet, the system's claim of an intelligence reaching over 1 billion, what kind of existence would that entail? It must be acknowledged that sometimes physical prowess proves more advantageous than intellect. At present, Long Yun had no need to delve into scientific quandaries. His intelligence was already commendable, and he could delegate complex issues to the divine data system for resolution. Instead, he opted to bolster his physical strength, for his seemingly frail appearance indeed necessitated enhancement, if only to provide a sense of security to the ladies and lay the groundwork for his journey to Somalia. He allocated all his evolution points to strength, elevating it to 150 points. Now, he could single-handedly lift 150 kilograms, and with both hands, he could manage 300 kilograms, rivaling an average strongman. This transaction was undeniably lucrative, netting him 98 million yuan in one fell swoop, and he would surely seize any future opportunities in luxury car futures. Speculation requires not only audacity, but also the ability to seize fleeting opportunities, which are not always readily available. After receiving the funds, Long Yun dialed the shop owner once more. The response was predictably monotonous. All right, bring your paperwork over and pay on the spot. Long Yun, unwilling to engage in further pointless dialogue with someone so lacking in professionalism, found it absurd that a seller would fear being disturbed. Upon hearing pay on the spot, the other party quickly arrived, an astute-looking middle-aged man wearing glasses, tall and slender. Given the bustling city center, neither Long Yun nor the shop owner recognized each other. The middle-aged man circled Long Yun a few times, clutching a folder under his arm. Long Yun tentatively inquired, "Are you the owner of this shop?" "Ah, yes. And you are?" The middle-aged man responded, somewhat taken aback. "Let me see the property certificate. It's 300 square meters, right? Too small for my liking." Long Yun reached out. And although the man was hesitant to believe that this youthful-looking student could purchase his shop, his voice mirrored that from the phone call. The middle-aged man, still dubious, handed over the property certificate but retained a firm grip. Long Yun snatched it away, glanced through it briefly, and promptly returned it. "All right, let's head over to the municipal office across the street to transfer ownership." With that, Long Yun began walking away. The middle-aged man stood frozen for a good 10 seconds, unable to fathom that this student-like figure would actually buy his shop. Could it be a prank orchestrated by one of his friends, who knew he was in urgent need of cash? Those so-called friends would go to great lengths for a laugh. Long Yun turned to see the shop owner still in disbelief, and impatiently shouted, "What's the matter? Not planning to sell? Sell, 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 sell." The middle-aged man jolted back to reality, clutching his documents as he hurried to catch up with Long Yun. They walked in silence, the shop owner's mind racing with disbelief that this young man would indeed purchase his shop, a transaction worth millions. Moreover, Long Yun did not appear to be from any affluent family. His entire outfit surely cost no more than 500 yuan. Arriving at the municipal property registration center, the clerk informed them, "I'm sorry, the amount is substantial, and we cannot process payment via scan. Please provide your account details." Long Yun calmly replied. The middle-aged man, astonished at the audacity of the young man requesting his account, fumbled in his pocket and produced a bank card, his expression filled with skepticism. "How much is it?" Long Yun asked, stepping towards the transfer machine. 330,000 per square meter, totaling 300 square meters, which amounts to 9 million, if paid in one lump sum. The discounted price is 9.88 million. The middle-aged man managed a strained smile. "Oh, just a moment." Long Yun entered the transfer machine, which required fingerprint verification and retinal scanning for large transactions. Moments later, the middle-aged man received a notification on his phone, 9,880,000 yuan credited. He counted that string of numbers and decimal points 5 times, pinching his arm to confirm the reality of the situation. His account had indeed received 9.88 million. Long Yun remained composed, returning the bank card to the middle-aged man with an air of tranquility. "Here is your card back. The transfer is complete. Feel free to check." Chapter 42. The luxury car enters the shop, fortuitous assistance. The middle-aged man's eyes widened, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. This seemingly unassuming student, how had he misjudged him? Who was this remarkably discreet young tycoon? The middle-aged man wished to inquire about Long Yun's identity. But upon receiving the shop's information, Long Yun had no intention of engaging further, leaving the man with no choice but to relent. The contract was signed, and the transfer was completed within half an hour. With the shop acquired, Long Yun's account balance exceeded 100 million, serving as the initial capital for the luxury car gallery. Such a substantial sum would pose some difficulties for purchasing a second-hand aircraft. Yet it was perfectly suited for the second-hand luxury car business, especially considering the availability of funds. The shop's location was prime, directly facing the municipal government entrance across the street, easily visible from the square. With dimensions of 15 meters in width and 20 meters in depth, the space was ideally proportioned. "System, could you provide me with a design proposal? I wish to transform this place into a popular luxury car gallery." "Dear host, please hold on a moment. I am retrieving data." Progress, 12. Approximately 5 minutes later, the progress bar completed, and Long Yun was astonished to discover that even the divine data system required such a lengthy duration. "Dear host, this system has retrieved hundreds of billions of potentially useful design proposals globally. After processing, 3 reference plans have been generated and sent to your regular email. Please check." Wow, retrieving hundreds of billions of design proposals and filtering them must indeed take considerable time. Long Yun opened his email to review the 3 design proposals, each accompanied by 3-dimensional renderings, immersing him in the atmosphere of a beautifully decorated store. Long Yun meticulously compared each proposal and discovered that every design possessed its unique merits, making them all irresistibly appealing. Regrettably, he could not implement them all at once. Ultimately, He opted for a design imbued with local character and resolved to proceed with its execution, as the vision of a trendy luxury car gallery seemed tantalizingly within reach. He approached a decoration company, demanding completion within 5 days, urging them to commence work immediately with fervor, assuring them that financial constraints were not a concern, and insisting on scrupulous adherence to the design plan. The scheme was structured across 2 levels, the upper level designated for office and relaxation areas, while the lower level was allocated for exhibition and photography. A 300 square meter space, while modest for a used car enterprise, felt somewhat cramped. However, Long Yun's business model diverged markedly from traditional used car dealerships. Primarily, he avoided vehicles that had languished in inventory for extended periods, aiming instead to sell each car within 3 days, thus eliminating the need for expansive space. In the prime real estate of the city center, where space commands a premium, such considerations are paramount. Furthermore, he specialized exclusively in mid to high-end luxury automobiles. The higher the price of the vehicle, the greater the potential profit, barring niche models. Ignoring the element of time, acquiring a vehicle for 5,000 yuan, even if sold for 10,000, would yield a mere 5,000 yuan profit, translating to a profit margin of 100. Conversely, purchasing a vehicle for 1 million yuan and selling it for 110,000 would result in a profit of 100,000 yuan, despite a profit margin of only 10. Unless the operational funds were sourced from personal wealth, borrowing funds would render time the most costly factor. A vehicle that could have been profitable could quickly turn into a liability if left unattended. In keeping with his usual approach, Long Yun promptly transferred 200,000 yuan to the decoration company, insisting they work overtime. Upon returning to the dormitory at the welfare home, he had just settled down when a phone call interrupted him. It was the renovation manager. Just as he was about to express his frustration, the voice on the other end trembled. "Boss, there has been an accident. A car has crashed into your store." "What do you mean?" Long Yun replied, irked. "Do you have any idea how much I loathe being disturbed at this hour?" "Apologies, boss, but a car has crashed into your shop. You need to come see for yourself." Dumbfounded, Long Yun wondered how such a thing could occur. His establishment was distanced from the road, separated by a flower bed and a non-motorized lane. How had a car managed to fly into his shop? Thankfully, no one was injured, which spared him from further misfortune. Approaching the scene, he was astonished to discover that the vehicle in question was a luxury car, a Mercedes-AMG GT-R, featuring a twin-turbocharged V8 engine, capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 in just 3.5 seconds, and boasting over 600 horsepower, a veritable beast of steel. According to the construction workers, the car had seemingly soared in from the street. Upon inspecting the evidence, Long Yun noted that the vehicle had left no marks on the flower bed, affirming that it had indeed flown into his shop, crashing through a roll-up door. The car bore no license plates, although a temporary registration was visible inside, indicating it was likely brand new. Without a visible license plate, he could not provide an index for the advanced data system. Peering into the car, Long Yun was startled to find the driver fast asleep. This warranted immediate notification of the authorities. Minutes later, the traffic police arrived and roused the slumbering driver, who was reeking of alcohol. There was no escaping the charge of driving under the influence. The extent of intoxication would await testing results. The driver, a young man, was evidently from a wealthy family, discernible from his attire. Long Yun was alerted by the advanced data system. Ding! Information regarding the perpetrator uncovered. Long Yuan, age 21. Sole heir to Long Hongyi, the richest man in Longjiang City. Long Hongyi has 5 daughters and 1 son, having been blessed with a son in his old age. He dotes on Long Yuan as if he were a prodigal child. Long Yuan, emboldened by his family's wealth and influence, flaunts the law in Longjiang City, indulging in reckless behavior. Awoken from his stupor, Long Yuan resorted to violence against the police, repeatedly shouting, "Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is?" He obstinately refused to cooperate with the police. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Long Yun stepped aside to contact the local news media's tip line. Just as Long Yuan was throwing a tantrum, reporters from 3 local news outlets arrived. Watching them snap photos and record footage filled Long Yun with satisfaction. Fortunately, he had the foresight to have the decoration company install a large banner at the storefront prior to commencing work, prominently displaying the renovation's visual plan, with the bold title, Long Yun's Trendy Luxury Car Gallery. In a city like Longjiang, neither too large nor too small, the news of the richest man's son crashing a luxury vehicle while intoxicated would be headline material. Soon, his yet-to-open luxury car gallery would be featured across various media outlets as a victim of circumstance, providing him with invaluable free publicity. In the Daxia Nation, penalties for driving under the influence are exceedingly severe, with drunk driving being a criminal offense. Public figures caught driving under the influence face ruinous consequences. Recently, A popular star faced dire repercussions after being arrested for drunk driving. His management company terminated their contract, and his entire body of work was either removed or heavily edited, effectively ending his career. While Long Yuan may not be a public figure per se, the societal resentment towards the affluent is palpable, and his act of drunk driving is bound to incite public outrage. The images from the accident scene, which prominently featured Long Yuan's new establishment, would undoubtedly circulate widely online. After Long Yuan was taken away, a tow truck arrived to remove the wrecked Mercedes-AMG GT, its front end completely mangled. Long Yuan, in high spirits, rewarded the workers with a late-night meal for their dedication in working overtime. Chapter 43, Free Publicity. The following morning, Long Yuan was the first to arrive at the municipal hall, eager to queue for registration of the Long Yuan trendy luxury car gallery. According to the intelligence provided by the advanced data system, this name had yet to be registered, and he needed to secure it promptly to prevent others from claiming it. The application and name verification proceeded without a hitch. There were no conflicting businesses registered in the commercial system. Long Yuan successfully secured the name Long Yuan Trendy Luxury Car Gallery and applied for trademark protection. Once these tasks were completed, Long Yuan returned to his shop across from the municipal office. The store was still undergoing renovations, and the roll-up door damaged by the Mercedes remained unrepaired. Long Yuan specifically instructed the workers to delay repairs, allowing passers-by the opportunity to share their experiences on social media. Indeed, the news of Long Yuan's drunk driving incident and his luxury car crashing into the storefront made headlines early the next day. Local newspapers and online media outlets promptly published and shared the story. Reports indicated that the blood test results revealed Long Yuan had an alcohol content of 78 milligrams per 100 milliliters, just shy of the legal limit for drunk driving. In the Daxia Nation, drunk driving is a criminal offense, and driving under the influence is considered a grave threat to public safety, drawing strong condemnation from society even when severe consequences are not evident. Long Yuan's blatant disregard for the law and his public intoxication ignited a wave of outrage, with numerous forums calling for the wealthy patriarch to publicly apologize. According to Daxia's laws and regulations, Long Yuan, having been apprehended for drunk driving, was permitted to leave once sober, as no severe consequences had resulted from the incident, limiting police actions against him. Images from the accident scene proliferated across the internet, with the local newspaper featuring a large photograph prominently displaying the name Long Yuan Trendy Luxury Car Gallery. Passers-by could not help but pause, comparing the images with the storefront, snapping photos for their social media accounts. This, too, would translate into another wave of free publicity. As the store's renovation crew was about to change shifts, a Mercedes-Benz van came to a halt in front of Long Yuan's establishment. From the vehicle emerged 5 sharply dressed young men, unmistakably individuals of some influence, likely enforcers or bodyguards. 4 of these young men swiftly dispersed the onlookers who had gathered to take photographs, while a wealthy scion stepped out of the vehicle, accompanied by a scar-faced thug clad in a suit. Long Yuan recognized this affluent young man. He was none other than Long Yuan, who had crashed into his store the previous night. Many pedestrians also recognized him as the son of the richest man in Longjiang City, known for his ostentatious demeanor. His youthful yet arrogant visage was imprinted in the minds of many. At Long Yuan's behest, 2 suited thugs approached and knocked on the door of Long Yuan's store. After a moment, the renovation manager, responsible for overseeing the work, finally emerged. The moment he poked his head out, the 2 thugs seized him and yanked him outside. He was forcefully brought before Long Yuan, and it was evident to Long Yuan that this wealthy heir was here to provoke trouble, with 5 intimidating figures surrounding them. And the scar-faced thug, clearly a dangerous individual, Long Yuan decided to remain cautious and observe the situation. A growing crowd of onlookers gathered, and Long Yuan disdainfully scanned the assembly, sneering, "Watch closely. This is the fate of those who dare oppose me." Unfazed by the gazes of the crowd, he sauntered over to the renovation manager. The thugs encircled the manager, signaling an imminent act of retaliation, and with so many witnesses present, this was bound to become sensational news. Long Yuan pressed the emergency alarm button located by the street and dialed the tip line of the local news media. Long Yuan glanced at the renovation manager, whose hair was dusted with white plaster, and coldly sneered, "You dare to report me? Go ahead and call." Following his command, one thug struck the renovation manager with 2 resounding slaps, sending him staggering to the ground, a tooth dislodged and blood streaming from his mouth. The crowd around them swelled, forming a tight circle, with some quietly condemning the arrogant son of the tycoon, yet no one dared to voice their disapproval openly or intervene. Just then, a patrolling officer was approaching. Seizing the moment, Long Yuan maneuvered through the throng, rushing into the circle to assist the fallen renovation manager. "Boss, you've arrived," the manager exclaimed, distressed. "Who are you people? Why are you attacking him?" Long Yun feigned outrage as he admonished the assailants. He estimated that the police must be close by. Supporting the renovation manager to his feet, he proclaimed with righteous indignation, "Last night, I reported your reckless driving that damaged our storefront. Your actions pose a serious threat to public safety, and you must be held accountable." The crowd began to rally in support, echoing calls for severe punishment, demanding that Long Yuan's father come and apologize. Long Yuan, realizing his men had misdirected their aggression, glared at Long Yun with burning fury. "Oh, so you're the one who reported me? Beat him," he bellowed, summoning his thugs with a venomous glare. One of the suited enforcers lunged at Long Yun, but he deftly caught the man's hand mid-swing, exerting his strength of 150 kilograms. The thug screamed in agony as the sound of bones cracking echoed, prompting Long Yun to release him, satisfied to inflict some internal damage while ensuring he appeared as the victim. Despite his seemingly frail physique, Long Yun managed to withstand the thug's assault, leaving the onlookers in disbelief, sympathizing with the perceived weakness of the renovation manager. Many began recording the incident, their disdain for Long Yuan's entourage palpable. Just then, the patrolling officers arrived, sirens blaring, breaking up the impending brawl. Quick-footed journalists also descended upon the scene. Both Long Yuan and the renovation manager, as the aggrieved parties, were interviewed, and Long Yun strategically positioned himself for the cameras, ensuring his store's name was visible in the shots. The son of Longjiang's wealthiest man not only engaged in drunk driving, but also retaliated against those who reported him. This was bound to create a media frenzy. As events unfolded, Long Yuan and his companions were escorted to the police station, with Long Yun and the renovation manager following to assist in the investigation. That day, the son of Longjiang's tycoon unwittingly became an internet sensation, and the still under construction luxury car showroom inadvertently garnered fame before its grand opening. In a lavish office on the top floor of the Long Yuan International Building, a portly middle-aged man with a ruddy complexion, Long Hongyi, the richest man in Longjiang, sipped tea while perusing the day's newspaper. Seated at a small desk 5 meters from Long Hongyi was his attractive secretary, Qian Qian, dressed in professional attire that accentuated her figure. As Long Hongyi opened the paper, he was immediately confronted by the news about Long Yuan, causing him to erupt in fury, slamming the newspaper to the floor, startling his voluptuous secretary. "What's wrong, Mr. Long?" Qian Qian inquired. "This foolish boy is causing me endless trouble. Just look at this." Feigning ignorance, Qian Qian picked up the newspaper, though she had already read the article. "Have all media outlets retract their reports. Money is no object." "Yes, sir. I will handle it immediately," she replied, sashaying out of the office. Chapter 44. What can surveillance do to me? Long Yun initially believed the media frenzy surrounding Long Yuan would last a couple of days, but to his astonishment, by the next day, all news related to Long Yuan had vanished without a trace. Despite scouring local print media, he could not find even a mention of the scandal, and the anticipated follow-up coverage regarding the wealthy heir's misadventures was nowhere to be found. Online, all articles concerning Long Yuan had been erased, including those that had briefly graced the headlines. Local forums and social media platforms were swiftly purged of any posts relating to him, with users who dared to question the narrative finding their accounts deleted. Long Hongyi's public relations team had executed a thorough campaign to cleanse the internet, silencing dissenters through intimidation and coercion. Long Yun could only shake his head in disbelief. The power wielded by the richest man in Longjiang was indeed formidable. It seemed there was little he could do against such influence. Soon, representatives were dispatched to Long Yun and the renovation manager, offering compensation at 3 times the standard rate. Realizing the vast resources at play and the futility of resistance, Long Yun accepted the offer with a smile. Why refuse money when it wasn't his own skin on the line? Coincidentally, today marked the renewal date for his premium data system, which he set to automatically renew monthly. Confident in his ample points balance, it was not until today that Long Yun discovered that this god-tier data system actually possessed a store function. The offerings within the store were not abundant, primarily consisting of divine data across various fields, available for purchase on a per-need or per-instance basis, with each transaction costing 300,000 points. For instance, if Long Yun desired to acquire divine financial data today, he could expend 300,000 points for a single purchase, which would remain valid for 24 hours. Within this time frame, he would gain access to the requisite industry-specific divine data, after which the service would cease. Generally, such products were bought as needed. For example, when Long Yun previously sought to purchase a property, after acquiring the divine real estate data system, he could receive pertinent divine data regarding real estate within 24 hours. This store was indeed commendable. For activating the divine financial system within the framework of the system, one would require a staggering 1 billion points. A daunting challenge for Long Yun at present. However, with this store, spending 300,000 points for a day's experience when necessary was a viable option. The renovation company was working tirelessly, with construction ongoing without interruption, and the store would be completed in 2 days, ready for its grand opening. Long Yun now needed to procure a centerpiece for the store. The design blueprint specified the placement of a luxury car in a prominent position to signify the store's status, with 2 criteria for selection. The first criterion was expense and novelty, such as an upcoming electric supercar model from Lamborghini, which would cost over $20 million. Long Yun's current funds were far from sufficient for such an acquisition. Moreover, his luxury car gallery was positioned as a mid to high-end second-hand luxury car dealership. What purpose would a brand new model serve on display? The second criterion was a classic car, one renowned for its heritage, disregarding economic value and purely for the sake of spectacle. There were indeed numerous classic cars of note within Long Yun's divine data system. Yet either they were not available locally or their prices were exorbitant. Long Yun's $5 million was intended for circulation. To invest it all in a vintage luxury car that might not sell for 6 months would jeopardize the very opening of his luxury car gallery. The optimal solution, of course, was to acquire an impressive luxury car without financial expenditure. Borrowing it. Gu Xiao had an extensive collection of luxury cars. He could simply borrow one and return it once his prestigious car museum opened. Long Yun dialed Gu Xiao's number, directly requesting to borrow the 1970 Chevrolet Chevelle SS. There was no need for Gu Xiao to inform him of his collection, as Long Yun's divine data system had already acquired the relevant information. The 1970 Chevrolet Chevelle SS was a vehicle Gu Xiao had imported from the United States last year, and he had even taken it out for racing in recent days. This vintage car, often dismissed as outdated, had regained popularity due to the Fast and Furious franchise. In the series, Dom Toretto's vehicle was a modified version of the Chevrolet Chevelle SS, while Gu Xiao's was a custom refurbished model, boasting a maximum horsepower of 1,000, far exceeding the original's 450. In the Fast and Furious films, the Chevelle SS exuded a grandpa-like exterior, its unrefined engine roar reminiscent of a primal beast, accompanied by some gritty noise, affirming its status as a classic antique, yet this did not impede its reputation as a muscle car. According to the divine data system, that Chevelle SS was Gu Xiao's favorite, as it was one of the cars he drove most frequently among his collection of supercars. Upon understanding Long Yun's intentions, Gu Xiao readily agreed, dispatching a specialized transport vehicle to deliver the Chevelle that very day. 2 days later, the renovation of Long Yun's luxury car gallery was completed, perfectly matching the design renderings, as confirmed by the system's assessment. To Long Yun's discerning eye, it was a flawless replication of the design. A specialized transport vehicle arrived at the entrance of Long Yun's new store, and he was pleasantly surprised by the timely delivery. 2 professionals responsible for the transportation positioned the Chevelle SS in the designated exhibit space within the store, handing the keys to Long Yun before departing. With Gu Xiao even covering the transport fees, Gu Xiao proved to be remarkably generous. The 1970 Chevrolet Chevelle SS glimmered as if brand new, having undergone custom refurbishment, and was not the classic red but rather a deep gray with black rims, subtle and restrained, unlike the ostentatious Bugattis, Lamborghinis, and McLarens. This vehicle's presence elevated the store's ambience, embodying the essence of a muscular powerhouse. Naturally, this car was not for sale, it was solely for exhibition. Long Yun had also commissioned a custom glass barrier to encase it, allowing only for distant admiration, forbidding any untoward interaction. While the centerpiece had been found, there remained no vehicles available for sale within the store, rendering the grand opening temporarily unfeasible. Long Yun pondered briefly before returning to the second-hand car market adjacent to the welfare institution. He first visited Longting's sales area, but none of the cars appealed to him. After exchanging pleasantries with Longting, he departed. Outside the market, 2 establishments facing the intersection displayed several luxury cars. In Long Yun's memory, these luxury vehicles had been on display for quite some time, leaving him uncertain whether the proprietors showcased them for appearance's sake or because they remained unsold. In the market, some recognized Long Yun as the student who previously worked part-time for Longting. Long Yun strode into a store named Integrity Car Dealership, where a Lamborghini, 2 Porsches, 2 Maseratis, and several BMWs were on display. The staff recognized Long Yun and, upon seeing him enter, jokingly remarked, "Long Yun, we're not hiring part-timers here. You might want to check next door." "Oh, I merely came in to sit and browse. Is that unwelcome? Are you attempting to evict me?" Long Yun replied with a mischievous grin. "No problem. We have cameras here, you know." The staff pointed to the surveillance camera above the entrance. Such a lack of decorum. Long Yun chuckled awkwardly, pouring himself a cup of water and reclining on the sofa, feeling as relaxed as if he were in his own home. His purpose for entering this establishment was not merely to enjoy a drink, he aimed to gather intelligence. This luxury car dealership dealt in luxury vehicles, and naturally, they also acquired luxury cars. With his store set to open soon, he was uncertain where to source vehicles. He intended to eavesdrop on the store's phone calls, providing the divine system with an index should anyone call expressing a desire to sell a car that met Long Yun's acquisition criteria. He would seize the opportunity before anyone else. That was the kind of cunning Long Yun embodied. What could the surveillance do to him? Chapter 45. Good cars must be snatched. The employees and owner of Integrity Car Dealership understood Long Yun was not there to purchase a vehicle, yet they had no grounds to expel him, leaving him to linger in the corner. The owner of this establishment was rather stingy. In the sweltering heat, shouldn't they provide ice water and beverages? The bottled water bore a peculiar odor. Could it possibly be tap water filled from the restroom? This dealership specialized in mid to high-end vehicles, and as Long Yun surveyed the offerings, he noticed none were priced below $300,000. The staff's demeanor was concerning, each clad in suits and ties with heart-shaped bald heads, resembling individuals just released from confinement. Long Yun paid them no mind, quietly awaiting an incoming call. Due to the prime location of this dealership at the market's periphery, customers occasionally entered to browse. The divine data system within Long Yun's mind would eavesdrop on their prior conversations, filtering potential clients from the dialogue. Those who came to this dealership were either buyers or sellers. Long Yun was an exception. As individuals entered the establishment, they inquired of the proprietor whether a particular model of vehicle was available. Such inquiries would undoubtedly be captured by the advanced data system, which would relay the information to Long Yun. If the criteria were met, Long Yun would meticulously document the details of potential sellers. This would encompass the specific model they wished to sell, their psychological price range, the prevailing market conditions, as well as the condition of the vehicle in question, all of which would be compiled into Long Yun's comprehensive understanding. Conversely, the details of customers aspiring to purchase a vehicle would also be meticulously recorded, including their target models, price ranges, and intended uses. Long Yun lingered in the showroom for over an hour, during which 7 patrons entered. For potential buyers, 2 prospective sellers, and 1 individual who had mistakenly wandered in. The first potential buyer was the son of a high-ranking executive in a private enterprise, merely 18 years of age and freshly graduated from high school, yearning for a Lamborghini, albeit the price exceeded his financial capacity. Through the insights gleaned from the advanced data system, it was revealed that this young man was named Lu Yi, the scion of a prominent executive at a leading internet conglomerate in the Great Xia Nation, with his mother being a major shareholder in a beauty chain. Lu Yi's family was affluent, boasting savings exceeding 100 million. The advanced data system is adept at unearthing information, discerning necessity, without leaving a trace. Following his graduation, Lu Yi's parents had promised him a substantial allowance of 168 million. The Lamborghini in question was an Aventador, originally priced at over 10 million. Now 8 years old with a mileage of 30,000 kilometers, and the showroom's asking price was 398 million, evidently beyond Lu Yi's budget. However, it was noted that with a slightly older Gallardo, typically priced around 1 million, he could indeed fulfill his aspiration of owning a Lamborghini. Long Yun duly recorded Lu Yi's information, anticipating the potential to cultivate him as a client in the future. The second potential buyer was drawn to luxury vehicles, a real estate mogul seeking to acquire a high-end car to settle debts, ideally a Japanese luxury model, as they are more liquid and readily accepted by creditors. One might ponder why he did not simply use his wealth to pay off his debts. Clearly, there was room for maneuvering in this transaction. This buyer specifically requested a flood-damaged luxury vehicle, explicitly stating to the sales manager his desire for a meticulously refurbished water-damaged car. The primary distinction between a flood-damaged luxury vehicle and one that has suffered a significant accident is that the former is less detectable, often appearing quite normal at first glance. A luxury vehicle typically valued at 1 million could be procured at a much lower price due to its flood history, while its value could still align with market conditions when settling debts. This elucidates the convoluted rationale behind the buyer's pursuit of a second-hand luxury vehicle for debt resolution, potentially yielding considerable profit. The dealership was indeed versatile in its operations, accommodating even less reputable transactions, and the sales manager promptly contacted the buyer to facilitate their needs. Long Yun regarded such clients with disdain. The third potential buyer was a man in his 30s, exuding an air of acumen and determination. The proprietor of a small enterprise who had achieved modest success and sought to procure a recent model executive luxury vehicle. The showroom boasted an array of such vehicles, including a Mercedes-Benz S400L, a BMW 740Li, and an Audi A8L, all exemplary representations of executive luxury. The S400L, a 2017 model with a 4MATIC system, had been licensed in 2018, featuring a 3.0L twin-turbo V6 engine, a 7-speed automatic transmission, and all-wheel drive with a pristine condition after 50,000 kilometers, albeit with minor cosmetic repairs. The current asking price was 788,000. The 2019 BMW 740 Li, equipped with an M Sport package and licensed in 2020, featured a 3.0L turbocharged inline-six engine and an 8-speed automatic transmission, with 120,000 kilometers on the odometer, priced at 918,000. Lastly, the 2018 Audi A8L, in its Quattro luxury variant, was licensed in 2019 with a 3.0L turbocharged V6 engine, all-wheel drive, and an impressive 5,000 kilometers, priced at 888,000. Among these vehicles, the Audi A8L stood out as the best value, its low mileage attributed to the previous owner's financial misfortunes. The small business owner was particularly enamored with the BMW 740 Li, while his wife favored the Audi A8L, creating a dilemma between the two. In terms of availability, the BMW 740 Li was more prevalent, offering rear-wheel drive, whilst the Audi A8L boasted the authentic Quattro all-wheel drive system, distinguishing it from inferior domestic versions. The fourth potential buyer was the owner of a repair shop, merely seeking to indulge in vintage vehicles without regard for age, provided the price was right, as he was an aficionado of classic cars. Unfortunately, the available inventory did not align with his desires, although there was a 6-year-old Lexus LX 570 priced at an astonishing $1 million, given its original sticker price of $1.8 million, invoking disbelief. The first potential seller was a restaurant owner who dreamt of traversing the Sichuan-Tibet route in his Nissan Patrol, which had languished and used at home for 3 years, accumulating a mere 10,000 kilometers. However, due to declining business, he found himself forced to part with his vehicle, albeit his asking price was absurdly exorbitant, surpassing that of a brand-new model. The second potential seller was a young mother, recently divorced, who, in a fit of rage, sought to sell the white Porsche Panamera that her ex-husband had gifted her as a token of their love. Upon uncovering this information through the advanced data system, Long Yun swiftly exited the premises, intent on acquiring the Porsche before any unscrupulous dealers could act. Upon leaving, Long Yun made a beeline for Long Tung's second-hand car marketplace, where Long Tung and Lao Li were diligently polishing a recently purchased Mercedes-Benz S-Class. "Uncle Long, are you busy?" Long Yun called out from a distance. Long Tung, clearly unoccupied, replied with a grin, "Oh, Long Yun, what brings you here? Do I look busy? Well then, let us hasten to acquire a vehicle," Long Yun replied, opening the door to the Mercedes. "Ah, we're going to collect a car? Are we taking my car?" Long Tung responded in surprise. "Yes, indeed. Quickly, hop in. Time is of the essence." Long Yun settled into the driver's seat, adjusting it in preparation for departure. Long Tung tossed the polishing cloth to Lao Li, dusted off his feet, and took his place in the passenger seat. As Long Yun buckled his seatbelt and ignited the engine, Long Tung remarked, "How about I drive? You haven't driven my car before." "It's fine, Uncle Long. I know the way, you don't. We must hurry, otherwise someone might snatch it away." "Ah, is acquiring a car a matter of competition?" Long Tung, visibly astonished, fastened his seatbelt. "Indeed, a fine vehicle deserves to be seized." With a roar, Long Yun pressed the accelerator, and the Mercedes-Benz S-Class of Long Tung shot forward, splattering mud all over old Li from the puddles beneath. Chapter 46. I'll take responsibility for damages. Long Tung felt a pang of distress for his car. He and old Li had just polished it to perfection, and now it was being treated like an off-road vehicle, covered in muck. Do not be deceived by its exterior. Cloaked in the guise of an administrative luxury car, it harbors a tumultuous, ferocious heart, reminiscent of a caged steel beast. This vehicle had endured enough of the snail-paced crawl of congested streets. Now, having hit the expressway, Long Yun slammed the accelerator down, and the irritable engine emitted a deep growl, swiftly propelling them to a speed of 120 kilometers per hour in mere seconds. "Whoa, Long Yun, slow down," Long Tung exclaimed from the passenger seat, filled with concern. "Uncle Long, your car hasn't seen the highway in quite some time. There's some carbon buildup in the engine. We need to push it over 3,000 RPM to clear it out." "Oh, I'm aware. Just take it easy." "No way. We need to hurry to Lijuang, while the owner and the dealer are still negotiating over the phone." "How do you know they're bargaining over the phone?" Long Tung queried, puzzled. He understood well that Long Yun possessed an uncanny ability to glean information about others' conversations. Not only did Long Yun know what they were discussing on the phone, but he also understood the owner's psychological price point. He was equally familiar with the Porsche Panamera in question. The 2019 Porsche Panamera short wheelbase version, equipped with a 2.9T twin-turbo V6 engine, boasts a maximum torque of 450 Nm and a peak power of 330 horsepower, featuring a front engine, rear-wheel drive layout, and an 8-speed wet dual-clutch transmission. With a manufacturer's suggested retail price of 973 million yuan, landing at around 1.3 million yuan after taxes. Moments later, Long Yun drove past the Lijuang toll station, heading straight for the small square in front of the Lijuang town government. According to the report from the Divine Data System, the vehicle was parked in that square, with the owner's family residing nearby. Long Yun, where shall we go now? Please contact the owner, Long Tung said, bewildered by how effortlessly Long Yun navigated Lijuang, as if it were his own home. Uncle Long, please hold your phone and record for me. Long Yun made a call, which was answered by a young man, not far from Long Yun, appearing to be in his 20s, with a sunny disposition and a neat haircut, looking quite refreshed. Hello, Mr. Li, I presume? Long Yun greeted him with a smile. The young man looked somewhat taken aback, extending his right hand to shake Long Yun's. Hello. You arrived so quickly. I just hung up the phone, he said, incredulous. Oh, it's a coincidence. We were nearby collecting cars, and upon receiving the company's directive, we rushed over. Long Yun fabricated a casual story. Ah, that explains it. I thought it was unusually fast. The young man chuckled, scratching his head. May I ask if we can record this? Long Yun gestured to his phone. We create online videos, documenting the collection and sale of vehicles. I'm fine with it, but the owner's family might require some privacy. They've been dealing with quite a bit recently, so it's best to blur their faces. Long Yun nodded in acknowledgement, and then inquired. What is your relationship with the owner? I'm her cousin, her actual cousin. The handsome young man replied with a grin. All right, I would appreciate it if you could explain our collection process to the owner later. Sure, no problem. The young man nodded in agreement. Before long, the owner's family arrived. Long Yun handed his phone to Long Tung and switched to landscape recording mode. Uncle Long, please help me with the recording. Although Long Tung was unsure of Long Yun's intentions, he was adept at filming, as a professional car dealer. He knew precisely where to focus the camera and what details to capture. As the owner's family approached, a young woman in her 20s appeared somewhat haggard, likely due to recent divorce troubles. An older woman held a little girl, who seemed to be just over a year old. According to the Divine Data System's report, they were family. The young woman was the only daughter of the older woman, while the little girl was her daughter. The young woman's father was sulking at home and had not come out, while the child's father had granted custody to the mother. This was Long Yun's first encounter with this particular vehicle, and the Divine Data System had already compiled various information about it in his mind. The Porsche Panamera was parked in a corner, and the young man drove it out. Upon seeing the license plate, the Divine Data System immediately activated its data mining program. Registered in 2019 with a landed price of 1.38 million yuan, it was the short wheelbase version with 290 power. This car was a token of affection given to the young woman by her ex-husband as a birthday gift, after which they solidified their relationship. The owner had given birth to the little girl 9 months after their marriage. During that time, a close friend had borrowed the car and had damaged both bumpers, which were subsequently repaired at a 4S shop. Aside from that, the vehicle had no issues, having been maintained exclusively at the 4S shop and in pristine condition. Initially, the owner sought a price of 1.08 million yuan, while the honest dealership offered only 1.02 million. After lengthy negotiations over the phone, the dealership agreed to 1.03 million, while the owner insisted on a minimum of 1.06 million. This indicated that there was still a discrepancy of 30,000 yuan between buyer and seller that needed to be resolved. The dealership's representative was likely sent to inspect the vehicle and negotiate the price, anticipating to find some repairs or touch-ups, which would justify a deduction, ultimately arriving at a price close to what they had initially offered. Following the Divine Data System's prompts, Long Yun skillfully opened the front hood. Long Tung couldn't help but marvel at Long Yun's proficiency. He himself struggled to locate the hood release. After lifting the hood, he found the entire engine compartment covered with decorative panels, obscuring everything inside. It was said that this design was for aesthetics and to prevent small animals from entering the engine bay. Long Yun gazed blankly at the engine compartment. The owner's family looked at the engine bay, then back at Long Yun, prompting the owner's sister to say, "We've never touched it. This is how it originally came." Understood. I need to remove these panels to inspect the engine. Is that all right? Since the car was not yet his, Long Yun had to obtain the consent of the owner's family. According to the Divine Data System's report, aside from minor repairs on the front and rear bumpers, there were no other issues. For the sake of the show, Long Yun needed to adhere to the typical procedures of a car dealer, examining and inspecting the vehicle. This would not only showcase his professionalism, but also assure the buyers that the car was thoroughly checked. Additionally, it would enhance the credibility of the show, ideally creating a plot with twists and turns to captivate the audience. Just imagine, if Long Yun merely relied on the Divine Data System's report and accepted the car upon sight, would viewers not find it utterly mundane? Some might even suspect that a group of actors was hired. Wait a moment. A loud and stern voice rang out. It was the mother of the owner. Let us be clear. If you take it apart and can't put it back together, or if you break anything, you'll be liable. The middle-aged woman seemed to harbor little faith in this young man. Long Yun, equally bewildered, thought, how could this be so easily damaged? He could disassemble and reassemble it perfectly even with his eyes closed. All right, if I break anything, I'll simply take the car as compensation. Chapter 47. Swift action is essential. The owner's mother wore a serious expression, indicating she was not joking. The handsome young man interjected, Auntie, the vehicle requires inspection. If any repairs have been made, the price will undoubtedly differ, so we must allow them to take a look. After a thorough explanation from a familiar face, the elderly lady finally permitted Long Yun to proceed with the inspection. See, we haven't touched anything. The car owner's mother ceased her objections. Long Yun began to disassemble the decorative panels, while the car owner's mother anxiously circled around him, fearful he might cause damage. Upon removing 2 panels, he noticed the elderly lady staring intently at him. Haha, Auntie, your gaze is quite pressuring. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, clearly indicating the aunt's affection for the vehicle. Is this all it takes to disassemble? A deep, resonant voice emerged from behind the crowd, belonging to a middle-aged man. Dad, you're here. A flicker of joy passed over the face of the car owner's sister. Uncle, the handsome young man greeted the man. The newcomer was indeed the father of the car owner, who had come out of concern. With both the elderly lady and now a pair of stern eyes upon him, Long Yun felt an increase in pressure. Sir, these panels must be removed. Only then can we ascertain the condition beneath, Long Yun explained to the middle-aged man. Oh, no worries, let us take a look. I've never seen the engine of this car before, so this is a perfect opportunity, the father replied, prompting a smile from Long Yun as he resumed disassembling the panels. The advanced data system transmitted crucial details of the disassembly process into Long Yun's mind. Although he comprehended the information, his practical experience was nearly non-existent, leaving him devoid of muscle memory. With the uncle and aunt watching closely, Long Yun felt a tinge of anxiety. System, aside from repetitive training, is there another way to acquire muscle memory? He inquired mentally. Dear host, you can purchase muscle memory, but it is exceedingly costly. Please visit the system shop for details. All right, I'll consider it later, Long Yun acknowledged, realizing he needed to focus entirely on the task at hand. He could not afford to make any mistakes with the watchful uncle and aunt nearby. After a little over 10 minutes, all decorative panels were removed, and Long Yun expertly examined the engine and chassis before reassembling the panels. For someone with a divine data system like Long Yun, this entire procedure was largely redundant. However, for the sake of presentation, he felt compelled to follow through. Having inspected the critical components and found no issues, Long Yun was aware that the engine compartment was in perfect condition, but he needed to gain the approval of the online viewers. Opening the driver's side door, he noted the appealing color scheme of white exterior and red interior, a combination highly favored in the market and particularly attractive to used car dealers. Equipped with a panoramic sunroof and the essential 360-degree camera system, the added options brought the price well above $9.73 million, soaring over 100,000. Porsche caters to the affluent. Without additional options, acquiring the vehicle would be impossible. The continuous tail lights at the rear indicated this was a new model, as older models featured separate tail lights. It was essential to emphasize this detail because the tail lights of the Porsche Panamera before the 2019 model were indeed separate, while those from 2019 onwards were unified. Although both were used cars, buyers might not immediately discern the age of a 2019 model, whereas pre-2017 models were easily recognizable as older vehicles. Such is the nature of public perception. Dealers, who may not claim to be well-versed in human affairs, certainly do not miss any opportunity to negotiate prices. As a competent dealer, buying low and selling high is imperative. To negotiate effectively, one must identify flaws, and with my divine data system, finding issues will be a breeze. The repair records for the front and rear bumpers had already been retrieved from a certain app. The owner did not deny having replaced them with original parts, so that could not serve as a bargaining chip. Now it was time to unearth issues to negotiate. Last month, the front bumper had sustained a minor scrape against a concrete barrier, resulting in a small chip of paint. To save costs, the owner had it repaired at a subpar shop. The environment of that repair shop was concerning, likely due to excessive dust, as the paint had bubbled up post-repair, creating a rough texture that was utterly unacceptable for such a vehicle. Long Yun reconstructed the incident and repair process for the owner, who nodded in silence, not disputing his account. The passenger side panel bore a scratch left by a child's key, barely noticeable unless inspected closely, yet Long Yun managed to identify it. The integrity of the car dealership had previously offered $1.03 million, while the owner insisted on a minimum of $1.06 million, given the minor discrepancy. They had arranged to meet at this location to view the car, and the dealership's representative was already en route. Uncle, Auntie, Miss, let us stick to the previously agreed price of 03 million. I can transfer the funds immediately. What do you think? Long Yun proposed. 103 million? Wasn't it agreed upon as 106 million? The uncle retorted. Xiaomei, didn't you tell mom to sell it for 108 million? How did it drop to 106 million? The elderly lady queried, visibly astonished. The car owner's sister shook her head. I had discussed it with their colleague over the phone, and the lowest price is 106 million. Let us sell it. I no longer wish to see this car. Long Yun had not anticipated that they hadn't reached a consensus internally. Boss, 106 million is the lowest. 103 million is truly unacceptable. Another dealership is willing to offer 107 million. The owner insisted. Miss, while they may have promised 107 million, they haven't put forth a single penny. It's merely talk. My offer of 103 million comes with immediate payment, which is entirely different. Moreover, if your vehicle had no flaws, I could consider 106 million, but with defects, I can only extend 103 million. Other dealers will be even harsher. Enough. Let us settle for 1,059,000. The uncle declared. Long Yun shook his head. That price is simply untenable. We're filming this transaction, and the price is transparent. The minor flaws are known to the clients. Here's my counter. I'll increase it slightly to 1,038,000. If that works, I can transfer the funds and sign the contract immediately. Take 105 million and let it go. I genuinely want to be rid of this car. The car owner's sister replied in despair. The elderly couple fell silent, their heads bowed. All right, provide me with your account details, and I will transfer the funds immediately. Long Yun commanded as the divine data system signaled an incoming alert. Another team of car dealers was approaching. The system accessed nearby traffic surveillance cameras, revealing that Mr. Chiu and his team from Etiancheng car dealership were on their way to the scene. This family was astute in their selling strategy. Having summoned 2 dealerships to inspect the vehicle, whoever offered the highest price would secure the sale, a classic case of the clam and the snipe benefiting the fisherman. With Long Yun inadvertently falling outside their plan. After a little over 10 minutes, Long Yun completed the payment, signed a contract, and received the car keys. The filming by Long Tung also concluded. Long Uncle, I'll drive this car. You take yours, let us go. With a look of astonishment, Long Tung returned the phone to Long Yun, unable to fathom how this young man had so swiftly secured the vehicle in just half an hour. As soon as Long Yun and Long Tung departed, the handsome young man's phone buzzed again. Hello, we are from Chengxin car dealership. We've arrived at the town government square. May I ask where the car is? He inquired. Hasn't your colleague already driven off with the car? The young man countered. Colleague? Which colleague? The owner of Chengxin car dealership was bewildered. Apologies, that is your matter. We have already sold the car. Goodbye. The owner of the Integrity car dealership and his assistant were utterly bewildered. How could the vehicle they had agreed to inspect at the town government be sold before their very eyes? As they journeyed back to the city, Long Yun heard the system's prompt in his ear. Dear host, do you permit this system to process and upload the videos from your phone onto the internet? Naturally, this was our first vehicle acquisition video, which I wanted to be visually captivating. Aside from that dashing young gentleman and myself, everyone else should be blurred out. Understood, host. With a divine data system managing the processing and uploading of the video, Long Yun was relieved of many troublesome tasks. Speaking of which, today, Uncle Long had been invited to play the role of cameraman. It was clear that a professional videographer would need to be hired in the future. Chapter 48. The arrival of the big shot. Once the system uploaded the video, it also utilized Long Yun's video account to reach out to numerous potential buyers. Fully leveraging the platform's free promotional rules, Long Yun's registered ID was Long Yun's Celebrity Luxury Car Gallery. Previously, the news surrounding Longjiang City's wealthiest individual, Long Yuan, had created quite a stir for a couple of days. Although the excitement had subsided, most people still remembered the name of this establishment, which inadvertently enhanced the appeal of Long Yun's ID. The system even crafted a title for the first video of Long Yun's Celebrity Luxury Car Gallery. Furious rejection of a scoundrel. Young lady sells her love token, the Panamera, at a bargain. After 1 hour of being uploaded, the platform reported 5,000 impressions and an astonishing 588 views, an exceptionally high click-through rate. Although the acquisition process had been rather uneventful, the divine data system's editing made the video's thumbnail exude the aura of an irate father-in-law confronting a disloyal son-in-law. The disloyal young man, abandoning his wife and child, was about to face justice. How gratifying. The divine data system was indeed a master of sensational titles. For the thumbnail bore little resemblance to the actual content. Ding. Dear host, the video has been uploaded for 1 hour, achieving a click rate of 91, with an increase of over 3,000 followers. Would you care to invest some money? What? Long Yun was unclear about the meaning of investing. Would you like to spend money to purchase traffic? According to this system's assessment, it would be prudent to invest 10,000 yuan for 1 million impressions, which would surely yield significant views and follower growth. Sure, go ahead, let us give it a try. Only with an increase in followers can our celebrity luxury car gallery thrive. This system has received your authorization and will withdraw 10,000 yuan from your bank account for traffic purchase. Long Yun's phone indeed buzzed with a notification of a 10,000 yuan expenditure. He couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of this divine data system. Even without him disclosing the withdrawal password, it managed to access the funds. Quite a chilling thought. Dear host, your luxury car gallery currently has no employees. Would you like to post a recruitment advertisement? This system was truly considerate. Please proceed with the posting. You should know what kind of talent is needed. I leave this matter in your capable hands, Long Yun replied while driving. Understood, esteemed host. I assure you, I will not disappoint. Long Yun and Long Tung parked their vehicles in front of the celebrity luxury car gallery. With no employees present, the store remained closed. Long Tung confirmed the ownership of the establishment upon seeing its name. To open a second-hand car dealership in such a prime location, young Long Yun was indeed remarkable. Upon entering the shop, Long Tang's eye was immediately drawn to the Chevrolet Chevelle SS. As a seasoned car dealer with decades of experience, he may not have dealt with this particular model, but he was well aware of its renown, especially given the recent popularity of the Fast and Furious franchise. Wow, is this truly your store? Where did you manage to acquire this magnificent vehicle? Uncle Long, you flatter me too much. Not only do I lack the funds, but even if I had them, I wouldn't be able to get my hands on it. This is a custom refurbished model with 1,000 horsepower. 1,000 horsepower. With wings attached, this car could soar. Indeed, this was borrowed from young Master Gu to impress the crowd. I could never afford such a car. Which young Master Gu? Do you think there is another? Long Tung smacked his forehead in realization. Just a few days prior, Gu Xia had visited his dealership while Long Yun was still working part-time. I can't believe you are so closely acquainted with young Master Gu. Long Tung gave Long Yun a thumbs up. Given Gu Xia's background, anyone wanting to be on friendly terms with him would need at least 900,000. To curry favor with him, one would need a minimum of 90,000, and to procure luxury cars for free from him. Long Yun must surely be one of Gu Xia's close friends. Since I can't buy it, I suppose I'll have to borrow it for a while. However, I can only look at it. Touching is out of the question. Long Yun spoke nonchalantly, as if borrowing a luxury car from young Master Gu were an everyday affair. No wonder you went to such lengths to showcase it. Long Ting circled around the Chevrolet Chevelle SS, his curiosity piqued. The vehicle was mounted on a transparent lift, approximately 15 meters high, making it stand out compared to the others. Customers entering the store would be instantly captivated. In reality, even from across the street at the municipal square, one could glimpse this vintage marvel through the glass windows of the dealership. Currently, Long Yun's store housed only two cars, the non-saleable Chevelle SS and his own vehicle, a Mercedes-Benz C200. After relocating the Porsche Panamera into the store, the space still felt rather empty. He needed more inventory. Long Yun, your store has too few cars. You must acquire more. Long Tung remarked casually after admiring the store's decor. Indeed, I am actively seeking channels to acquire more vehicles. Unfortunately, the ones available in my store lacked the necessary prestige. Otherwise, I would consider moving a few over to enhance the appeal. Thank you, Uncle Long, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Every beginning is challenging. I plan to hire a few people this afternoon and will expedite the vehicle acquisition process. Very well, I shall take my leave for now, as I have matters to attend to later today. After seeing off Long Tung, Long Yun tidied up the store in anticipation of the new employees who would be arriving for interviews. As Long Tung drove away, he shook his head, muttering to himself. Young people are too impulsive. Do they think selling second-hand cars is as simple as becoming an internet celebrity? Does he believe he can earn significant profits in such a location? Only time will tell, but I suspect he will soon come seeking my assistance. After a flurry of activity, Long Yun ventured to the nearby fast food restaurant for a meal. Upon returning to the store, he found a small gathering of individuals inside. Some were snapping photos of the Chevelle SS to share on social media, while others sat quietly, seemingly awaiting someone. As Long Yun stepped inside, it was clear these individuals had no idea he was the owner of the establishment. They continued with their business, oblivious to his presence. It appeared that his handsome visage had yet to be recognized by the public, as he had merely been a supporting character in the recent debacle involving Long Yuan. A middle-aged woman noticed Long Yun's entrance and smiled warmly at him. He initially thought she recognized him. The woman moved a chair closer and said, "Young man, are you here to apply for a part-time position? The boss seems to have stepped out. Please, sit and wait." Long Yun took a seat beside the woman and casually inquired, "Auntie, are you here for an interview as well?" "Yes, indeed. I'm here to apply for a cleaning position, she replied. What did you do before? I've always worked in cleaning. I was previously with Tingy Company. But I heard the pay here is better, so I came to give it a shot. The middle-aged woman chuckled heartily. A jolt of anxiety surged through Long Yun. He had previously entrusted the recruitment matter to the advanced data system, and regarding employee compensation, he had his own thoughts that he had yet to share with anyone. Could it be that the system had taken it upon itself to make decisions for him? Was the remuneration at this establishment truly commendable? What did the recruitment advertisement proclaim? Long Yun felt a twinge of unease. There are no specific figures mentioned, just that we provide the best benefits in the city, including 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. The middle-aged woman replied with a smile. Oh, I see. That is essential indeed. Long Yun felt a bead of cold sweat form on his forehead, thankful that the system had not promised any specific amounts. Meanwhile, as Long Yun conversed with the middle-aged woman, a young man was taking selfies in front of a Mercedes-Benz C200, striking poses and reciting lines. Hello, dear friends. I'm the gang, the supposedly honest used car dealer in your eyes. Today, we arrived at this establishment, known as Long Yun's Celebrity Luxury Car Pavilion, which specializes in high-end second-hand vehicles. Indeed, I'm here for an interview today. I'm ready to apply and earnestly become a car dealer, working from 9 to 5. With benefits, observing the nuances of human interaction, and living off others' wisdom. As the young man chattered to his fans, Long Yun heard the notification chime of the advanced data system. Ding, esteemed host, a notable figure has arrived. Chapter 49, Recruitment of Staff. Initially, Long Yun assumed that the handsome lad filming a video was merely a passerby intrigued by the shop. But he was taken aback to learn that he was the esteemed figure referred to by the system. According to the advanced data system, this individual was named Fan Gang, a 26-year-old who had previously been the owner and chief technician of a car repair shop in Longjiang City. Despite his youth, he had made a name for himself in the automotive repair industry, having started assisting his father at the tender age of 8. Now at 26, he boasted nearly 18 years of experience, and many repair shops sought his counsel for difficult issues. Last year, Fan Gang had to transfer his repair shop due to family circumstances and subsequently ventured into the realm of social media. He had become a well-known content creator in the automotive sector, amassing over 300,000 followers across various platforms. Long Yun overheard Fan Gang's self-deprecating remarks about preparing to apply, wondering if he had been lured to the store by the system's influence. To have such a talent apply at his shop was an immense compliment to Long Yun. This was someone with 18 years of experience and a following of 300,000, a veritable internet celebrity in the Great Xi'an nation. Feeling a sense of trepidation, Long Yun doubted his ability to impress such an esteemed individual, fearing that his novice status would be glaringly apparent. System, did you entice this notable figure to apply at our establishment? Long Yun inquired mentally. Yes, esteemed host. This individual will prove to be a reliable assistant and partner. The system replied. On what grounds do you make that assertion? According to the information collected by this system, the reasons for his shop's transfer are twofold. First, he ran his repair shop with integrity, yet the economic viability was poor, and he was ultimately outmatched by the brutal competition in the market. Second, his father fell ill with cancer, prompting him to sell the repair shop and his only home to cover medical expenses. After his father passed away early last year, he lacked the funds to restart his business and thus became a social media content creator. This individual is trustworthy, filial, and respectful to elders. His character is beyond reproach. Technical skill and good character. He seems to be a commendable candidate. Long Yun mused. But can our modest establishment accommodate someone of his caliber? This individual has been assisting his followers in sourcing vehicles, earning a few hundred for each transaction. He is reputable online and brings his own traffic. The system responded. You still haven't answered my question, Long Yun pressed. Esteemed host, the benefits come from your investment. As the financier, if you manage the finances and the personnel well, you will wield control over everything. Proceed boldly. Truthfully, Long Yun did require the prowess of such an influencer. The fans of these prominent figures included both buyers and sellers, and his shop was currently in need of vehicles. Fan Gang circled Long Yun's Mercedes-Benz C200, addressing his followers, Dear friends, here is a ready-made imported Mercedes-Benz C200 station wagon, white exterior with a black interior. Judging by its appearance, the condition should be excellent. Who was it that requested I find a vehicle? Please reach out to me behind the scenes. Consider this my first transaction since joining the shop. I will ensure the vehicle's condition is strictly monitored and negotiate the price with the owner. Choose the gang. Choose peace of mind. Long Yun approached Fan Gang, taking the opportunity to interject. This is an imported Mercedes-Benz C200 station wagon with an official guide price of 360,000 yuan. After additional features, it totaled over 420,000 yuan upon registration, with just over 10,000 kilometers, a nearly new vehicle, but it is not for sale. Not for sale? Why keep it in the showroom then? Fan Gang inquired, surprised as he glanced at Long Yun. Because it is the owner's personal vehicle. Currently, we have 3 vehicles in the shop. Only that white Panamera is for sale. The rest are not on the market. Long Yun gestured toward the recently acquired Panamera. May I ask who you are? Fan Gang noted that Long Yun's status seemed uncommon. Among the 5 or 6 individuals in the shop, he was the only one engaging with Fan Gang, while the others likely also awaited interviews. Guess, Long Yun smiled slightly, heading toward the staircase to the upper floor. He turned back to the group, those here to apply. Please follow me upstairs. Fan Gang and the others followed Long Yun, ascending to the second floor. The office area on the second floor was adjacent to a client lounge and an employee activity area, which were distinctly separated. The client lounge offered fruits, snacks, and beverages, while the employee area only provided bottled water. A tall young woman led the way, nimbly leaping over a flower pot that had fallen to the ground as she passed. The woman who had previously spoken with Long Yun assisted in righting the pot. As she did so, Fan Gang lent a hand, while another young lady in a dress fetched cleaning supplies to tidy up the spilled soil. The 5 applicants were not yet official employees, and Long Yun had them wait in the client lounge for their interviews. Welcome to Long Yun's Celebrity Luxury Car Pavilion. I am Long Yun, the owner of this establishment. Though Long Yun's introduction was unremarkable, all the applicants were taken aback. The youthful individual before them, seemingly still in his teens, was the owner. Could he be a second or third generation rich kid? His attire gives no indication of such. Hello, Mr. Long. The tall young woman greeted Long Yun. Long Yun responded with a mild smile. As you can see, we are a new establishment, specifically a trendy car shop, so aside from a cleaning lady and an accountant, all employees must possess knowledge about automobiles. Everyone nodded in agreement. Very well, please come in according to the order you ascended, Long Yun instructed, leading the way. The tall young woman, in her high heels, was the first to follow. Long Yun settled behind a modern, technology-infused desk, while the tall young woman took a seat in front of him, her eyes curiously scanning the surroundings. Just then, the system's notification chimed in Long Yun's ear. Hong Qian, female, 25 years old, accounting, with 6 years of professional experience, previously employed at a trading company, was forced to resign after her affair with the boss was discovered by the boss's wife, leading to her failure to ascend the corporate ladder. Oh, so she's a gold digger. Why did you bring her to me? Long Yun questioned telepathically. Esteemed host, this individual was not recommended by the system. She came in response to a job advertisement. All right, I know how to handle this, Long Yun replied mentally. Mr. Long, are you here to fill in today? If I'm not mistaken, you must still be a high school student, right? Before Long Yun could speak, Hong Qian interjected, placing her resume on his desk. You are only partially correct. I am indeed a high school student who has just completed the college entrance examination. But I am not here to fill in. This is my establishment. Wow, Mr. Long is quite accomplished at such a young age. Miss Hong, I will review your information. Please wait for further notice. Oh, and just to remind you, my father has passed away, and I am an orphan. Hong Qian shot Long Yun a glare, snatched her resume from the desk, and hurriedly departed. The next candidate was also in accounting, a young lady in a dress who had previously assisted the cleaning lady with potting plants. After reviewing her resume, Long Yun decisively stated, "You are hired. You will officially start tomorrow." The dress-clad lady was taken aback, having been hired without uttering a word. The cleaning lady was hired on the spot, as her earlier action of assisting with the plants aligned perfectly with Long Yun's expectations for a cleaner. Another candidate, a university graduate in automotive studies, was also immediately hired by Long Yun. The most challenging candidate made their entrance, Fan Gang. Though a prominent figure, he exhibited no arrogance. Unlike the others, he arrived empty-handed, having not prepared a resume. Mr. Long, I noticed the job posting states that educational qualifications are not a requirement. I haven't attended university. I ran an auto repair shop after finishing high school, and am now a social media influencer in the automotive industry, possessing considerable knowledge about it. Fan Gang's self-introduction was succinct and unpretentious, neither obsequious nor haughty. Please state your requirements directly. Let us see if our establishment can accommodate you. Chapter 50, Profitability equals Service. Long Yun understood that the superfluous formalities could be omitted. It was only necessary to meet this prominent figure's psychological expectations to warrant further discussion. Fan Gang, too, was surprised by the straightforwardness of the seemingly younger individual before him, who addressed the matter with precision. Mr. Long, so you are aware of my identity? Fan Gang inquired with mild astonishment. Long Yun nodded. De Gang, a renowned automotive reviewer and quality content creator in the automotive sector, with over 300,000 followers. Oh, I didn't expect Mr. Long to have viewed my videos. I am truly honored. The world is indeed small. Let us keep our conversation pragmatic. What are your requirements? I have no particular demands. I simply came across your recruitment advertisement while browsing videos and thought it seemed promising. As you know, my work involves live streaming, and I have conducted research on online car sales for over a year. From what I gather, you have been quite profitable over the past year. Haven to you? Long Yun inquired, testing the waters. Well, for my followers, I assist with vehicle purchases and inspections, earning a few hundred in service fees per car. It's all hard-earned money. Sometimes, I even offend people. Car dealers tend to avoid me. Fan Gang paused before continuing. My work may appear glamorous with seemingly no costs involved, but it is, in fact, quite taxing. Isn't it? Long Yun countered. In truth, I am like a rat in a fan, caught between two pressures, either from my followers or the dealers. I have wedged myself into a narrow gap and must strive to survive, which is exhausting. So what is your solution? Long Yun inquired. To have my own source of vehicles, my own platform, and to build a bridge of trust between buyers and sellers. Second-hand cars are a unique commodity. They should not be synonymous with deceit and trickery. Consumers should not fear second-hand cars. You are an idealistic individual. Haha, ideals. It is precisely this idealism that led to the collapse of my auto repair shop. Why don't you employ the same tactics as other repair shops? I simply cannot bring myself to do that. Fan Gang chuckled, shaking his head. Thus, you believe our establishment aligns with your ideals? Perhaps it was always just an ideal. As this is my first encounter with your shop, if you were the owner, what would you do? Transparent vehicle acquisition, transparent sales, profits must be earned, and responsibilities must be borne. Which is more important, money or responsibility? Without accountability, trust cannot be obtained. Profit and responsibility are merely two facets of the same issue. When can you start working? Now, at any time. Do you believe you have answered my questions? Long Yun reiterated. I have answered. My requirements are my dreams. Dreams can be robust or fragile, but they cannot lack a soul. Let dreams become reality. Welcome to join Long Yun's illustrious luxury car gallery. Long Yun rose and extended his right hand. Fan Gang stood up, excitedly shaking Long Yun's hand. The recruitment for the first batch of employees at Long Yun's luxury car gallery concluded. One accountant, one cleaner, one photographer, one master chef, and of course, one owner. Fan Gang was appointed as the store manager. Long Yun preferred to remain the behind-the-scenes mogul. After the recruitment, Long Yun opened his video account, discovering that the video featuring the Panamera had garnered over 200,000 views, with his follower count increasing by over 5,000, now totaling 80,000. Spending money on promotion had indeed yielded some results, though not as remarkable as anticipated. Upon checking his video account, Long Yun found several comments. Aside from a myriad of chaotic marketing ads, a few expressed genuine interest in purchasing the Panamera. Since running a business requires a semblance of professionalism, Long Yun took the time to reply to each commenter. There were local viewers from Longjiang City, as well as those from afar. One local viewer arranged to see the car that very night. Long Yun was pleasantly surprised by the swift response from potential customers, who were eager to view the vehicle at night. To prepare for the arrival of the first customer, Long Yun kept Fan Gang on hand. Before leaving, the cleaning lady brought a bucket of water and gave the Panamera a thorough wipe down. Long Yun had driven it back from Lijiang without having cleaned it yet. Long Yun was confident in his judgment, knowing that such diligent and responsible employees were precisely what he desired. Fan Gang, this prominent figure, displayed no airs. Joining Long Yun for a quick meal at a nearby eatery. He was fond of smoking and had a considerable addiction. However, he never smoked in front of his followers while recording videos, as he believed it to have a negative societal impact. He mentioned that he had picked up the habit during the 6 months spent in the hospital with his father, coming from a single-parent family. With no one to share his troubles, he turned to smoking for solace. While awaiting the customer, Fan Gang and Long Yun engaged in extensive discussions about the auto repair business and amusing anecdotes about assisting fans with vehicle purchases. This 26-year-old young man possessed a maturity and shrewdness beyond his years, yet still held on to dreams that should have faded with age. Long Yun never divulged the details of how he acquired the Panamera to Fan Gang. However, Fan Gang had already searched for Long Yun's video account before entering the shop and was well aware of the vehicle acquisition process. As a trendy luxury car gallery, not only did vehicle acquisitions require full recording, but sales also mandated comprehensive documentation. Many viewers treated the videos as if they were reading an online novel. Every story must have a beginning and an end, with a minimum requirement of daily updates, and more frequent updates were welcomed. Who cares about a bit of traffic revenue? Although Long Yun had only briefly worked as a car dealer, he comprehended the vexations that came with the trade. The most agonizing predicament was when the vehicles returned to him remained unsold. If a car was deemed undesirable, a dealer would naturally refrain from acquiring it. Conversely, if a dealer found a car appealing, it merely indicated his personal judgment, and the market's response might differ significantly. The fear lay in the possibility of a vehicle lingering unsold, unable to be offloaded even at a reduced price. At precisely 8 o'clock, the anticipated clients arrived, a young couple. Acting as their photographer, Long Yun stepped into the limelight. "Good evening to you both. Are you comfortable being on camera?" This was a question he felt compelled to ask. Both responded affirmatively, albeit with a request for anonymity. "You must have come after watching our vehicle acquisition video, correct?" he inquired, acknowledging the potential redundancy of the query. For had they viewed his video, the introduction to this particular car would have varied significantly. "Indeed, my wife came across the video first and shared it with me. We are considering purchasing a Porsche, hence our visit," replied the gentleman. "I just obtained my driver's license, and my husband suggested I practice with a used car." The lady added, "Practicing with a Porsche Panamera? Are you serious?" Haha. Long Yun understood that creating an engaging video required a touch of theatricality, and he seized the opportunity to elaborate. "Actually, it's not quite that. The wait time for new cars is excessively long, and she is eager to drive, not wanting to endure such a lengthy wait. The other cars at home are off limits for her," he clarified. "Well then, what a limitation on my imagination." Haha. Subsequently, Long Yun began a detailed presentation of the vehicle, explicitly outlining its flaws. It was evident that the lady was quite taken with it, acknowledging its minor imperfections without concern. "Shall we discuss the price now?" Although it was not his first foray into the second-hand car market, he felt a tinge of nervousness before the camera. The young couple nodded in unison. "You are aware of my purchase price, which stands at $1.05 million. My gross profit is $100,000, meaning I need to sell it to you for $1.15 million. Without profit, there can be no service. I hope you understand." Long Yun was straightforward, making it clear that he required a minimum profit of $100,000. The couple exchanged glances, and the gentleman extended his right hand to shake Long Yun's. A successful transaction at the high-end car dealership. After completing the paperwork and bidding farewell to the couple, Long Yun felt a surge of excitement. Although he had previously turned a larger profit in the second-hand car trade, the sense of accomplishment from this transaction was unparalleled. "Mr. Long, if I recall correctly, your dealership is now devoid of vehicles for sale," Fan Gang reminded him. "Indeed. Tomorrow, I must head to the Integrity Car dealership." Chapter 51. Used cars more expensive than new ones. Long Yun entrusted the management of the store to Fan Gang, indifferent to the trivial details, as his focus was, well, to visit the Integrity Car dealership to glean information. As fellow car dealers, it could hardly be deemed eavesdropping. Rather, it was a matter of resource sharing. "Could you fault me for being faster on the uptake?" The staff at the Integrity Car dealership appeared at a loss, as they could not forcibly expel Long Yun, who was impeccably dressed in a suit. Today, Long Yun had brought along a bottle of mineral water, refusing even the establishment's offerings. After selling the Porsche Panamera the previous night, he had accrued 100,000 points from the system and was now browsing the system store. To the staff at the Integrity Car dealership, Long Yun seemed momentarily dazed. The special items in the system store, aside from the legendary data from various industries, included muscle memory and genetic modifications. Since Long Yun had chosen the automotive information sector, the muscle memory available was limited to that category, with products like Universal Combat Techniques, Shaolin Iron Sand Palm, and the Sunflower Manual yet to be unlocked. Muscle memory contained numerous subcategories, within which there were automotive repair skills and driving techniques. Legendary data required 300,000 points every 24 hours, and Long Yun earned 1 point for every dollar he made, meaning if he could not acquire 300,000 points through purchasing legendary data, it would equate to a loss. In the system store, points were the sole recognized currency. In the real world, acquiring a Class C racing license necessitated not only a lower-tier license as a prerequisite, but also requisite driving experience. However, in the system store, one could directly purchase the muscle memory for a Class C racing license for 500,000 points, instantly obtaining the corresponding proficiency, elevating their driving skills to the level required for participation in national automotive circuit championships. Basic automotive repair skills were sold as a package in the system store, encompassing hammering skills, screwdriver skills, plier skills, and wrench skills, with a bundled price of 200,000 points. The techniques of observation and inquiry in the automotive repair field, along with the accumulated experience of master mechanics through the ages, required 500,000 points. These special items, once purchased, would be permanently stored in Long Yun's muscle memory and mind. As a professional in the automotive industry, mastering these essential skills was imperative. Long Yun expended a significant number of points, acquiring everything he could, although he had never tightened a screw or repaired a car. After purchasing these items from the system store, he felt as experienced as a seasoned mechanic, adept in both diagnosis and hands-on work. However, Long Yun did not intend to open a repair shop, for he had already mastered automotive repair techniques. He He could quickly identify issues with common models and prevalent problems. This knowledge made it difficult for him to resort to unscrupulous practices. For instance, if a certain ball joint's wear increased, causing unusual noises when the vehicle traversed uneven surfaces, a novice might struggle to pinpoint the issue. This scenario could lead to a rather foolish yet lucrative repair approach, replacing all the components likely to create such noises, thus resolving the problem. A less scrupulous mechanic would understand the root cause from the outset, instead of simply replacing the ball joint, which would yield no profit. They would opt to replace an entire assembly, effectively solving the issue, benefiting the customer, and ensuring the repair shop's profitability, a win-win situation. After acquiring master-level automotive repair knowledge, Long Yun realized that simply replacing a small ball joint could rectify the problem, which could have otherwise netted hundreds or even thousands. He was left with a mere few dozen. How could one stay afloat in such a scenario? This was perhaps the very dilemma that the gang had faced previously. While Long Yun was lost in thought, a staff member approached, crouching before him with a phone, seemingly comparing photographs. "This isn't my first visit. Is such formality necessary? Please, rise." Long Yun jested. "What are you thinking? Is this you?" The staff member thrust their phone screen before Long Yun's eyes. To his astonishment, he found a video of himself collecting a car from the previous day. The outline had sent the sale video online early that morning. "Such a handsome face. Who else could it be but me?" Long Yun replied with a smile. "Something is off with you. Boss, take a look at this guy." The staff member rushed to show their boss, recalling how they had accompanied the boss to collect a car, only to come back empty-handed. The dealership owner soon caught on, remembering that Long Yun had indeed spent some time in the store the previous day, though the exact time of his departure was unclear, as he and the staff had gone to collect a car, only to find nothing. Upon scrutinizing the video of Long Yun collecting the car, the owner realized that it was this very individual who had snatched the Porsche right from under their noses. The owner, now visibly agitated, approached Long Yun with a fierce demeanor. Long Yun stretched languidly, hands outstretched, reclining on the sofa. "How long has it been since this sofa was cleaned?" A rather unpleasant odor. "Long Yun, did you steal our car?" the dealership owner demanded sternly. Long Yun feigned confusion. "Steal your car? When did that happen?" "Enough with the pretense. That Porsche Panamera from Liswang Town was taken by you before we could get to it. Wasn't he it?" "Indeed, that is correct. Which law states that I cannot acquire that vehicle?" The car dealership owner was left speechless by his retort. "First, you did not provide a deposit to the owner. I arrived first, so naturally, the vehicle belongs to me. Second, my offer exceeds yours. And the owner is not foolish. Why would they pass up an opportunity to sell for an extra 10,000? How do you know our offer?" "I merely guessed. If my bid wasn't higher than yours, would they have sold it to me?" Such reasoning left the car dealership owner and his staff exchanging glances, rendered utterly speechless. At that moment, a new customer entered the store, directly seeking the owner. This individual wished to sell a Lexus LX 570 Pinnacle Edition. The dealership owner seemed to recognize him and left Long Yun to greet the newcomer. "Boss Xiao, good morning. Back again. Have you come to an agreement?" The hurried Boss Xiao was led away from Long Yun by the dealership owner as he attempted to speak. "Do you think I wouldn't hear this?" Long Yun coldly smirked. The advanced data system compiled their conversation into Long Yun's mind, drawing from the store's surveillance cameras. Boss Xiao, the seller, was a construction contractor whose project had recently concluded. However, the payment from the project owner had yet to arrive, and his workers had been demanding their wages for over half a month, with several hundred workers causing a commotion and pressure mounting from above. Boss Xiao could no longer bear the strain and decided to sell his beloved car to pay his employees. Yet, the price he sought was rather outrageous. The new car had an initial price of 141 million yuan, with a final cost of 1.6 million yuan after taxes. Having driven it for over a year and clocking 150,000 kilometers without any accidents, he now wished to sell it for 168 million. Indeed, he was asking more for a second-hand vehicle than for a new one. The dealership owner was quite intrigued by the Lexus LX 570, but the price was unacceptable. A second-hand car priced higher than a new one? How can this vehicle appreciate? Long Yun was witnessing this phenomenon for the first time, and thus commanded the advanced data system to initiate a data mining program. Chapter 52. The car was snatched again. According to the report from the advanced data system, the market for this vehicle was indeed remarkable. The condition was exceptional, and second-hand prices soared above those of new models. At the time, this car was not merely attainable by wealth. One had to queue and pay a premium, and this remained the case. As a luxury toy for the affluent, Long Yun was uncertain why this car held such allure. The miserly dealership owner was only willing to offer 158 million yuan, while Boss Xiao insisted on a minimum of 166 million. Negotiations reached an impasse, and the dealership owner watched Boss Xiao leave, regretfully sighing as he gazed at the retreating figure, akin to a stone statue longing for its partner. After comparing offers from 3 dealerships, Boss Xiao continued to wander the market. Long Yun's advanced data system accessed various cameras to monitor Boss Xiao's movements and eavesdrop on the quotes from different dealerships. The adjacent luxury car dealership offered a maximum of $1.56 million. As he ventured deeper into the market, interest waned further. The second-hand car market exhibited a distribution pattern. The outermost dealerships dealt with mid to high-end luxury cars, with the most reputable dealership being Qingxin, while the inner shops catered to lower-tier vehicles. Long Yun observed Boss Xiao emerging disheartened from the 5th dealership, where no quotes exceeded $1.6 million, although one dealership did offer $1.59 million. Just as Boss Xiao prepared to return to Qingxin, Long Yun burst through the door and intercepted him midway. Boss Xiao, I want that Lexus LX 570 of yours. Where is it? Let us go take a look. Boss Xiao glanced at Long Yun, a seemingly youthful high school student, and thought, is he joking with me? Little brother, I'm busy. Excuse me, he said, attempting to sidestep Long Yun. Boss Xiao, what are you busy with? The 2 workers atop the tower crane are safely down now, right? If you sell this car today, the relevant departments won't trouble you. Boss Xiao had been in arrears with his workers' wages for over half a year. Recently, the workers banded together to demand their pay at the construction site, with 2 laborers climbing the tower crane, threatening to jump if their wages were not paid. This situation caught the attention of the local government. Boss Xiao had promised the workers some money to calm their unrest, and the authorities had suppressed the incident to avoid media coverage. All this information was captured by the advanced data system, as it related to Boss Xiao's car sale. How does this kid know all this? Boss Xiao's heart sank as he halted, turning to look at Long Yun in astonishment. Little brother, does your family also deal in second-hand cars? Yes, indeed. I want that car of yours. Take me to see it, Long Yun replied confidently. May I ask where your dealership is? Boss Xiao clearly could not associate the youthful figure before him with a second-hand car dealer. Across from the city government. Our establishment is the Internet Celebrity Luxury Car Pavilion. Boss Xiao appeared confused by the term Internet Celebrity Luxury Car Pavilion, only recalling the mention of the city government. You have your store in the city government? He chuckled awkwardly, clearly skeptical of Long Yun's claim. Let us get to the point. What is your lowest asking price for the car? Long Yun wished to avoid frivolous banter and focus on the matter at hand. $1.68 million. That is the lowest. Boss Xiao raised an eyebrow, responding with a hint of arrogance. While I cannot comprehend the sentiments of your kind, as long as there are buyers, that suffices. Your asking price is absurd. The new car's guide price is $1.41 million, and the final cost didn't even reach $1.68 million. I'll give you $1.58 million in cash, and if the car is in good condition, I can transfer the funds immediately. Huh, little brother, Boss Lu from Dafu dealership offered me $1.59 million, and I didn't sell. Boss Lu's offer was merely casual, without sincere intent. If you return to Qingxin now, they won't raise their offer either. Sell it to me for $1.58 million, and I'll throw in something for you. Boss Xiao, puzzled by how this young man knew so much, asked curiously, what could you possibly give me? Although the wage arrears situation hasn't made headlines, it has undeniably caused some social repercussions. Many witnessed the 2 laborers climbing the crane to demand their pay. And your reputation might not be as pristine as before. We could orchestrate a program where you, the contractor, tearfully sell your beloved car to pay your workers. What do you think? Boss Xiao's eyes gleamed as he contemplated Long Yun's proposal. Is this even feasible? Can it be shared online? Like the videos we usually watch? Absolutely. We specialize in this. With a devoted following of 300,000 fans, the exposure will be immense. Once the video circulates, your image will be restored to its former glory. All right then, let us go see the car. Boss Xiao had not driven the car to the dealership that day. Not due to a lack of desire, but because it had been seized by the authorities. They weren't interested in the vehicle itself, they simply wanted the money. Had it not been an emergency, Boss Xiao wouldn't have parted with his beloved car. Long Yun's suggestion unwittingly aligned with Boss Xiao's hidden agenda. The project he oversaw was for a public institution, and with the project completed, the workers demanded their wages, while the owner delayed payment. If the video of him tearfully selling his car to pay the workers made it online, it would undoubtedly exert pressure on the owner. Boss Xiao's internal calculations remained unspoken, thus eluding the advanced data system's scrutiny. Long Yun promptly dialed Fan Gang's number, requesting his assistance in filming the vehicle acquisition video. As anticipated, Boss Xiao's car was being guarded by 2 workers stationed at the parking spot, who were on a rotational shift. Observing the weary and weathered faces of the workers, Long Yun felt a pang of sympathy. The vehicle in question was a white Lexus LX 570, once a coveted gem that car enthusiasts yearned for, a symbol of rationality and aspiration. It bore countless titles. Without exaggeration or undue criticism, its popularity was well-deserved. As Boss Xiao often remarked, What is the point of toiling for money if not to realize one's dreams? For him, this car represented that very dream. Dreams can be grand or humble, varying from person to person. As long as they do not contravene the law or moral standards, all aspirations deserve respect. Upon Fan Gang's arrival, Long Yun took on the role of cameraman, allowing him to inspect the vehicle firsthand. According to Long Yun's advanced data system report, the car exhibited no issues, having been maintained exclusively at a 4S dealership, with its original paint intact and a current mileage of 150,000 kilometers, just past the break-in period. After inspecting the exterior components, Fan Gang ignited the engine, and Long Yun made sure to capture the resounding roar of the 5.7-liter V8 engine. The interior was impeccable, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. Rumor had it that the Mark Levinson sound system, with 19 speakers, could enchant the ears, delivering a stunning auditory experience worth over 100,000 yuan. Coincidentally, a few migrant workers were present, and the experienced Fan Gang took on the role of a screenwriter, weaving a brief narrative. The foreman, with a pang of conscience, tearfully sold his beloved car to pay the workers' wages. Representatives from the relevant authorities were present to oversee the flow of funds. Long Yun transferred 1.58 million yuan, signed the agreement, and drove away the Lexus LX 570. With no cars left for sale in the dealership, restocking became a pressing necessity. Fan Gang immediately began editing the video upon returning to the store, crafting it in accordance with the pre-designed storyline, and subsequently uploaded it online. Within half an hour of its release, the video garnered over 10,000 views. Not everyone could afford a Lexus LX 570, yet this did not dampen the enthusiasm of netizens. An hour later, the view count surpassed 100,000. An employee from Chengxin car dealership, while scrolling through videos, stumbled upon the gang's post. Having followed his video account closely, he rushed over to his boss, indignantly exclaiming, "Boss, our car has been snatched again. Look at Boss Zhao's LX 570. The dealership owner, perplexed, pondered how he had voluntarily added 8,000 yuan only for Boss Zhao to refuse the sale, selling it to the gang for 1.58 million instead. What was going on? Upon seeing the video's conclusion, which featured the name Long Yun's celebrity luxury car gallery, the two finally connected the dots. Let us head over to his shop and take a look. This kid is too cunning. The dealership owner, accompanied by an employee, hurried towards Long Yun's establishment. Chapter 53. Seeking trouble? Finding Long Yun's store was not a challenge. Chengxin car dealership's boss Deng, an employee Xiao Lu, arrived at City Hall Square and soon spotted Long Yun's celebrity luxury car gallery. The establishment was modest in size, yet exuded an air of sophistication. The decor bore the hallmark of a master designer, far removed from the typical tackiness of most car dealerships, radiating a unique local flair from Longjiang City. Who could have designed such an exquisite space? As Boss Deng and Xiao Lu exited their vehicle, they became engrossed in admiring the store, momentarily forgetting their purpose for visiting. It was only when a staff member from Long Yun's gallery, Xiao Li, greeted them that they snapped back to reality. Upon entering, they instantly spotted the white Lexus LX 570. If only it were just a fraction closer to being theirs, Boss Deng thought bitterly. Long Yun was not in the showroom, so the uninformed Xiao Li attended to the two. Hearing that someone was there to view a car, Fan Gang descended with his filming equipment. Unbeknownst to him, the two were his fans, and upon encountering the real gang, Boss Deng and Xiao Lu were filled with excitement, shaking hands and taking photos, nearly forgetting their mission to cause trouble. In the showroom, the most eye-catching feature was a vintage Chevrolet Chevelle SS displayed on a 15-meter-high platform. Its presence elevated the entire establishment's prestige. Its formidable aura signified that this venue was not merely a luxury car dealership, but also an art exhibition space. The stunning decor of the gallery was both minimalistic and opulent, understated yet luxurious, causing any thoughts Boss Deng had of creating chaos to dissipate. Why did my establishment, designed by professionals, seem so mundane in comparison? Next to this gallery, his own felt like a junkyard. Upon encountering De Gang, a legendary figure in the automotive repair industry, any intended mockery vanished from his mind. This extraordinary influencer, with hundreds of thousands of followers, why didn't he consider partnering with Boss Deng's establishment? The eye-catching muscle car Chevelle SS dazzled like a rare gem. This antique muscle car was not just a vehicle, but an artistic embodiment of violent aesthetics. Why did my shop feel so pedestrian? Even with luxury cars worth millions, exuding a scent of cheapness, comparisons were disheartening. Boss Deng felt an impulse to demolish his own store, overwhelmed by his sense of inadequacy. "Excuse me, sir, this display car is not for sale. Our only available vehicle is that Lexus LX 570. Allow me to introduce it to you." Xiao Li, the staff member, called out to Boss Deng. It was only then that he regained his composure. "Oh, no need for that. I'm already familiar with this car. By the way, Why is your store named Long Yun's Celebrity Luxury Car Gallery? Boss Deng inquired, pointing at the branding wall. Because our owner's name is Long Yun. Fan Gang replied from the side. Which Long Yun? Is it that student-looking guy? Well, let me fetch the owner for you. Xiao Li promptly went upstairs to call Long Yun. As Long Yun descended the stairs, his eyes immediately fell upon the familiar faces of Boss Deng and Xiao Lu. Oh, Boss Deng, a rare guest. Your presence graces my humble abode. Come, let us head upstairs. With Chengxin car dealership lacking in sophistication, Long Yun prided himself on his grand vision. One cannot retaliate against a dog that bites. Boss Deng had suspected that Long Yun might be the same person who had previously sought refuge in his shop for air conditioning, and he found his assumption confirmed. Oh, Long Yun, I never would have guessed this establishment truly belonged to you. Boss Deng's face betrayed his astonishment. There are many things you wouldn't expect, Boss Deng. No need to feel too ashamed. Long Yun replied with an awkward smile. Long Yun, how can you speak like that? Boss Deng's employee Xiao Lu interjected, adopting a fierce demeanor, seemingly ready to defend his boss. Boss, there is a clear regulation in Longjiang City that dogs must be leashed when taken out for a walk. Long Yun replied with a faint smile, hardly taking Xiao Lu seriously. The atmosphere was charged with tension. Long Yun understood that these two had not come to purchase a car, nor were they there to discuss collaboration. It was a matter of confronting whatever they had in store. Boss Deng's expression darkened momentarily, freezing for 5 seconds, before he forced a smile that was more grotesque than a frown. Long Yun, you're quite well-informed and decisive. I admire that. Boss Deng gave Long Yun a thumbs up. Boss Deng unexpectedly shifted his tone, no longer speaking in a confrontational manner, which took Long Yun by surprise. I'm not here to quarrel or cause trouble, but rather to foster a civil society where harmony breeds prosperity and cooperation leads to mutual benefit. Boss Deng smoothed the creases in his attire, his tone gentle, as if awaiting Long Yun's response. Oh, since you're here to discuss collaboration, please, come upstairs. Long Yun gestured towards the staircase, stepping aside. Given that Deng had indicated his intent to discuss partnership, Long Yun had no reason to dismiss him. Following Long Yun upstairs, the two took their seats in the client lounge. The reason Long Yun did not lead Deng to his office was clear. He sensed that Deng harbored ulterior motives. Before Long Yun, Boss Deng extolled the virtues of the store from every angle to ease the atmosphere. Long Yun responded politely, waiting for this cunning fox to reveal his true intentions. If Long Yun had not been sitting directly in front of him, Deng would have never believed this young man was the proprietor of the establishment. Deng had to secretly admire Long Yun, acknowledging that he himself lacked such vision and ambition. Nonetheless, the vendetta over the stolen vehicle must be avenged. General Manager Long, your accomplishments at such a young age truly mark you as an extraordinary talent. Previously, when people in the market spoke so highly of him, Deng had been skeptical, but witnessing Long Yun in person opened his eyes to his remarkable prowess. Haha, you flatter me, Boss Deng. Now, how shall we collaborate? If I'm not mistaken, General Manager Long, your new store has encountered some issues, such as a lack of vehicles to sell? Deng continued, indeed, it is evident to any discerning eye. Do you happen to have sources for vehicles? Yes, absolutely. Boss Deng declared, patting his chest. Look at those luxury cars in my store. They come from all over the nation. I have access to vehicle sources from across the country. Whatever you need, I can provide, in whatever quantity you desire. So, what are you proposing, Boss Deng? Let us join forces to acquire vehicles. The larger the volume, the better the prices. Deng was visibly excited, gesticulating enthusiastically. His animated gestures seemed excessive, perhaps a sign of his nervousness. That is a brilliant idea. But wouldn't that mean I'm taking advantage of you? Setting aside other concerns, Long Yun recognized that this was indeed a timely solution to secure vehicle sources. We're brothers, after all. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. I hope you're interested. Of course, I would be delighted. Long Yun, uncertain of Deng's true intentions, thought to himself, with the support of a powerful data system and newly acquired advanced automotive repair knowledge, could he possibly fear Deng? All right, it's settled then. We'll be in touch later. As Deng made a phone gesture, he prepared to leave. After bidding farewell to Deng, Long Yun summoned Fan Gang and recounted his conversation with Boss Deng. General Manager Long, are you familiar with this person? Fan Gang inquired. Long Yun shook his head. Not really. I have a feeling he may not have good intentions. Be confident. Let us discard the possibility of that. Fan Gang replied. However, we are indeed in need of vehicle sources. Just now, someone made an appointment to view that LX570. If the deal goes through, we'll have nothing left to sell. What I mean is, we need to secure more vehicle sources. Long Yun urged. Do you have reliable sources? Fan Gang shook his head. I've primarily dealt with mid-range vehicles, so my sources don't align with our store's needs. Don't worry, I'll handle the vehicle sourcing. Just focus on managing the store, Long Yun reassured, patting Fan Gang on the shoulder. General Manager Long, leave the store to me. Shouldn't I accompany you to collect vehicles from outside? No need, just manage the store well. Once our reputation grows, vehicle owners will approach us to sell their cars. Additionally, please establish a partnership with a repair shop and contact a third-party inspection agency. General Manager Long, I've already arranged all of that. Long Yun gave Fan Gang a thumbs up and returned to his office. After a brief rest, he emerged to find that the Lexus LX 570 had already left the store. Chapter 54. A Grand Deal or a Scheme. The Lexus LX 570 was no longer in the store, and Fan Gang was busy editing a video. General Manager Long, you're awake. The car has been sold, and I'm currently editing the video. It almost led to a fight. Fan Gang turned to greet Long Yun, his hands still busy with the task. A fight? What happened? Long Yun asked, astonished. Two customers were vying for the car. One arrived 5 minutes early and secured it for $1.75 million. The later customer insisted on adding $30,000 to buy it from him, hoping to make a quick profit. The new owner refused to sell, and then they fought. No, not at all. In fact, they even exchanged contact information and became friends. However, we must leverage this situation. The video must be captivating. Fan Gang beamed. Indeed, very much a qualified clickbait artist. Alas, we're left with no cars to sell. Beep, esteemed host, congratulations. The store has earned a gross profit of 170,000 yuan, and you have received 170,000 points. The system was quite considerate, delivering the notification only after Long Yun had awakened from his rest. The store's earnings could be converted into points at a 1-to-1 ratio. If Long Yun were to open more branches in the future, while others lamented their unsold vehicles, Long Yun felt troubled by their swift sale. A truly blissful predicament. Boss Deng, like a timely rain, promptly called Long Yun. Upon answering, Boss Deng cheerfully said, "Brother, we're setting off tonight to Ningxue City to check out the goods." Long Yun was surprised by the swift availability of vehicle sources. Deng's words sounded as though they were discussing something clandestine. Ningxue City was over 300 kilometers from Longjiang City, and without a specific location to view the cars. Long Yun couldn't provide an index to his advanced data system. All right, we're heading out tonight. Are we viewing the cars this evening? Long Yun asked, puzzled. Yes. We'll leave tonight and view the cars first thing in the morning. 2 LX 570s, a Lamborghini, a G-Wagon, and 2 E-classes are being shipped on a large boat. These vehicles were precisely what Long Yun desired. In Longjiang City, only the Integrity Car dealership offered luxury cars, and his sourcing channels were certainly reliable. After hanging up, Long Yun pondered deeply. You, old Deng, sell luxury cars, while I also sell luxury cars. One would expect us to be adversaries. Yet you present me with such enticing sources? Huh. General Manager Long, what is on your mind? Fan Gang, who had overheard Long Yun, inquired with concern. Boss Deng just called and arranged for us to check out cars in Ningxue City tomorrow morning. He mentioned they're being shipped on a large boat, and they're all models I'm eager to acquire. Long Yun hoped Fan Gang would offer some advice, as the latter was an elder in the used car industry. Are you referring to the Tang Yuan used car wholesale market at Ningxue Port? Fan Gang asked. Boss Deng didn't specify a location, only that they were arriving by a large boat, and we must leave early tonight. That sounds about right. I've been there a few times. The waters run deep. Fan Gang, apprehensive about Long Yun going alone, requested to accompany him once more. Do you think it's worth the trip to Ningxue? Long Yun was still contemplating whether the long journey was necessary. Given our store's current situation, it's absolutely worth it. If we're to acquire vehicles directly from owners, volume is indeed an issue, and with the new store just opening, the supply is scarce. A trip to Ningxue will take at least a day, so you should stay here. Shaoli isn't quite ready to manage things on his own yet. Long Yun possessed unwavering confidence in the supreme data system residing within his mind. Should he decide to take Fan Gang away, the shop would indeed lack an individual capable of overseeing operations. I shall have a brother accompany you. He was previously a Sonda coach and has traversed that area with me on 2 occasions, so he is quite familiar with the route. Fan Gang gazed intently at Long Yun, as if dissenting was not an option. Very well, I shall trouble your brother to accompany me. Long Yun comprehended Fan Gang's intention. Noting his deliberate emphasis on his friend's background as a Sonda coach, a gesture of goodwill that was difficult to decline. Fan Gang dialed a phone number, and shortly thereafter, a robust young man with short hair arrived at the shop. Standing approximately 6 feet tall, the sinewy muscles on his arms were striking, emanating an imposing aura. Long Yun and Fan Gang greeted Qiu Jia at the entrance. This is Mr. Long, and this is my longtime client and good brother, Qiu Jia. Fan Gang introduced Long Yun to Qiu Jia. Thank you for your assistance, Brother Jia. Long Yun extended his right hand. Mr. Long, a young achiever. Qiu Jia grinned as he shook Long Yun's hand. You flatter me, Long Yun replied. sensing the solid and slightly calloused grip of Qiu Jia. Brother Jia, please just call me Long Yun from now on. Mr. Long sounds rather awkward. Qiu Jia and Fan Gang exchanged glances, seemingly unable to reach a consensus. Should you both insist on calling me Mr. Long, I shall refer to Brother Jia as Boss Qiu and to you, Fan Gang, as Hero Fan. After all, you are quite the hero in the automotive repair scene of Longjiang City. What do you think? The trio erupted into laughter. After dinner, Boss Deng called again, reminding Long Yun to prepare for their departure. Deng was indeed considerate, attending to every detail. Qiu Jia drove Long Yun's Mercedes-Benz C200 as they set off towards Ningxue. Shortly after getting onto the highway, Boss Deng's phone rang again, sounding rather anxious. Brother, trouble has arisen. The news has leaked, and the vehicles may not be held. We need to pay a deposit to secure them. The Supreme Data System in Long Yun's mind promptly issued a warning. Dear host, please be aware. Deposit scams are rampant. Exercise caution, as Boss Deng had not provided Long Yun with any substantial information. The system could not extract specific data at that moment and only issued a general risk alert. Long Yun understood the deposit scam. He was no fool and would not fall for such tricks, so he decided to play along. Boss Deng, which car company is it, and what model? Ningxue Port Tingyuan Used Car Wholesale Market, Yonghui Auto Trade Company. Rest assured to transfer the funds. I will have customer service add you on WeChat. The deposit is not substantial. 100,000 will suffice. I have already paid. Boss Deng was truly meticulous, fretting over every detail. Once Long Yun obtained the name of the company, the Supreme Data System immediately initiated data mining and summarized the findings in his mind. Ningxue Port Tingyuan Used Car Wholesale Market, one of the largest used car wholesale markets in southern China, with over 10,000 vehicles ranging from virtually free models to those worth tens of millions. Yonghui Auto Trade Company, engaged in automotive trade for over a decade, dealing in both new and used cars, with a total transaction value exceeding 8 billion yuan last year, and currently facing 53 contractual disputes, marking it as a high-risk enterprise. System, can you uncover the incoming inventory of Yonghui Auto Trade Company? Long Yun inquired mentally. Dear host, the transport vessel of Yonghui Auto Trade Company is expected to arrive at the port at 6:30 tomorrow morning. A total of 87 vehicles will be arriving, including 52 low-end vehicles, 32 mid to high-end luxury cars, and 3 ultra-luxury cars. Vehicle condition data is temporarily unavailable. You will need to provide an index. There truly seem to be some fine goods. Long Yun murmured to himself. Long Yun, what is the matter? Qiu Jia, the driver, asked. Brother Jia, we shall not regret this trip. Ningxue, here we come. Chapter 55, Zero Harm, Utterly Insulting. Indeed, a beautiful woman's avatar requested to add him as a friend, with the nickname, Yonghui Auto Trade Order Assistant. Verification message. Hello, Mr. Long. I was referred by Mr. Deng. It appeared to be genuine. Long Yun readily accepted the friend request. The other party first sent a cute emoji as a greeting, then immediately stated, Hello, Mr. Long. I am the assistant from Yonghui Auto Trade. Hello, I am Long Yun. I will send you the premium vehicle inventory arriving at the port tomorrow morning. Thank you for your assistance. A moment later, Long Yun received a series of images on WeChat, all featuring photos of mid to high-end luxury cars. Long Yun thought to himself, Boss Deng is truly dedicated, even anticipating my preferences. A 2020 Toyota Land Cruiser 5700 Middle East Edition. An American version of the Land Cruiser 5700, a model that car dealers both love and hate. A Mercedes-Benz G-Class, G63, in white. Known as the scoundrel's car, possibly priced higher than a new model. 2 Audi A6 LS in black, marked as nearly new. A black Buick GL8, also marked as nearly new. A black Mercedes-Benz E300L, similarly marked as nearly new. In total, there were 12 vehicles available, all of which the young lady referred to as premium options. After a cursory glance, the indication that the cars were nearly new caught Long Yun's attention. Mr. Long, these premium vehicles are rare gems. As a friend of Mr. Deng, we will adhere to the old practice, requiring a deposit of 100,000 to secure the vehicles. Indeed, it seemed that the old adage held true. No good deed goes unpunished, and this prolonged charade was merely to secure a so-called deposit. To send a few images and expect to collect 100,000 yuan was simply absurd. Long Yun scoffed. Long Yun, do they require a deposit? Qiu Jia, still driving, inquired with concern. Indeed, it's an old trick. How much must one be underestimated to resort to such tactics? The harm is zero, yet the insult is profound. Haha. Who could blame you for being so accomplished at a young age? Qiu Jia almost remarked that Long Yun appeared like a high school student, but opted for a more diplomatic phrasing. I've been to that place with the gang twice. There are plenty of cars available. If you have the money, why would you fear not securing the goods? Don't let them deceive you. Once you pay the deposit, You become passive at their mercy. Xiao Jie kindly cautioned. Yes, I must ascertain the origins of the other party, Long Yun declared, activating the system to initiate data mining for information on the assistant. Dear host, your request exceeds the scope of automotive information. Please visit the store to purchase the personal information inquiry package. How outrageous. This system is operating a black market. To check information incurs a fee. Thankfully, with sufficient points. Long Yun spent 300,000 points to acquire the personal information inquiry package. The system promptly initiated data mining on Yonghui Auto Trade Order Assistant. Real name, Gu Chunyan. Age, 25, unmarried. Employee of Yonghui Auto Trade Marketing Department. Has a colorful romantic history, involved with the married boss Deng. A gambling enthusiast with debts exceeding 500,000 yuan and 3 civil disputes. System, could you elaborate on the 3 civil disputes? Long Yun mentally queried. Civil Dispute 1. Defaulted on a loan of 230,000 yuan from a financial company, currently in litigation. Civil Dispute 2. Contract dispute with Ning Shui City Chidong car dealership, currently in litigation. Civil Dispute 3. Allegedly defrauded car dealer Wang of 80,000 yuan. This case may escalate to a criminal proceeding. It appeared that this individual was also far from innocent. Long Yun thought to himself. Xiaogu awaited Long Yun's response. And after a moment's contemplation, he replied, We are already en route to Ningshui and will arrive shortly. Unfortunately, we have reached our quota for today. Is that so? It is truly regrettable to miss out on these exquisite vehicle sources, which we managed to acquire through our connections. Xiaogu responded. In that case, please hold them for me. Hasn't Mr. Deng already paid a deposit? You can use his deposit as a guarantee for me. You all know the relationship I have with him. Long Yun said with a mischievous grin. Mr. Long, I am aware of your close ties with Mr. Deng. But our company has its regulations, and you must submit your own deposit, came the reply. I understand your regulations, but I truly have reached my limit today. I currently only have 250 yuan available. Is it possible to secure the vehicles? If that is the case, we cannot reserve the cars for you. And you will have to compete with other dealers tomorrow. Xiaogu seemed not to lose hope. It's fine. I can select after they finish. May I ask you something? Please go ahead, Mr. Long. Are there any special features about those few cars marked as nearly new? Those are vehicles from Perfect Journey Company, entrusted entirely to us for sale. Thank you, Long Yun casually replied. He commanded the system to unearth news related to Perfect Journey. As the company was not part of the automotive industry, Long Yun instructed the system to investigate their upper management one by one. There is always a workaround. The newly purchased population information inquiry package must not go to waste. Since Long Yun's order was to check household registrations, the system had no grounds to refuse. Upon investigation, it was revealed that the largest shareholder, chairman, and CEO, Chun Bing of Perfect Journey had been gambling at a renowned casino globally, losing nearly all the company's cash. The company found itself on the brink of bankruptcy overnight. In order to pay off debts, it liquidated all sellable assets, which included 15 Buick GL8 business vans, 2 Mercedes-Benz E300 LS, 2 Audi A6 LS, 1 Mercedes-Benz S400L, and 5 mid-sized buses. Currently, 6 Buick GL8 business vans remain in the company headquarters warehouse, which is located in Ningshui City. Thus, the source of those vehicles marked as nearly new was not from large shipping vessels. Through the Divine Data Systems excavation, the contact information of the person responsible for asset disposal at Perfect Journey was obtained by Long Yun. Gu Chunyan sent a screenshot of Long Yun's reply to Mr. Deng, who was en route to Ningshui. Upon seeing that Long Yun had not fallen into the trap, Mr. Deng cursed under his breath. I refuse to believe that I cannot get to you. You better wait for me. As a formidable car dealer, Long Yun needed not only to grasp information about vehicle sources, but also to comprehend the market demand for those sources. He provided the Divine Data System with an index, Buick GL8 business vans, prompting the system to begin data mining. Recently, a wedding company in Longjiang City required the procurement of a business vehicle. A real estate company in Longjiang City intended to purchase a batch of around 3 business vehicles. And a tourism company in Longjiang City was looking to acquire 2 business reception vehicles. This model has garnered considerable market acceptance, serving as an indispensable tool for business receptions. As long as the vehicle's condition is satisfactory and the price is reasonable, it will not lack a market. Perfect Journey Company is scheduled to host a group of car dealers tomorrow morning, and fortuitously, both parties' viewing times coincide in the morning. Long Yun activated the vehicle's navigation system via voice command, directing it towards the vicinity of Perfect Journey Company's headquarters. The duo arrived at their destination at 1 a.m. Casually checking into a hotel, Long Yun set the alarm for 5:30 a.m., as there was a considerable drive to Ningshui Port. Brother Jia, you will oversee things here for me. I will head to Ningshui Port at 5:30 a.m., and you can sleep until 8:30 a.m. Upon hearing that Long Yun intended to go alone to the second-hand car market at Ningxue Port, Xiao Jie was discontent. He had been entrusted by Fan Gang to look after Long Yun, and now they were to part ways. Prioritize securing those 6 GL8s. Once you have the chassis numbers or license plate numbers, send them to me, and I will guide you on what to do. Due to the timing conflict, I will go to the port alone. It's nothing to worry about. Xiao Jie appeared visibly apprehensive, but indeed had no means to be in 2 places at once. But the gang sent me along to go to Ningxue Port to inspect the vehicles, Xiao Jie lamented. Long Yun, understanding their concerns, sat in a chair, placed his right hand on the coffee table, and smiled. Brother Jie, let us have an arm wrestling match. Chapter 56, Arm Wrestling Challenge. Long Yun proposed an arm wrestling match with Xiao Jie, who, thinking he had misheard, gazed at Long Yun in confusion. Long Yun's lips curled into a slight smirk as he gently laughed. Come on, do you think I am unqualified? Confirming he had not misheard. Xiao Jie sat across from Long Yun, chuckling. You wish to challenge me? You little rascal. Today I shall show you that the pot is made of iron. The two exchanged glances. Long Yun smiled subtly, adjusting the position of his elbow, adopting a serious demeanor. You really are coming for it? Xiao Jie only sat opposite him, not yet placing his arm on the table. Grant me the honor of challenging you, as a younger generation. All right. Xiao Jie rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. Mimicking him, Long Yun also rolled up his sleeves, displaying his somewhat juvenile arms, evoking a sense of a grasshopper attempting to block a chariot. The superiority was apparent. Did they even need to compete? Just by looking at Xiao Jie's bulging muscles, he could easily overpower Long Yun's slender arms by a wide margin. Do not laugh. If you lose, do not blame me, Long Yun reminded, observing Xiao Jie struggling to contain his laughter. Let us begin. Xiao Jie suppressed a laugh, his expression taking on a comical appearance. The two clasped hands and began to exert force simultaneously. Time ticked away, and Xiao Jie's previously raised smirk gradually faded. The muscles in his arms swelled and pulsed, his facial muscles twitched, and the veins on his forehead became pronounced. Unlike Xiao Jie, Long Yun launched with full force, exerting the maximum of 150 kilograms. Initially, Xiao Jie was somewhat distracted, but upon experiencing the incredible strength from Long Yun, he was compelled to muster all his strength to resist, leading to the tightening of his muscles. Fortunately, Xiao Jie was a bona fide muscle man, capable of handling such formidable strength. Had it been an ordinary person, they likely would have been instantaneously defeated by Long Yun. The two appeared evenly matched. Yet Xiao Jie's entire body trembled, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, while Long Yun maintained a demeanor of ease. Xiao Jie's gaze shifted nervously, avoiding direct eye contact with Long Yun, fearing the latter might discern the astonishment in his eyes. Since Long Yun had already exerted 150 kilograms of force, he simply awaited Xiao Jie to topple him. This stalemate persisted for over a minute, and Long Yun could faintly sense Xiao Jie's arm quivering. Realizing it was prudent to yield and not embarrass Brother Jie, who was indeed a legitimate fitness coach, Long Yun gradually eased his pressure, and the highly tensed Xiao Jie managed to push Long Yun's arm down. I've lost. Brother Jie is formidable, Long Yun conceded verbally. You possess some strength, but alas, your endurance lacks. Xiao Jie sighed in relief, feeling as if he had escaped a near disaster, narrowly avoiding being bested by the young man. Best 2 out of 3? Are you joking? Xiao Jie was no fool. He understood Long Yun's sudden request for an arm wrestling match was a strategic move, and he recognized the latter's true strength, opting to yield gracefully. After Long Yun departed, Xiao Jie fervently rubbed his elbow, which was swollen and bruised, nearly crushed by that young man. What a remarkable young man, possessing such strength despite his slender limbs. Xiao Jie drew back the curtains, observing Long Yun as he exited the hotel, the latter now preparing to start the Mercedes-Benz parked below. In the early hours of the morning in Ningxue City, the streets lay deserted. Long Yun sped along the elevated ring road in his Mercedes C200. In stark contrast to the tranquility of the urban area, Ningxue Dock was bustling with activity, particularly among the merchants engaged in the trade of river and seafood. All abuzz with energy. Following the navigation prompts, Long Yun parked his vehicle in the Tingyuan second-hand car market. The time was now 6:15 a.m. The imposing cargo ship had already docked and was commencing its unloading procedures. The system indicated that the 6:30 arrival time should be regarded as the moment of docking. Given Boss Deng's enthusiastic demeanor the previous day, Long Yun felt compelled to reciprocate. He dialed the man's number, and after a dozen rings, a drowsy voice finally answered. Boss Deng, it's time to rise and inspect the vehicles. Oh, Long Yun, you little rascal, why didn't you pay the deposit? What is the point of getting up so early? The market doesn't open until 7 o'clock, you're way too early. There's still half an hour left. Boss Deng, Time is of the essence, after all. Long Yun ended the call. Surveying the market, he noted a myriad of vehicles. The advanced data system had already initiated its data mining process upon his entry. Wherever his gaze fell, the information of all vehicles had been assimilated by the system. I am here for luxury vehicles, so there is no need to remind me about the ordinary ones. Dear esteemed host, the filtering program is now being activated to exclude vehicles valued below 300,000 yuan. Would you like to filter out vehicles involved in major accidents? No need. Isn't it said that the waters here run deep? I wish to observe the despicable antics of certain clowns. Would you like to filter out vehicles that have been waterlogged or submerged? No need. High maintenance costs on those models can make selling parts just as lucrative. Would you like to filter out vehicles of unknown provenance? Oh, are there really vehicles that even your advanced data system cannot trace? Indeed, this market is rife with unscrupulous dealers, where both people and vehicles are a mixed bag. Well, you handle it as you see fit, after all. It costs nothing to look. As the crowd of buyers continued to swell, it appeared that many were privy to the news, contrary to Boss Deng's cryptic remarks. By 7 o'clock a.m. in Ningjiang City, the sun had risen, illuminating a market bustling with vehicles. Ding, esteemed host, a trace of a special individual has been detected. Shall we pursue immediately? What? What special individual? The individual you requested the system to monitor last night, Gu Chunyan. Her? What a fuss. What is she up to? She has just exited the hotel with Boss Deng and entered a BMW. Enough of this nonsense. Let it be. Long Yun was genuinely concerned that if he didn't intervene, the system might expose some of her indiscretions from the previous night. The investment in the personal information tracking package was proving worthwhile, enabling him to trace relevant individuals. What of Chen Bing, the former chairman of Perfect Journey? How is he faring now? Long Yun inquired curiously, having checked this individual's records the previous day. Dear esteemed host, Chen Bing is currently enjoying dinner with family. Dining together? Indeed, he is having dinner at a private villa in the United States. Ah, so he is indulging in such luxuries? As the crowd at the parking lot entrance thickened, 2 security guards began to permit entry, and the dealers orderly filed into a designated parking area. Long Yun followed suit. And when it was his turn, a stout security guard regarded him with a disapproving expression and inquired, "What are you doing here, young man?" "Just part-time work. Engaging in social practice, if you will. This is a second-hand car market, not a restaurant. What kind of work could you possibly be doing? Isn't collecting cars a valid part-time job?" The guard was momentarily at a loss for words, as others behind him urged him on. Reluctantly, he allowed Long Yun to enter. The expansive parking lot stretched endlessly before him, filled with vehicles. The area was vacant, and the dealers surged towards the open space. Newly arrived cars were being repositioned, and as each vehicle came to a stop, throngs of dealers rushed to inspect them. According to the advanced data system, the first to be moved were the lower-end vehicles, with the high-end ones to follow. Since they were not of interest to him, Long Yun meandered nearby, observing. In a corner, he spotted a domestic Mercedes-Benz C200L resembling his own vehicle. This particular car bore no license plates and had one deflated tire. Surrounding it were neat rings of black mud, as if it had been marked with a custom parking line by rainwater washing away the dust, indicating it had not been moved in quite some time. Without an index provided to the advanced data system, it was unable to extract any information regarding this vehicle. Long Yun approached the front, leaning closer to the windshield to discern its chassis number. "Hey, young man, what are you doing?" A deep voice from behind him interrupted. Laced with irritation, Long Yun turned to find a middle-aged man with a pompadour hairstyle scrutinizing him, dressed in a suit without a tie, and sporting a large gold earring in his left ear, exuding an air of arrogance. "What does it look like?" "I'm inspecting the vehicle," Long Yun replied calmly. "Do you know what kind of car this is? Which school do you attend, and what brings you here?" "It's a Mercedes-Benz C200L Fashion Sport Edition. Quite the waste." Long Yun mused aloud. "Waste? What do you know?" The man scoffed. "May I ask who you are?" Long Yun countered. "This is my car." The man's face twisted in annoyance. "Oh, your car? What a shame. Just born to be submerged, soaked for a day and a night." The man's expression shifted instantly from disdain to shock, his squinted eyes widening. "You recognize this car?" he asked, somewhat incredulous. "Not at all. Pardon my intrusion." Long Yun turned to leave. "How did you deduce that this car has been submerged for a whole day and night?" The man pursued him with curiosity. "What do you intend to sell it for?" Long Yun did not answer his question. "What else? If the price is right, it's up for sale." According to the Advanced Data System-S report, this vehicle had toppled into a waterlogged ditch along with a trailer during transit, remaining submerged for an entire day and night, with every crevice thoroughly soaked. "How much are you asking?" Long Yun inquired. The man gestured across. 100,000. "Ah, I see. No wonder it has been sitting for half a year." Long Yun turned towards the cluster of dealers. Initially, the man thought Long Yun was merely a troublesome student. But upon hearing the latter recount the vehicle's backstory, he was taken aback. Although the car was indeed waterlogged, it had been cleaned to a shine. The interior bore traces of its watery ordeal, but to an untrained eye, it was nearly indistinguishable. Furthermore, the young man spoke as though he had witnessed the car submerged for a day and night firsthand. The automotive industry was indeed rife with hidden talents. One must not judge by appearances. Deciding to follow Long Yun, the man resolved to see what would unfold. As he had no other customers to attend to at the moment, a number of mid-range and low-end vehicles were slowly driven onto the vacant lot, where numerous car dealers placed orders on site. Each pair of staff members operated as a team. One engaged with the dealers while the other affixed sold signs to the already purchased cars. A glance around revealed that many vehicles bore these sold placards atop their roofs. Finally, it was time for the mid to high-end luxury cars to make their appearance. Due to their varying values, they received distinct treatments. With each luxury vehicle showcased, staff members would introduce its specifications and condition, clearly displaying the price. Most dealers were diverted by the mid to low-end vehicles, resulting in a limited interest in the high-end luxury cars. The first car presented was a black Audi A6L, purportedly a 2019 model of the 45 TFSI Sport Edition. As the vehicle lacked a license plate, the advanced data system could not extract its condition information, leaving Long Yun to rely on the staff's account. The Audi A6L was described as being in excellent condition, although the right front door had undergone metal repair and the front bumper and grille had been replaced. No other issues were reported. With a mileage of 50,000 kilometers and an original price nearing 500,000 yuan, it was now offered at a fixed price of 318,000 yuan. Too expensive. Not worth it. Many dealers muttered, shaking their heads. Two dealers silently approached for a closer inspection, prompting Long Yun to follow suit. He opened the driver's side door and glimpsed the vehicle's identification plate. The advanced data system promptly initiated its analysis, reporting back to Long Yun. The car was registered in November 2019, and aside from the two locations mentioned by the staff, there were additional circumstances surrounding the accident. The incident was almost comical. A female driver had parked on a sloped surface without engaging the handbrake, resulting in the car rolling away after she exited. It careened down the slope, colliding with a large rock at the roadside, damaging the front bumper and grille, severely deforming the right front door and puncturing the oil pan, causing oil to spill everywhere. Upon discovering the situation, the driver's first reaction was not to call for assistance, but to start the vehicle and move it. Given that the engine had very little oil left and she aggressively accelerated, the engine might harbor latent issues. This data was derived from surveillance footage, knowledge unattainable to the average person. After grasping the situation, Long Yun discreetly stepped aside, allowing the unaware dealers to continue their observations. The second vehicle was a 2016 Toyota Prado 2700 automatic Middle East version, adorned with a temporary license plate from the capital. Long Yun glanced at the temporary plate, and the advanced data system immediately provided a condition report. This vehicle had traversed the Sichuan-Tibet route and the Xinjiang-Tibet route, endured wilderness crossings, and had no major accidents. Though minor scrapes were inevitable, originally priced at 429,000, it had traveled 80,000 kilometers. Yet the current wholesale price astonishingly stood at 368,800 yuan. The market recognition was not as high as for the 4.0-liter models, and the price remained unyielding, rendering it a vehicle despised by dealers seeking profit. As cars continued to arrive, Long Yun found nothing that piqued his interest, choosing to ignore them altogether. A Fu noticed that this seemingly student-like young man remained remarkably composed, while other dealers rushed about, inspecting and haggling. Long Yun, however, stood with his hands behind his back, as if awaiting something. After a while, he finally spotted Boss Deng of the Integrity Car dealership, who had just arrived and appeared utterly unconcerned about missing out on the luxury cars. From a distance, Boss Deng spotted the distinctive Long Yun and approached with a feigned smile to greet him. "Brother, how's it going? Have you secured a vehicle yet?" "Deng, I'm merely observing. I'll wait for them to choose first, then I'll make my selection," Long Yun replied. "Oh, my brother told you to pay a little deposit last night, right? Look at me, no need to compete with them. The company has already arranged the cars for me, and the tow truck will arrive shortly. By the way, hurry and choose. We can share a tow truck." Boss Deng exuded an air of superiority, surveying the group of dealers before him. According to the advanced data system's retrieval of surveillance data from the vicinity, Boss Deng had indeed secured 10 vehicles, and staff members were gradually relocating them to a special area. Despite this, Long Yun felt no regret about not paying a deposit. Thinking to himself, if I had paid a deposit, I would be at their mercy. By not doing so, I remain in a position of authority. "Brother, would you like to see my cars?" Boss Deng's intentions to flaunt his acquisitions to provoke Long Yun's regret about not paying the deposit were unmistakable. Passing through a small back door, Long Yun indeed found 5 vehicles parked there, with staff members steadily moving them. Wait, what's this? A Mercedes-Benz E300L in this condition? Chapter 58, Nothing Extraordinary. Boss Ding gently patted Long Yun's shoulder with his right hand, as if they were familiar acquaintances. Brother, how do you like these cars of mine? All arranged by the company, exclusively designated. Long Yun understood that this man was deliberately trying to show off in front of him, and he was equally eager to inspect the so-called designated vehicles to see their true condition. A quick glance at the 5 cars revealed a black Mercedes-Benz E300L sporting a temporary license plate from the Magic City. The advanced data system promptly initiated its excavation program, delving into the vehicle's past and present. According to the temporary license, the vehicle's records at the Motor Vehicle Administration were traced, following its unique identification number to uncover its previous license plate. In a sea of data, all pertinent information about the car was retrieved, sourced from various surveillance videos, maintenance logs, fueling records, and even inadvertently captured images. This vehicle had made an appearance earlier in the year on a remote rural road in the outskirts of the Magic City. A video on a sharing platform captured this car for a brief few seconds. In the footage, the vehicle was positioned at the edge of the frame, having unintentionally entered the shot. The person filming was controlling a drone to capture their newly constructed building. In the upper right corner of the video, the Mercedes-Benz E300L was seen reversing while a motorcycle passed by on the road behind it, expecting the Mercedes to stop after the motorcycle honked. The driver was taken aback when it not only failed to halt, but accelerated in reverse, colliding with the motorcycle. The motorcycle lost control, crashing into a deep pit by the roadside. The injured party was discovered 3 hours later, the rider fortunate to have survived, but now a vegetative state, classified as a level 1 disability requiring lifelong care. For the motorcyclist, who had dependents, the estimated losses approached $2 million. The driver of the offending Mercedes was the previous owner, and according to the report provided by the advanced data system, he had been drinking and merely intended to reposition the car, inadvertently causing a grave mistake. Upon realizing the accident, he hesitated, then called a friend who suggested he avoid reporting it and quickly hide the vehicle. The driver promptly concealed the car in a secluded location. Given that the Mercedes owner was suspected of drunk driving, insurance companies would typically refuse coverage, and reporting the incident would result in severe penalties. Following his friend's advice, the driver procured a replacement rear bumper from a dismantled parts market in the south, installed it himself, and the part fortuitously matched the color of the accident vehicle perfectly, leaving no trace of wrongdoing. The police have been investigating the vicinity for over a month. Unfortunately, the motorcyclist has lost consciousness and is unable to recount the events leading to the incident. The area is desolate, devoid of surveillance cameras or passing vehicles and pedestrians, leaving the case unresolved. The perpetrator has cleverly evaded capture, yet he is plagued daily by a sense of dread, akin to having a thorn in his throat, a burr in his back, and a feeling of sitting on pins and needles, unable to find peace. Ultimately, he resolves to sell his newly acquired vehicle, barely a year old, and approaches Long Yun. The victim hangs by a thread, his family shattered, while the perpetrator roams free, seeking to slip away unscathed. What an affront to justice. Long Yun promptly commands the system to record the video and anonymously forwards it to the public security authorities, simultaneously retrieving and sending the call records between the perpetrator and his accomplice. Reporting traffic violations is a collective responsibility. This series of actions, seemingly intricate, took Long Yun less than 10 seconds. Brother, you seem a bit dazed, remarked Boss Ding, observing Long Yun's momentary distraction. Brother, there's no need for such astonishment. This is a premium vehicle source pre-arranged by the company, a nearly new car with less than 8,000 kilometers, in condition akin to a brand new one. Boss Ding added, giving Long Yun's shoulder a reassuring pat. Long Yun smiled lightly. Indeed, it is a nearly new car, aside from a minor issue with the rear bumper. Everything else is original. The rear bumper? Surely you jest. That cannot be. I just used a paint thickness gauge, and the entire car has original paint. The rear bumper has not been repaired or resprayed. Boss Ding replied, glancing at Long Yun with curiosity before moving to inspect the rear bumper. He noted the vehicle identification number affixed to the bumper, then compared it with the number beneath the windshield. Oh, indeed, they do not match. The rear bumper has been replaced. Boss Ding quickly retrieved his paint thickness gauge for further verification. Boss Ding, that is a salvage part. The original owner simply replaced it upon purchase. Are you really going to use that gauge to check everywhere? Long Yun teased. Right, I was mistaken. The paint surface is indeed like new and does not affect the vehicle. Boss Ding finally put away the gauge. Well, this car does appear quite exquisite. I wonder how much profit Boss Ding intends to make. Long Yun inquired with a smile. Boss Ding's eyes flickered with scheming thoughts. considering exaggerating the figure to secure a deposit from Long Yun. At least this amount. Long Yun observed Boss Deng's gestures, feigning astonishment. 80,000? A smirk crept across Boss Deng's face as he proudly declared, 8 base. 10 is certainly possible. Ah, Boss Deng, that profit margin is remarkable. I wish you the best of luck. Long Yun glanced at the Mercedes before shaking his head and preparing to return to the parking lot, where several luxury vehicles were set to make their entrance. Brother, are you leaving already? Yes, I must secure that Lamborghini. Long Yun replied without looking back. Boss Deng scoffed at Long Yun's retreating figure. That kid knows nothing. My Lamborghini has been unsold for 6 months. He'll be in for a rude awakening. Long Yun mused to himself. Merely a triviality. Whether this is fortune or misfortune remains to be seen, but at least your funds will be held in escrow. Boss Deng's gaze returned to the Mercedes, a chill running down his spine as he pondered how Long Yun had discerned the replacement of the rear bumper. To assert that he possessed such keen insight would be improbable, as they had previously stood at the front of the car, unable to see the rear. This vehicle had been acquired from a dealer in the Magic City. Could it be that the dealer had a connection with Long Yun? Boss Deng quickly dismissed the notion, as the dealer was his close friend, with whom he had collaborated for over 3 years. While Long Yun's luxury car dealership had only been operational for a few days, a lingering sense of unease surrounded Long Yun, though he could not pinpoint its source. Upon returning to the parking lot, he encountered a U.S. spec Toyota Land Cruiser 5700. While a fine vehicle with high demand, its profit margin was appallingly low, prompting a swift decision to forego it. Finally, 2 Lamborghini Gallardos made their entrance, both 2012 models with a manufacturer's suggested retail price of 3.98 million yuan, one in orange and the other in green. The orange variant was listed at 870,000 yuan, while the green one was priced at 750,000 yuan, both in similar condition. Few dealers showed interest in such vehicles. Apart from Long Yun, there was only a bald-headed man. The bald man examined the orange one, while Long Yun negotiated down by 10,000 yuan to secure the green one. A Fu, observing Long Yun's acquisition of the green Lamborghini, shook his head. I thought he was a prodigy. Turns out he's just an amateur. Long Yun turned to see a Fu not far away and called out, how much for that Mercedes C200? 3,000. If so, arrange for it to be loaded immediately. A Fu, having finally found someone interested in his prized vehicle, thought to himself that Long Yun might be ripe for a sharper deal. Little brother, 95,000 yuan. That's my bottom line. Not a penny less. Long Yun replied coolly, 30,000. Can you add a bit more? A Fu pleaded, leaning closer to Long Yun's window. Long Yun smiled faintly and pressed the ignition button to start the car. 30,000, 30,000, just 30,000. Take it away immediately. Chapter 59. Is it fortune or misfortune? Once everything was arranged, Long Yun and Qiu Jia promptly returned to Longjiang City. This excursion to Ningxue yielded minimal rewards. 1 Lamborghini, 6 Buick GL8s, and a water-damaged Mercedes priced at 30,000 yuan. Long Yun had already found a buyer for the green Lamborghini, none other than Louis, the young man he had encountered at the Integrity Car dealership. Louis was enamored with the character Hulk from the movies and desired a green Lamborghini for fun. The innocence of youth is striking. It is purely a matter of affection, devoid of adult judgment. The store, though sparsely stocked with 6 Buick GL8s, appeared less empty, filled to the brim. As for the GL8's marketability, Long Yun had no intention of worrying. It was time for the staff to hone their skills. Regarding the 30,000 yuan Mercedes, Long Yun had a plan in mind. This trip to Ningxue could be summed up in one word: lackluster. True quality goods do not come cheap, offering little to no profit, while affordable items do not align with Long Yun's business model. Thus, this place would serve as both his first and last visit. While Long Yun was busy with vehicle acquisitions, Fan Gang was attending to a special guest in the shop. Fan Gang recognized the individual, Long Yuan, the son of Longjiang City's wealthiest man. Known for his arrogance and penchant for causing trouble for his father, Long Yuan also recognized Fan Gang, a somewhat famous figure in the automotive community and a minor internet celebrity. As Long Yuan sought someone who was not present in the shop, he merely browsed briefly, glancing at a Chevrolet Chevelle SS before departing. Fan Gang was unaware of the past conflict between Long Yun and Long Yuan, as the shop only housed one non-saleable vintage car, leaving him with no opportunity to assert his influence. Long Yun had previously informed Fan Gang via phone that a live broadcast was scheduled for the following afternoon and instructed him to secure a venue. The decision to schedule the event for tomorrow afternoon was twofold. Firstly, to prepare the venue, and secondly, the 30,000 yuan Mercedes could only arrive in Longjiang City by tomorrow morning. The live streaming venue was chosen to be at a high-end maintenance shop with which they had a partnership, specifically arranging a workspace for this purpose. The content of the live stream would feature the on-site disassembly of a domestic Mercedes C200L. It would be a live broadcast, not a pre-recorded one. Nowadays, the internet is replete with a myriad of live streaming content, and aside from the categories expressly prohibited by the state and heavily policed by platforms, some distasteful schemes frequently emerge, such as pranks, oiling schemes, and live boyfriend draws. In an effort to increase the follower count of his video account, Long Yun resolved to conduct a car disassembly livestream. The plan was to dismantle a complete Mercedes sedan into its constituent parts. Typically, those interested in such automotive disassembly are individuals with some understanding of cars. In terms of the content itself, it may not seem particularly captivating, and the audience demographic is quite niche. Long Yun's objective, however, was to present a time challenge that even the most skilled automotive repair masters would deem impossible to complete. Alone, without any assistance. Purely human-powered disassembly, without the aid of any electric or pneumatic tools. The task must be completed within 1 hour, and for every minute exceeded, the host would distribute 1,000 yuan in red envelopes. With the imposition of stringent constraints and penalty rules, the appeal of the program immediately became evident. One individual, without any power tools, tasked with dismantling an entire vehicle within an hour? Even disassembling a motorcycle would be a formidable challenge. The most intriguing aspect for the general public is undoubtedly the penalty rule. For every minute over, the host would release 1,000 yuan in red envelopes. Would there be a continuous shower of red envelopes in the live studio for hours on end? Many understand that the red envelope rain is merely a gimmick. Even if the host is generous enough for it to persist for several hours, the amount each individual might receive could be negligible. Yet, many are drawn to the spectacle of a rain of red envelopes, even if they themselves might not seize a single cent. Some individuals are not there for the red envelopes. They simply wish to witness the host's downfall. Since Long Yun had not yet returned to Longjiang City, the gang first utilized his own video account to promote the live stream, hanging large banners outside the shop to announce the car disassembly show commencing tomorrow afternoon. Given the gang's substantial follower base, Long Yun's video account saw a quiet increase in followers even before the live stream began. While traveling back to Longjiang City, Boss Deng received a call from an unfamiliar number ending in 110. Given the peculiar nature of such a number, he felt compelled to answer. Upon connecting, the caller confirmed Boss Deng's name. "Hello, we are from the Criminal Investigation Team of District 3 in the magic capital of Daxia. May I confirm? Are you Deng Zhong?" "Yes, that's me," Boss Deng replied, feeling a sense of foreboding. "You previously ordered a black Mercedes E300L from the magic capital. With a temporary plate number, correct?" "Yes, that is indeed the case. I just made the payment this morning." Anxiety filled Boss Deng's heart. The vehicle in question is suspected to be involved in a significant traffic accident, and according to regulations, the police will have to seize the vehicle. "We ask for your cooperation." Boss Deng's mind buzzed with dread. Had he encountered a ghost? His brand new Mercedes E300L, which had already secured a buyer for a profitable margin of at least 70,000 to 80,000 yuan, was now being seized. Although he had never encountered such legal troubles before, he understood that once the car was seized, it could take considerable time to resolve. This was certainly the best-case scenario. What if, he dared not think further, despite having no connection to the so-called major traffic accident? What if the previous owner incurred substantial civil compensation liabilities, and he found himself unable to bear the burden? Who would he turn to for the return of his purchase funds? After years in the used car business, this was Deng Zhong's first encounter with such a predicament. Good grief, this is just too unfortunate. Suddenly, an unsettling thought struck him. Did Long Yun somehow foresee the issues surrounding the Mercedes? Meanwhile, Qiu Jia was driving, and as Long Yun contemplated the live stream, he received a notification from the system. "Ding. Congratulations, esteemed host, on your first use of this system to assist the police in solving a case, earning you a reward of 100 evolution points. Indeed, doing good deeds brings rewards." The family of that comatose individual finally saw a glimmer of hope. Long Yun's current strength value stood at 150 points, enabling him to lift 150 kilograms with one hand. If he were to allocate all 100 newly acquired evolution points to strength, the resulting figure would be, well, rather impressive. Allocating scientifically, he enhanced his strength by 90 points, raising it to 240 points, allowing him to lift 240 kilograms with one hand. The remaining 10 points were added to intelligence, bringing his IQ to 135. He felt no significant increase in intellect, as 1 plus 1 still equaled 2, did it not? A sudden ringing interrupted Long Yun's thoughts. It was Boss Deng calling, and Long Yun could surmise the reason for the call. "Hello, President Deng, are you on the road?" This question posed no issue. Yet Boss Deng nearly choked on his words. Chapter 60. The eyes tolerate no sand. Boss Deng was left speechless. Long Yun's remarks were startling, and conversing with him required a degree of defense, as one could lose half their life unexpectedly. I'm on the way, hurrying back to Longjiang. I have a question for you. Hey, brother, have you entered the tunnel? Is the signal gone? Boss Deng heard no response from Long Yun's side. President Deng, weren't you going to ask me a question? I'm waiting patiently. Long Yun replied in a lowered voice, sounding somewhat ominous. Oh my, you startled me. My heart nearly stopped when I heard your voice. Boss Deng exclaimed, his hair standing on end. The quality of Mercedes is exceptional. The sound insulation is incredible. Please, go ahead, President Deng. I want to know, how did you realize that my black Mercedes E300L was abnormal? Upon receiving the system reward, Long Yun had already grasped the fate of Boss Deng's Mercedes E300L. It was a guess, Long Yun replied casually. Guess? Brother, could you enlighten me on how you deduced that the car was abnormal? I beseech you. Abnormal? In what way? President Deng, perhaps having already found a buyer, was confident he could make a profit of 70,000 to 80,000 yuan and was set to show the car tomorrow afternoon, right? Cold sweat broke out on Deng Zhong's forehead. How could Long Yun seem to know about events that had yet to unfold? He indeed had an appointment to show the car tomorrow afternoon, and he would not sell without making a good profit. But now, oh, by the way, President Deng, I also have a Mercedes for sale tomorrow afternoon. I wonder if you would be interested in observing? You're selling a Mercedes? Why would I want to observe? I mean, we're both in the same line of work, and our market positions overlap. There is no room for competition. You understand we are in the same industry, with overlapping market positions, and yet you still want to engage with me? Long Yun abruptly hung up the phone. Boss Deng was left utterly bewildered. Long Yun had flipped the conversation without a trace of courtesy. Long Yun, what's wrong? Who were you arguing with? Xiao Jie, still driving, inquired. Nothing of consequence. Just a petty clown. He brought this upon himself. I'm curious. How did you decide to purchase all 6 Buick GL8s without even seeing them? In the realm of automobiles, Xiao Jie was a novice. Following Long Yun's prior instructions, he sent over 6 license plate numbers, and within mere seconds, Long Yun decisively opted to acquire them all. Brother Jie, I have conducted my research and am well acquainted with the conditions of the vehicles offered by Perfect Journey Company. I simply lacked clarity on which specific cars were available at that moment. Those 6 vehicles bear no significant issues, so we should act swiftly to prevent other dealers from snatching them away. Xiao Jie comprehended this explanation readily. He recognized Long Yun's capabilities. At such a young age, running such a substantial establishment undoubtedly indicated his exceptional talents, and thus, he refrained from further inquiries. Upon returning to Longjiang City, Long Yun hurried to the live broadcast venue to oversee the setup. The logo of Long Yun's luxury car showroom needed to be sufficiently prominent, as this dismantling showcase was primarily intended to promote the new store. All necessary tools were prepared. Indeed, to excel in one's craft, one must first ensure their tools are in prime condition. It was imperative to have at least one spare of each tool, as with Long Yun's current prowess. It was not inconceivable that he could break a wrench. As evening approached, a notification chimed in Long Yun's ear. Ding, esteemed host. The individual you are tracking has new developments. Would you like to receive a report? It dawned on Long Yun that the household inquiry package he had purchased from the system store the previous day was still active, and the system was monitoring the targeted individual. Which individual? Male or female? Long Yun inquired. Gu Chunyan. She is conspiring with her boyfriend to orchestrate a scam. A scam? Pray, tell me more. Long Yun had little regard for Gu Chunyan, but the mention of a scam piqued his interest. The system promptly relayed the conversation records between Gu Chunyan and her boyfriend, Yin Tao. After listening to the edited audio recordings, Long Yun gleaned substantial information. 3 months prior, Yin Tao had purchased a second-hand 2014 BMW X5 from Gu Chunyan for 390,000 yuan. The vehicle was fully insured, with the damage coverage assessed at 890,000 yuan. Theoretically, in the event of an accident, the insurance company could reimburse up to 890,000 yuan. The insurance fraud scheme was not novel, yet this pair truly dared to execute it. Ordinarily, such matters would not fall under Long Yun's purview. He merely needed to submit evidence to the appropriate authorities, a task the system could manage on its own. According to the system's report, this situation was grave. The severity stemmed from the fact that the surveillance target was poised to encounter peril. Gu Chunyan had agreed with her boyfriend to stage an accident on an uphill stretch of road. The plan was rather straightforward. The couple would drive up the mountain for sightseeing, park the car by the roadside, and then a truck driver, contacted by Yin Tao, would drive a fully insured large truck past the BMW X5. The truck would scrape against the BMW, sending it tumbling down the cliff, utterly destroyed. In dire need of money, Gu Chunyan was solely focused on obtaining funds, not contemplating the ramifications, and thus followed her boyfriend up the mountain. However, the system speculated that this could very well be an attempted murder. The system was confident in its own intellect, boasting an IQ of 100 million. The rationale for this assumption was as follows. After enduring infidelity multiple times, Yin Tao, unable to bear it any longer, resolved to create an accident to rid himself of this woman, thus alleviating his inner torment. The couple had ascended the mountain early, engaging in intimate acts until Gu Chunyan was utterly exhausted. Having been worn out by Boss Deng the previous night, she had not slept well and soon fell into a deep slumber. Yin Tao had no intention of contacting the so-called truck driver. He parked the car on a steep incline, deliberately neglected to engage the handbrake, and then exited the vehicle to find a secluded spot to relieve himself. Atop the mountain stood several wind turbines, their surveillance cameras perfectly positioned to capture the couple's parking location. According to the advanced data system, Yin Tao had visited this location multiple times, seemingly scouting the area. Since Yin Tao had never disclosed his intentions to anyone, the system was unable to extract further insights. Oblivious to Yin Tao's true motives, Gu Chunyan, still asleep in the car, was jolted awake by the violent shaking as the vehicle began to accelerate down the slope. Akin to a wild stallion running free, there was no time for her to escape. Witnessing the runaway car, Yin Tao, without even pulling up his trousers, shouted and sprinted after it, a true performer. Once the car picked up speed, no human strength could possibly halt it. With a thunderous crash, as Yin Tao had envisioned, the BMW X5 broke through the guardrail and soared off the roadside. Yin Tao had strategically parked in a spot devoid of a guardrail, planning for the car to plunge directly down the cliff. However, due to the uneven ground, the vehicle's trajectory shifted. It first struck the guardrail, significantly diminishing the impact force. From the wind turbine surveillance feed, Long Yun witnessed the entire event unfold. The BMW did not plummet down the cliff as anticipated, but was instead halted by the trees, landing upside down in a grotesque manner. Long Yun submitted the surveillance footage, audio recordings, and other pertinent materials to the relevant authorities. It was not that he sought to meddle in affairs that did not concern him. He simply could not tolerate injustice. Ding, esteemed host, congratulations. You have successfully reported an attempted insurance fraud, earning a reward of 40 evolution points. System, are you mistaken? I reported an attempted murder and received only 40 evolution points. Is that not rather paltry? Esteemed host, the current evidence supports only the classification of insurance fraud. This system allocates rewards according to the societal harm of the illegal actions, with the highest rewards reserved for usurpation attempts. The 300,000 points spent the previous night were not in vain, as he at least acquired 40 evolution points. Long Yun allocated all 40 points to his strength, raising his strength value to 280 points, enabling him to lift 280 kilograms with one hand. Chapter 61, The Dismantling Showcase, Part 1, the following morning. A trailer delivered the 8 vehicles Long Yun procured the previous day to a large parking lot in Longjiang City. Fan Gang arranged for a tow truck to transport the 30,000 yuan Mercedes-Benz 200L to the dismantling live broadcast site. Before the dismantling commenced, Long Yun checked his video account, noting that his follower count had quietly surged to over 20,000. Many had learned of the afternoon dismantling showcase through the promotional outline. To Long Yun's surprise, Fan Gang had enlisted 2 young, attractive fitness ladies and 2 sturdy young men. Puzzled, Long Yun sought clarification, and Fan Gang explained. In my year and a half in this industry, trust me on this, just prepare the red envelopes. Fan Gang understood that Long Yun's so-called dismantling live broadcast was merely a spectacle. With his 18 years of automotive repair experience, he knew that without power tools, it would take an individual an entire day to dismantle a car. Long Yun had audaciously boasted that he could complete the task in an hour. A mere gimmick to draw attention. Since it was a performance, it was essential to master the art of showmanship. Fan Gang believed that this dismantling live broadcast was essentially a grand display of distributing red envelopes. For how could anyone manually dismantle a car within an hour? Before the dismantling showcase began, Fan Gang had the ladies and gentlemen perform a fitness routine in front of the Mercedes, serving as a warm-up act to engage viewers and allow ample time for audiences to enter the live broadcast room. Once a sufficient number of viewers had gathered, the dismantling would commence. Long Yun noticed that even before the broadcast had begun, numerous viewers were sending in questions, particularly some self-proclaimed automotive experts who questioned the integrity of the Mercedes, alleging it had been tampered with and was not a genuine vehicle at all. Fan Gang had long anticipated the skeptical murmurs from his peers. The presence of doubt indicated interest, and what he truly feared was being ignored entirely. The second demonstration he orchestrated commenced, wherein he instructed 4 actors to position themselves at the vehicle's doors, mimicking the motion of soaring wings, thereby asserting the vehicle's structural integrity and debunking the rumors of it being a flimsy contraption. The camera shifted to capture the intricate details of the vehicle, revealing the pristine condition of every bolt, indicating that it was indeed an original model, untouched by any tampering. This was a formidable rebuttal, not merely to silence the doubters, but to astonish them. How could there be astonishment without a build-up? Long Yun quickly discerned Fan Gang's intentions in inviting these two young ladies and two young gentlemen, offering a thumbs-up in acknowledgement. Although Long Yun had acquired a wealth of automotive knowledge, he remained a novice in the realm of the automotive repair market. He anticipated that when he disassembled the vehicle, the spectacle would be visually enthralling, evoking a sense of effortless strength that might incite skepticism regarding his capabilities. Presently, Long Yun's strength had escalated to an impressive 280 kilograms with one hand, an extraordinary feat that few could rival. Seizing the moment while the two young ladies and gentlemen were still present, Long Yun straightened his arms, effortlessly lifting each young lady, one on either side, and then requested Fan Gang to brandish a wrench, demonstrating that no external assistance or cables were employed. The sight of Long Yun's seemingly slender frame supporting two young ladies simultaneously left Fan Gang astonished, as each must have weighed at least 40 to 50 kilograms. Typically, muscle enthusiasts would dare to lift only one, yet Long Yun managed to hold two with an air of tranquility, devoid of any strain. To Fan Gang's surprise, Long Yun then invited the two young gentlemen to join him, suspending all four individuals from his arms, a feat that was nothing short of miraculous. It was a breathtaking display. Before commencing the disassembly, Long Yun showcased his muscular physique. At precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the vehicle disassembly demonstration officially began, with a countdown of 1 hour. A time limit of 1 hour. For every minute over, a 1,000 yuan red envelope will be distributed. Fan Gang reiterated tirelessly. Initially, many attendees were merely curious onlookers. Yet upon witnessing the powerful dance of the young ladies and gentlemen, some found themselves unwittingly captivated. When they beheld Long Yun suspending 4 individuals from his arms, gasps of astonishment arose, prompting some to share the spectacle with friends. The disassembly commenced, with Long Yun first tackling the car door hinges. The gleaming metallic tools, gripped in his hands, appeared as manageable as a mere pencil, easily rotating between his fingers. Is the host serious? While I can adeptly handle a pencil, to manipulate a multi-kilogram wrench with such finesse is truly impressive. Some automotive technicians tuned in to the live stream, primarily eager to witness the host falter. Given Long Yun's delicate complexion and pristine appearance, he seemed an unlikely candidate to challenge the skill and strength required in the automotive repair industry. Was he not courting disaster? Surely, the car door hinges cannot be that easily disassembled? Yet, in less than 20 seconds, the front right door was detached. The entire door assembly required disassembly. There was no cutting corners. Indeed, the door shell, interior panel, rearview mirror, window glass, and lift motor all had to be dismantled. Really? Do we need to disassemble the lift motor as well? The atmosphere in the live stream room became animated as the online viewer count surpassed 20,000. What astonished the automotive technicians was not merely Long Yun's speed in dismantling the door, but his ability to hold the door with one hand while removing screws with the other, all without assistance or tools. Although the door was not particularly heavy, such a method of disassembly was beyond the reach of most. Long Yun did not disappoint. After removing the door assembly, he continued to dismantle the interior panel, lift motor, and window glass, even disassembling the components of the lift motor. In under 5 minutes, all 4 doors had been completely disassembled, with every component meticulously arranged on the ground. The knowledgeable automotive technicians were left agape. The depth and thoroughness of his disassembly were such that even they might not accomplish it in an entire day. Many viewers had initially entered the live stream merely for the prospect of red envelopes. Experts online estimated that this session could unfold for at least 10 hours of continuous giveaways, at a rate of 1,000 yuan per minute. This amounted to 60,000 yuan per hour, a staggering sum over 10 hours. Surely, amidst this bounty, one would not escape unscathed. As 6 minutes and 30 seconds elapsed, the viewer count swelled to over 50,000, with 4 doors, a tailgate, and a hood of the Mercedes-Benz neatly arranged on the ground. The lift elevated the vehicle, and Long Yun proceeded with the disassembly, starting with the 4 wheels. Typically, automotive technicians would lower the vehicle to the ground, utilizing a jack to begin the wheel removal. The jack would support the car's weight in place of the wheels, preventing rotation. Yet for Long Yun, this was trivial. After elevating the vehicle to the appropriate height, he simply grasped a wheel with one hand and wielded a cross wrench with the other, effortlessly loosening the wheel's bolts. Most would require pneumatic tools to manage such bolts, and those without such tools would struggle even with both hands on the wrench. My goodness, host, your technique is astonishing. Are you sure those bolts weren't previously loosened? Voices of skepticism emerged. Newcomers, perhaps? You can review the replay. Earlier, for individuals were bouncing on the car. If the wheel bolts were loose, why not give it a try? Agreement flooded in from the audience. Host, I specialize in tire repair, charging only 20 yuan for a tire patch. I'll send you a generous red envelope. Please don't encroach on our livelihood. A gift of a small car worth 100 yuan rolled by. Another one followed suit. Fan Gang was momentarily bewildered. Were these individuals not here for the anticipated red envelope rain? The host giveaway had yet to commence. Yet donations had already begun to pour in. Chapter 62, The Vehicle Disassembly Showcase, Part 2. Long Yun and Fan Gang had previously delineated their roles. Fan Gang was responsible for the livestream operations, including the distribution of red envelopes. A large electronic timer hung on the backdrop, counting down the minutes. Above the timer was a substantial circular counter. Upon the completion of the 1-hour countdown, for every minute exceeded, the counter's digits would automatically increase by 1,000, denoting the amount of red envelopes to be distributed. Upon the conclusion of the vehicle disassembly, the total displayed on the counter would represent the total sum of red envelopes to be given away, which currently stood at 0. Though merely a vehicle disassembly showcase, it was nonetheless a serious endeavor, deserving of solemn respect for the automotive repair community at large. The young man looks so dashing when he is serious. I'm smitten. Oh my boyfriend is also a mechanic. Why does he always appear covered in grease and dirt while this young man looks so pristine? Please, mind your words. Do not let your imagination run wild about my husband. This young man is mine. No one shall compete with me. The fervor of infatuated fans surged forth, leaving male viewers and fellow automotive technicians momentarily silenced. The host must complete the disassembly of an entire vehicle within 5 hours. While I engage in a rather peculiar live stream featuring the consumption of an unusual delicacy weighing around 3 pounds, amidst a flurry of comments, a highlighted message appears. A privilege reserved for premium members. This particular comment comes from a prominent fan, albeit a mysterious figure who generally keeps their identity concealed, seldom revealing personal information or showing their face, yet serves as a benefactor and influential figure behind numerous female streamers. A clarion call from the audience demands the disclosure of this individual's identity, urging them to uphold their word. Public Identity 1. Public Identity 2. Although many express skepticism regarding Long Yun's ability to complete the disassembly within the stipulated time, the allure of entertainment remains irresistible. Watching the vehicle disassembly before indulging in my peculiar feast is certainly appealing, as a series of captivating programs unfold, rendering life vibrantly diverse. Due to a sudden surge in popularity for Long Yun's disassembly livestream, Long Yuan inadvertently stumbles upon this broadcast. Upon realizing that the host is his long-standing adversary, he unleashes the aforementioned threats. Presently, the online community fervently demands Long Yuan's identity to be revealed, yet he finds himself reluctant to show his face. Having recently faced his father's wrath, it seems prudent to enlist someone else to take the fall. I am Tang Xiangrong, with the ID 523, utilizing a friend's account to post this comment. Long Yuan instructs his underlings to take the blame, ensuring his own safety remains intact. Long Yun, undistracted by the unfolding drama in the live stream, meticulously disassembles the wheels. After removing the 4 wheels, he proceeds to detach the brake calipers, brake discs, and various components, systematically disassembling the suspension and drivetrain parts, placing them neatly on the ground. The host, Fan Gang, begins to announce the prices of the various parts according to Long Yun's previous arrangements. This vehicle, having been submerged, possesses chassis components and coverings that can be directly reused. The Mercedes-Benz C200L has long maintained a position among the top 3 in terms of automotive parts pricing, with its parts sometimes reaching 10 times their original value. Theoretically, dismantling a brand new Mercedes-Benz C200L and selling its parts could yield tenfold the value of the new vehicle. Of course, this remains a theoretical possibility. The more pressing question is to whom one could sell the disassembled parts. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a brand new domestically produced Mercedes-Benz C200L, which, due to an unfortunate incident during transit, has become a water-damaged vehicle. Fan Gang begins to describe the vehicle's condition and its components. Despite being a water-damaged vehicle, many of its parts are still viable for reuse, showing minimal differences from new ones. I will now announce the prices of each component. Interested viewers can place orders in our live stream's accompanying shop. The original 18-inch wheels are priced at over 8,000 at the dealership, but we offer them for a fixed price of 6,800 each, including a brand new factory tire. The 4-door shells, typically priced at 7,000 to 8,000 each at the dealership, are available here for 5,000 each, with a complimentary door assembly included. Drawing from his years of experience and understanding of the parts market, Fan Gang autonomously sets the prices for each component. The quality of the original parts far surpasses that of the dealership's prices, prompting knowledgeable peers to seize the opportunity. As half an hour passes, Long Yun completes the disassembly of the chassis components and arranges them neatly. While Long Yun works, Fan Gang lists the various components for sale. And with nearly 100,000 viewers online, the disassembled parts are swiftly snatched up. The most challenging task lies in the front of the vehicle. Once all the covering components are removed, the once glamorous front of the Mercedes appears rather mundane, merely a machine devoid of its luxurious facade. Long Yun fetches an engine hoist to support the weight of the engine, facilitating the removal of various ancillary components surrounding it. Though the engine compartment occupies a small portion of the vehicle, it is filled with an overwhelming number of intricately arranged parts. In order to remove component A, one might first need to detach component B, which could be obstructed by components C and D. Understanding the sequence of disassembly is crucial, and Long Yun is already well versed in this process. Throughout the live stream, even when faced with the complex engine compartment, viewers witness no hesitation from Long Yun. He proceeds to disassemble without pausing for contemplation, swiftly removing a succession of parts. Such efficiency could only stem from repeated practice, having disassembled the same components hundreds, if not thousands, of times. Even seasoned professionals might falter when confronted with an unfamiliar vehicle model, often requiring time to analyze certain areas. Yet this seemingly youthful lad wields his tools with remarkable dexterity. Before long, the various ancillary components of the engine and transmission are entirely stripped away. As the countdown approaches its final hour, only 3 minutes remain. The online audience swells from the previous 100,000 to 300,000 and continues to grow rapidly, as many viewers are drawn in by the prospect of a rain of red envelopes. With so many viewers attentively monitoring the live stream from the outset, newcomers have no reason to doubt the authenticity of the broadcast. Those with even a modest understanding of the automotive repair industry are left astonished. How could the entire vehicle be disassembled in less than an hour? Moreover, all the components are meticulously arranged on the ground. As the countdown concludes, the timer for the red envelope rain begins, and Long Yun shockingly moves the engine hoist aside. What could this mean? Is he abandoning the engine? Or could it be that, heavens forbid, he intends to? After relocating the hoist, Long Yun begins to unscrew the transmission's mounting bolts, adjusting the lift to the appropriate height, and astonishingly removes the transmission assembly with his bare hands. The transmission assembly is a hefty mass weighing over 100 kilograms. Viewers who have never witnessed Long Yun's formidable strength are left in disbelief. Could this be a prop, perhaps made of foam? It hardly appears to be a prop. How could an ordinary person accomplish such a feat? The host is no ordinary individual. Newcomers are encouraged to review the replay. The moment the transmission hits the ground, the countdown exceeds by 1 minute, and the first wave of red envelopes begins to rain down. The host is not engaging in trickery. The red envelopes genuinely begin to fall, and the number of participants in the live stream rapidly escalates. The online audience swells to over 400,000. Most viewers assume that removing the transmission marks the conclusion of the procedure, yet to their surprise, Long Yun immediately turns his attention to disassembling the transmission itself. On a waterproof platform, he opens the drain plug, revealing murky oil inside, a consequence of the water damage. Upon disassembling the inner components, some parts have begun to rust. As time ticks away, Long Yun meticulously disassembles the transmission, while Fan Gang, adhering to a standard of distributing red envelopes worth 1,000 per minute, feels a pang of regret. The complexity of the transmission's interior means Long Yun spends 10 minutes completing its disassembly. The next critical component is the engine. After removing the intake manifold, he single-handedly lifts the engine out. What an astonishing feat. Is this colossal piece not merely a model? Surely, it must weigh at least 200 kilograms. I have long suspected that the entire vehicle is a mere facade, but I have yet to find evidence. Agreed. 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 Previously, some had doubted the authenticity of the transmission, but once Long Yun disassembles it in front of everyone, the voices of skepticism vanish, replaced by a flurry of generous donations. As per the usual protocol, Long Yun drains the oil from the engine before promptly commencing its disassembly. 15 minutes later, the engine is fully disassembled, and Fan Gang laments the loss of 15,000, all for the sake of dismantling a water-damaged engine of negligible value. The entire vehicle has been reduced to a mere skeletal frame, and the next step involves dismantling the interior components, removing the seats, the dashboard, and the floor, until everything that can be taken apart is completely disassembled, leaving nothing but an empty chassis on the lift. Long Yun approached the main camera, removed his gloves, and declared the disassembly complete. The entire process took 2 hours and 6 minutes, exceeding the allotted time by 66 minutes, with the large circular counter on the backdrop displaying a total of 66,000 yuan. Completing the disassembly within an hour was utterly impossible. Long Yun mused that he lacked such capabilities. He had set the time limit at 1 hour solely to distribute red envelopes to his online followers, thereby garnering attention. However, achieving such a thorough dismantling in just 126 minutes was a feat that most could not aspire to. Typically, such an endeavor would take a minimum of 3 days if performed alone. The automotive repair professionals present fully understood the complexity involved and, as they departed, did not hesitate to offer generous tips, not for any other reason than their admiration for what he accomplished, which they could only dream of achieving themselves. As the livestream concluded, viewers did not disperse. They were collectively eager to watch a subsequent livestream featuring a peculiar challenge. The user who had previously boisterously announced an intention to livestream an unusual spectacle had since logged off, yet his self-identified information had been noted by the audience. Tang Xiangrong, with the ID 523, announced plans for a livestream featuring his peculiar challenge of consuming an unusual dish weighing 1 jin and 6 taels the following afternoon. Chapter 63, The Dismantling Showcase, Part 2. Livestream statistics. The peak online viewership reached 450,000, with an increase in followers by 160,000, bringing the current total to 180,000. A total of 66,000 yuan in red envelopes was distributed, and over 52,000 yuan in tips was received. Due to the vehicle being water damaged, the most valuable components, the engine and transmission, held little worth, with the total sales of dismantled parts amounting to 130,000 yuan and a gross profit of around 100,000 yuan. Summary of the dismantling livestream. Red envelope expenditure totaled 66,000 yuan, while tips amounted to 26,000 yuan, with a gross profit of 100,000 yuan from the sale of dismantled parts. From the inception of the event to its conclusion, the follower count surged by 170,000. Throughout the entire livestream, Long Yun earned 60,000 yuan and gained 170,000 followers, many of whom were car owners. For Long Yun, 60,000 yuan was insignificant. It was the substantial increase in followers that truly mattered to him. After 2 hours of intense labor, Long Yun felt thoroughly exhausted and took a moment to rest out of sight of the livestream camera, lying down. Throughout the event, familiar faces like Long Teng, Deng Zhong, and Long Yuan watched Long Yun's dismantling livestream in its entirety. Long Teng remained silent throughout the broadcast, though he did send several hundred yuan in tips. What he found perplexing was that he had known Long Yun for some time, since Long Yun entered high school. He had worked part-time washing cars at the car wash during holidays. Due to his diligent work ethic and sharp intellect, he was quite well liked, leaving a lasting impression on Long Teng. What Long Yun accomplished today was something Long Teng, along with the skilled workers at his repair shop, could not replicate. Despite holding multiple roles as the owner of a repair shop, a car wash, and a used car dealership, he recognized his own limitations. Long Yun seemed to have ascended to a status that Long Teng could only admire, in the realm of used cars, be it in vision or determination. Long Teng felt inferior. In terms of automotive repair, Long Yun's skills were beyond Long Teng's reach. He estimated that if he were to disassemble a vehicle alone, it would conservatively take him at least half a month. While Long Yun may not have held Long Teng in high regard, Deng Zhong watched the entire livestream, intending to find fault and instigate a ruckus, with his staff even preparing disparaging remarks. However, there were no gaps to exploit. Astonishment reigned supreme. Any attempt to heckle was swiftly met with a resounding backlash from the audience. Those who sought to cause disruption were perceived as foolish, losing the confidence to speak. Deng Zhong had previously plotted against Long Yun, but it became clear that he was the true fool, mistakenly believing himself to be cunning, only to be seen as naive by others. The intangible humiliation was chilling, sending shivers down his spine and causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. As the disassembly was nearing completion, Long Yuan discreetly exited the livestream, fearing he would be drowned in the audience's scorn. Fortunately, he had strategically sent his subordinate, Tang Xiangrong, as a decoy, thus avoiding the potential backlash that could have befallen him if he had taken the spotlight himself. Long Yun was indeed impressive, setting aside his automotive skills. His sheer strength was astonishing, evoking a sense of awe as he effortlessly lifted components. Reflecting on this, Long Yuan felt trepidation, especially considering he had previously brought trouble to Long Yun's establishment. Tang Xiangrong, caught in the crossfire, appeared ashen, devoid of any desire for life. Although live streaming such peculiar challenges was strictly prohibited on the platform, he wondered whether he would ever be able to show his face again. No matter where he went, he felt reduced to a lesser status. Ah Fu, a dealer from the second-hand car market in Longjiang City, watched Long Yun's entire live stream for the first time. The Mercedes-Benz had languished in the parking lot for over 6 months, becoming a source of anxiety for him. He understood the potential to dismantle and sell its parts. Yet he pondered, to whom would he sell them? Witnessing Long Yun's live disassembly and immediate sales, the entire vehicle was nearly sold out in an instant. He questioned whether he could manage a live stream as well. Of course, he could. In this age, conducting a live stream was remarkably simple. However, given his own level of expertise, he feared that attempting to replicate Long Yun's challenging format would lead to financial ruin. Since acquiring master-level automotive repair skills from the system store, today marked Long Yun's first practical application. Despite having energy reserves, 2 hours of intense work left him thoroughly fatigued, and he soon drifted into a deep sleep. When Long Yun awoke, he found himself back at the entrance of his shop, reclining in the rear seat of a Buick GL8 parked right outside. The shop appeared to be bustling with activity, with many people gathered around several GL8 vehicles on display. This was an excellent opportunity for his staff to gain experience, requiring no intervention from Long Yun. During his rest, Fan Gang had instructed the employees to record videos of the GL8s in the shop and post them online. Several potential buyers from near Longjiang City promptly arrived to view the vehicles, resulting in the scene Long Yun encountered upon entering the shop. Customers filled the space. The live stream had been a resounding success. 3 out of the 6 GL8s in the shop were sold in just one afternoon. Long Yun organized a small celebratory feast. After the banquet concluded, which lasted until around 8 or 9 in the evening, a local car enthusiast drove an FJ Cruiser to the shop. The staff member, Shaoli, who was about to finish his shift, had never encountered this model and politely declined service, citing the shop's closing. To his surprise, the owner insisted on meeting the gang and Long Yun, claiming that they had come specifically after watching Long Yun's livestream. Since the driver was a young and attractive woman, and she seemed reluctant to leave, Shaoli decided to call Long Yun. Upon receiving the call, Long Yun hurried back to the shop. A bright yellow FJ Cruiser was parked at the entrance, with a young and beautiful woman behind the wheel. Long Yun glanced at the license plate, and the advanced data system immediately began to analyze the vehicle's history. It was a 2017 model with a naturally aspirated 4.0L engine and automatic four-wheel drive. In its original, vibrant yellow, the initial price had exceeded 500,000 yuan, making it quite rare in the domestic market, and it had a history of off-road usage. Surveillance footage from a mountain checkpoint revealed that the vehicle had entered the mountains over 6 months ago, emerging only recently, which the system used to confirm its off-road history. To Long Yun's surprise, the driver was a woman in her 20s, while the actual owner was a middle-aged man. Upon Long Yun's arrival, Shaoli felt as if he had been saved. The young woman refused to leave and insisted that the boss be called. "Hello, I am Long Yun, the owner of this shop. May I ask why it is imperative for you to sell the vehicle tonight?" Long Yun inquired as he approached the car and gently tapped on the window. The young lady regained her composure and was thrilled to see Long Yun standing right before her, the very handsome host from today's live stream featuring car dismantling. Overcome with excitement, she hurriedly adjusted her makeup. "Hello, esteemed host. I am your fan and just watched your live stream this afternoon." Long Yun was astonished to discover he had such an enthusiastic admirer. "My name is Mu Shui, with Mu as in Mu Guiying, and Shui meaning snow." The young lady possessed a delicate visage and fair skin, clearly a beauty even in the less-than-ideal lighting. Mu Shui extended her right hand towards Long Yun, who politely shook her hand in greeting. As soon as Long Yun released her slender hand, she erupted in cheers. Chapter 64, The Hero of Rescue. "Wow! I won! I won!" Mu Shui exclaimed, leaping with joy. Long Yun and Shaoli exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused by the situation. "I knew it. How could such a fair-skinned young man have calloused hands?" Mu Shui laughed heartily, observing the perplexed expressions of the two. "I made a bet with my sister. I wagered that your palms would be free of calluses, and she lost." "Haha." Mu Shui laughed unabashedly. "Miss Mu Shui, did you summon me merely for this?" Long Yun inquired. "Of course, why else would I?" Mu Shui retorted playfully. Long Yun gestured toward the sign of the shop behind him. "We are at a luxury car dealership, specializing in the acquisition and sale of high-end vehicles." "Indeed. That is precisely why I drove this car over. How else could I entice you to come out of your shell?" Mu Shui replied cheekily. "Is this car for sale?" Long Yun was keenly interested in the vehicle. "It could be sold or not. This car belongs to my father. It's his trusty companion, and he won't allow it to be sold." Mu Shui shook her head, pouting in mock seriousness. "Oh, that is such a pity. I suspect you might not be able to win this bet." "Why not? It's my hand. I have the final say, don't you think?" "All right then, what price can you offer for this car?" "I must inform you that many dealers have already made offers, and if your price is lower than theirs, I assure you it won't be sold to you." Mu Shui raised her chin, adopting a proud stance. "My offer will certainly be lower than theirs, for we have an additional condition." Long Yun smiled faintly as he began to inspect the car's details. "Humph. I detest those who take advantage of others." The vehicle's records showed a significant gap, and the advanced data system couldn't retrieve any information. Inspecting a car at night is generally ill-advised, But Long Yun was unfazed. While he examined the vehicle, Xiao Li recorded the video, and the camera-shy Mu Shui discreetly stepped aside. From the scratches on the undercarriage, it was evident that this car had a history of off-roading, traversing particularly rough terrain. "Miss, this vehicle has indeed seen off-road action. The undercarriage is quite damaged," Long Yun remarked as he continued his inspection. "Nothing escapes the keen eyes of you dealers." "I won't deny it. My father took it off-road," Mu Shui replied. Long Yun straightened up, dusting off his hands, and expressed regret. "We generally do not accept vehicles with off-road history unless the price is extraordinarily tempting and the condition is excellent." "Tempting? Name your price. And if it's reasonable, I'll sell." 200,000. Such a fair complexion, yet a heart so dark. "I've checked. The market price is around 400,000. Used cars are inherently non-standard. Each vehicle has its own condition and price. The damage to your undercarriage is considerable. My offer is already generous." "Didn't they offer only between 190 to 210,000? According to the Advanced Data Systems report, the car had indeed been appraised by other dealers, with the lowest offer being 190,000 and the highest merely 210,000. "Forget it. I'll keep it for my father." Mu Shui pouted and signaled to Xiao Li to move the camera away, preparing to get in the car and leave. "However, this vehicle is inconvenient for your father to use, is it not?" Mu Shui paused, her hand poised to open the door, a serious expression overtaking her face as she looked at Long Yun and lowered her voice. "How do you know that?" The report from the Advanced Data System indicated that the owner, Mu Jingyang, had a disability in his left leg, making mobility challenging. "Just a guess, considering the elderly man. This car is quite high, making entry and exit difficult." "Why so serious?" Mu Shui averted her gaze, opened the door, started the car, and drove away, saying, "I'll be back at 9 tomorrow morning to handle the paperwork." Long Yun clapped his hands, retrieving his phone from Xiao Li, and deleted the video recorded earlier, deeming it unnecessary to keep footage of a non-transaction. The next morning at 9, the striking yellow FJ Cruiser arrived promptly at the dealership. Long Yun had arrived at 8, eagerly awaiting the vehicle. 3 individuals disembarked from the car, 2 women and 1 man. Besides Mu Shui, there was a slightly older woman, exuding an air of mature elegance, likely around 30. An elderly man was assisted from the vehicle by the woman, his hair speckled with gray and donning black-rimmed glasses, his eyes sharp and commanding, exuding an unspoken authority. The elderly gentleman leaned on a cane, having lost his left leg below the knee. Long Yun approached, and upon Mu Shui's introduction, shook hands with both the elderly man and the woman. Notably, the woman displayed a look of surprise when shaking Long Yun's hand. "Sister, how about it? I won. Didn't I?" Upon hearing Mu Shui's words, Long Yun surmised that the woman must be the sister with whom Mu Shui had wagered. The sisters bore no resemblance to one another. The world is vast, and all types of individuals exist. Who would have thought that watching a live stream could lead to such a wager? The system's data was accurate. The man claiming to be the car's owner was indeed Mu Jingyang, with a disability in his left leg. The woman gently pinched Mu Shui, prompting her to fall silent. "Mr. Mu, good day. Last night, your daughter, Miss Mu Shui, brought the car to the dealership, and we've already agreed on a price. Would you be comfortable appearing on camera? We are currently recording a video." "I'm fine with it," Mu Jingyang replied with a smile. Mu Shui and her sister stepped aside. Since the video from the previous night had been deleted by Long Yun, they needed to record a new segment today. Long Yun meticulously inspected the vehicle, bending down to examine the undercarriage. "Mr. Mu, this vehicle does have an off-road history, correct?" "Yes, indeed. My trusty companion has accompanied me to the Fuka mountain range once, for half a year. Thankfully it did, or I might not have made it out alive." Mu Jingyang recounted with a hint of nostalgia. Long Yun, sensing a story worth sharing, inquired further, "Mr. Mu, what transpired? Would you care to elaborate?" "In 2018, an earthquake struck the Fuka mountain range. Along with 2 companions, I drove this vehicle to the disaster zone to provide assistance. We were part of the social rescue effort. The roads in the quake-affected area were obliterated, and we encountered landslides. My left leg was pinned beneath a rock, and it took quite some time to free myself, resulting in significant blood loss. Fortunately, this reliable vehicle guided us to a disaster relief hospital, saving my life." Mu Jingyang's right hand lovingly caressed the car's headlight, displaying a sense of attachment. "Truly commendable. You are heroes," Long Yun praised, giving Mu Jingyang a thumbs up. He smiled faintly. "Now, my leg is completely useless. This car is too high, making it inconvenient to get in and out. It's time to sell it and acquire a new one. Mr. Mu, I deeply admire your courageous actions. However, our vehicle acquisition is a business transaction, and we can only offer you the price we discussed yesterday. If, and I emphasize if, this vehicle can be sold at a higher price, and my profit exceeds 20,000, I will certainly share the surplus with you. Does that sound agreeable?" "One must call a spade a spade. Long Yun held great admiration for Mr. Mu before him, whose heroic deeds of yesteryear were indeed commendable, particularly as he had suffered an injury to his leg in the process. Nonetheless, the buying and selling of vehicles is, at its core, a business, and ensuring basic profit margins is imperative. Oh, is that truly the case? Our esteemed elder is not easily fooled, Mu Shui remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Rest assured, I maintain transparency in both the purchase and sale prices. All transactions will be documented on video and made available online, Long Yun replied. Who can say? Mu Shui turned her head away, and at her sister's gentle tug on her clothing, she refrained from continuing her commentary. The transaction concluded at 200,000 yuan. After the elder signed the documents, he once again shook Long Yun's hand, but this time the grip was notably firm, to the extent that Long Yun felt a twinge of pain in his palm. Chapter 65. Is green unpleasant? The first time the elder shook Long Yun's hand, it was gentle and warm. Why then such force this time? As their hands clasped, Long Yun sensed an unusual glint in Mu Xingyang's eyes, as if he were testing Long Yun's strength. Just yesterday, Long Yun had showcased his prowess online, which included a segment demonstrating his physical capabilities. It was not entirely unfathomable that someone might wish to gauge his strength in reality, especially after performing feats such as hoisting 4 individuals with his arms and lifting a variable box single-handedly, actions likely to attract the attention of muscle enthusiasts. Regardless, it was difficult for Long Yun to associate the elderly gentleman before him with such individuals. Observing the subtle fluctuations in Mu Xingyang's expression, it was evident that his intentions were deliberate yet discreet, seemingly merely to test the waters. In Long Yun's eyes, this did not constitute provocation or a challenge, yet it left a lasting impression of the elder. Once the formalities were completed, the trio departed in a taxi. According to the regulations of the Great Xia Kingdom, the elder, due to his mobility issues, could authorize Mu Shui to handle the transfer of ownership with a simple letter of delegation. Did it not seem overly ostentatious for the 3 of them to appear together? The elder had been capable of purchasing a vehicle worth over 500,000 yuan 3 years prior. Did he now need to sell this old car to afford a new one? Logically sound, yet something felt amiss. Before long, Long Yun instructed the video editing staff to publish the car acquisition footage online. 1,000 kilometers away in Fuka City, the proprietor of Dongji Jewelry and Jade, Dong Yin, was meticulously polishing an antique jade artifact in his office. A subordinate rushed in, visibly excited. Boss Dong, we have news. A yellow FJ cruiser is for sale in Longjiang City, Jiangnan Province. The subordinate stood at attention, bowing slightly as he reported. Dong Yin, with his graying beard, removed his reading glasses, slowly set down the object in his hands, and with a twitch of his lips, inquired, "Did you see the license plate?" "No." The plate was obscured. "In the video we viewed online, the original owner appears to be of similar age to you, with an amputation below the left calf. And he also mentioned an incident from 2018. What of the video? Bring it to me at once." Certain keywords in the subordinate's report appeared to strike a nerve with Dong Yin, whose gaze sharpened as he extended his hands in search of the mobile device, nearly leaping from his wheelchair in excitement. The subordinate stepped forward to steady him, retrieving the phone from his pocket and playing the acquisition video for Dong Yin. As Dong Yin held the phone, watching the footage of the FJ cruiser being acquired, he became choked with emotion. His hands trembled, and tears streamed down his aged visage. "Brother, I have finally found you." The subordinate swiftly supported Dong Yin to prevent him from falling due to his overwhelming excitement. "Quick, make arrangements. We must fly to Longjiang City immediately. No, call that dealership first and secure the vehicle." Dong Yin was aflame with enthusiasm, wheeling himself in circles within the office, seemingly oblivious to his own desires. "Understood, Boss Dong, I will attend to it right away." Shortly after the acquisition video was posted, a phone call came in. Placing a deposit of 100,000 yuan to secure the very FJ cruiser Long Yun had just acquired. It was Long Yun's first encounter with such a client who would commit to a purchase without even inspecting the vehicle. The caller insisted on meeting Long Yun personally, stating they would arrive in Longjiang City that afternoon. Even internet celebrities have their share of troubles. Thus, Long Yun was left to await the arrival of the customer at the dealership. In the acquisition video, Long Yun had outlined the issues with the FJ cruiser, and the act of placing a deposit indicated the client's acceptance of the car's condition. The moment the FJ cruiser was displayed in the showroom, it was promptly marked as sold. Long Yun instructed Xiao Li to drive a Buick GL8 to the airport to welcome the new owner of the FJ cruiser. A luxury car dealership must uphold its standards of hospitality. At present, the dealership had only 2 Buick GL8s and a Lamborghini Gallardo available for sale. A young man named Lu Yi, fresh from his college entrance examinations, arrived at Long Yun's luxury car dealership, his eyes drawn to the striking green Lamborghini Gallardo displayed in the showroom. The Gallardo is Lamborghini's most affordable model. A soft-top convertible with a starting price of under $3 million, now discontinued and mostly found in the second-hand market. The particular model in the showroom was the base variant. Equipped with a 5.0-liter naturally aspirated V10 engine and a 6 AMT transmission. The previous owner had opted for a Harman Kardon sound system, superior to Lamborghini's standard audio, which was a selling point for the younger demographic. Liu Yi was of similar age to Long Yun, and due to the significant transaction amount, he was accompanied by his mother. However, she remained in the customer lounge throughout, not even glancing at the car. Through inquiries, Long Yun discovered that Liu Yi had prohibited his mother from interfering in his decisions. While he was indifferent to other matters, Liu Yi's mother could not abide the color of the vehicle, believing it would cause ridicule for a young man to drive such a hue. Liu Yi, however, could not comprehend his mother's concerns, as she had not explicitly articulated the implications of the color in the eyes of adults. At the moment of signing the agreement, Liu Yi's mother insisted on negotiating a lower price based on the car's distinctive color. This young boss, our Liu Yi, won't use this car for long. The price must be reduced, she insisted, clutching her bank card, refusing to swipe it, demanding a reduction of 30,000 yuan from the agreed price of 880,000 yuan. Noting that Long Yun was of similar age to Liu Yi, she hesitated to voice the implications of the color. Why not? I can assure you that at your age, even if I explained, you wouldn't understand. The price must still be lowered by 30,000, she retorted without further elaboration. The price we agreed upon is certainly related to the car's color, and therefore, there is no justification for a price reduction based on color. If it were yellow, the price would be considerably higher. Mom, I just like this color. Liu Yi was clearly displeased with his mother's interference. Auntie, if one day Liu Yi no longer favors this color, he can always wrap the car to change its appearance. Orange, white, yellow, black, and so on, Long Yun suggested. Is that possible? Absolutely. I guarantee it in the name of our dealership, Long Yun affirmed. I simply adore this color. Why would I want to change it? Liu Yi retorted, visibly discontent. Stepping aside. Son, when you grow older, you won't appreciate the Hulk anymore. One day, you will understand. Liu Yi's mother shook her head in resignation, finally swiping her card for the payment of 880,000 yuan. As Liu Yi's mother signed the agreement, a commotion erupted outside the dealership, where a group appeared to be arguing with the newly hired female staff member, Xiaoyan. Long Yun stepped outside to investigate. I apologize, sir, but this is a luxury car dealership. We do not accept taxis, Xiaoyan repeated tirelessly. Ha ha ha, a luxury car dealership? A taxi? Long Yun couldn't help but exclaim, lamenting the incompetence of those he employed. Long Yuan, accompanied by 5 individuals, arrogantly parked a Rolls-Royce Ghost emblazoned with a taxi-like livery at the entrance of the dealership. The inexperienced intern, Xiaoyan, mistook the ostentatious vehicle for a mere taxi. Chapter 66, Boxing. The brazen Long Yuan strode ahead of the crowd, flanked by 4 burly subordinates clad in tailored suits, each exuding an air of formidable prowess. Long Yun discerned that trouble had arrived. The previous day, during a live broadcast, Long Yuan had wagered, under the guise of his subordinate Tang Xiangrong, on a bet involving the grotesque act of consuming excrement weighing 1 pound and 6 ounces. Tang Xiangrong's account had since exploded in popularity, his phone and WeChat inundated with messages, as tens of thousands awaited his live performance. Xiaoyan, being new, naturally did not recognize the Rolls-Royce Ghost. After all, everyone's journey of growth requires a process. Upon encountering Long Yuan pointed at the Ghost behind him and let out a chuckle. General Long, do you accept taxis? What is your offer? Oh, young Master Long, what brings you to my humble dealership to sell cars? Long Yun replied with a beaming smile. Long Yuan cast a glance at Xiaoyan, scoffing. The taxi doesn't want to run anymore, so sell it off. Make me an offer. Xiaoyan, please escort these gentlemen to the lounge upstairs, Long Yun instructed. No need for your concern. We'll just have a look around here, Long Yuan retorted, his gaze drawn to the green Lamborghini Gallardo displayed in the showroom. Given that they had already obstructed the dealership's entrance with their vehicle, Long Yun felt compelled to conduct a routine inspection of the car. The on-site inspection was merely for show. Upon seeing the license plate, Long Yun was already well aware of the vehicle's fundamental condition. While Long Yun and Xiaoyan engaged in the inspection, Long Yuan and his entourage approached the Gallardo. Inside, Louis was seated, while Lou's mother had completed the paperwork and was descending from the upper floor. Wow, this color is stunning, Long Yuan exclaimed. A mischievous grin plastered across his face as he fixated on Liu Yi, who appeared utterly bewildered. Long Yuan leaned against the car window, feigning familiarity, and with a sly smile, inquired, Brother, have you been through some turmoil lately? What made you choose this color? Liu Yi was utterly perplexed, not comprehending the insinuation behind Long Yuan's words. Noticing the lack of response from the young man, Long Yuan bluntly pressed on, What's the matter? Did your girlfriend cheat on you? His four subordinates erupted into laughter. While Lu Yi remained oblivious, Lu's mother, however, had caught every word, her expression darkening instantly. Hey, how can you speak like that? My son is still a student, just finished his college entrance exams. Long Yuan turned to see Lu's mother, removed his hand from the window, and took a step back, mocking. So he's just a little kid, still weaning. No wonder you don't understand. What did you say? Lu Yi suddenly leaped from the car, flinging open the door to confront Long Yuan. A suited bodyguard swiftly intervened, stepping in front of Lu Yi and seizing him by the throat. The delicate Lu Yi, unaccustomed to such brute strength, could hardly endure within mere seconds. Tears streamed down his face as he flailed helplessly. What are you doing to my son? Lu's mother rushed forward, pushing the bodyguard aside. Long Yun, sensing the escalating tension within the dealership, interrupted the inspection and hurried inside to restore order. Lu Yi coughed incessantly, while Lu's mother supported him. Meanwhile, other customers were drawn in, curious about the commotion. Upon grasping the situation, Long Yun could only shake his head in disbelief. The arrogant Long Yuan had fortuitously encountered Lu Yi, who had just acquired a green Gallardo. Lu Yi's world was refreshingly simple. He loved what he loved, indifferent to others' opinions. In contrast, Long Yuan, devoid of merit and wisdom, boasted a wealth of social experience beyond his years, having grown accustomed to a life of privilege, unrestrained and reckless, ready to bite at anyone, regardless of past grievances or present animosities. Lu's mother recognized the overwhelming odds against them. In an effort to protect her son, she decided not to engage with Long Yuan and his entourage. Upon seeing the approaching Long Yun, she resolved to return the car. We want to return the car, Lu's mother asserted firmly. Auntie, according to our contract, this vehicle cannot be returned if there are no issues. May I inquire what problems you have with it? Long Yun asked. The color is unappealing. We do not like it, Lu's mother replied, prompting Long Yuan and his companions to erupt in laughter. Her complexion fluctuated between shades of anger and embarrassment. She had never liked this color to begin with. However, the car had always been that color, and they had signed the agreement after viewing it. Returning a vehicle necessitates valid grounds and procedures. One cannot simply demand a return on a whim. We no longer want this color. I have always stated my distaste for it. Lu's mother insisted on returning the car, while Lu Yi sat nearby, clutching his chest, appearing quite distressed. I'm sorry, but this does not meet the criteria for a return. Our agreement explicitly states this. Long Yun shook his head, indicating the impossibility of a return. Isn't this vibrant green color delightful? Why return it? Long Yuan interjected, reveling in the chaos. Lu's mother scanned the contract, casting a furtive glare at Long Yuan and his crew, then cleared her throat. No return is acceptable unless you apologize. An apology is mandatory, she demanded, glancing at Long Yuan and his entourage. Apologize? Huh, I've never apologized to anyone in my life. Long Yuan and his companions laughed boastfully. Technically, Long Yuan should have apologized to Lu Yi after mocking him and instigating violence through his bodyguard. Long Yun turned around, aiming to mediate the conflict with a calm demeanor, gently stating to Long Yuan, Young Master Long, your subordinate initiated the aggression and should apologize to this young man. What is it to you, Long Yun? Who do you think you are? Long Yuan retorted, jabbing a finger at Long Yun's nose. Long Yun maintained his composure, a professional smile still gracing his face. Young Master Long, with your family's extensive wealth, surely you understand basic etiquette? What did you say? A bodyguard stepped forward aggressively, glaring at Long Yun. Long Yun chose to ignore the bodyguard, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Long Yuan. Long Yuan pondered for a moment, devising a clever solution to the livestream debacle. Long Yun, let us make a wager and host a livestream. If you lose, you'll have to substitute for my subordinate and perform the act of consuming excrement. What are the terms? Long Yun inquired. Let us have a boxing match. Only the boxing platform will broadcast it. All right, I agree. Long Yun realized the platform had stringent regulations and prohibited broadcasting of any violations. Boxing matches required gloves to be worn. Long Yuan's subordinates promptly retrieved 2 pairs of boxing gloves from the trunk of the Ghost. Thankfully, the dealership was not crowded, allowing for ample space as the live stream was set to commence. Long Yun sought to purchase boxing skills through his system, only to discover that the feature was not yet available for sale, as he had not activated the sports section. Given the ineptitude of Long Yuan's lackeys, he felt no need for specialized boxing skills. With his current strength of 280 kilograms in one hand, dispatching them would be effortless. A crowd gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. After donning the gloves, Long Yuan suddenly interjected, Wait, you haven't stated your conditions yet. We certainly don't intend to lose. Not wanting to provide Long Yun any leverage in front of the crowd, he clarified, If you lose, you must first apologize to these 2 customers. Long Yun gestured toward Lu's mother and Lu Yi. Secondly, the one who made the bet about consuming excrement during yesterday's live broadcast must clean the floor for 3 days, on all fours with a towel. I want to provide meals or wages. What do you think? If you concede now, you only have to clean for 1 day. Don't get too cocky. Bring it on. Long Yuan shoved one of his bodyguards forward. A discerning observer would easily discern that with Long Yun's petite stature, he is hardly on par with the burly bodyguards of Long Yuan. The outcome of this boxing match seems devoid of suspense. Go, Long Yun, Louis exclaimed, raising his arm in fervent encouragement. The other onlookers joined in, rallying behind Long Yun, as it is a common inclination among the masses to sympathize with the underdog. Tang Xiangrong initiated a live broadcast, attracting an impressive audience of over 10,000 eager fans, all awaiting his live commentary. Hello, everyone, I am Tang Xiangrong. He greeted timidly towards the camera. Due to platform regulations prohibiting live broadcasting of certain content, today we will be broadcasting a boxing match. He outlined the rules of the contest for his viewers, fully aware that he might be subjected to ridicule, yet recognizing this as his sole opportunity to continue his pursuit of a career. Observing the warm-up exercises of the opposing team, it was evident that Long Yuan's bodyguards were well trained. In a state of unpreparedness, Long Yun could only adapt to the situation at hand. He donned his gloves and remained motionless, awaiting the opponent's strike. The 3 bodyguards had heard of Long Yun's live performances from their employer, but were skeptical, as many online shows were perceived as mere theatrics designed to capture attention. Long Yuan selected the most formidable bodyguard to step forward. Upon witnessing the imposing physique of the bodyguard, the crowd collectively held their breath for Long Yun. The disparity in size was glaring. After several probing jabs, the bodyguard unleashed a left hook aimed at Long Yun's head. Long Yun, keenly observing the trajectory of the punch, retreated a step and evaded the initial blow. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. The force and intent behind that punch were palpable. After several attempts, the bodyguard soon realized that Long Yun was a novice, seemingly ignorant of boxing fundamentals. He then launched a straightforward punch, targeting Long Yun's face. Unlike the previous exploratory strikes, this one was a genuine attempt to incapacitate him. Mimicking the attack, Long Yun retaliated with a right straight punch. The resounding crack of their gloves colliding pierced the air. A punch for a punch. In typical scenarios, one would either evade or defend against such an onslaught. To everyone's surprise, Long Yun deviated entirely from conventional tactics. The bodyguard felt as though his fist had struck a concrete wall, and to his astonishment, the opposing force bore a countering strength that reverberated back through his arm. A series of subtle, nearly imperceptible cracking sounds reached Long Yun's ears. They were the sounds of the bodyguard's arm fracturing. The bodyguard was propelled backward by the tremendous force emanating from his own arm, stumbling as he fell, landing awkwardly on his backside and rolling twice before coming to a halt. The crowd was momentarily stunned, but Lu Yi, the first to react, led the applause and celebration, which was soon echoed by the others. An underdog triumphing over a stronger opponent in a single blow. How inspiring. Long Yuan had anticipated Long Yun's strength, yet he was taken aback to witness his strongest bodyguard being sent flying with one strike. This was utterly surreal. Chapter 67. The Positive Energy of a Car Salesman. Long Yun's unconventional approach to striking, delivering a punch for a punch and directly knocking down his opponent, created a powerful visual impact, causing the live broadcast's viewership to surge. However, some deemed the display overly violent and reported it to the platform, leading to an immediate suspension of the stream. With the broadcast now terminated, it was time to disperse. Long Yuan and his associates helped the fallen bodyguard to his feet and prepared to leave. Wait, you lost. You must adhere to our prior agreement. Long Yun's gaze was icy, and despite his slender frame, he exuded an inexplicable aura of intimidation. Indeed, you should quickly apologize. Lu Mu interjected, positioning herself defiantly in front of Long Yuan and the others. Long Yuan shot a resentful glance at his subordinates, clenched his teeth, and with a slight bow towards Lu Mu and Lu Yi, begrudgingly uttered, "I'm sorry." With Long Yuan leading the way, Tang Xiangrong and the others followed him out of the store. Long Yun understood that this was a retail establishment, and maintaining normal operations was paramount. Thus, there was no need to dwell excessively on certain details. As Long Yuan started the car, he remarked to Long Yun, "Someone will come by tomorrow to clean up the mess." Long Yun offered a faint smile. Lu Yi and Lu Mu joined him in their vehicle and departed. The customers who had been considering the GL8 returned to discussing the details of their agreement. Long Yun gazed outside the store, letting out a slight sigh. This fellow will surely return to stir up trouble again, haha. With 2 GL8s delivered, the inventory was entirely sold out, leaving only the one driven by Xiao Li reserved for reception purposes. Just as one might expect, Xiao Li returned in the GL8. As he parked, Two impeccably dressed young men exited the vehicle, and as the electric door opened, an elderly gentleman with a shock of white hair appeared seated within. The first young man had already set a wheelchair beside the car door. The two young men assisted the elderly gentleman into the wheelchair. Without needing an introduction, Long Yun recognized that the man in the wheelchair was the main character and approached him to extend his greetings. "Good day. May I inquire if you are Mr. Dong?" "Hello, I am Dong Yen. You must be the remarkable streamer, Long Yun. You are even more handsome in person," Dong Yen praised. "You flatter me, Mr. Dong. Please, come in." Long Yun gestured aside as one of the young men wheeled Dong Yen into the store. Upon entering, they immediately spotted the striking yellow FJ Cruiser, still adorned with the previous owner's license plates, as the transfer paperwork had not yet been initiated. Dong Yen cast a glance over the vehicle before his gaze fixated intently on the license plate, lost in thought. The others were puzzled by what the elderly gentleman was fixated upon. After a moment, Dong Yen, his face alight with joy, exclaimed, "That's it. Just as it was when I first laid eyes on it." The crowd was bewildered, and Long Yun too was at a loss regarding Mr. Dong's remarks. Dong Yen turned his wheelchair to face the assembly and, with a sigh of relief, recounted, "This vehicle saved my life many years ago. To be precise, the person driving it saved my entire family." He continued, "Back then, my wife, daughter, and I were traveling through the Fuca Mountains. As we entered a valley, a sudden earthquake struck, sending our vehicle careening into the riverbed amidst a torrent of mud and rocks." He gestured toward his amputated legs, pausing for a moment. "My legs were pinned beneath a massive boulder, while my wife and daughter were relatively fortunate, suffering only minor injuries. When the earthquake occurred, all signals were lost. We were utterly isolated, crying out to no avail." Reflecting on the harrowing memory, Dong Yan's expression darkened, prompting one of his aides to place a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "That night felt like the longest of my life. As dawn approached, I sensed my time was running out. I urged my wife and daughter to leave me behind and seek help. They refused to abandon me." Dong Yan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and the female staff members in the store felt their own eyes welling up, as the memory of that devastating earthquake lingered in the collective consciousness, even for those who had not directly experienced it. Eventually, I lost consciousness for what seemed like an eternity. When I finally opened my eyes, I saw 3 men before me, claiming to be part of a rescue team. I implored them to take my wife and daughter to safety, but they refused to leave me behind. I cannot recall how they managed it, but they somehow extricated me and loaded me into a yellow off-road vehicle. Dong Yin turned his gaze toward the FJ Cruiser behind him. At that time, all I remembered was the front of the vehicle, its color, shape, and the license plate from Jiangnan province. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, I had already succumbed to unconsciousness. My family of 3 was transported to a disaster relief hospital, and due to the severity of my injuries, I was airlifted back to the city. We didn't even have the opportunity to inquire about the name of our savior. My daughter recounted that the only detail they remembered was the vehicle, a car with a license plate from Longjiang City in Jiangnan province, that navigated treacherous terrain to deliver us to the hospital. Thankfully, this old companion proved reliable. Otherwise, as the story unfolded, the elder's tears transformed into a smile, reflecting a sense of relief after surviving a calamity. Long Yun had not anticipated such a remarkable visit from today's guests, who immediately shared a poignant memory. "Mr. Dong, can you confirm if this is indeed the FJ Cruiser that rescued your family?" The elder shook his head. "I cannot be certain. Perhaps I have a 70 to 80% confidence. Therefore, could you assist me in contacting the original owner?" This was certainly feasible, though I couldn't guarantee that the individual would come. "I've reviewed the vehicle acquisition video. You mentioned that the amount exceeding 200,000 would be given to the original owner. Is that still valid?" "Absolutely. We only profit from what we rightfully earn," Long Yun affirmed. "Very well. The original price was over 500,000. I shall purchase it for 580,000. Do you find that agreeable?" the elder inquired. "Certainly. The additional 360,000 will be entirely transferred to the original owner." The elder nodded in satisfaction, signaling his associates to accompany Long Yun's staff upstairs to complete the paperwork. Long Yun retrieved the contract and dialed the phone number left by Mu Zhengyang. A familiar female voice answered. "Hello, who is this?" "Greetings, I am seeking Mr. Mu Zhengyang. Is he available? What do you need with my father?" Long Yun confirmed that the voice belonged to Mu Shui. "I represent Long Yun's luxury car gallery. The FJ we previously acquired has indeed been sold at a premium. The surplus funds can be collected at our company, but you must bring your father along." "Oh, you are that little schemer. You're not trying to pull some new trick on me, are you? Do you truly perceive me as so devious?" "Who knows?" More than half an hour later, Mu Shui and Mu Zhengyang arrived by taxi in front of Long Yun's luxury car gallery. Old Master Dong had been waiting at the entrance, accompanied by 2 of his aides. As Mu Zhengyang approached the store with the aid of a cane, he noticed a figure in a wheelchair. Dong Yin stared intently at the approaching Mu Xingyang, his expression brimming with excitement, lips trembling, eyes glistening with tears. Savior, is that you? The man in the wheelchair seemed eager to rise. The familiar figure, calling him savior, caused Mu Xingyang and Mu Shui to halt. On the Fuka Mountains, my legs were pinned by a boulder. There were 3 of us, including my wife and daughter. Dong Yin attempted to recount the details of that fateful rescue. You are the one whose legs were trapped. Your legs. Amputated. My survival depended entirely on your benevolence. Your legs were not treated promptly and became useless. Long Yun observed as the 2 elderly men, bonded by their shared brush with death, clasped hands tightly. He mused that, as a car dealer, he could sometimes contribute positively to the world. Ding. Dear host, you have assisted others using this system. Reward. 30 evolution points. Performing good deeds surely brings rewards, and Long Yun allocated all 30 points to enhance his strength, raising his one-handed power to 310 points. Seizing an opportunity, Long Yun once again shook hands with Mu Xingyang, eager to test the elder's strength. This time, Mu Xingyang's grip was gentle and soft, lacking the previous intensity. Long Yun gradually increased his force, and Mu Xingyang matched it. When Long Yun's pressure reached a certain threshold, Mu Xingyang suddenly exclaimed, "My hand! My hand!" He clutched his right hand in apparent pain, prompting Mu Shui to rush over, glaring fiercely at Long Yun, and sternly demanded, "Long Yun, what are you doing?" Chapter 68. The Resurrection of the Lexus? As Mu Shui approached, Mu Xingyang merely rubbed his palm, casually flexing his fingers. "Shui, it's nothing, just a cramp." Mu Shui's piercing gaze could have sliced through steel, but only after confirming her father was unharmed did she take his arm and lead him towards the customer lounge. As Mu Xingyang and Mu Shui departed, Long Yun distinctly caught a peculiar smile from Mu Xingyang. This old man is intriguing. When Long Yun exerted pressure during their handshake, Mu Xingyang matched him, both increasing their strength. When Long Yun approached 200 kilograms of force, Mu Xingyang suddenly relaxed, causing Long Yun to nearly crush his hand. Narrowly avoiding disaster, Long Yun sensed that 200 kilograms was not Mu Xingyang's limit. At maximum strength, one's arm would tremble, yet Mu Xingyang's remained steady, his expression devoid of disturbance. This elder harbors considerable depth. Dong Yin intended to offer Mu Xingyang some money, but he firmly declined. The difference in purchase price was not something Mu Xingyang had planned to accept unless facilitated through Long Yun. Before departing, Dong Yin discreetly handed Long Yun an ornate card. It was a membership card to a second-hand luxury goods club, revealing the store's predicament of having no cars to sell. According to Old Master Dong, he was in the jewelry and jade business, with a headquarters in Fuka City and branches nationwide. His firm was a member of the second-hand luxury goods club, and he was one of the council members, authorized to recruit qualified new members. In essence, Long Yun's luxury car gallery was now a member of a second-hand luxury goods club. Luxury items do not merely signify extravagance and waste. Rather, they represent high-end consumption and a pursuit of refined personal taste and quality of life. Generally, second-hand luxury goods encompass items such as branded handbags, jewelry, and watches. For second-hand luxury cars to qualify as luxury goods, they must meet stringent criteria, being sufficiently opulent and rare. Dong Yan's inclusion of Long Yun's store into this club was not only an expression of gratitude for assisting him in finding his benefactor, but also a request for Long Yun to seek an opportunity to donate a sum to Mu Xingyang. Although Dong Yin and Mu Xingyang had once shared life and death, they were effectively strangers. Dong Yin was unaware of Mu Xingyang's profession and lacked the time to remain in Longjiang City, thus entrusting this matter to Long Yun. With access to a direct source of luxury cars, Long Yun had no reason to decline, especially as he and Fan Gang were both actively sourcing vehicles, ensuring their inventory would not run dry. Since Long Yun's livestream gained popularity, car owners had begun to approach the gallery to sell their vehicles. Ideally, in such a trendy luxury car gallery, owners would drive in to sell their cars, alleviating the need for Long Yun and others to seek them out. Acquiring vehicles from afar was tedious. Sometimes, traveling hundreds of kilometers yielded nothing, a fruitless endeavor that could incur considerable costs. The store required a permanent presence of staff capable of evaluating and purchasing vehicles. Currently, only Long Yun and Fan Gang were qualified, while others were still lacking experience. Today, Fan Gang had gone out with a newly hired staff member to procure a vehicle, reportedly a BMW 5 Series belonging to one of his fans. In Fan Gang's absence, Long Yun was obligated to remain at the store, waiting for a faithful car owner to arrive to sell their vehicle. The life of a used car dealer is rather monotonous. Just when one assumes the day would pass uneventfully, surprises often arrive unexpectedly, and in this instance, it was a substantial surprise. A white Lexus GX 460, the luxurious version of the Toyota Prado. Behind the wheel was a young man with a buzz cut. while a young lady alighted from the passenger seat, and they appeared to be a couple. The young man radiated joy, as if he had just encountered some great fortune. Long Yun promptly approached them. "Hello, are you looking to sell the car?" With no vehicles available for sale at his shop, he certainly hoped they were not there to make a purchase. "Hello, I'm a fan of yours. You look far more handsome in person than on your live streams." The young man smiled. "Thank you. I appreciate your support," Long Yun responded, glancing at the vehicle. This was a 2020 Lexus GX 460, the latest model. Yet upon seeing its license plate, he felt a twinge of confusion. "This is my boss's car. It now belongs to me as a trade-in," the young man explained. "Are you both comfortable being on camera?" "We're filming a video," Long Yun inquired. "I'm fine with that. It's a chance to be an actor, haha." The young man replied with a hearty laugh. The young lady stepped aside as an employee began recording with a smartphone. "This is a trade-in vehicle. Do you mean to cash it out now?" Long Yun asked. "Yes, I just got it back half a month ago. It drives so well that I'm reluctant to let it go," the young man replied. "If you don't sell it, you might be left with nothing to eat." The young lady chimed in. "Haha, you are quite humorous. This is indeed a GX 460. Long Yun remarked as he circled to the rear of the vehicle to confirm it was indeed a GX 460. "Correct, it's the 2020 model, nearly costing 1.3 million yuan. The young man responded. "A GX 460 is roughly equivalent to 2 Prados." Long Yun noted. "Indeed, my friend says it drives much better than his Prado." The young man boasted. "It must be so, otherwise, why spend so much money?" As they spoke, Long Yun opened the car door and glanced at the nameplate, confirming the manufacture year as 2020. He then examined the interior. A 7-seater with mahogany trim, an 8-inch central control screen, a multifunctional leather steering wheel, leather seats, seat heating, and a sunroof, all visible features. There were also many unseen attributes, such as a non-load-bearing body, front-mounted 4-wheel drive, air suspension, chassis height adjustment, and a central differential lock. The paint was pristine, as if it had just rolled off the assembly line. "May I ask how much the trade-in was worth?" Long Yun inquired. What do you think it's worth?" "I've asked a few friends, and they all say it's a good car." The young man seemed hesitant to disclose the trade-in value, perhaps worried that Long Yun would base his offer on that figure or offer even less. Long Yun lifted the hood and glanced at the nameplate, confirming the manufacture year as 2020. The naturally aspirated V8 engine featured a displacement of 4.6 liters. Yet the appearance of the engine did not seem to reflect its age. Long Yun scrutinized the nameplate once more, noting that the manufacture date indicated 2020. But based on the vehicle's VIN, it should have been a 2010 model. The exterior of the car was identical to the 2020 model. Yet the VIN indicated it was a 2010 model. What on earth was amiss? "System, could you confirm my assessment? Is this indeed a 2010 Lexus GX 460? Long Yun mentally inquired. "Dear host, based on comprehensive data analysis, this is a modified 2010 Lexus GX 460 designed to resemble a 2020 model. Not only was the exterior altered, but even the nameplate had been fabricated to match the 2020 version, and the interior had been refurbished. This was a vehicle that had undergone extensive renovations. Realizing that this car was not merely refurbished but was, in fact, a counterfeit, Long Yun was left speechless, uncertain whether the young man had been duped or if someone intended to deceive him. "I'm sorry, but we cannot accept this vehicle," Long Yun said, closing the hood with a smile. "What? Why can't you accept it? You haven't even given me a quote yet. As long as the price is right, I can sell it. I need money urgently." The young man looked at Long Yun with confusion. "Have you consulted other dealerships?" "I asked a friend who said he doesn't deal with high-end cars." "Isn't your shop specialized in luxury vehicles?" It seemed that Long Yun was not the only one to sense the issue. "Indeed, our shop specializes in luxury cars, but we truly cannot handle this one." "Perhaps you should visit other dealers," Long Yun suggested, choosing not to expose the truth, regardless of whether the young man was a naive victim. In the world of car dealerships, where hidden currents flowed beneath the surface, he preferred to remain an observer. Chapter 69, The Assault of Capital. Before the end of the workday, Fan Gang indeed returned with a BMW 525 Li, having acquired it at a price that was not low, and anticipated profits were unlikely to be substantial. On his way back to the welfare home, Long Yun purchased 4 large watermelons. He could have bought more without any pressure, but such extravagant behavior would earn him reprimands from the likes of Grandpa Long, Andy Lee, Andy Wong, and Uncle Chio. They were all aware that Long Yun was working part-time, earning a modest income that warranted frugality. Long Yun retrieved a fruit knife and personally sliced the watermelons, inviting all the elderly men and women, as well as his siblings, to come out and enjoy the coolness while savoring the fruit. He believed that no sweetness could compare to the smiles of his family at the welfare home. For over a decade, Long Yun had considered this place his home, and even with a net worth in the billions, he still returned to the welfare home to spend the night. "Long Yun, what kind of part-time jobs do you do?" "How much do you earn in a day?" kindly inquired Auntie Lee as she savored the watermelon. "I serve plates at a restaurant." Long Yun had already devised a response, not intending to conceal anything, but understanding that he needed to communicate in a manner they could comprehend. "Oh, serving plates sounds exhausting." "How much do you earn in a day?" 100 yuan. Long Yun replied cheerfully. "That is not bad, but it is rather arduous." Auntie Lee observed with a hint of concern in her eyes. "Why do you leave so early? Is it necessary to rush to the restaurant?" Grandpa Long questioned, puzzled. "Indeed. The restaurant prepares breakfast in the morning." "Ah, you only earn 100 yuan for working from morning till evening? Those restaurant owners are like vampires." Auntie Lee denounced the non-existent greedy restaurant owner from afar. "That is just how part-time work is. Fortunately, Long Yun will be able to attend university in the future. And after graduation, he will surely secure a good job." Uncle Chiu declared confidently. "Absolutely. Without a doubt." The elderly men and women firmly believed that Long Yun's destiny would change. The circle at the welfare home was small. Some children who entered were quickly adopted and never returned. Long Yun was the exception, having stayed without leaving. 3 families had previously expressed interest in adopting him, but he had stubbornly refused, causing their efforts to falter. Among the elderly residents of the welfare home, Long Yun was the most adored child, not only for his good looks, but also for his gentle disposition. To them, he was akin to their own grandchildren, drawing their affection. It was said that the residents of this particular welfare home had some cognitive issues, and with only a few dozen elderly residents, there were numerous factions and alliances. Today, Grandpa Wang declared his independence, announcing a severance of ties with Uncle Lee, Grandpa Long, and others. Tomorrow, Grandpa Wang became a close ally of Grandpa Long, uniting against the dark organization formed by Uncle Lee and his associates. In a few days, the formerly intimate comrades suddenly experienced internal strife, leading to a rift. In their advanced years, these elderly gentlemen displayed a childlike nature, forming and dissolving bonds with ease. Long Yun has always served as a lubricant among the people, a mediator whose presence ensures that the conflicts between the old-timers are invariably resolved. It is only in his company that this group appears so harmonious. Recently, however, Long Yun has been preoccupied with matters outside, unaware of the recent developments in this locality. According to the ever-informed Elder Long, it has been rumored that the Welfare Institute and the second-hand car market area are slated for complete demolition, as a certain real estate company intends to acquire the entire plot for the development of a new residential complex. The Welfare Institute will be relocated to the outskirts, far from the urban center and adjacent to the industrial zone, a quintessentially neglected area of Longjiang City. Currently, this news remains in the realm of rumor, yet to be substantiated. The Welfare Institute is one of the least favored areas in Longjiang City, often referred to as an old, dilapidated district awaiting renovation. Having grown up here, Long Yun has long regarded this place as home, though the concept of home has always been rather elusive in his mind. Now, it appears that this home will be dismantled, leaving him to ponder his fate as a homeless individual. When the capitalist scythe is raised, it is solely concerned with profit, utterly indifferent to personal sentiments. In the face of formidable and ruthless capital, any obstacles will be ruthlessly crushed. The following morning, Long Yun rose early as usual. The elderly gentlemen and ladies praised his diligence for getting up so early to take on part-time work. As per his routine, he first jogged a few laps at the gym opposite the Welfare Institute before climbing up to the highest point of the stance. From this elevated vantage, he could survey the surrounding area. The gym is separated from the Welfare Institute and the second-hand car market by a broad thoroughfare. Across the road, to the right, stands the 5th Welfare Institute of Longjiang City, the very place where Long Yun resides, a 5-story building that, due to years of neglect, appears rather dilapidated. This is where Long Yun has grown up. It has always been his home, despite the fact that the residents have changed numerous times. To the left of the Welfare Institute lies the largest second-hand car market in Longjiang City, a sprawling expanse filled with vehicles. Long Yun recalls that before he turned 10, this area was once farmland, where he spent countless hours in mischief, catching loaches, fishing for little fish, and stealing watermelons from the farmers. This vicinity holds all of Long Yun's cherished childhood memories. It was precisely because of his reluctance to part with this paradise that he turned down 3 adoption offers. He has almost become a permanent fixture at the 5th Welfare Institute, having never left since his arrival. While the other children who entered the Welfare Institute alongside him were either adopted or faced other fates, Long Yun remained the cheerful one, truly considering the Welfare Institute his home. Many elderly residents have come and gone, and Long Yun has lost count of how many he has seen off in the cemetery. Turning his gaze to the right of the gym, he observed a newly constructed thoroughfare, straight and broad, extending from the city center, a dual carriageway with 8 lanes, one of the main arteries of Longjiang City. On either side of this road, towering skyscrapers line up in succession, encroaching from the direction of the urban area. It is evident that these new buildings and residences will soon engulf the very area beneath his feet. This trend is officially termed urban renewal. Previously, Long Yun had paid little attention to this issue, but after hearing the old folks discuss the demolition yesterday, he climbed to this high platform today and gazed at the familiar scenery, realizing that all of this will soon vanish. A wave of inexplicable sorrow surged within him. Regardless of whether the rumors regarding the demolition hold any truth, the trajectory of urban development unmistakably indicates that the Welfare Institute and the second-hand car market area will inevitably face demolition. Long Yun took a deep breath, a hint of determination passing over his youthful visage. If he wishes to avoid becoming homeless, he must strive to earn money. Long Yun, press on. Chapter 70. Killing two birds with one stone. Fan Gang recently acquired a 2020 BMW 525 Li M Sport package with a suggested retail price of 426,000 yuan. He drove over 100 kilometers in Long Yun's Mercedes-Benz C200, which he had procured from one of his fans. The small business owner had only driven the car for a little over 20,000 kilometers. It was in pristine condition with its original paint intact. The previous owner, unable to manage his business, reluctantly sold it. Due to the previous owner's inability to travel abroad, he could not disclose the specific reasons for selling the vehicle. And the acquisition video offered little excitement, focusing solely on the meticulous inspection details. Remarkably, the car had been exceptionally well maintained, leaving little to discuss. The acquisition video was posted, and almost immediately, it was reserved by a local fan who transferred a deposit of 50,000 yuan, even before the car had arrived at the dealership. How could a luxury car dealership that operates online quietly sell a prime vehicle? It required some planning, a little show to attract attention, thereby enhancing the viewership of their video account. Upon returning to the store, Fan Gang decided to concoct a small narrative. The buyer was a fan of Fan Gang, a small contractor. Since these plans fell within Fan Gang's purview, he did not inform Long Yun. When Long Yun took the bus to the store, it was still early, and no staff had arrived yet, so he stopped by a neighboring shop for breakfast. As he was about to enter the store, he noticed a man squatting at the entrance, looking disheveled and dejected, his head bowed, with a woven bag tucked under his arm, seemingly heavy with contents. He presented the appearance of a downcast migrant worker. "Excuse me, could you please step aside? We are about to open the store," Long Yun politely addressed the man. The small contractor raised his head, his bloodshot eyes surveying Long Yun. "Brother, are you opening soon? How much is that car inside?" he inquired, gesturing towards the BMW 525 Li. Long Yun's luxury car dealership features a solid wall of tempered glass facing the street, allowing a clear view of the vehicles within from outside. Realizing he was referring to the BMW that Fan Gang had just acquired, Long Yun had not yet discussed the purchase price or any details with Fan Gang. Judging by the man's attire, he did not appear capable of purchasing such a car. Yet Long Yun refrained from making judgments based on appearances and welcomed him into the store. Unbeknownst to him, two groups organized by Fan Gang were filming the entire scenario. Fan Gang was positioned nearby with a long lens, capturing the events unfolding at the entrance, while the recording device was discreetly hidden in the small contractor's pocket. The contractor was an actor hired by Fan Gang. Only Long Yun remained oblivious to the ruse. Long Yun first called Fan Gang to inquire about the BMW 525 Li. Fan Gang's response was succinct and clear. The car is in original condition, pristine, and has already been reserved with a deposit by a fan. Long Yun was taken aback that the car had been sold so swiftly after its acquisition. When he turned to look at the contractor again, he found him seated inside the BMW, his woven bag discarded on the floor of the store. Long Yun approached the car door and tapped on the window. "Brother, how much is this car? I want it." The contractor stepped out of the car, moving to the front to caress the BMW emblem, exuding an air of determination. "I'm sorry, but this car has already been sold. The customer has placed a deposit," Long Yun explained. "Sold? If it's sold, why is it still here? You don't think I can't afford it, do you?" The contractor's face reflected his displeasure. No, that's not what I meant at all. This car was just acquired yesterday afternoon and was reserved by someone last night. They will be coming to pick it up today," Long Yun clarified. "Is that so?" The contractor regarded Long Yun with skepticism. Long Yun nodded, maintaining a professional smile, reflecting inwardly. "If only I could sell two cars. I see you look down upon me, believing I lack the funds, thinking I cannot afford this, am I right?" The small contractor seemed relentless. "I assure you, that is not my intention. This car is genuinely for sale." Long Yun waved his hand, keeping his professional smile intact. "I don't care about your deposits. I want this car. I have the money." As he spoke, the small contractor opened a woven bag on the ground, revealing bundles of 100 yuan bills. He began to extract the vibrant red notes, slapping them onto the ground. "Money, I have money. Just tell me, will you sell it or not?" Wealth brings a sense of audacity. The sheer visual impact of this cash cannot be compared to a mere bank transfer. This car cannot be sold to you. We have already received a deposit from another client, and breaching the agreement would require compensation of threefold. Long Yun continued to explain. That is your concern. I am indifferent. I have my eyes set on this car, and I possess the means to buy it, so you must sell it to me. Long Yun was at a loss for words. The market for the BMW 5 Series is vast. Besides this one, there are numerous alternatives. Why not leave your contact information? And I will reach out to you as soon as I locate another vehicle? No, I want this one. You can arrange another for the person who placed the deposit. I intend to drive this one away this morning. Is this another case of extortion? Long Yun was equally speechless. My dear sir, why are you so fixated on this particular car? The small contractor plopped down onto the ground, and Long Yun followed suit. Without this car, I cannot secure any jobs. I am eager to hear more. I am in construction, just a small contractor. The vehicle I drive determines the kind of jobs I receive. Last year, I drove our Honda City to a project site, while my competitor arrived in an Audi. Yes, an Audi. Guess what happened? He landed a contract worth $5 million, while I only secured $500,000. Does the vehicle you drive truly influence your chances of winning a bid? Long Yun inquired. It has significant implications. A car symbolizes strength and status. Those with power invariably drive luxury vehicles, while workers like you can only take public transport. Am I correct? Long Yun nodded. Indeed. I did arrive by bus, but we still have a BBA available for sale, don't we? Long Yun pointed to his Mercedes-Benz C200 station wagon, parked in the corner. He helped the small contractor stuff the money into the woven bag, and together they walked toward the Mercedes-Benz C200. The small contractor glanced at the vehicle, shaking his head. This car is too small, lacking in presence. My good sir, this car is meant for my wife. The previous owner was also a businesswoman. I acquired it and temporarily registered it in my name, now offering it at a special price of $688 million. Such a small car for such a high price. This is an imported Mercedes-Benz C200 station wagon. Ordering it from a dealership would require at least 3 months of waiting. The original price was over $420,000 upon delivery. And now it can be taken for just $688 million, with only a little over 10,000 kilometers on the clock, practically as good as new. Long Yun recalled the small contractor's earlier assertion about a car representing a man's identity, and he was now convinced that this vehicle was unsuitable for him. To him, as merely a means of transportation, it was far too ostentatious, and as a symbol of status, it clearly could not embody his ambitions and dreams, making it a prime opportunity to sell. My wife engages in small business. She does not require such an extravagant vehicle. Our Honda City is still in good condition. My good sir, it would be quite a challenge to drive that car until it's scrapped. Long Yun quickly added, I see you as a successful individual. Your wife, as your partner, represents your image. If she shines in the eyes of others, it reflects your capabilities and success. Consider the validity of my words. The small contractor pondered for a moment, finding merit in Long Yun's reasoning, and the two began to discuss the specifications of the Mercedes-Benz C200. Fan Gang had initially intended to capture the spectacle of the small contractor flaunting cash to purchase a vehicle, but unexpectedly, the narrative was diverted by Long Yun. Those who had been secretly filming entered the shop. After informing Long Yun of everything, he realized he was the only one left in the dark. The BMW 525 Li was indeed the small contractor's order. However, the contractor now had a new plan, wanting to acquire both the BMW and the Mercedes, with the condition being a partial trade-in of their Honda City. Subsequently, the Honda City would become the shop's communal vehicle. Fan Gang had not anticipated that his orchestrated scenario would backfire on him, as he would now have to rely on that small Honda City for collecting cars in the future. Long Yun had already decided on the way here that he would entrust the shop's management entirely to Fan Gang. As he had set his sights on 2 luxury cars seized in a certain port city, Long Yun understood that he must accelerate his path to wealth. Only with sufficient funds could he realize his dreams. Chapter 71. Investigating Long Yun. Yesterday, Long Yuan's subordinate, Tang Xiangrong, had spent an entire day mopping the floors at Long Yun's luxury car showroom, exhausted to the point where he could no longer stand upright. According to their prior agreement, Tang Xiangrong was required to scrub the floors while lying down, streaming live, covering every corner of the shop without any slack or breaks. And there were indeed viewers monitoring him during the live broadcast. Accepting the consequences, Long Yuan observed his beleaguered subordinate and, wishing to avoid further conflict, rewarded him with some money. The buzzcut man returned in the borrowed Lexus GX 460 to a secluded parking lot, reporting back to Long Yuan. Young master, the car. It didn't T-sell. The buzzcut man stood before Long Yuan, his head bowed in submission. Did that brat, Long Yuan, discover anything? Long Yuan cast a cold glance at the buzzcut man, inquiring. That fellow looked inside the car and inspected the engine compartment. He didn't say a word and outright rejected it. The buzzcut man replied, still with his head down. Did you not perform convincingly enough alongside that woman? Did he notice any flaws? We acted quite convincingly. You can ask Tang Xiangrong. He was mopping the floor in the shop and surely saw everything. The buzzcut man looked at Tang Xiangrong for confirmation, only to receive a fierce glare in response. I saw nothing, absolutely nothing. Tang Xiangrong groaned, wincing in pain. All right. Enough with the whining. It's vexing me, you bunch of useless fools. Is there no other way to deal with that kid? Previously, the buzzcut man had assured Long Yuan that the car would definitely fool Long Yun to ensure success. He even arranged for someone to sell a brand new BMW to Fan Gang, aiming to divert Fan Gang, the seasoned professional. Fan Gang had not anticipated that it was merely a ruse. However, the BMW 525 Li was indeed tempting. Not only was the vehicle appealing, but the price was also attractive. Albeit the journey was somewhat long, consuming an entire day. According to the buzzcut man's plan, once the GX460 was sold, he would immediately find someone to buy it back, extracting a hefty profit from the compensation, then report to the Market Management Bureau to have Long Yun's shop shut down and declared bankrupt. Because Long Yun had made no comments on the vehicle, the buzzcut man could not decipher his intentions. Young master, I will have a friend prepare another meticulously refurbished water-damaged vehicle. I refuse to believe he can see through this. The buzzcut man was evidently confident in his scheme. Fine. This time we'll consider it luck for that kid. He may dodge the initial strike, but he cannot escape the subsequent one. I refuse to believe he won't fall into the trap. Yes, young master. The buzzcut man's eyes gleamed with hope, as if he could already envision the prospect of toppling Long Yun. Long Yuan surveyed those around him, awaiting their strategies. Each of you, please contribute some ideas. Let us hear your suggestions for a viable plan. Beside the young master Long Yuan stood a subordinate, resembling a frail monkey, who timidly spoke up. Skinny monkey, do you have any ideas? Speak quickly. Long Yuan cast a glance at the slender figure of Huang Hao. Young master, with your wealth and intellect, eliminating that dragon Yun is as effortless as squashing a mere bug. We ought to crush him, Huang Hao declared with a sycophantic expression. Oh, do elaborate on your thoughts. Long Yuan prompted. He, Dragon Yun, has opened a trendy luxury car dealership. We shall open a similar establishment right next to his, ensuring that ours is larger and more opulent, directly driving him to ruin. The skinny monkey proclaimed with fervor. What do you all think? Long Yuan inquired, turning to the others nearby. De Ping too shook his head, then nodded hesitantly. Long Yuan shot him a disapproving look before shifting his gaze to Tang Xiangrong, who was lounging on the sofa. Tang Xiangrong understood that he had unwittingly acted as a scapegoat for his master. Should the skinny monkey's idea falter, he would inevitably share the blame. Thus he cried out in pain. Long Yuan realized that Tang Xiangrong was of no use and turned to Su Ji, his strategist, who had previously suggested several dubious plans. Ahem, young master, Huang Hao's suggestion is quite reasonable and feasible, Su Ji remarked, ever meticulous in his speech, idolizing the strategist Li Ru from the Three Kingdoms period. Su Ji, what is your assessment? Long Yuan inquired. Young master, according to my investigations, Dragon Yun is an orphan raised in the Fifth Welfare Institute. He has just completed his college entrance examination and previously worked part-time during holidays, though his earnings were modest. After this year's exams, it is said he has been working part-time in the second-hand car market under a boss named Long Tong, suddenly amassing hundreds of thousands, making hundreds of thousands from part-time car sales in just a few days. Long Yuan, though accustomed to the finer things in life, understood that such earnings were implausible from part-time work. Indeed, Su Ji affirmed. Is it merely hundreds of thousands? I have inquired about his store. He purchased it himself, valued at over 10 million. Long Yuan was dissatisfied with Su Ji's findings. The crux of the matter lies here. We bribed relevant bank personnel to investigate his account transactions. The first substantial deposit was 3 million yuan, the payer's identity undisclosed, and the second deposit's details remain concealed. Concealed? After taking our money, they refused to disclose information? Is there no professional ethics? Long Yuan bellowed. The staff indicated that revealing such information could cost him his life. Su Ji lowered his voice, seemingly reluctant to divulge further details. During the inquiry into Dragon Yun's account, the bank staff discovered that the 3 million yuan transfer was made by Long Tao, the cousin of the mayor of Longjiang City. Any financial dealings involving Long Tao must remain confidential due to an unspoken rule from above. They also uncovered a transaction record hidden by the system, obscured entirely with asterisks. And following this transfer, Dragon Yun's bank balance surged by 98 million yuan. What manner of identity does Dragon Yun possess? Typically, funds flow into an enigmatic individual's account. It is exceedingly rare for such a person to transfer out funds. The information the bank staff could provide was limited, yet Su Ji felt the expenditure was not in vain. as it indirectly validated Dragon Yun's exceptional status. As Long Yuan's advisor, Su Ji had previously cautioned against confronting Dragon Yun without protection, advice that Long Yuan ignored, resulting in failure. Long Yuan understood that the deliberately concealed information from the bank indicated something significant, an issue that could not be resolved with mere wealth. Offending the wrong individuals could lead to dire consequences. Who would have thought that Dragon Yun's background is rather mysterious? Since underhanded tactics are ineffective, let us engage him in direct competition and push him out. Long Yuan exclaimed, rising abruptly. Forgive my impertinence, young master, but what enmity do you hold against Dragon Yun? Su Ji inquired. Who in Longjiang City does not know of me, Long Yuan? That Dragon Yun actually dared to report me and even called in the press to expose me. This is intolerable. Just yesterday at his establishment, he forced me to apologize to that little green hat. When have I ever apologized to anyone? Dragon Yun is indeed detestable. Young master, with your prowess. Crushing Dragon Yun should be as simple as squashing an ant, right? Huang Hao, thrilled that his suggestion was accepted, sought to curry favor. Long Yuan disregarded Huang Hao. Turning to Su Ji, I entrust the establishment of our store entirely to you. Within 10 days, I want to see our shop standing proudly beside Dragon Yun's luxury car dealership. Furthermore, it must outshine his establishment in grandeur. Yes, master, I shall see to it. Su Ji replied. Long Yuan clapped his hands, signaling the commencement of an exhilarating nightlife. Chapter 72. All Rolls-Royce models. In the days since Dragon Yun opened his dealership, his daily earnings have been substantial. Yet they pale in comparison to his previous dealings in luxury car resales and are even more insignificant when juxtaposed with luxury car futures trading. However, the resale of luxury cars and futures trading requires patience, as opportunities do not arise daily, and the risks are considerable. The trendy luxury car dealership promises a sustainable business, and once it finds its footing, income will flow continuously. Unlike traditional second-hand car markets, the clientele of trendy luxury car dealerships primarily hails from online sources, theoretically unbound by geographic limitations. Traditional second-hand car markets typically cater to local customers, buying and selling within the same area. In contrast, trendy luxury car dealerships operate nationwide, overcoming regional constraints, allowing them to conduct business across the country, albeit limited to luxury and prestigious vehicles, as lower-value cars hold no significance. Shortly after starting work, Tang Xiangrong arrived at the store as promised, resuming his live streaming of floor cleaning. Thanks to his relentless scrubbing, Long Yun granted the cleaning lady a 3-day leave. While handling the paperwork for BMW and Mercedes-Benz vehicles, he noticed considerable commotion from the neighboring establishments. Reports from the staff revealed that several stores next door had been acquired at exorbitant prices, compelling their owners to sell. As Dragon Yun was drafting a power of attorney for Fan Gang, a notification sound from the system echoed in his ears. Ding, esteemed host, greetings. I have crucial information to report. The system's alerts are categorized into 3 levels: reminder, suggestion, and warning. System, could there be another lucrative opportunity arising? Esteemed host, concerning your safety, inquiries into your household registration and bank transactions were made the day before yesterday and yesterday, along with visits to your welfare institute and the Longtung second-hand car dealership where you work part-time. Oh, is that so? I did not expect you to monitor such information. For your personal and financial security, this system remains vigilant. Do you know who is investigating me? One group is led by Su Ji, who has inquired about your household registration and bank transactions, as well as visited Longtung. The other group's identities remain undisclosed, and they only visited the Welfare Institute. 2 groups. You cannot find any information on the other group? That batch of mysterious individuals left no trace. They appeared as if out of nowhere. According to surveillance data around the Welfare Institute, they hypnotized relevant personnel to extract your information. They used hypnosis to investigate me? Individuals under hypnosis reveal all without reservation. What is Su Ji's background? Su Ji is one of the stewards of Long Hongyi, the richest man in Longjiang City, and serves under Long Yuan. Oh, so that little brat is probing into my affairs and scrutinizing my bank accounts. It seems he possesses a modicum of intelligence. Long Yuan is not a significant concern. This system is more apprehensive about the other mysterious group. Please exercise caution in your actions. Understood. I shall remain vigilant. Concerning the inquiry into his household registration and bank transactions, Long Yun remained unperturbed. It was entirely reasonable for others to seek insight into his affairs. However, he harbored concerns about the enigmatic figures investigating individuals at the welfare institution, as they might possess significant clout that should not be underestimated. As the proprietor, Long Yun resolved to entrust all operations of the establishment to Fan Gang, necessitating the drafting of a power of attorney to delineate Fan Gang's rights and responsibilities. Just as the authorization letter was printed and Long Yun was poised to sign, Fan Gang hurriedly ascended from the exhibition hall, announcing the arrival of a major client. Fan Gang, you arrived just in time. What is the authorized amount you wish me to allocate? Long Yun inquired, gesturing towards the financial figure on the authorization document. Under the corresponding clauses, Fan Gang would possess the autonomy to act within the agreed-upon sum without needing to consult Long Yun. Long Yun, let us first attend to the client. We can discuss this later. Fan Gang replied. What client insists on my presence? Is the vehicle particularly expensive? It's merely a matter of stating a figure, and I shall fill it in. The vehicle is not only exceedingly costly, but there are also 5 of them. The entire Rolls-Royce lineup. Long Yun's heart skipped a beat. Who could be so extravagant as to purchase the entire range of Rolls-Royce vehicles in one go? As Long Yun and Fan Gang stepped outside, they were greeted by a specialized trailer delivering 5 luxury cars parked at the entrance, currently being maneuvered by 2 tow truck drivers. Excuse me, gentlemen, what are you doing? Has there been some sort of mistake? What is the meaning of these vehicles? Long Yun approached them with curiosity. We are merely following orders to deliver the cars to Long Yun's renowned luxury car gallery. One of the drivers replied, pointing to the store's emblem. On the tow truck were a Rolls-Royce Ghost, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a Rolls-Royce Wraith, and a Rolls-Royce Dawn, each represented by one vehicle. Fan Gang, while recording a video, marveled. Long Yun, when did you acquire so many cars? You could have informed me. This is quite the surprise. I did not acquire them. I am equally perplexed by this situation. Fan Gang, are we dreaming? Long Yun expressed his confusion. It cannot be a dream. I pinched myself when the trailer arrived at our doorstep to confirm that it was real. Wait, gentlemen. We have not yet made any payment for these vehicles. If we decide against them, you must be responsible for taking them back. Long Yun voiced his concerns, suspecting it might be some prank. Boss, we are only responsible for delivering the cars. One driver responded. But how can you leave 5 luxury cars at our store without any agreement? What is the issue? I noticed your store seemed rather empty, so I brought over a few cars. Are you not welcoming? A familiar voice called out from behind Long Yun. That voice sounded remarkably familiar. It was Gu Xiao. Long Yun turned to see Gu Xiao, now accompanied by a different glamorous companion, not Ko Shui. Following Gu Xiao were 2 impeccably dressed individuals, along with 2 young men of similar age. Long Yun promptly signaled to Fan Gang to cease filming, understanding that Gu Xiao's presence warranted discretion. Gu Xiao, what brings you here? Long Yun stepped forward, shaking Gu Xiao's hand and nodding to the attractive woman beside him. I brought these cars for you. Gu Xia smiled slightly, gesturing to the 2 young men behind him. These 2 are my good friends and the owners of these 5 vehicles. This is the prodigious young talent Long Yun. Long Yun shook hands with the 2 men and then led everyone upstairs. Fan Gang, please send that cleaner away and ask him to return tomorrow. With Gu Xiao's unexpected visit, Long Yun wished to avoid any complications, so he sent away Tang Xiangrong. The 2 young men were indeed Gu Xiao's close associates and the owners of the 5 Rolls-Royce vehicles, which they claimed were to be consigned at the store. Arranged in a specific order, the presence of the 5 Rolls-Royces instantly elevated the prestige of the establishment. I watched your recent videos and noticed your inventory was lacking, particularly in the realm of show-stopping vehicles, so I arranged to bring you these 5. However, I have a small condition. I need to take that Chevy away. Gu Xiao sat across from Long Yun while his entourage stood. Of course, I am grateful for Gu Xiao's support, Long Yun responded appreciatively. Originally, we agreed to return this car after the grand opening of my luxury car museum, but I find myself with idle time and a desire to race. So I must retract my word. There is no need for apologies, Gu Xiao. I am immensely grateful. Long Yun reiterated his thanks. These 5 cars. You need not accept them. Consider it a means to conserve your funds, and let them be consigned at your store. I'll provide you with 3 times the standard commission. Gu Xiao glanced back at the 2 young men, who nodded with smiles. Once I finalize this, I am flying to the United States tonight. There is a rare Merrick auction happening, with only 3 models left in existence. Gu Xia did not linger long, instructing the tow truck driver to take away the Chevy SS before departing with his companions. The advanced data system immediately began to probe the Merrick model Gu Xiao intended to bid on, noting that only 3 remain on the market, all in the collection of a single American enthusiast. In fact, a similar model exists in a certain coastal city in the Great Xia Nation, listed in the government's auction catalog, having remained unsold in a garage for 3 years. Chapter 73, A Visit from the Neighbors. After bidding farewell to Gu Xiao and his entourage, Long Yun promptly ordered the system to search for the Merrick auction in the United States. The auction is set for the following Saturday, just 7 days away, classified as a private auction featuring 3 unblemished Merrick Ferrari LaFerrari Apertas. Given that there is still a week until the auction, why is Gu Xiao in such a rush? Long Yun pondered aloud, perplexed. According to the report from the advanced data system, these 5 vehicles are quite new. aligning perfectly with the information provided by the owners. With mileage ranging from just a couple of thousand kilometers to a maximum of just over 10,000. In the most extreme scenario, under the most bustling business conditions, could it be possible for someone to acquire all 5 Rolls-Royces in one fell swoop? While the likelihood of such an occurrence is exceedingly low, it is not entirely impossible, especially if a Rolls-Royce enthusiast with deep pockets were to come along. Long Yun assessed the value of the 5 vehicles and decided to set Fan Gang's authorized amount at 50 million yuan, encompassing both expenditures and receipts. This means that within this transaction amount, Fan Gang possesses the authority to manage the company account without consulting Long Yun. The authorized amount merely signifies Fan Gang as permissions and does not imply that he may funnel 50 million into his personal account. Trusting those you employ while not doubting them is key. Long Yun's next course of action will be to travel to a coastal city to secure those 2 supercars that have been dormant for 3 years, followed by exploring matters related to Merrick. At that time, it may not be convenient to communicate with Fan Gang, and Long Yun certainly wished to keep his whereabouts undisclosed. The authorization amount astonished Fan Gang, who recognized it as a testament to Long Yun's trust. Even if he sold every vehicle in the store at once, it would not suffice to reach 50 million. No sooner had Guxia departed than 3 individuals entered the store to view cars. A middle-aged man with a small mustache was accompanied by 2 sharply dressed young men. It was evident that the mustachioed gentleman was the main character, while the 2 suited men were his attendants, a skill in reading people that Fan Gang emphasized in his staff training. "Good day, sir. Are you here to view some cars?" Young employee Shaoli greeted them with a beaming smile. The mustachioed man merely acknowledged him with a slight nod, his gaze fixated on the 5 Rolls-Royce vehicles. The complete lineup of Rolls-Royce just arrived. Shaoli enthusiastically introduced. The mustachioed man offered another slight nod, his attention ultimately drawn to the Rolls-Royce Phantom. The 2 men in suits who followed him into the store stood beside him like poles, their expressions impassive and their gazes unwavering. "What is the price of this car?" The man with the little mustache inquired, pointing at the Rolls-Royce Phantom, still not having cast a glance at Shaoli. "Boss, this vehicle has just arrived at the dealership, and the price is yet to be determined. Allow me to consult with General Manager Fan. Please hold on for a moment." Shaoli replied before ascending the stairs to find Fan Gang. After receiving the power of attorney from Long Yun, Fan Gang placed it into his briefcase and secured it in his filing cabinet. "From now on, the affairs of the store will require your careful attention. Oh, by the way, here is the price list for 5 Rolls-Royces. This is the minimum selling price set by the owner, and we shall earn a commission of 50,000 per vehicle, with a 30 cut on any amount exceeding the minimum selling price. You may gauge the overall situation yourself." Long Yun handed Fan Gang a sheet detailing the owner's minimum price demands for the 5 Rolls-Royces. Fan Gang was well aware of the operational tactics concerning these vehicles. It was imperative not to rely solely on commissions. Such an approach would yield meager earnings and invite disdain from the owner. With the store long devoid of inventory, these 5 magnificent vehicles were essential to maintain appearances. However, the duration of the process should not be prolonged excessively, lest the owner question the store's capabilities. Regardless of the strategy, the utmost priority was to record a video and let Long Yun's luxury car gallery thrive. As Fan Gang was about to descend to film the video, he encountered Shaoli, who was hurrying up the stairs. Fan Gang quickly skimmed through the price list before discarding it into the shredder. The man with the little mustache, a devoted fan of the gang, beamed as he approached. "Hello, boss. Do you like this car?" Fan Gang initiated the conversation. The little mustache enthusiastically clasped Fan Gang's hands. "The gang, I am your fan. You are far more handsome in person than in the videos." "Thank you, my friend. The beauty filter on my phone is malfunctioning. I must find a technician to repair it someday." "Haha, I am your diehard fan. Thank you for your support. Where did you come from?" "From Longjiang City. I am a local." "Oh, your accent is not very pronounced. Did you happen to pass by our store?" "These 5 cars just arrived half an hour ago." The little mustache did not answer Fan Gang's question, slowly retracting his smile to ask, "You used to be a car sourcing streamer, and you've recently joined this dealership, right?" "Indeed. Sourcing cars was a thankless job. I could barely make ends meet, so I came to seek sustenance from General Manager Long," Fan Gang replied with a smile. "The gang. You are too modest. You are a well-known master in the automotive repair industry here in Longjiang City." The little mustache praised, giving a thumbs up. Fan Gang felt puzzled. Hadn't Shaoli mentioned that this person was interested in the Rolls-Royce Phantom? Why was the conversation now veering towards other topics? "You flatter me. May I ask if you are interested in our Rolls-Royce Phantom?" Fan Gang skillfully redirected the conversation. "Ah, yes, indeed. Your dealership has gathered the entire lineup of Rolls-Royce. It is truly impressive. May I inquire if you acquired these vehicles?" The little mustache persistently attempted to divert the discussion. "It was not I who acquired them. It was General Long," Fan Gang sensed that this customer was unlike typical clients. He seemed disinterested in the car. "Oh, General Long is indeed youthful and accomplished," the little mustache exclaimed. "Do you know General Long?" Fan Gang inquired. I have met him once," the little mustache replied, his demeanor noticeably awkward. Meanwhile, Long Yun had arrived behind the little mustache. A system notification echoed in Long Yun's ear. "Dear host, please be advised that this little mustache customer is an investigator from Suji." To his surprise, this adversary had arrived so swiftly. It was likely not solely about the cars. Given that the little mustache claimed to have met General Long before and seeing Long Yun approach, Fan Gang deliberately refrained from greeting Long Yun. "Let us take a look at this phantom, which General Long acquired. I have yet to inspect the vehicle. Let us examine it together." With that, Fan Gang produced a powerful flashlight. As someone of his caliber seldom employed a paint thickness gauge, the little mustache nodded and followed Fan Gang to inspect the car. "The paint on this vehicle is a shade of purple. What is it called?" Fan Gang feigned confusion regarding the car's color. "Belladonna purple, with an exterior of purple and interior white," Long Yun interjected from behind the two. Startled by the sudden voice, the little mustache turned to look at Long Yun. Fan Gang observed the expressions of both the little mustache and Long Yun. It was evident they were unfamiliar with each other. Long Yun, encountering this enigmatic face for the first time, recognized that while the little mustache had seen many photographs of him, they had never met in person. "Hello, General Long. Do you not remember me?" The little mustache extended his right hand towards Long Yun. "Hello, I am afraid I truly do not recall," Long Yun replied. Though he was aware of the little mustache's identity as Suji, they had indeed never crossed paths. "I am Suji. We will soon be neighbors." Suji responded with a smile laden with significance. "Neighbors?" Long Yun queried, clearly perplexed. Suji's words triggered a memory in Long Yun regarding a recent acquisition of surrounding shops at exorbitant prices. Linking this with the term neighbors implied that Suji would be a merchant next door. "What business are you in, Mr. Su?" Long Yun asked. Suji smiled without responding, his gaze drifting towards the Rolls-Royce Phantom. "General Long, may I ask how much this vehicle is for sale?" "Mr. Long, it is not for individual sale. All 5 vehicles must be purchased together," Long Yun replied. Fan Gang was taken aback. 5 vehicles together? What sort of stipulation is this? Even if one could afford it, what would an ordinary person do with so many cars? 5 together? Suji wondered if he had misheard. "Yes, 5 together," Long Yun affirmed with certainty. Chapter 74. Bundling 5 Rolls-Royces. After a few disjointed exchanges, the little mustache departed with his 2 associates. Once the guests had left, Fan Gang regarded Long Yun with confusion. "General, were you wondering why I sent the customer away?" "No, that was not my intention. It is uncommon for anyone to bundle 5 Rolls-Royces." Long Yun patted Fan Gang on the shoulder, adjusting his suit jacket. "Have you ever encountered a rival seeking trouble while running your repair shop?" Fan Gang nodded, as if coming to a realization. "General, do you mean that the customer just now is one of our competitors, deliberately seeking to cause a disturbance?" Whether or not he was a competitor remains uncertain. He was certainly looking for trouble. When he returns, it will still be 5 vehicles for sale. Other customers can still purchase individually. "Understood. I comprehend the situation. Our business is live streaming. We must control the details. I will take my leave now. I may be gone for several days." "All right, General, I understand what to do." Long Yun patted Fan Gang's shoulder once more before turning and exiting the store, hailing a taxi back to the welfare home. He had already booked a flight for that afternoon and gathered his passport and relevant documents, embarking towards a coastal city. Due to the lack of actors to collaborate with, Fan Gang could only record an extensive explanatory video, detailing the 5 vehicles in the store and posting it online. It was essential to secure that airborne edition of the Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta before the auction commenced. This car, though rare, was an older model that had become scarce in the market. Its popularity would undoubtedly rise before the auction began, even if it fetched an exorbitant price. There would always be those willing to gamble on it, even if it meant spending $28 million on 2 heaps of scrap metal. What Long Yun aimed to do was acquire these vehicles before the gamblers made their moves, as he was the prescient gambler. Upon returning to the welfare home, Long Yun recalled the investigation conducted by the mysterious individual and proceeded to find the director in the office. The director is a woman in her 50s who has held the position for the past 15 years, having joined the welfare institution just 2 or 3 years after Long Yun. Despite being only 17 or 18 years old, Long Yun is considered a veteran here, having spent nearly 2 decades in the institution, unmatched by anyone else. The elderly director has watched Long Yun grow from a child in diapers. In his youth, Long Yun was notorious for causing mischief, stealing watermelons and corn from local farmers, using a slingshot to target pigeons from breeders, and breaking neighbors' windows while playing soccer. He would defend the other children in the welfare home, even going so far as to make the chubby son of village chief who cry for bullying the orphans. The director often had to clean up after Long Yun's escapades, and their bond is exceptionally close, having no filial sons of her own. She treats Long Yun as if he were her own child. Carrying a box of Liao's walnut crisps, Long Yun knows this is the elderly director's favorite treat, though she must refrain from indulging too much due to health concerns. "You little rascal, off work so early today?" As Long Yun pushes open the door to the director's office, a voice tinged with age calls out from within. The sound of Long Yun's footsteps is so familiar to the director that she recognizes him before he even appears. "Director, Liao's walnut crisps, just freshly baked. Enjoy them while warm." Long Yun places the box before her and deftly unwraps it, releasing an enticing aroma into the air. He breaks off a small piece and offers it to the director, who tilts her head back and opens her mouth to take a bite. Delicious, absolutely delightful. The director closes her eyes slightly, savoring the treat. "Have you washed your hands?" "Yes, yes. Now what brings you here?" The director understands that Long Yun has matured, and she no longer has to clean up his messes. "By any chance, did anyone come looking for you the day before yesterday?" 3 individuals, 1 woman in a white coat, like a doctor, and 2 impeccably dressed men. These details are derived from the reports of a sophisticated data system. "The day before yesterday? A white coat?" The director seems to be racking her brain, then slowly shakes her head. "No, I was at the kindergarten for your parent-teacher meeting that day." She glances at Long Yun, realizing he is no longer a child, questioning why she would remember attending a meeting at the kindergarten the previous afternoon. "No, it should have been the middle school parent-teacher meeting." "Director, the college entrance examination concluded over 20 days ago. What parent-teacher meeting could there be?" "Indeed, what's going on?" "I distinctly remember." The director's expression reveals her struggle to recall events that clearly do not align with reality. "No need to think on it any further. I was merely inquiring. Please, do not strain yourself." Long Yun observes beads of sweat forming on the director's forehead, a hint of fear in her eyes. It seems she truly was subjected to hypnosis the day before, and the individual who hypnotized her possesses considerable skill. According to the data system's report, 3 individuals were hypnotized that day, including the director, as well as Uncle Long and Aunt Wang. Given that the elderly residents of the welfare home often face mental challenges, Long Yun refrains from pressing the matter further. Long Yun's life growing up in the welfare institution has been quite simple. Even if those mysterious individuals were able to extract information from the elderly, it would not significantly impact him. Fame brings its own burdens. It appears that becoming an internet celebrity is not an easy task. Uncertain of their intentions, Long Yun quickly deduces that Su Ji and his associates are investigating him for a specific reason. Upon returning to the office of the luxury car dealership, Su Ji immediately calls Long Yuan to report that 5 Rolls-Royce vehicles from Long Yun's store have been sold. "What? They all sold at once?" "I watched their commentary video too. They never mentioned selling them all together." Long Yuan had just finished watching Fan Gang's video. Long Yun told me directly, 5 cars sold together, not individually. Su Ji insists. "That kid must be out of his mind. Who would buy all 5 at once? Unless it's for collecting." "Young master, aren't we just using them to enhance our image? Once the new store is set up, displaying the entire Rolls-Royce lineup will elevate our prestige. The funds are merely temporarily converted into luxury cars, and we can sell them later to recoup our investment. Besides, once the cars are in our store, they won't be available at their store." That makes sense. Let us proceed." As Fan Gang and his colleagues are about to finish their day, a man with a mustache arrives at the dealership with his team. Long Yun had forewarned Fan Gang about possible trouble from the visitors, and he is mentally prepared. Su Ji has brought along 2 newly hired skilled technicians, said to also be internet influencers, who will now be responsible for receiving cars at the dealership. Fan Gang recognizes the 2, and they recognize him as well. They share a common background as influencers and have plenty to discuss. After examining the cars, everything seems normal, aligning closely with what Fan Gang described in the video. Just before closing, a substantial deal comes through, a large order exceeding 30 million. This is a first for Fan Gang, and he is eager to share the good news with Long Yun, though he finds his phone unreachable. While on a plane, Long Yun receives a notification from the system, indicating a significant influx of points, which he understands is related to the 5 Rolls-Royces. Upon landing, Long Yun returns Fan Gang's call to confirm the news, relaying it to Gu Xiao, who is equally surprised by the brisk sales and promises to send over the entire Bentley lineup shortly. Chapter 75. 2 heaps of scrap metal. 28 million. Connections and networks are vital. With Gu Xiao's status, he can sell entire car lines. Having just acquired the full Rolls-Royce lineup, the Bentley series is next. Few can procure such a substantial number of tax-deductible vehicles and sell them by brand and series. Nationwide, Gu Xiao is likely unparalleled in this regard. Long Yun has often dreamed of the renowned global harbor metropolis, one of the world's famous free trade ports. He never anticipated that after the college entrance examination, He would have the opportunity to visit this international city, and tomorrow he plans to undertake something audacious. This audacious endeavor involves acquiring a Porsche 911 GT2S and a LaFerrari Aperta for 28 million yuan. Both are world-renowned vehicles, and if they are in good condition, the price is hardly exorbitant. The original owner fell into legal troubles, leaving these two supercars untouched in a garage for over 3 years, coated in layers of dust. It is hard to fathom that these two dusty heaps of scrap are valued at 28 million. The price tag is not that of a madman. It is the one who wishes to acquire these two heaps of scrap who is truly insane. And Long Yun, today, is that madman. For more than 3 years, many have sought to acquire them, arriving with high hopes, only to retreat upon seeing the dusty heaps of scrap. But Long Yun has come specifically for these two vehicles and has no reason to turn back, due to their prolonged inactivity. Some components are sure to be problematic and require replacement, a significant reason many have given up on them, as locating parts for such rare cars is exceedingly difficult. After acquiring the two supercars, Long Yun too will face this challenge. According to the data system report, parts for the Ferrari must be custom-made, making it nearly impossible to find a complete set among a vast sea of components. After completing the necessary paperwork, Long Yun finally sees the two zombie cars, untouched for 3 years, in a sealed parking lot. The doors are still sealed with tape. Long Yun was the first person in 3 years to have the opportunity to physically touch them. He had already remitted a staggering 28 million for the purchase. This means that these two dust-laden heaps of metal are now officially his. On the left stands the Porsche 911 GT2S, shrouded in a thick layer of grime, rendering its original color unrecognizable. The Porsche 911 GT2S is renowned as the mightiest of Porsches, capable of reaching 100 km/h in a mere 2.6 seconds. On the track, it can outpace the legendary Porsche 918 Spider by several city blocks, for to such an iron beast, mere blocks translate into mere seconds of difference. With only 1,000 units produced globally and fewer than 100 allocated to the Great Xi'an nation, its rarity enhances its allure. The Porsche 911 GT2S is larger than the standard 911, with the most significant distinction in appearance being the addition of a rear wing on the GT2S. The previous owner opted for the Weissach package, resulting in a weight reduction of over 40 kilograms. In pursuit of ultimate speed, this vehicle has undergone extensive weight-saving measures. Even the paint has been lightened. The base price of the Porsche 911 GT2S hovers around 4 million, but with optional features, it can soar to 6 or 7 million. An incredibly expensive 911. However, it is merely a bonus. The true value, exceeding 20 million, lies in the Rosso Corsa variant of the Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta beside it. Beneath the thick layer of dust, this king of horses exudes a muted red hue, reminiscent of a slumbering beast. The application of full carbon fiber and titanium alloy minimizes the vehicle's weight while significantly enhancing its structural rigidity. Dubbed the king of Ferraris, only 200 units were produced globally, and each was claimed upon completion, leaving no LaFerrari Aperta available for sale. To possess this divine car, one must resort to auction. According to data from the prestigious auction house RM Sotheby's, only 3 of these vehicles have been made available for auction. After all, most buyers of this model were not motivated by investment, and those who were seeking value have long since parted with their vehicles, leaving very few unsold to this day. This explains why that American collector could assert that only 3 exist in the world. True aficionados would never part with their beloved cars merely due to such a proclamation. As Long Yun approached this magnificent steed, he could feel his heart racing, an inexplicable sense of restlessness, a primal energy unique to this vehicle radiated outward, palpable to all who drew near. Given that the 2 cars had been stationary for an extended period, they would undoubtedly be unable to start. A tow truck was already prepared, now gently loading them. Prior to his arrival, Long Yun had contacted a prominent automotive influencer, Ahua, to assist him in transporting these 2 vehicles to an appropriate location for handling. This city boasts the largest dismantling parts market in all of Asia, where nearly every model's components can be found, which was why Ahua brought the cars here. In this marketplace, only luxury cars possess complete bodies, capable of being driven on the road. A glance reveals a myriad of automotive parts stacked in various stalls. Some have only front ends without rear ends, while others possess rear ends but lack fronts. Here, the concept of a car transcends a mere beast of steel racing down the road. They are assembled from myriad components. It is no exaggeration to say that one could easily gather parts from various vendors to assemble a complete vehicle. Long Yun's 2 cars were first sent to a cleaning station to wash away the dust, followed by a professional inspection of both vehicles. This place is a treasure trove of talent. According to Ahua, the proprietor of the shop, Hi FA Auto Parts, was once an engineer for Ferrari's F1 racing team. Therefore, seeking assistance for the LaFerrari Aperta here was undoubtedly the right choice. In other words, if he couldn't resolve the issues, it was unlikely anyone else in the country could. As for the Porsche 911 GT2S, its maintenance is significantly more straightforward, with parts more readily available. The Hi-FA Auto Parts shop was not large, specializing exclusively in supercar components. Ferrari, Lamborghini, Bugatti, Porsche, Koenigsegg, and other exceedingly rare supercar parts, all of which were dismantled components. The shelves were cluttered with dusty parts, seemingly haphazardly arranged, yet each piece could be valued in the tens of thousands, with the more expensive items potentially reaching millions. Their rarity renders them precious. The owner, a middle-aged man in his 40s, did not greet Ahua and Long Yun with the enthusiasm one might expect upon seeing two supercars rolled into his shop. Instead, he scoffed lightly. After Ahua introduced Long Yun, he extended a hand for a handshake, but the gesture was merely polite, his expression stiff. I can sort out the Porsche for you. 50,000. As for the Ferrari, why don't you just sell it to me outright? Ahai's words were astonishing. Uncle Hai, what do you mean by selling it directly to you? Long Yun inquired, puzzled. You received 28 million from the government, did you not? Ahai asked. Yes, that's correct. To be frank, I had already seen these two cars 2 years ago. With my connections, I was unable to find a source for the parts, which is why I did not acquire them. Now that you've brought them to my shop, I'm afraid I can't help you, Ahai replied, shaking his head as he lit a cigarette. Are there no alternative parts? Long Yun asked anxiously. If I could manage it, wouldn't it be more appealing for me to take it myself? The auction in America is about to commence, with an estimated value of 15 million. Just the King of Horses is worth over 100 million. How could such a lucrative opportunity possibly be yours? You should consider that. Ahai took a couple of deep puffs before remembering to offer a cigarette to Long Yun. Long Yun waved his hand. Thank you, but I don't smoke. Thus, the best course of action is for you to sell it to me. I'll dismantle it and sell the parts. 3 million. What do you think? Chapter 76. The Path Ahead. Upon Ahai mentioning the American auction, the advanced data system began to excavate and pinpoint a collector named Obama in a certain coastal city in the western United States. Obama specializes in collecting various luxury cars, having constructed an enormous garage on his estate that houses over 1,000 luxury vehicles. 6 days later, he plans to auction 3 of his LaFerrari Apertas. This information is accessible to the public. According to the reports from the advanced data system, Obama and his friend and shareholder have already finalized the details of this auction, one of which includes the intent to set a record for the auction of luxury cars on this planet. Of the 3 LaFerrari Apertas, only one will be retained, while the other 2 will be destroyed on site. Originally valued at 15 million each, the remaining LaFerrari will undoubtedly fetch a sky-high price following the destruction of the other 2. The auction venue's plans have already been drafted and are currently under construction. At the event, the 3 LaFerrari Apertas will ascend from 3 separate platforms, with 2 of them plummeting from a certain height to shatter upon impact, to provide bidders with a sufficient visual spectacle. This scheme remains known only to Obama and his friend. The advanced data system gleaned this intelligence from a recorded conversation between the 2. Long Yun was astonished upon learning of this collector's audacious maneuver. It was nothing short of a travesty. In the eyes of a collector like Obama, there exists only the pursuit of profit and spectacle. Genuine affection for luxury automobiles is utterly absent. This is precisely why such a heartless and outrageous plot could be conceived. However, this has illuminated a glimmer of hope for Long Yun. After all, 2 of the vehicles are destined for destruction. The distinction between demolishing a pristine car and a dilapidated one is negligible. What if a clever switch could be made? Brother, Ahai gently patted Long Yun's shoulder. Long Yun, momentarily lost in thought, now returned to reality. Brother, do not be too disheartened. In our line of work, who hasn't suffered losses or stumbled a few times? Ahai offered what seemed to be heartfelt consolation. Uncle Hai, is there truly no other way? Indeed, there are 2 alternatives, Ahai replied, taking a drag from his cigarette and fixing a serious gaze upon Long Yun. The first option is to approach Ferrari for custom parts, though the costs may be exorbitant, and the timeline uncertain. They may not even accept your order. The second option is to venture to Somalia in search of goods. Ahai's astonishing suggestion caught Long Yun's attention. He had contemplated gathering information about Somalia, but had set it aside due to the lack of relevant channels in Longjiang City. Somalia? Long Yun inquired with intrigue. Ahai glanced at him with a smirk and said, Little brother, I was merely jesting. Do you even know what sort of place Somalia is? I do. It is a poverty-stricken African nation, rife with conflict and rampant piracy. Long Yun recalled the extraordinary place mentioned by the divine data system. Well, you possess some geographical knowledge. It is a nation notorious for its pirates. Strategically located at the crucial maritime route of the Gulf of Aden, where passing vessels frequently fall victim Have pirates seized many luxury cars, including this model of Ferrari? Long Yun asked earnestly. Ahai shot him a sidelong glance and chuckled. Little brother, you are quite amusing. How would I know if pirates have this particular Ferrari? Rumor has it they possess quite a few luxury cars. Did the U.S. military not recently eradicate a bandit stronghold? They discovered numerous luxury vehicles. What kinds of cars? Long Yun pressed eagerly. How should I know? I've never been there, and I certainly don't fancy getting shot at. The reason I suggested you go is precisely because I lack knowledge of the available goods. Had I known, I would have had them shipped to me already. Ahai inhaled deeply and exhaled a smoke ring. Oh, Somalia is indeed perilous, but I would love to take a trip there for those luxury cars. Long Yun murmured as he gazed at the Ferrari on the tow truck. If you truly have the guts, you could venture to Yemen. Some have transported the pirates' luxury cars to Yemen, which is considerably safer. However, I'm not encouraging you to go. Should anything happen, do not come looking for me. With that, Ahai rose to inspect the Porsche 911 GT2S. For this Porsche, I'll change the oil and check the electrical systems for a flat fee of 500,000. Come pick it up in a week. As for the Ferrari, you can handle that on your own. Safe travels. Ahai concluded, donning his work attire and preparing to get to work. Uncle Hai, do you have any acquaintances in Somalia or Yemen? Long Yun inquired. You naive lad, I was joking. Do you think you can just go to Somalia whenever you please? There are no flights there. How would you even get there? If you truly have the courage, why not take a trip to Yemen? You can still find good treasures there. You can look for contacts in the business card box on my counter. There's a fellow known as Carnivorous Flower. Ahai gestured toward his cluttered front desk. Ahua accompanied Long Yun in rummaging through the mess. You two rascals can't tidy up for me? Ahai remarked while working. Ahua, what a mess Uncle Hai has here. Where's his wife? Long Yun whispered. I heard she ran off with someone. Uncle Hai's girlfriend was stunning. She used to be an F1 model. How unfortunate. No wonder he appears so despondent. It seems he has endured quite a blow. What are you two rascals whispering about? Ahai had suddenly appeared behind them, pulling out a rusted iron box and forcefully opening it, revealing a plethora of business cards. However, the most eye-catching item was a photograph affixed to the inside lid of the box. It featured a youthful beauty in a one-piece swimsuit on the beach. Ahai abruptly covered the photo with his hand, exclaiming, Rascals, don't look. Go stand over there while I search. Long Yun and Ahua averted their gaze and stepped aside. Ahai turned to glance at them, positioning the box out of their sight as he began sifting through the cards. Ahua stifled a laugh and leaned toward Long Yun, whispering, The woman in that photo is Uncle Hai's girlfriend, the F1 model. Oh, what a stunning beauty. The cabbage was ravished by a pig. And then the cabbage flew away. Long Yun murmured, Haha, rascals, what are you two laughing about? Here, take a look. Ahai handed over a business card. Long Yun reached out to take it, but Ahai held it firmly, refusing to let go. I only have this one. Why not just take a photo with your phone? Long Yun snapped a picture of the card's front, which bore the name Carnivorous Flower in large Chinese characters, along with a string of English and an international phone number. The back of the card detailed the services offered by Carnivorous Flower, both in Chinese and English, one of which was International Mercenaries. Standing at the crossroads between the paradise known as America and the Hell's Cape of Somalia, Long Yun pondered his next move.